Yi Chen, a graduate of a prestigious university, has toiled diligently until the age of 40, yet remains unable to afford a home in Jianghai City. Early in his career, he was ensnared in the stock market for years, striving tirelessly but ultimately achieving nothing. He feels a deep sense of guilt towards his parents and is haunted by regrets in his life. When fate grants him a second chance to relive his university days, he resolves to amend the shortcomings of his previous life, vowing to amass substantial wealth. Those he missed in his past life, he swears to keep close this time. Armed with invaluable memories, he plans to invest in stocks. By deceiving a beautiful mentor, he secures 200,000 yuan, which he uses to make his initial fortune in the stock market. Subsequently, he leverages his considerable capital to invest across various industries. With a foresight that transcends decades, Yi Chen embarks on a journey to rewrite his destiny. Chapter 1. Rebirth in University Days. Yi Chen, you have been dismissed from the company. You need not come to work tomorrow, Monday. The voice of Lin Yingwu, the department director, resonated from the phone. Yi Chen felt a deafening buzz, his mind momentarily paralyzed. After years of diligent work, he had finally ascended to the position of department supervisor, only to be terminated now. He could somewhat deduce the reason behind this. The previous day, Lin Yingwu had instructed him to take a new employee, Lin Xiaolu, to a social gathering. Lin Xiaolu, a recent graduate, had only been with the company for 3 months. At the gathering, besides Lin Yingwu, there was also a vice president of the company. The two had relentlessly pressured Lin Xiaolu to drink, their intentions unmistakable. Yi Chen felt a sense of responsibility towards Lin Xiaolu, believing her to be a member of his department whom he had mentored. He understood that one should flatter and ingratiate oneself with superiors, navigating through office politics with finesse. Yet, he found it impossible to reconcile with his conscience. If Lin Xiaolu were to encounter any trouble, he felt he would be no different from Lin Yingwu and the vice president, perhaps even more despicable. He repeatedly shielded Lin Xiaolu from excessive drinking, uttering many kind words, but the leader's objectives remained unfulfilled, and the outcome was predictable. Lin Yingwu, you are nothing but scum. Yi Chen could no longer suppress his disdain, unleashing a tirade. Lin Yingwu chuckled. Let me share one more piece of news. After your dismissal, the deputy supervisor will take your position, and Lin Xiaolu will become the department's deputy. Supervisor? Do you understand? Yi Chen was left in a state of shock. This revelation was even more difficult to bear than the news of his termination. Had Lin Xiaolu been feigning her innocence? Was she merely using him, waiting for him to offend the superiors so she could ascend? Such deep-seated cunning. In that moment, the principles Yi Chen had steadfastly defended seemed to shatter before him. Would integrity and kindness truly be appreciated? Could diligence genuinely lead to prosperity? Do good deeds result in good fortune? Yi Chen felt adrift, the lights of hope on his life's path flickering uncertainly. At 40, he still could not afford a home in Jianghai City, relegated to a cramped rental space of mere dozens of square meters. While his peers were becoming grandparents, he remained unmarried and childless. The thought of his aging parents, yearning for grandchildren, filled him with guilt. There are 3 great acts of unfilial conduct, and having no descendants is the gravest. When he graduated from high school and gained admission to a prestigious university, his family had been elated. He too was filled with ambition, envisioning a bright future where he would carve out a niche for himself. Yet, the years had slipped away, and now at 40, he found himself not only without accomplishments, but also without a family. He felt his life to be a failure. The more he pondered, the more suffocating the weight on his heart became, and he fainted on his bed. Suddenly, his phone rang. I have blown the evening breeze you once did. So do we count as embracing? Yi Chen, dazed, answered the call. Hello, who is this? Hello, Yi Chen. I am Li Qian, the HR manager at Yaxing Technology Company, Limited. You have passed our interview, and you may come to work tomorrow, Monday, from 9 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Had he not just been dismissed? He hadn't even submitted a resume. Yaxing Technology Company, Limited? Wasn't that the company where he worked during his summer internship in his junior year? With a sudden jolt, he sat up in bed, gazing at the familiar yet foreign dormitory, dumbfounded. Had he been reborn? In disbelief, he pinched his arm hard, wincing in pain. Yi Chen, are you there? Li Qian's voice came through again. All right, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Yi Chen's heart swelled with excitement. He had not anticipated being reborn to his university days. Memories long buried surged back to him, vivid and clear. Faces flashed through his mind along with unforgettable events. His expression grew serious as he clenched his fists. The mistakes of his past life must not be repeated. I shall alter my fate and rewrite my life's narrative. After a long while, Chen finally calmed his restless heart. Surveying his surroundings in the dormitory, he felt a profound sense of familiarity, as though reuniting with an old friend. During university summers, he typically sought work to alleviate the financial burden on his family. Jianghai City, a premier metropolis, offered higher wages than his hometown, prompting him to stay and seek employment. The previous day, he had interviewed for the position of assistant programmer at Jianghai Technology, hoping to gain practical experience. He was studying computer science at the prestigious School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering at Jianghai University. Jianghai Technology was not a large firm, yet it offered decent pay, around 5,000 yuan per month, covering living expenses. In his previous life, after graduating, Chen worked at this company, which was thriving until the unfortunate accident that claimed the life of the owner, Lu Zixuan, a strong and capable woman who had treated her employees well, much like an elder sister. Chen hastily got out of bed and opened his computer, logging on to Jianghai.com to examine the stock market. In his previous life, he had been an experienced stock trader. He had hoped to reverse his fortunes through the stock market, but ended up suffering devastating losses. Initially, he had caught the tail end of a bull market and made a small profit. However, when the bear market arrived, he lost everything. To him, it felt more like a casino, with 90% of the participants becoming fodder for the major players. While a few might profit, they were but a rare breed. He had diligently studied various stock trading strategies, yet to little effect. Longfei Technology, that he entered the name of a company, discovering its stock price was only 231 yuan, with a market capitalization of 800 million. At this, his heart raced. This stock had yet to take off. His mind was flooded with crystal-clear memories. On Tuesday, July 19th, at 10:30 in the morning, Longfei Technology would begin its upward trajectory. Major institutions and speculative traders would engage in fervent trading, leading to a tenfold increase in a month, with the stock price peaking at 24.2 yuan. Subsequently, it would plummet, ensnaring countless investors. He even recalled the precise date, August 19th, when the market opened at 9:30 and Longfei Technology hit the ceiling, only to be smashed down half an hour later, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. Thereafter, the stock would continue to plummet, trapping ordinary investors who could not escape. By the time they could, their capital had been decimated. Chen was astonished. How could he remember such details from nearly 20 years ago? Was this a boon of his rebirth? His excitement was palpable, yet it quickly faded. He realized a harsh reality. His bank account held a mere 2,000 yuan, the result of frugal living. Even if he were to multiply that some tenfold, it would only amount to 20,000 yuan, hardly a solution to his problems. If he invested the entirety of the 2,000 yuan, he would starve before witnessing any returns. Where can I procure funds? Chen pondered deeply. Chapter 2. The Art of Deception. Chen had few friends, with 3 roommates being his closest companions. However, they all come from ordinary families, not affluent, second-generation heirs, and thus do not possess substantial wealth. Borrowing a few thousand is manageable, but anything beyond that is beyond their means. After graduating in their previous lives, they frequently kept in touch with their roommates, sharing grievances about their work experiences. Later, as they each started their own families, their communication dwindled, with some relocating from Jianghai to pursue careers in different cities. Should I ask my parents? A thought sparked within Chen's mind. It seemed to be the only viable solution. Although his family's financial condition was modest, his parents had saved a bit over the years, intending it for his future home and marriage. However, he had not utilized those funds, as they were spent on his parents' medical expenses, which ultimately fell short, prompting Chen to dip into his own savings. The hard-earned money accumulated over a lifetime evaporated due to a single grave illness. How should he approach his parents for financial assistance? As a university student, requesting 100,000 would inevitably raise questions about the purpose of such funds. Did I injure someone? Did I accidentally scrape a luxury vehicle? Such excuses felt utterly feeble. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he hurriedly retrieved his phone to call his father. After 2 rings, the call connected, and the familiar voice of his father resonated through the device. What's the matter, Xiao Chun? After a moment of hesitation, Chen replied, Dad, my counselor's mother is ill and hospitalized. She urgently requires funds for the surgery, but she currently lacks the necessary money. His counselor, Zhou Wanqing, was a master's graduate from the same institution and had remained employed there since graduation. At 29, she served as the counselor for Class 181, overseeing various aspects of the students' academic and daily lives. Zhou Wanqing was a remarkably responsible individual who often took great care of Yi Chen, likely due to his earnest demeanor, academic excellence, and modesty. He had often praised her kindness to his parents, which is why he felt comfortable using this excuse to seek financial help. Considering his parents' perception of him as a well-behaved and obedient son, he believed he had a high chance of deceiving his father. His father directly inquired, "How much do you need?" Yi Chen's face brightened with hope. 100,000. Teacher Zhou has always been very good to me. She mentioned she would repay it in a month or two. The mention of 100,000 caused his father to pause. While not a trivial amount for their family, he reflected on Zhou Wanqing's past kindness towards his son. After a few seconds of contemplation, he responded, "I only have 30,000 available right now. I will transfer it to you first thing in the morning." Yi Chen replied, "Thank you, Dad. What are you doing right now?" After a brief conversation, he ended the call, his mind racing to devise ways to procure additional funds. He contemplated contacting counselor Zhou Wanqing again. Zhou Wanqing answered the phone promptly, her melodious voice emanating from the device. "Yi Chen, what's up?" "Teacher Zhou, my family is facing some difficulties. May I borrow some money from you?" In his recollection, Zhou Wanqing was gentle, kind-hearted, and responsible. Deceiving her shouldn't be too challenging. A twinge of guilt surfaced within him, but thoughts of the promising stock, Longfei technology, diminished that feeling. Once he becomes wealthy, he would surely repay their kindness. Zhou Wanqing paused momentarily. "How much do you need?" 100,000. "If you don't have that much, any amount would suffice. If it's truly impossible, he'll find another way." Yi Chen tactfully retreated to advance his position. He was no longer the introverted and bashful university student, but rather a person with decades of life experience and wisdom. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Wanqing, Yi Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Despite her benevolence, 100,000 was still a considerable sum. After a few seconds of silence on her end, she said, "Give me your bank account number. I will transfer it to you shortly." Yi Chen's expression brightened. "Thank you so much, Teacher Zhou. I will repay you as soon as I receive the funds." Yi Chen added, "I found a job yesterday. They'll start tomorrow to alleviate some financial pressure at home." Zhou Wanqing inquired, "Are you considering pursuing graduate studies?" Yi Chen, "I don't plan to." Teacher Zhou pursuing a master's degree would require 2 more years of study, Yi Chen replied. Zhou Wanqing understood that Yi Chen might be contemplating family obligations and wished to enter the workforce sooner to earn money. Yi Chen, in this era, having a master's degree significantly enhances one's employability, leading to better future prospects. "I believe you should consider pursuing further studies for a brighter future," she advised. Yi Chen acknowledged the truth in her words, having experienced it firsthand in his previous life. A mere undergraduate degree offered little competitive advantage in society, where most graduates were master's or doctoral level, with some even studying abroad. Of course, if one were willing to work in smaller firms, the pressure would be considerably less. "All right, teacher, I will consider it." Zhou Wanqing reassured him. "There's no rush regarding the money. I don't require much. Focus on your studies first. Such a wonderful teacher is hard to come by. Who knows who would benefit from her kindness in the future?" In his previous life, after graduation, he remained largely uninformed about school matters. Struggling to find his place, he felt embarrassed to contact Zhou Wanqing, fearing he would shame her. A sense of guilt lingered in his heart, as she had taken great care of him during university, yet he had never visited her after graduation. "All right, Teacher Zhou, I will think it over carefully. Please send me your account number, and I will transfer the funds to you." After hanging up, Yi Chen promptly sent his bank account number to Zhou Wanqing. He then pondered whether to pursue graduate studies. In truth, the decision held little significant impact on his future with his intellect. He was destined for an extraordinary life. The thought of graduate studies brought to mind Wang Yusin, a timid and kind-hearted girl from a mountain village. She had left her program abruptly, and thereafter, he had heard naught of her. Later, his roommates mentioned that she had allegedly been harassed and assaulted by her graduate advisor, a despicable man named Guo Gaoyong, who silenced the matter with a bribe. "That shameless old scoundrel. I shall ensure he pays for his misdeeds." At that moment, the sound of a text notification echoed, and he glanced at his phone. The bank had credited his account with 100,000. Yi Chen messaged Zhou Wanqing on WeChat, "Thank you. Teacher Zhou, I received it." Zhou Wanqing replied, "No need to be polite if it's insufficient. Let me know." "Really, Teacher Zhou? It's actually not enough. Could you lend me another 100,000? Yi Chen asked without hesitation. Zhou Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his message. "What troubles are you facing at home?" Chen explained, "My grandmother is hospitalized and has been diagnosed with cancer. The doctor mentioned the surgery would cost hundreds of thousands. I promise to repay you as soon as possible. That I am sorry. Grandma, please forgive me in spirit." Chapter 3, Do You Like Me? Zhou Wanning, upon seeing his message, pondered for a moment. "I still have over 100,000 in my possession. I can transfer you another 100,000 to cover your grandmother's medical expenses. There's no rush to repay it. We can discuss it once you secure a job." Chen was taken aback by Zhou Wanning's generous offer. The fact that she could lend him such a substantial amount surprised him greatly. He felt a mix of gratitude and guilt, knowing he was exploiting Zhou Wanning's kindness. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I sincerely appreciate your help on behalf of my grandmother." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wanning transferred another 100,000 to him. The reason Chen was able to deceive his father and Zhou Wanning into lending him money was primarily due to his honest, obedient, and somewhat introverted demeanor. They believed Chen was not the type to lie or deceive. "Would Teacher Zhou report me to the authorities if she discovered the truth?" Chen glanced at the clock. It was now 3 in the afternoon on a Sunday. After a quick wash and a look in the mirror, he observed his youthful, somewhat handsome face and couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is indeed wonderful. My hair is a bit long. I should get a haircut." After finishing his haircut outside of campus, he went to the southern cafeteria for dinner. The other cafeterias had already closed, and during the summer break, only the southern cafeteria remained open. While dining, he spotted a familiar figure, his classmate, Wang Yuxin. She wore a pair of inexpensive white sneakers, faded jeans, and a white shirt, with her long hair tied back in a single ponytail and bangs falling to the sides. Despite her worn clothing, she was clean and tidy. Her graceful figure and natural beauty could not be concealed. Perhaps due to her social anxiety and introverted nature, she kept her head down while getting her meal, avoiding eye contact with anyone around her, and settled in a corner to eat. She appeared delicate and endearing, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Recalling her experiences from his previous life, Chen felt a surge of anger. "Guo Gaoyang, how could you bear to harm such an innocent and kind-hearted girl? This time, I shall endeavor to change your fate. It is better to teach a person to fish than to give him a fish. Only by transforming oneself can one face various challenges with composure in the future." He picked up his meal and approached Wang Yuxin's table. "Hello." Wang Yuxin's cheeks flushed slightly as she kept her head down, hastily eating. Chen seemed to perceive her nervousness and anxiety, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you also looking for a summer job? Have you found one?" Wang Yuxin nodded softly. "Yes, I have." Chen, intrigued, inquired, "Where is it? What kind of job?" "At Ami Shweb Bing Chung." Their conversation was primarily driven by Chen's questions. A few minutes later, Wang Yuxin quickly finished her meal and softly said, "I have to go now." She stood up and left in haste, as if Chen were a terrifying beast. Watching her slender figure disappear, something within Chen stirred, creating ripples of emotion. Having already raised 300,000 in funds, he pondered whom he might deceive next for more money. After all, more is always better. After much contemplation, he could not think of a suitable person. He opened his WeChat and searched for someone named Qinya. Upon seeing the name, Chen's expression grew complex. They had been desk mates in high school, mutually harboring feelings for one another, yet never expressing them. Upon graduating high school, Chen enrolled at Jianghai University in the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering, while Qinya attended Jianghai Fudan University in the School of Economics. In his previous life, after graduating with a master's degree, Qinya became a selected official, taking up the position of deputy town mayor in a certain locality. As the name suggests, selected officials are outstanding graduates from key universities, chosen by various governmental departments to work at the grassroots level. After 6 months in her role, Chen received a message from her one day. "Why didn't you pursue me in college?" He was taken aback to learn that Qinya had harbored feelings for him all along. He lamented his youthful cowardice and timidity. "If one day I leave this world, will you still remember me?" Later, he saw in their high school group chat the news of Qinya's tragic suicide. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, shattering his heart. Within the group, some speculated that she had succumbed to the pressures of work and developed depression, while others claimed she had committed suicide out of guilt for corruption. There were even whispers of her being wronged by local officials. Various rumors circulated. Not long after, the head of her district was placed under investigation for numerous corrupt practices. It took Chen a long time to regain his composure. He sent Li Qingye a message. I'm sorry. Moments later, Li Qingye replied. Confused, she wondered why he suddenly apologized. Chen explained, I feel I failed to protect you in my previous life. Upon reading his message, Li Qingye's face broke into a smile as her fingers danced across the screen. Did you learn those cheesy lines online? When did the usually shy and introverted Chen learn to speak like this? Chen, noting her reaction, felt a pang of embarrassment. However, she was not wrong. He had indeed been that way before. I was shy and introverted, not dull. Chen clarified. No, I found a summer job in Jianghai City. I start tomorrow. Li Qingye inquired. What job is it? Chen replied. Assistant programmer, to gain some practical experience. Li Qingye asked. You'll be in your 4th year next semester. Are you not planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Should I? Are you planning to take it? Chen, fine ignorante. Of course. I'm stuck at home studying, and it's driving me crazy, she admitted. Chen encouraged her. Learning should be balanced. Study during the day, and we can chat in the evening to unwind. What time do you finish work? You never really chatted with me before. Why the sudden interest today? Li Qingye understood the implication behind his words, and her fair, lovely face flushed slightly. Li Qingye was known for her proud demeanor. This pride often masked her gentle and shy nature, a charming facade to conceal her true feelings. Once certain conditions were met, she would become affectionate towards the person she liked. In his previous life, Chen would have misinterpreted her words as a rejection. However, with his newfound wisdom, he understood her intentions clearly. Her words were a guise, a test of his resolve. If he persisted, Li Qingye would eventually yield to him. Chapter 4, Tenfold Stock. Chen and Li Qingye engaged in conversation for a considerable time before he retired to bed. If a woman is uninterested, she would not squander her time on you. The next morning at 7, after washing up and having breakfast at the cafeteria, Chen walked towards the bus stop near the school. On his way, he instinctively reached into his pocket, intending to pull out a cigarette. He discovered his pockets were utterly empty. At this time, he had not yet taken up smoking. It was only after entering the workforce in his previous life that he adopted the habit. I'll hold off for now. Once I earn some money, I'll indulge in some zhonghua. He soon arrived at the Jianghai University bus stop, where dozens of students awaited the bus. The number 2 bus arrived shortly, already filled to capacity with many standing passengers. Chen found a spot at the back to stand. After just 2 stops, the bus was packed, with no room to even place one's feet. Every day, commuting to and from work on crowded buses and subways. As he gazed at the scenery outside, a loan advertisement caught his attention. Of course, I could apply for an online loan. Nowadays, loan platforms are quite legitimate, unlike the chaos of previous years. Companies like WeChat Swali Dai, Alipay Wesang Dai, as well as Meituan, Baidu, 360, Xiaomi Finance, and JD Finance, all have reputable backgrounds, ensuring that borrowing from them poses little risk. He began to operate on his phone, first checking how much credit he could access. As a university student without a stable source of income, his credit limit is rather modest. Each lender typically offers around 10,000 in credit, accompanied by an annual interest rate of approximately 10%. For a loan of 10,000, the annual interest amounts to about 1,000. However, since he only borrows for a month, the interest for that period is merely around 100. He begins submitting his documents for the loan. The process has become remarkably straightforward. After submitting the necessary information, the platform reviews it, and upon approval, the funds are directly deposited into his bank account. Within half an hour, he has submitted applications to 5 major online lending platforms. Once everything is settled, the bus arrives at Haining Road Station. Chen alights and makes his way to Haining Building. Upon arriving at the company, it is precisely 8:50. He recognizes the receptionist, whom he believes is named Li Jing. Sister Jing, I'm Chen. I came for an interview 2 days ago, and Sister Qian informed me to come to work today. Li Jing, noticing the young and handsome man, smiles gently. Sister Qian mentioned you. She just arrived. Let me take you to her. She leads Chen to the Human Resources Department. Li Qian instructs someone to arrange his onboarding paperwork, which takes about half an hour. Finally, she brings him to the Research and Development Department, where he is to familiarize himself with his position. Chen, this is Lu Feng, the head of our RD department. Lu Feng, this is our new programmer assistant. Chen extends his hand with a smile. Hello, Brother Feng. I look forward to your guidance. Lu Feng shakes his hand and nods slightly, no need for formality. I've reviewed the programs you developed. They are quite impressive, truly befitting a student from a prestigious university. far superior to those from ordinary institutions. You flatter me, Brother Feng. I still have much to learn from esteemed seniors like you. Humility is a commendable virtue that invariably earns one's favor. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Feng guides him to his workstation. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Feel free to ask me any questions. The R&D department comprises a dozen individuals, with the company's rapid expansion necessitating additional hands. Chen is well acquainted with Lu Feng, a quintessential STEM enthusiast. His technical skills are commendable, though he lacks eloquence. Lu Feng has treated Chen favorably in his previous life, perhaps with the intention of retaining him. The department maintains a pleasant working atmosphere, which was a significant factor in Chen's decision to join the company after graduation. Firstly, the company has promising prospects, and the owner possesses a vast network. Secondly, he feels comfortable working alongside familiar faces. Had the owner not encountered misfortune, Chen's career might not have been so challenging. This marks a pivotal moment in his life. Suddenly, a text notification interrupts his thoughts. Chen checks his phone and sees that 100,000 has been credited to his bank account. Almost immediately, his father calls to inquire whether he has received the funds. Chen currently has 300,000 in his bank account. He has already downloaded Jianghai securities on his phone and can easily apply for an account in a matter of minutes. After setting up the account, he transfers the entire 300,000 into his securities account. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Lu Feng approaches him with a work assignment. The task involves assisting in the development of a system platform for a company. His responsibilities are relatively straightforward, focusing on simpler components while the core programming is handled by others. Drawing from his experiences in his previous life, Chen's skills surpass those of everyone present. However, there is no need to showcase this, though it only invite unnecessary complications. His summer job had paid him 5,000 a month, and working on tasks valued at 20,000 would be foolish. By 2 in the afternoon, funds from the 5 lending platforms have been deposited, which he subsequently transfers to his securities account. The clock swiftly ticks to 6 in the evening, and these full-time employees find themselves required to work overtime. A common scenario for programmers. By the time he returns to campus, it is already 7:20. After having dinner and freshening up, it is nearly 8 o'clock. He lies on his bed and sends a message to Li Qingya. "Where are you up to?" Li Qingya replies, "I'm out with my parents, taking a stroll in the park." "Have you finished work?" "Yes, just wrapped up." "How is the work going?" "Quite well, my colleagues are nice." "Are your parents with you?" "No, my mom is dancing in the square, and my dad has gone for a walk." "You're so beautiful. You must be careful when alone." Upon reading his message, Li Qingya's lips curl into a satisfied smile. "Stop buttering me up. You've become quite the smooth talker." Though she pretends to dismiss his compliment, she secretly enjoys it, displaying her proud nature. "What's smooth talking?" "I speak from the heart," Chen responds. Li Qingya appears pleased. "If you plan to pursue graduate studies, you must prepare early. Jianghai University is highly competitive." "No worries, I'm confident about the entrance exam. You know my abilities well. I consistently outperformed you in high school." "Please, I was just letting you win." After conversing for an hour, Chen decides to end the chat, wishing her good night before drifting off to sleep. On July 19th, Tuesday, it is the day for the explosive rise of the stock Longfei technology. Chen arrives at the company and takes a seat, awaiting the market opening at 9:30. The domestic stock market operates for a total of 4 hours each day. As the clock strikes 9:30, he opens the Jianghai Securities app on his phone and searches for Longfei technology. The current stock price stands at 233 yuan per share, and he opts to purchase the full amount of 1,502 lots, equivalent to 152,000 shares, with a transaction fee of 17,498, resulting in a total investment of 34,971,002 yuan. Chapter 5. The Public Transport Pervert. Stocks with tenfold growth are exceedingly rare, sometimes appearing only once in a year. What constitutes a demon stock? Essentially, it refers to a stock that experiences an unreasonable surge in a short period. This rapid increase is not necessarily due to the company's fundamentals or operational health, but rather the result of speculative trading by various investors. Once the speculation subsides, such stocks are prone to a dramatic crash, resulting in consecutive declines. For a stock to be considered a demon stock, it must meet several criteria, including a low market capitalization and a hot concept that aligns with current trends. Longfei Technology, with a market value of only 800 million, is easily manipulable by speculators, and its promotional concept aligns with the burgeoning new energy sector. which is strongly supported by national policies and holds significant future potential. Chen's modest investment of several hundred thousand will likely go unnoticed, as the amount is relatively small. Had he possessed a larger sum, in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, any substantial purchase would certainly attract attention. If the main institutions and speculators are unable to accumulate enough shares, they would realize that a significant investor has entered the fray. In such a scenario, they would likely abandon the stock, as insufficient share accumulation indicates minimal profit potential. If they attempted to drive up the price for speculative trading, it would only benefit the larger investors who had stealthily entered the market. They are not foolish enough to support others' endeavors. It is even possible that they might hastily offload their shares, trapping the larger investors while swiftly pivoting to promote different stocks. The stock market is fraught with peril. Even with the memories from his past life, Chen must proceed with utmost caution. Without those past memories, he would never have ventured into the stock market. The domestic stock market is riddled with institutional loopholes and flaws, primarily benefiting large institutions and major speculators, rendering it a speculative arena. Most individuals who enter this realm end up as pawns for the big players. Between 9:30 and 10:30, Chen frequently glances at the stock performance of Longfei Technology. Despite the advantages of his previous life's memories, he feels a twinge of anxiety, as the money he is using was obtained through deception, with a portion sourced from online lending platforms. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he fears that he could find himself in irreparable ruin. At 10:30, Longfei Technology's stock begins to soar, ignited by substantial capital inflow. In less than 10 minutes, the stock reaches its upper limit with a 10% increase. Upon witnessing this, Chen breathes a sigh of relief, reassured that his memories have not led him astray. His securities account reflects an increase of over 34,000, bringing the total market value of his holdings to over 380,000. Chen's heart races with excitement. This is also the reason why there are so many retail investors in the stock market. Who does not yearn for wealth? Who does not wish to earn money without labor? Much like those who have just entered society, they dream of poetry and distant horizons. Yet reality often delivers a harsh slap. Life is devoid of poetry and distant dreams, filled only with hardships and helplessness. Chen observed Longfei Technology locked at its, feeling an utter sense of relaxation. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that the next few days will see upon market opening, leaving retail investors unable to purchase shares. Chen glanced at the recent half-month trend of Longfei Technology. The previous movements appeared relatively stable, resembling a scenario where the major investors were accumulating shares. Having gathered sufficient stakes, they began to escalate today. Of course, this may also involve transactions between the company's shareholders and the major investors. In the domestic stock market, the trading regulations stipulate limits on price fluctuations, a 10 cap for the and a 20 cap for the. The term one signifies that shares purchased on a given day cannot be sold until the following trading day. In contrast, the American stock market operates under a more mature system, allowing transactions to occur instantaneously. On this day, Chen felt particularly buoyant. After finishing his work, he left promptly at 6 in the evening. Standing on the crowded and stifling bus, he felt no discomfort. Many buses in Jianghai City lack air conditioning, relying solely on open windows for ventilation. Fortunately, the weather in the early morning and evening was not excessively hot. Chen's workload was light, as he consistently completed the tasks assigned by his supervisor, Lu Feng, by 6 o'clock. After his evening routine, he engaged in conversations with his high school crush, Li Qingya. Observing his steadily growing account balance, he found life to be quite pleasant. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On July 25th, a Monday, at 6 in the morning, Chen rose earlier than usual, perhaps due to excitement, as he had been waking up early every morning for the past few days. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast in the cafeteria, he arrived at the bus stop at Jiaotong University Station. There, he spotted a familiar figure, Wang Yusin. She was already in line, and knowing her shy nature, Chen refrained from greeting her and stood behind in line. Today, Wang Yusin wore the uniform of Jiaotong University, a white shirt adorned with the school emblem, paired with azure trousers, a backpack slung over her shoulder, and her hair tied in a single ponytail, exuding a fresh and clean appearance. Chen thought the uniform suited her perfectly, making her quite attractive, as several young men around discreetly stole glances at her. Perhaps her beauty made everything she wore look appealing. After a few minutes, the number 2 bus arrived. People boarded the bus in succession, and Chen positioned himself in the middle of the carriage, holding onto the railing near the connection between 2 compartments, conveniently close to the rear exit for alighting. Wang Yusin stood not far from him, one hand gripping the railing, her gaze fixed outside the window. As the bus reached the next stop, a large crowd surged in. The spacious bus became packed, with people standing even on the steps at both front and rear doors. Not long after the bus started moving, Chen noticed a man standing behind Wang Yusin, swaying his body. The bus occasionally jolted due to sudden stops or turns, but this man seemed to sway intentionally. Chen quickly surmised that he was deliberately taking advantage of the situation. In crowded buses, some physical contact is unavoidable, but this man was clearly acting with purpose. Most women would typically choose to endure such behavior, while a few might retaliate. Wang Yusin, with her gentle demeanor, would never confront him directly, instead opting for quiet endurance. Chen, drawing from his past life experiences, understood that such tolerance would only embolden the offender. He reached out and pulled the man back slightly. Everyone around turned to look at Chen, including the man who appeared to be in his 30s. Chen spoke firmly, "You're over 30. Have some dignity. At your age, you should be married with children. How can you be so shameless?" The man's expression darkened. "What are you talking about? Do I know you?" Chen, standing at 178 meters tall and possessing a sturdy physique from years of rural labor, pointed at the man with authority. "I recorded everything on my phone. You know exactly what you did. Shall I take you to the police station to let them see?" The man's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of panic as he spoke defensively. "It was just the bus swaying. I didn't mean to." Wang Yusin, too, had sensed something amiss and had tried to lean forward, but he continued to encroach upon her. Having never encountered such a situation before, she was at a loss for how to respond, merely attempting to distance herself. Chen turned to Wang Yusin, saying, "Wang Yusin, come over here." He grasped her hand and guided her to the spot where he had been leaning against the bus. Throughout the incident, Wang Yusin remained silent, her head slightly bowed, though her cheeks were visibly flushed. Those around them resumed their activities, engrossed in their phones, seeing no cause for concern. In this chapter, it is noted that 9 out of 10 men are lecherous. In his past life, had Chen found himself in such a scenario, he might have hesitated to speak up, yet he would have definitely drawn Wang Yusin closer, refusing to feign ignorance. "Thank you," Wang Yusin whispered, her voice barely audible, but Chen caught it nonetheless. He smiled and replied, "We are classmates. There is no need for formality. In the future, if you encounter such situations, do not suffer in silence. Otherwise, it will only encourage certain individuals to take liberties, understand?" Wang Yusin nodded gently, indicating her understanding. Chen reflected on his past life. Had Wang Yusin known how to handle such incidents, perhaps she would not have fallen victim to Guo Gaoyong, that scoundrel. Next time you face such a situation, just slap him. If you don't want to resort to violence, raise your voice to stop him and then call the police. Although you excel in your studies, there are many things that school cannot teach. You must experience them firsthand to learn and grow, particularly in navigating social interactions and responding to unforeseen events. Chen was unsure why he suddenly felt compelled to share so much. Perhaps it was the thought of Wang Yusin's past struggles that spurred him on. He wished for this innocent and kind-hearted girl not to repeat the same mistakes, hoping she would mature. Wang Yusin subtly lifted her head, secretly observing him. Her heart stirred with a gentle ripple. Chen later felt he had spoken too much. Some lessons require time to assimilate rather than immediate growth. He began a casual conversation. "Which stop will you get off at?" "Channing Street," she replied. "I'll be getting off at Haitian Road, which is the next stop." "What time do you finish work in the evening?" "Usually around 7. Chen smiled. "Then we can go to and from work together. Our schedules align. It will be nice to have each other's company on the way." Wang Yusin replied softly, her voice barely a whisper. Over an hour later, the bus arrived at Channing Street Station. "I've arrived," Chen said hurriedly. "I'll wait for you here tonight." 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen alighted at his stop and made his way to the company. The stock market commenced trading at 9:30. He took out his phone to check his account balance on Jianghai Securities. With today's 5, his account had reached 570,000 with a cumulative yield of 61, yielding over 210,000 in profit. Chen opened the market performance for Longfei Technology. It had hit its right after opening, maintaining its position as the market's frontrunner. Numerous comments flooded in. Wow, incredible. 5. This stock might double. Major investor, give me a chance, I want to get in. I bought too little. I only purchased 5. 000. Who knew it would surge so fiercely? It's about to plummet. Those in profit should hurry and sell. With such high prices, who would dare to enter? Anyone who does will get trapped. While others are greedy, I am anxious. It's time to leave and secure my gains. The comments varied widely, with some expressing optimism and regret over not buying more, while others expressed caution, deeming the rapid rise too perilous. Chen, upon reading these comments, was reminded of his former self. Chen remembered that the would be open today, leading to a turbulent washout before it would be sealed again around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While working, he kept an eye on his phone, enjoying a degree of privacy at his workstation. 20 minutes after the stock market opened, the of Longfei technology was breached, and a surge of sell orders caused the stock price to plummet swiftly, dropping to 2 in no time. Oh no, run. The main force is unloading. Fortunately, he had just canceled his order and did not buy. Otherwise, he would have been trapped. I said it would drop. Those who made a profit should run quickly. Taking too long could lead to being buried. Run, run, run. Investors, hurry and buy. You'll be trapped. Oh no. I just got executed at the and lost 12 in an instant. Huh. Foolish investors are trapped, aren't they? The tone of the comments shifted dramatically, almost all turning bearish. Initially, many people had wanted to buy, but now that some had actually purchased, their faces turned pale and there was no joy to be found. Chen gazed at the barrage of comments, reminiscent of his previous life. Those often become the investors who get burned, sometimes losing their entire principal. Chen was deeply absorbed in the comments when suddenly a voice resonated behind him. He turned to see the newcomer and quickly stood up. President Lu Zixuan, with her stunning features, delicate facial structure, and slightly curled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her mature and alluring figure. Exudinha captivatinhoha. She regarded Chen with a calm expression, betraying no hint of emotion. Chen felt a flutter of anxiety. Being caught trading stocks during work hours by the big boss would surely lead to some reprimand. Come my office, she said, turning to leave the RD department. Chen followed closely behind, unable to resist swallowing hard as he admired her graceful silhouette. In his previous life, he had fantasized about marrying someone like Lu Zixuan, wealthy, beautiful, with an enviable figure and charisma. Even if it means driving a luxury car and living in a villa, I would gladly accept. Everyone has such whimsical thoughts, yet few dare to act upon them. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 men are lustful. The one remaining is either pretending to be serious or has issues. An unofficial online survey suggested that as long as men are alive, they are unlikely to lack desires. As a man, Chen could not refute this, as it was indeed a fact. He followed Lu Zixuan's enchanting form into her office. Seated at her desk, Lu Zixuan regarded him with a smile. I heard from Supervisor Lu that your work performance is quite commendable. You handle your tasks with impressive efficiency, truly befitting a student from Jiaodong University. Indeed, all of you are elites. Lu Zixuan maintained her cheerful demeanor. You can call me Sister Lu in private. No need for formalities. This company is like a big family. We are all one. Sister Lu. She nodded with a smile. You're about to enter your senior year next semester, right? Are you planning to pursue graduate studies? Chen replied, I do have intentions to take the entrance exam. Pursuing a master's is a good idea. Graduating from a top-tier university opens up vast opportunities. Many large companies will be eager to recruit graduates from prestigious institutions. Chen responded, Sister Lu, I believe our company is excellent, both in terms of work atmosphere and development prospects. If you don't mind, I would like to return to our company after graduating with my master's. Lu Zixuan laughed. Oh, are you painting a grand vision for me? You're quite the clever one. Chen chuckled awkwardly. Sister Lu, I speak the truth. While large companies may offer decent initial salaries, the competition for advancement is fierce and challenging. I believe our company has great potential for growth. Lu Zixuan nodded. If you truly come to my company after completing your master's, I can guarantee you a minimum annual salary of 300,000 for your first year, with subsequent earnings dependent on your personal abilities. Okay, Sister Lu, I will definitely prioritize our company at that time. Lu Zixuan then inquired, were you just trading stocks? Chapter 7. The wealthy Sister Chen quickly admitted his fault. I'm sorry, Sister Lu. I shouldn't have been trading stocks during work hours. Lu Zixuan responded calmly. It's normal to take a break and play on your phone during downtime. Employees are not machines. It's essential to strike a balance between work and rest. However, be cautious with stocks, as they can be addictive. Grounding yourself is of utmost importance. Her advice came from experience, as she understood the challenges of the domestic stock market. For ordinary retail investors, making a profit is exceedingly difficult. Even the wealthy can become victims, unless one possesses influential connections within the stock exchange to gain insider information. It is a treacherous endeavor. Chen could discern her genuine concern. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Liu. Lu Zixuan added, playing a little is fine. Investing 20% of your disposable income is reasonable. Even if you lose it all, it won't significantly impact your life. However, if you invest all your savings, borrow money, and leverage your investments, it could lead to dire consequences. Many who have taken such risks have tragically ended their lives. Chen felt that Lu Zixuan's words resonated with him, as he had borrowed funds for his stock trading, including from online lending platforms. If he incurred losses, it could indeed lead to disaster. You're right, Sister Liu. Lu Zixuan continued. I have been trading stocks for several years and have made some gains during the bull market over the past 2 years. Let me see which stock you have bought, and I'll analyze it for you. She believed Chen was talented and wanted him to feel her sincerity from various angles, paving the way for him to join her company in the future. Chen paused at her words. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, "Come here. Let me see which stock you bought." Unable to evade her request, Chen walked around the desk to her side and opened the Jianghai Securities app on his phone. Lu Zixuan took his phone and, with familiarity, opened his holdings. Upon seeing his profit and loss, her eyes widened in surprise. Profit and loss, 18, 189, 133, 52. With the now opened and the main force washing out, Chen's return had dipped slightly. Previously, his profit had been 21, 337, 252, 61. 5 resulted in a 61% return, as the capital is compounded. She glanced at Chen's holdings in Longfei Technology. You actually bought Longfei Technology? What incredible luck. Chen nodded with a smile. I bought it before the surge began. I indeed had a stroke of luck. Lu Zixuan checked the current market, noting it was up 121 but soon dropped to 2, experiencing significant volatility. This stock has already hit 5. Today, it's evidently the main force unloading. You should sell quickly. A 50% return is already impressive. After playing for years, I've only managed a 10% return. Chen replied, I believe it will continue to rise. This is just the beginning of its surge. The government has just announced policies vigorously supporting the development of the new energy sector, which has a substantial impact and represents the future direction of development. It's not just a fleeting trend. Lu Zixuan, considering his analysis, found it somewhat reasonable and pondered. Chen continued, in domestic stock trading, it's essentially about policies and industry concepts. The sector supported by government policies will thrive, attracting capital. The future of the new energy sector looks promising. Although it has already surged somewhat, I believe it will continue to climb. Lu Zixuan, impressed by his articulate analysis, recognized the soundness of his reasoning. Although she had been trading stocks for years, she had not delved deeply into the subject and had only played casually. Do you think Longfei Technology's movements today are not due to the main force unloading, but rather a washout to accumulate positions? Will it hit the again this afternoon? Chen replied, yes, but that is just my personal judgment and may not be accurate. Lu Zixuan asked, how many more days do you think it can rise? Chen casually responded, at least another 10 days or so. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, then I will buy some today to play around. After speaking, she took out her phone and opened her Jianghai Securities account. Upon seeing the funds in her account, Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Her balance was in the 8 digits, over 30 million. Remembering her previous statement, he thought to himself, is this what she meant by 20% of her idle funds? Lu Zixuan must have cash flow exceeding 100 million. Truly a wealthy woman, a super rich woman. Sister, I no longer wish to exert myself. Lu Zixuan turned to look at him, her heart filled with a hint of surprise. Here was a university student, unperturbed in my presence, engaging in conversation with grace and composure, creating an atmosphere of ease, his flattery flowing naturally, akin to a seasoned veteran of society. She remained unaware that Chen had lived 2 lifetimes, and thus his demeanor and experiences could not be measured by conventional standards. Lu Zixuan feigned displeasure, eager to observe how he would respond. You possess quite the audacity to jest with me. Yi Chen's perceptive abilities surpassed even Lu Zixuan's, and he was acutely aware of her true sentiments. Sister, I am a dog born in the year of the dog. I am obedient without the need for reprimand. At this, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle, her charm radiant and captivating. Stop teasing. How much do you think I should invest? Sister Lu, my judgment may not be entirely accurate. If I incur a loss, I would feel quite guilty. Yi Chen noted that she had purchased stocks worth over 10 million yuan, with an additional 20 million yuan in idle funds, and he grew concerned that she might invest the full amount into Longfei technology. The magnitude of such an investment could potentially trigger a butterfly effect. I am aware, and I won't hold you responsible. Just buy a little for fun, she replied, and proceeded to execute a transaction, ultimately deciding on an investment of 2 million. Uncertain of the future's trajectory, she could not fathom plunging 20 million into the venture. Standing beside her, Yi Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted to her fair neck and alluring figure. Lu Zixuan returned his phone to him, saying, Xiao Yi, you may return to your tasks. During lunch, he discovered that he had not yet added Wang Yusin as a friend. He found her in the class group and sent a request. 2 minutes later, it was accepted. Yi Chen messaged her, I am Yi Chen. I know. Have you eaten? I am currently dining. Is work exhausting? It's manageable. Engaging in conversation with her had the potential to lead to awkward silences, but fortunately, Yi Chen's experiences from his previous life equipped him to navigate such moments with ease. After chatting for a while, Wang Yusin returned to her work, as she had no break during lunchtime. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Longfei technology experienced a meteoric rise, reaching its upper limit in mere seconds, leaving retail investors no opportunity to react. Discussions of capital flows, technical analysis, and moving averages were rendered utterly irrelevant in the face of such a speculative stock, as substantial investments sought to drive its price. In her office, Lu Zixuan completed her tasks and glanced at Jianghai Securities. Upon witnessing Longfei technology had hit its ceiling, her expression froze in astonishment. He truly foresaw this. It had surged once more. By 6 in the evening, Yi Chen finished his work and clocked out. Exiting the office building, he made his way to Changning Street. After approximately 30 minutes of walking, he arrived at the bus stop. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he spotted Wang Yusin approaching from a distance. She stepped in line at the bus stop. Yi Chen approached her from behind. Have you finished work? Wang Yusin turned at the sound of his voice, surprised that he had indeed come here. Yes. She appeared rather shy, blushing when speaking to the opposite sex. This reminded him of his own high school days, when he felt bashful and averted his gaze from peers of the opposite gender. Chapter 8. A profit of 2 million on the bus. Wang Yusin stood inside the carriage, gripping the handrail, either looking down or gazing out the window. Yi Chen understood that prompting her to engage in conversation would be quite challenging. At times, he even suspected that Wang Yusin might possess a hint of social anxiety. Wang Yusin, you should learn to communicate with others, even at a basic level. It is an essential skill once you enter society. Otherwise, you may find yourself marginalized and isolated, leading to further withdrawal. While Wang Yusin remained silent, she was undoubtedly listening. Yi Chen continued, if you persist in this manner, you will eventually be cast aside by society, regardless of your prestigious university degree. Thus, it is imperative that you acquire new skills and mature. Due to the noise on the bus, Yi Chen refrained from saying much more. Once they disembarked, he asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Perfect, neither have I. Let us dine together at the cafeteria. As they walked, Yi Chen inquired if you were to be ostracized by your classmates or colleagues. Do you know how to address it? Wang Yusin remained silent. First, reflect on your own actions. Do you tend to be overly reclusive, rarely initiating conversations? If they do not understand you, they might perceive you as difficult to approach. You must consider whether you are encroaching on their interests. I believe your isolation stems from a reluctance to engage, favoring solitude. You must change this. He posed further questions. How would you respond to bullying? And if you were to face harassment, what would be your course of action? How do you engage in normal conversation with classmates and colleagues? Yi Chen spoke sparingly, mindful not to overwhelm her. I shall elaborate more in the future, sharing specific scenarios and strategies for handling such situations. Having experienced many challenges in his previous life, he possessed invaluable insights that could facilitate Wang Yusin's growth. Should she encounter someone like Guo Gaoyang again, she would be better prepared to handle it, sparing her from the unfortunate fate he had endured. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they began to eat. Yi Chen spoke as he ate in high school. I was quite similar to you, bashful around the opposite sex, blushing when speaking and avoiding eye contact. I experienced the same during my initial days in university. However, gradually, I began to converse with my roommates, and then with others. More interaction leads to improvement. Wang Yusin could discern that Yi Chun's words were meant to assist her. Yet, she remained uncertain of his intentions and motivations. Yi Chun recognized that individuals like Wang Yusin tended to be guarded and reluctant to trust easily. Nevertheless, his intentions were purely to guide her. She would surely recognize the value of his advice. After finishing dinner, they exited the cafeteria. Yi Chun said to her, "Wang Yusin, please wait for me here tomorrow, and we shall go to work together." He glanced at his phone and noticed Li Qingya's profile picture, thinking, "She is likely waiting for me to message her first." Her proud nature and feminine reserve prevent her from reaching out to Yi Chun. After all, they are merely classmates at this juncture. In a romantic context, it would certainly be Li Qingya initiating contact. Those with a haughty demeanor tend to become quite clingy in relationships. "What are you up to?" After sending the message, Yi Chun silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. Li Qingya replied, "I'm reading. Did you work overtime today?" Typically, Yi Chun would finish around 8, yet today it was already 8:30. A smile crept across his lips. He felt the proverbial fish was nearing the bait. "I did not work overtime. Traffic was particularly heavy today due to an accident on one route." "Oh, Yi Chen. Several classmates are pursuing me, but I am not interested in them. What should I do to decline their advances?" Simply communicate your feelings clearly. If you need to refuse, then do so. Otherwise, they may assume you have an interest in them. I have already turned down several, yet some persist in their pursuit. Isn't it inappropriate to block them? After all, we are classmates. There is nothing inappropriate about it. If you have made your feelings clear and they continue to press, it is they who lack decorum. Do not feel compelled to spare their feelings. The following morning, Yi Chun completed his morning routine and exited the dormitory. Upon arriving at the cafeteria entrance, he spotted Wang Yusin waiting for him. Clad in a charming white and blue uniform, she appeared quite enchanting. "Good morning, Wang Yusin." As she turned to see him approach, she entered the cafeteria. While having breakfast, Yi Chun prepared to impart his knowledge to her, feeling somewhat like her life mentor. Today, he would focus on interpersonal relationships and communication skills. He began an extensive discourse, drawing from the wisdom of books he had studied in his past life, distilling the essence while discarding the extraneous. In his quest to excel in the workplace, he had perused numerous texts, which had greatly aided him. Throughout their journey to the bus, and even during the bus ride, Yi Chun continued to share insights with Wang Yusin, unfazed by the curious glances of passersby. This, in fact, serves as a means of honing Wang Yusin's abilities. Initially, she found herself feeling awkward and embarrassed, yet as the days passed, she gradually acclimated, and the peculiar gazes of passersby seemed less piercing than before. Before she knew it, the date had shifted to August 15th, a Monday. Yi Chun had imparted life lessons to her for the past fortnight, covering topics such as interpersonal relationships, communication skills, social psychology, the frailties of human nature, and its darker aspects. He later provided specific case studies from his past life experiences, encouraging her to independently analyze and devise strategies for adaptation. Yi Chun smiled and remarked, "Look, you now dare to meet my gaze, albeit for just a fleeting second. It's a marked improvement compared to before. Initially, when we conversed on the bus, your discomfort was palpable. Have you now grown accustomed to those scrutinizing eyes?" "Thank you." Wang Yusin's voice was soft, yet Yi Chun heard her clearly. He felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself as classmates, how could I stand idly by and watch your potential be squandered? That evening, Wang Yusin had her final class, after which she would no longer have to endure his incessant chatter. Upon hearing his words, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. The bus soon arrived at Channing Street Station. She disembarked and headed towards her workplace. A little over 10 minutes later, Yi Chun arrived at the office. At 9:30, he checked his phone on Jianghai Securities. Longfei Technology Company had, without surprise, hit the daily limit up. By now, Yi Chun had enjoyed 20 limit ups, yielding a staggering 67-fold return, with a current market value of 234,359,983 yuan, netting him nearly 2 million in profit. With a capital of 3 million, another limit up tomorrow would bring in over 230,000. Longfei Technology had 4 limit ups left before it would extinguish. His capital could multiply tenfold. "Xiao Yi, come to my office," called Lu Zixuan from behind him. Chapter 9. The enigmatic stock, Jianghai City, Yi Chun followed Lu Zixuan, admiring her mature and graceful figure. Clad in a form-fitting gray long dress that accentuated her already admirable physique, rendering her even more alluring. As a Navi University student, he couldn't help but steal glances, not to mention the other staff members in the company. Upon entering the office, Lu Zixuan, seated in her office chair, greeted him with a smile, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Longfei Technology has hit the limit up again. Will you sell? Yichen approached her side. Sister Lu, how much profit are you making now? Lu Zixuan checked her phone. Including today, I've enjoyed 16 limit ups, yielding approximately a 45-fold return, totaling around 7 million in profit, with the stock market value of Longfei Technology at 9 million. Yi Chan felt a pang of envy at her impressive earnings. Having abundant funds is indeed advantageous. The more you earn, the more you gain. Let's wait a couple more days before selling. Given her substantial profits, Lu Zixuan was indifferent to his suggestion to hold. After all, her earnings were already considerable. If the stock dipped in a couple of days, she would merely earn a bit less. How much are you making now? About 2 million. Lu Zixuan remarked. For a university student, to earn millions on his own is remarkable. Where did you get the 300,000 capital? Did you ask your family for it? Yi Chun chuckled awkwardly. It's all borrowed. Part of it is from online loans. My family is from the countryside, and my parents would never give me money to invest in stocks. Lu Zixuan appeared taken aback. You're quite bold, but you shouldn't play like this in the future. A single loss could be devastating. Understood, Sister Lu. Thank you. Yi Chun caught a whiff of her fragrance and, upon noticing her fair neck and figure, felt a stir of restlessness. All right, you may return to your tasks. Just remember to inform me when you decide to sell. During lunch, he contemplated his next target, knowing Longfei Technology was nearing its peak. Soon, several names of speculative stocks surfaced in his memory, some of which had already peaked, while others had yet to be fully realized. While Longfei Technology was surging, several other speculative stocks were simultaneously being promoted. However, those stocks could not compare to Longfei Technology, as they typically peaked after 5 or 6 limit ups. Suddenly, a name crystallized in his mind, Jianghai City. Memories of his previous life flooded back. Jianghai City would begin to gain traction on August 22nd, with approximately 15 limit ups, a 4-fold speculative stock, primarily associated with the real estate sector, including building materials, renovations, and urbanization. This could be seen as the last hurrah for the real estate industry, a tribute to an era, as just 3 months later, news of the largest real estate company collapsing would reverberate nationwide. Subsequently, the real estate sector would suffer a severe downturn, with companies collapsing in succession and property prices beginning to decline. The downfall of these real estate companies was a result of the state proactively puncturing the real estate bubble, implementing a soft landing, and preemptively releasing the crisis in anticipation of an impending global financial crisis. However, that was a tale for another time. He opened Jianghai Securities, searched for Jianghai City, and added it to his watch list. The stock price of Jianghai City was below 8 yuan, with a market value of 6 billion. Selling Longfei Technology on the 19th would allow him to purchase Jianghai City. Since the 20th and 21st were weekends with no trading, he planned to position himself ahead of the market's rise on the 22nd, waiting for the major players to elevate his fortunes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chun received his salary for July, totaling 300 yuan, with a little extra for his commendable performance and weekend overtime. Veteran employees in the R&D department earned around 20,000 yuan, with Lu Feng, the department head, earning even more. Lu Zixuan had previously mentioned that upon graduation, he would secure a salary of over 300,000, exceeding that of many senior employees. Yi Chun balanced work with leisure, completing his tasks just in time. Exiting the office building, he strolled towards Chongning Street, contemplating his future. Initially, he aimed to earn his first pot of gold in the stock market, accumulating sufficient capital for future investment opportunities. Armed with memories from his past life, he was acutely aware of which industries would flourish and which companies would rise to prominence. He also recalled the impending global economic crisis, which, though brief, would have lasting repercussions. Within the crisis lay opportunities, and seizing those chances would lead to significant breakthroughs. Before he knew it, Yi Chun arrived at the Chongning Street bus stop, standing there, lost in thought and focused on his plans for the future. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice Wang Yusin approaching him. She chose not to disturb him, instead standing nearby and stealing glances, curious about the thoughts occupying his mind. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, and a confident smile graced his face, brimming with ambition. Realizing Wang Yusin was beside him, he asked, "When did you arrive? Why didn't you call out to me? I just got here and saw you deep in thought, so I didn't want to interrupt." Their communication had improved significantly over the past 2 weeks. Spotting bus number 2 approaching, Yi Chen quickly exclaimed, "The bus is here. Hurry on." The bus during rush hour was packed with people. The two squeezed in, and due to Yi Chen's height, he was able to grasp the overhead rail for support. Wang Yusin, standing at approximately 165 meters, though not short, found herself lacking a rail to hold on to, making it difficult to maintain her balance. Yi Chen advised, "Hold on to my arm. Otherwise, you might stumble onto someone when the bus sways." Wang Yusin hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp his arm. Seeing her delicate demeanor softened Yi Chen's heart. He hoped that the education he had provided in recent days would foster her growth and prevent her from repeating past mistakes. "I initially planned to give you another lesson, but it seems unnecessary now. Are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam next semester?" Wang Yusin nodded gently. "I plan to take the exam. Are you?" "Yes." "Has your workplace paid your salary yet?" "Yes. Last month I received 600. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Considering I have been teaching you for so many days, it would not be unreasonable for you to treat me to a meal. What would you like to eat?" "The cafeteria's food will suffice. It's on you." Over the past few days of interaction with Wang Yusin, he learned that she hails from a mountain village in Chuanan province, and her family's financial situation is even more precarious than his own, as evidenced by her usual attire. Despite the impressive economic growth in the country in recent years, certain areas remain impoverished. At that moment, the bus suddenly braked. Yi Chen's body lurched forward due to inertia, but fortunately, he managed to grasp the handrail, only leaning slightly. Wang Yusin stumbled directly into his embrace, colliding against him. Yi Chen felt the softness of her body, which left him momentarily taken aback. "Are you all right?" Wang Yusin hurriedly stood upright, her head lowered. But Yi Chen could distinctly see her ears turning crimson. Chapter 10. The Transformation of Wang Yusin in the Past. Yi Chen harbored a disdain for bus drivers who drove recklessly. Today, however, he found himself somewhat fond of such drivers. Many passengers disembarked later on, alleviating the bus's crowding, and Wang Yusin took a seat beside him. At 8:06, bus number 2 arrived at Jianghai University Station. The two alighted and walked towards the school. Wang Yusin intentionally lagged half a step behind, stealing glances at his profile. Walking alongside, Yi Chen brought her a sense of security. Perhaps this was what one referred to as a feeling of safety. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. Yi Chen ordered 2 generous dinners, swiping his card to pay a total of over 40 yuan. The meal consisted of braised pork, chicken legs, fish, and vegetables, which would cost more than 40 yuan if purchased outside. University cafeterias benefit from government subsidies, making the food significantly more affordable. "Aren't you supposed to treat me?" Wang Yusin inquired. "I was just joking with you earlier. It wouldn't make sense for a beauty to treat me to a meal," Yi Chen replied. They found a place to sit and began their meal. At this hour, the vast cafeteria had only a handful of patrons. "Make sure to eat more meat, otherwise, how will you grow?" Yi Chen encouraged. Wang Yusin replied softly, "I'm already 22. I'm not growing anymore." Yi Chen recalled that she typically consumed mostly vegetables and rarely ate meat. The body requires nourishment, and long-term malnutrition could lead to issues. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Braised pork is quite delicious, so hurry up and eat. Wang Yusin picked up a piece of braised pork and lowered her head to eat. "I've been chattering in your ear these days. You must be tired of it by now. It will be quieter from now on. You needn't wait for me tomorrow," Yi Chen remarked. Wang Yusin paused for a second before continuing to eat. "Yi Chen notiget herration. You should know how to handle unexpected situations from now on, right?" Wang Yusin remained silent, her gaze fixed on her food. After more than 10 minutes, they both exited the cafeteria. Wang Yusin suddenly asked, "Why are you teaching me all these things?" Yi Chen halted his steps. "Do you believe me when I say I worry about you being too naive and getting taken advantage of in the future?" "I believe you," she replied. "That's precisely why. I see you as a kind and innocent girl, and I don't want you to be harmed by unscrupulous individuals." Wang Yusin softly acknowledged him with an "oh." Yi Chen chuckled. "Did you initially think I approached you with some ulterior motive? It's good to have such a cautious mindset. One should not easily trust anyone. Rest early, he added before turning towards the male dormitory. Hey, Mom, Chen greeted as he saw his mother. Her face lighting up with a smile, her crow's feet clearly visible. Chen, are you back from work? Have you eaten? How is work? Tiring? Not tiring. I just sit at a computer all day, he responded. Do you still have money, Chen? If you're short, just let us know. I have some. I just received my salary today. I worked over 10 days last month, and my boss thought I did well, so I received a bit more. How much did you get? Over 3,000. How is your teacher's mother doing? Chen paused momentarily before replying. The surgery was quite successful. She hasn't been discharged yet. Teacher Zhou mentioned she would repay us this Friday. After finishing his conversation with his parents, Chen lay down on his bed to sleep. Li Qingya had gone traveling with her family a few days ago, and they hadn't chatted since. The next morning at 6 o'clock, perhaps due to earning money from stocks, Chen woke up early each day, feeling invigorated. After getting up and washing up, he ran a couple of laps around the school playground, feeling refreshed. He then headed towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria entrance, he saw Wang Yusin standing there, and he hesitated for a moment. When Wang Yusin noticed him approaching, she turned and entered the cafeteria. Chen watched her retreating figure, his heart unsettled. As usual, they sat across from each other after finishing breakfast. Wang Yusin silently ate without speaking. Chen also remained quiet, his mind racing as he pondered various matters. After breakfast, they walked side by side towards the bus stop outside the campus. Will you be working at your store this weekend? Wang Yusin asked. Yes, it's busier on weekends. Chen's company usually had weekends off, but he had been working overtime recently, enjoying the company of beautiful women during commutes instead of idling in the dormitory. Then I will work overtime too. Staying alone in the dorm is rather dull. Wang Yusin hesitated for a moment. If you're tired, you should rest, she suggested. Don't be shy. Just say what needs to be said. The company is always hiring right now. I can mention it to our manager. I'll give it a try, Wang Yusin said, feeling somewhat apprehensive. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen arrived at the company and found Supervisor Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes were slightly red. He had been working overtime for days. What is up, Xiaoyi? Chen had been working at the company for almost a month, building good relationships not only with Lu Feng, but also with the boss, Lu Zixuan. Brother Lu, one of my classmates wants to join our company for a summer job. Her grades are even better than mine. Are we still hiring in our department? Lu Feng smiled. That's wonderful. When can she come? I'll call her to confirm. She might come today or tomorrow. After saying that, Chen called Wang Yusin. How'd it go? What did your store manager say? The manager agreed. I just finished settling the accounts. Then come directly to my place. I'll send you the address. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yusin arrived at Yaxing Technology Company, Limited. Chen was chatting with the front desk beauty, Li Jing, when he saw Wang Yusin cautiously enter and wave her over. Wang Yusin, let me introduce you. This is our front desk lady, Sister Jing. Sister Jing, this is my classmate Wang Yusin. Hello, Sister Jing. Li Jing was taken aback by Wang Yusin's beauty. Wow. Young lady, you're truly stunning. Xiaoyi, are you pursuing her? Women in society often have seen much and enjoy joking around. Wang Yusin's face instantly flushed, and no. Chen chuckled. Sister Jing, please don't tease her. Yusin is quite shy. Oh, so protective. Yusin, let me take you to the HR department to handle your onboarding paperwork. With that, she led Wang Yusin to the HR department. Lu Feng turned to Chen and said, Xiaoyi, take care of your classmate and help her get familiarized. Sure, Brother Lu. He guided Wang Yusin to his workstation and explained things to her briefly. She had been studying this very field, so she was familiar with various software and quickly adapted. Lu Feng assigned them several tasks, none of which were particularly difficult. Chapter 11. The revelation. Chen and Wang Yusin began their work. Whenever she encountered something unclear, Chen would explain it to her thoroughly. She was intelligent and had a solid foundation, grasping concepts effortlessly. Lu Feng and the others were busy as well. They were the backbone of the company, primarily responsible for building the system platform. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock trading market opened. Chen took out his phone to check. Longfei Technology had reached its daily limit increase. Ordinary retail investors found it impossible to buy in. There were fewer sell orders and more buy orders. However, with 21 limit increases today, few dared to make a purchase at such a high position. The situation is astonishing, indeed, as the investment has surged tenfold. Regret lingers over the missed opportunity to enter the market due to my own hesitance. This tenfold stock has led to considerable wealth accumulation. Yet I find myself merely a spectator now, as the price has escalated beyond a reasonable entry point. The barrage of comments in the chat is predominantly pessimistic, with many expressing the belief that the rise has been excessive. Such a streak of 21 consecutive gains is rather rare in the stock market, unlike the more common occurrences of 6 or 7 consecutive surges. Chen, observing a profit exceeding 230,000 today, remains remarkably composed, accustomed to such fluctuations. Setting aside his phone, he immerses himself in work. The bus is bustling with passengers. Wang Yusin sits closely beside Chen, acutely aware of each other's body warmth. In his previous life, Chen despised the crowded public transport during rush hour, feeling it cramped and stifling. However, he now finds a certain enjoyment in it, particularly appreciating the assertive driving of the bus operators. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing attempts to reach Chen via phone, hoping to discuss his graduate school applications and his family's health issues. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she resorts to calling his home. After a couple of rings, a middle-aged man's voice answers, "Hello, who is this?" Zhou Wanqing smiles and inquires, "May I speak with Chen's father?" "I am Zhou Wanqing, Chen's academic advisor." She then expresses a brief concern, asking, "How is Chen's grandmother doing?" Yi Xiefeng seems taken aback. "Ms. Zhou, Chen's grandmother passed away when he was about 8 or 9 years old. Now it is Zhou Wanqing's turn to be stunned, her mind racing as she processes this information. "Are you saying Chen's grandmother has been deceased for quite some time?" "Yes, Ms. Zhou. I heard from Chen that your mother is unwell. Is she feeling better now?" "There is no rush to return the money. We are in need of it at the moment." Zhou Wanqing is taken aback by the unexpected magnitude of this revelation. She swiftly realizes that Chen had misled his parents regarding the health of his grandmother to secure some financial assistance. Turning around, he requests a loan from her under the guise of cancer diagnosis for his grandmother. Zhou Wanqing's expression darkens as she grapples with the betrayal from a student she trusted and cherished. The feeling is akin to being deceived by a closest friend. "Ms. Zhou, are you there?" Regaining her composure, Zhou Wanqing replies, "I have something to attend to. I must hang up." After ending the call, she takes a few deep breaths to calm her tumultuous emotions. She had never envisioned Chen to be such a person, and she wonders what he intends to do with the substantial amount of money he has acquired through deception. Chen and Wang Yusin disembark from the bus. Unaware of the phone call Zhou Wanqing made, he pauses momentarily before hastily returning her call. Zhou Wanqing, sitting in her bedroom, is too agitated to focus on dinner. "How is your grandmother's health?" she asks, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Chen responds, "The surgery was quite successful. We are monitoring for any risk of metastasis." Zhou Wanqing, unable to restrain her outrage at his fabricated tale, exclaims, "Chen, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Chen's expression falters as he senses the gravity of his situation. "Ms. Zhou, what is the matter?" he inquires, feigning innocence. "What is the matter? You asked me that? Do you not understand your own actions? You appeared so honest and obedient. It was all a facade." Realizing his deception has come to light, Chen quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry, Ms. Zhou. I didn't mean to deceive you. I feared you would not lend me money for other reasons." Upon hearing his sincere apology, some of Zhou Wanqing's anger dissipates. "You borrowed 200,000 from me and another 100,000 from your parents. What did you need all this money for?" In that instant, Chen comprehends the source of the issue. Zhou Wanqing must have contacted his parents, exposing his lies. The absence of calls from his parents indicates they remain unaware of the situation. Knowing his father's temperament, if he were to discover the extent of Chen's deceit, he would likely be furious. Hesitating, he admits, "I invested in stocks." Initially, Zhou Wanqing's anger subsided, but upon hearing that he had gambled with such a substantial amount, her frustration reignited. "Have you lost your mind, Chen?" "I'm sorry, Ms. Zhou. Do you have time this Friday? I wish to explain everything in person. Please do not be upset. It is all my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes. I am truly remorseful." In such circumstances, any attempt at justification is futile. Only a heartfelt admission of guilt can serve as a remedy. Zhou Wanqing, slightly mollified by his earnestness, responds, "Chen, you better provide me with a satisfactory explanation on Friday." With that, she hangs up, leaving Chen to exhale deeply. In this era, those willing to lend money are undoubtedly valuable companions, especially when the sum is as significant as 200,000. He messages Zhou Wanqing on WeChat, "Sister Qing, thank you for not informing my parents. If they knew, my father would certainly be furious with me. Please do not remain angry. I acknowledge my faults. Please take care of yourself and rest well. Good night, Sister Qing, and thank you. Zhou Wanqing, though initially unresponsive, feels her irritation lessen somewhat upon reading his message. However, the thought of him using such a large sum for stock trading irritates her further, as it resembles gambling. Her father had suffered for decades from stock investments and had always advised her against engaging in such activities. Chapter 12. The investment multiplies tenfold. Despite her lingering displeasure, it seems to be easing. Chen sends another message. Sister Qing, I apologize if my actions have caused you distress. I would feel guilty if my actions affected your health. Please take care of yourself and rest early. I will sleep now, as I have work tomorrow. Good night, Sister Qing, and thank you. Zhou Wanqing still does not respond, but his sincere words have significantly alleviated her anger. She emerges from her room, asking, Mom, is there any food left? I am hungry. Seated on the sofa are a middle-aged couple in their 50s. There is still food in the pot. Help yourself, her mother replies impatiently. Not yet, Zhou Ji says. Enough with that. I've heard you say it hundreds of times, her mother retorts. On August 17th and 18th, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin continue their routine of commuting together. The bus remains exceptionally crowded. I enjoy working. I appreciate the bustle of the public transport during peak hours. On the morning of August 19th, just after 6:30, Yi Chun arrives at the cafeteria and spots a striking figure waiting for him. Wang Yusin, noticing him approach from a distance, quickly enters the cafeteria. After breakfast, Yi Chun walks ahead, while Wang Yusin lags slightly behind, wary of being seen together. Yi Chun is in high spirits, humming a tune, as he anticipates selling Longfei technology today. Upon completion, he will possess over 3 million, allowing him to repay Zhou Wanqing's 200,000, his parents' 100,000, and 5,000 in online loans, leaving him with a substantial sum. Recalling his promise to Zhou Wanqing, he decides to invite her to lunch to explain himself, hoping for her forgiveness. The number 2 bus arrives promptly, initially not crowded, but quickly becomes packed after 2 stops, leaving little room to stand. Wang Yusin clings to the railing, positioned between the 2 connecting sections of the bus, while Yi Chun finds himself pressed closely against her due to the crowd. This is so annoying. Why do people keep pushing from behind? Upon arriving at the company, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin check in at 9 o'clock. He tidies his workspace and powers on his computer, seeking out Lu Feng to collect that day's work tasks. After finishing his tasks, he sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, do you have time for lunch today? I would like to treat you to a meal and explain things in person. Yi Chun forwarded the address to her, which was a restaurant not far from his company. He had never been there, but he had seen it while passing by. It seemed to be quite an upscale establishment based on its decor and other aspects. Sister Ning is here. My workplace is nearby. All right, what time do you finish? At 11:30. Okay, I will wait for you. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Wanning, Yi Chun glanced at the time. It was already past 9:20. He rose and exited the RD department, making his way to the general manager's office. He knocked on the door and heard Lu Zixuan's voice from within. Come in. Upon entering the office, Yi Chun saw Lu Zixuan busily engaged in her work. Noticing him, she smiled and asked, What brings you here, Xiaoyi? Lu Yi. I plan to sell all my shares in Longfei Technology when the market opens soon. Lu Zixuan opened her phone. Are you selling today? The trend suggests it might still rise. Lu Jia, Longfei Technology has experienced 24 consecutive limits since its launch on the 19th of last month. Such a volatile stock cannot sustain its momentum for long. While it might continue to rise, it could also plummet unexpectedly. No one can accurately predict the peak. We have already achieved substantial gains and can afford to withdraw. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. You are right. I've already enjoyed 20 limit UPS, which translates to approximately a 67-fold increase. She had invested 2 million in Longfei Technology, yielding around 13 million. Yi Chun had only made over 3 million. At 9:30, when the market opened, Yi Chun sold all his Longfei Technology shares, resulting in an account balance of over 3,400,000. Lu Zixuan followed suit, selling her 13 million worth of shares. The buy orders on the limit up were rapidly decreasing, while the sell orders on the limit down amounted to several 100,000. Previously, no one could purchase shares. Now, with the reversal, those wanting to sell found it difficult to do so. Observing this outcome, Yi Chun thought to himself that Lu Zixuan's entry had indeed initiated a butterfly effect. In his previous life, Longfei Technology had only opened its limit up by 10 o'clock in the morning before hitting the limit down. Now, it was already at the limit down by 9:40. The primary reason was that Longfei Technology had a small market capitalization of only 800 million. Upon witnessing the rapid limit down of Longfei Technology, Lu Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, we sold quickly. It has hit the limit down now. Standing beside her, Chen remarked. I estimate there will be several consecutive limit downs following this. Lu Zixuan turned to him with a smile. Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to be so adept at stock trading. Is this your precise escape from a peak? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. We can only say we were fortunate. Lu Zixuan looked at him with a beaming smile, revealing her white, even teeth. Xiao Yi, you helped me earn over 10 million. How should I thank you? Yi Chen knew that for her, 10 million was not a substantial sum. Lu Jia, I happen to have a request. Could you lend me 350,000? My funds will not be available until next Monday, and I promise to return it this Friday. Since he had just sold the stocks, regulations stipulated that the funds could only be transferred to his bank account on the next trading day. The market would be closed for the weekend, with the next trading day being Monday, necessitating a few days of waiting. He intended to repay Zhou Wanning and his parents by Friday. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, What's the issue? Just give me your bank account number. After Yi Chen provided it, she promptly transferred 350,000 to him. You don't need to repay this. Consider my thanks to you, brother. Yi Chen quickly replied, Lu Jia, this is a loan. I will return it to you next Monday when the funds are available. One must not take undue credit. It is a grave mistake in life. Whether in politics, the workplace, or interpersonal relations, those who become arrogant often find themselves at a disadvantage. Historically, few who have boasted of their accomplishments have ended well. No leader appreciates such behavior. Chapter 13. Inviting Sister Ning for a meal, Lu Zixuan playfully asked, Do you intend for me to owe you a significant favor forever? Jichen clarified, No, Lu Fie. I believe your ability to earn this money is your own choice. If I were to tell others that buying this stock would be profitable, no one would believe me. They would think I was talking nonsense. You are kind-hearted and beautiful, and I am honored that you trust me. Lu Zixuan's smile grew sweeter, clearly pleased by his words. Xiaoye, why do I feel like you are not a typical university student? The elites in my sales department do not handle matters nearly as well as you. Yi Chen responded with a smile. Lu Jia, you are the truly remarkable one. At such a young age, you have your own company and manage it so well. You are an exemplary figure in the business world for all of us to learn from. Are you buttering me up? Lu Jia, I speak nothing but the truth. Yi Chen did not exaggerate. His compliments were well-founded and could withstand scrutiny. Lu Zixuan asked, What stocks do you plan to buy next? Have you made a choice? Jianghai Construction Investment, he replied, opening his account to find the stock and purchasing approximately 3 million worth. Lu Zixuan inquired curiously, Why this one? Yi Chen replied, It's a matter of intuition. Don't you consider the technical aspects? Yi Chen answered, If technical indicators and moving averages were truly effective, many would have made profits long ago. Sometimes stock trading relies on that instinct, much like a woman's sixth sense. Of course, we must establish our own trading rules, which include setting standards for profit-taking and loss-cutting. I currently have faith in Jianghai Construction Investment. If the subsequent performance is unsatisfactory and the drop exceeds 5%, I will decisively sell to prevent further losses. Lu Zixuan, seemingly understanding, said, Then I will also purchase some Jianghai Construction Investment. Having witnessed the previous success with Longfei Technology, she felt a degree of trust in Yi Chen. She directly bought 10 million worth of Jianghai Construction Investment shares, causing the stock to rise by 2%, though it quickly fell again. Fortunately, Jianghai Construction Investment had a relatively large market capitalization of 60 billion. Her investment of 10 million only stirred a slight ripple. Without the backing of major investors, it was unlikely to reach the limit up again. After exiting Lu Zixuan's office, Yi Chen wore a smile. If he had accepted Lu Zixuan's generous offer of 35,000, it would have been short-sighted. Besides, he did not need that amount. With the memories from his past life, he could earn considerably more. What Lu Zixuan had revealed about herself was enough to demonstrate her extraordinary nature. Her status and position were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Cultivating a good relationship with someone like her and becoming friends would greatly benefit his future development, a benefit far exceeding 35,000. Networking and connections cannot always be bought with money. Yi Chen had no intention of working for someone else. He planned to establish his own company and enter the business realm, where he would inevitably require guidance and assistance. In China, money is not always omnipotent. Power often reigns supreme. Once one reaches a certain level, they will inevitably encounter that circle. Coming from humble beginnings with no background or connections, he needed to build those relationships himself. Chen cherished a saying, "Though life may be as insignificant as an ant, one should harbor grand aspirations. Though fate may be fragile as paper, one must possess an indomitable spirit." Upon returning to the RD department, Chen first repaid the money owed on the online lending platform, 5,000 yielding only a few hundred in interest. He also needed to repay his father's 100,000. He called his father to inform him. As for Zhou Wanning's 200,000, he would return it to her at lunch. At 11:30, Chen tidied his workstation and said to Wang Yusin beside him, "Wang Yusin, I need to step out for a bit. Have you ordered takeout yet?" Wang Yusin nodded slightly. "I have. It should arrive shortly." Chen departed from the company and made his way towards the nearby Zidu Western restaurant. As he approached the entrance, he intended to call Zhou Wanning for an inquiry when he noticed the door of a white BMW beside him swing open. Zhou Wanning stepped out, adorned in a sweet floral long dress, her pretty face devoid of expression. "Sister Ning, I apologize for the wait. Please, let us enter," Chen thought, somewhat astonished, as he had never seen Zhou Wanning driving a BMW during their time at school. It appeared that Sister Ning's family circumstances were rather exceptional. Zhou Wanning walked towards the restaurant, and Chen hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering, he requested a window-side private room on the upper floor. Inside the private room, Chen handed the menu to Zhou Wanning, saying, "Sister Ning, please take a look and see what you would like to eat. This is my first time at such a high-end restaurant, and I have no experience." Zhou Wanning casually selected a few dishes from the menu. Observing the prices of the items she chose, Chen noticed they were not overly expensive, indicating that her anger had somewhat subsided. By opting for less costly dishes, she seemed to wish to spare him from excessive expenditure. He then ordered several signature dishes along with 2 servings of their renowned steak, which were comparatively pricier. "Do not order so much. We cannot finish it," she remarked. Chen replied, "It is all right, Sister Ning. If we cannot finish, we can take it home." Once the waiter exited, Zhou Wanning gazed at him with her clear, bright eyes and inquired, "Have you made any gains or losses in stock trading?" Chen produced his phone to show her. Upon seeing his account balance, her expression shifted. 3,500,000? You made tenfold on Longfei Technology. She had heard from her father yesterday about Longfei Technology, which was deemed a tenfold stock. Chen explained, "Last month, I borrowed 100,000 from my parents, 200,000 from you, and 50,000 from an online lending platform, totaling 350,000, which I invested." So, Van Ning responded, "How could you be so bold? Are you not afraid of losing everything?" Chen expressed, "Sometimes in life, one must take a gamble. If I fail, I may face irreparable consequences. My parents, the online loan, and even you, Sister Ning, might never forgive me, and my life could very well reach its end." As he spoke, a melancholic expression crossed his face. In that moment, he seemed akin to someone traversing through darkness, where one misstep could lead to eternal night, while the next might reveal the light. To conquer a city is one thing, but to conquer the heart is another. Chen's strategy was to alleviate her anger regarding his prior deception. He continued, "Sister Ning, when I needed to borrow money apart from my parents, you were the only person I could think of who was close to me. When I first entered university, I was inexperienced, introverted, and insecure. You treated me like an elder sister, kind and patient, guiding me earnestly. In my heart, you are my sun, illuminating my path forward." After his emotional appeal, Chen promptly shifted back to the main topic. "Sister Ning, I did not intend to deceive you. I realize my mistake. I promise I shall never do so again. Can you forgive me this once?" Zhou Wanning regarded him and softly replied, "Make sure it does not happen again." "Thank you, Sister Ning." Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, a radiant smile breaking across his face, filled with genuine joy. Chapter 14. The stock trading prodigy Zhou Wanning was truly earnest in her assistance, and Chen did not wish to lose someone who treated him well. He picked up his phone and said, "Sister Ning, I will return the money to you." Zhou Wanning responded, "Isn't your money in your securities account? You cannot withdraw it today, can you?" Chen nodded, "I borrowed 350,000 from our company's boss. I have already repaid the online loan, and my parents and I will return the money to our boss once I withdraw it next Monday. Zhou Wanning shot him a glance. I am not in a hurry to use it in the next few days. So why go out of your way to borrow from someone else? Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Zhou Wanning then asked, now that you have such a substantial amount of money, what do you plan to do next? At that moment, the waiter knocked and entered, placing the food on the table. Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal. After the waiter left, Chen stated, I plan to withdraw $490,000 next Monday. After repaying my debts, I will have over $100,000 left for daily expenses, while the remaining $3 million will continue to be invested. So, Van Ningremarket, I noticed you just bought $3 million worth of Jianghai construction investment? Chen affirmed, yes, Sister Ning, do you trade stocks? Jianghai construction investment is promising and is sure to rise. Zhou Wanning shook her head. I do not trade stocks. I do not understand these matters. However, my father has been trading stock for 30 years and is still at a loss. Chen felt a pang of sympathy for her father. Were it not for the memories of his previous life, he would never have dared to engage in stock trading. You could have your uncle invest a bit, he suggested. Chen cut the steak into pieces and offered them to her. Sister Ning, please try the steak from this restaurant and let me know if it is good. I can manage on my own, Zhou Wanning replied. She ate her meal slowly and gracefully, her manners reflecting her good upbringing and cultivation. She treated her students with gentleness and patience, embodying the essence of a wise sister, bringing a sense of warmth, complemented by an aura of scholarly grace. After nearly an hour, the two emerged from the restaurant. Chen said, Sister Ning, please be cautious on your way home, and let me know when you arrive. Watching Zhou Wanning drive away, Chen exhaled deeply. Sister Ning's family appeared quite affluent. Could she be another wealthy sister? He hummed a little tune as he headed back to the company. On the sofa, Chen's mother inquired, with whom did Wanning go to lunch today? Zhou Wanning replied, a student from my class. Chen's mother asked, male or female? Male, why do you ask? Zhou Wanning responded. Chen's mother continued, isn't your class's student entering their senior year next month? Is the age difference not a bit significant? Zhou Wanning shot her mother a glance. What are you thinking? He's just a student. He borrowed money from me last month, and today he returned it and treated me to a meal. Chen's mother chuckled awkwardly. You have never gone out to eat with anyone before. I thought you were dating. Your father and I were prematurely elated. Svop van Ningrepiet. Are you both so eager to see me married off? Chen's mother insisted. You are at an age where you should be finding a partner. If you wait too long, you might become an older single woman, making it even harder to find an excellent companion later on. While you're still young, it is best to find someone quickly. Zhou Wanning, hearing her mother pressuring her about marriage, quickly shifted the topic. Where is Dad? Zhou Wanning entered the study to find her father sitting at his desk, engrossed in his computer. She approached him and firmly squeezed his shoulders. Dad, stop with the nonsense about boyfriends. He is just a student from my class. Zhou Jianghai chuckled. Are you embarrassed? Or worried that your parents might disapprove? Your mother and I have no strict requirements. As long as the man is of good character and treats you well, that is enough. Zhou Wanning replied, Dad, you are just like Mom, pressuring me every day. Did you earn anything from stocks today? Zhou Jianghai responded. The market was not favorable today. I incurred a slight loss. Zhou Wanning teased him. Look at you, trading for 30 years, yet you can't compare to a student like me who just started. Zhou Jianghai queried, what do you mean? Zhou Wanning messaged Chen. Xiao Chen, please send me a screenshot of your securities account's yield rate. A few seconds later, the screenshot arrived. Zhou Wanning opened it and placed it in front of her father. See this? My student has only been trading for less than a month and has achieved a yield rate of 1006. Zhou Jianghai, upon seeing the bright red numbers, was taken aback. A tenfold return? Did he invest in Longfei technology? Zhou Wanning nodded. Yes, he mentioned that he invested in Longfei technology. Zhou Jianghai, a seasoned stock trader, understood the significance of this achievement. Zhou Wanning, being a novice, could not discern the intricacies involved. He remarked, this person is extraordinary. Does he have insider information? Zhou Wanning countered, impossible. This student comes from a rural area in Ludong province. His family is of modest means. The money he used for trading stocks was borrowed from his parents and me. He cannot possibly have insider information. Zhou Jianghai's expression turned serious. If he achieved this without insider information, then he is truly remarkable. Calling him a stock trading genius would not be an exaggeration. Svop van Ning, rarely witnessing her father commend someone, asked, is he really that impressive? Zhou Jianghai affirmed, Longfei Technology stock started to rise on the 19th of last month. Given the yield rate, he must have purchased before the surge. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such tenfold returns. What did he borrow money from you? Zhou Jizai remarked that he was able to infiltrate the market in advance, waiting for the operators and major institutions to elevate him, indicating his extraordinary acumen in the stock market, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He continued, stating that subsequently, Longfei Technology's stock began to experience a series of limit-up days. When it reached its fifth consecutive limit-up, the major players conducted a shakeout, yet he remained unfazed, demonstrating his ability to see through their tactics, which was truly remarkable. Following this shakeout, Longfei Technology's stock opened with limit-ups daily. My daughter, you must understand. Many people hold on to their stocks during losses but cannot resist selling when there is a slight rise, fearing further declines, ultimately resulting in missed opportunities. He held firm through 24 limit-ups, exhibiting a terrifying level of willpower and self-control. However, the most astonishing aspect was his mastery over the selling points of Longfei Technology stock, which could only be described as prodigious. A true stock trader excels at selling, and without insider information, his performance is nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 15. Zhou Weining's father. Upon hearing her father praise Yi Chun so highly, Zhou Weining was taken aback. Dad, he can't be that extraordinary. After all, he's just a college student. Zhou Jizai opened Longfei Technology's current market chart. Look at 9:30 when the market opened. It hit the limit up, then 10 minutes later, the limit was lifted before it plummeted, indicating he sold within 10 minutes of the opening, capitalizing on 24 limit ups with precise selling points. Without insider information, how is this not extraordinary? This could be the genius of stock trading. Listening to her father's detailed analysis, Zhou Weining felt that Yi Chen truly was impressive. He asked me if I invest in stocks. I told him I don't, but my dad does. He suggested I buy Jianghai City, and I saw he invested $3 million in it. Zhou Jizai quickly opened Jianghai City's stock price. The stock price is 788 yuan, with a market value of 6 billion. In the real estate and building material sector, could this be another extraordinary stock? My daughter, what is this student like? Zhou Weining replied. I think he is very nice and sincere, also quite bold. Zhou Jizai decided, I will invest a bit as well. He accessed his securities account, which held a total of 7 million yuan, with an overall loss of over 200,000. How much do you think I should buy? Zhou Jizai hesitated, feeling apprehensive. This is a common sentiment. Anyone would feel the same. After all, it is hard-earned money being invested, and what if it results in a loss? Zhou Weining reassured him. Dad, I don't think he would deceive me. I am his advisor. Deceiving me benefits him in no way, and I also owe him a favor. He has invested 3 million. Why don't you also invest a bit? All right. Encouraged by his daughter, he resolved to act without further hesitation. He sold all his other stocks and invested everything into Jianghai City. Daughter, please send me that screenshot later. Zhou Weining was puzzled. What do you need that screenshot for? Zhou Jizai chuckled. I will share in my friends group to show them. All right. I've sent it to you. Now I'll go to sleep. Make sure to communicate with your student and inform me of any updates promptly. Got it. Yi Chen replied, Sure, Sister Ning, I will keep you posted on any developments. Now I will sleep. I wish you sweet dreams. On the other side, Zhou Jizai opened a group chat with over 30 members and shared the screenshot. Wow, who is this? Where did old Zhou find this? Which genius managed to capture 24 limit-ups of Longfei Technology? This is incredible. Old Zhou, who is this? It can't be you, right? Seeing you profit makes me feel worse than my own losses. His screenshot sparked considerable excitement in the group. Not mine. It's from a friend nearby. Just a picture found online, right? A member named Lao Wang chimed in. Whoever achieved 24 limit-ups in Longfei Technology is truly impressive. Old Zhou, is he really your friend? Bring him into the group for some discussions. The stock god, Lao Wang, has emerged. How was your profit last month? Not bad. I made about 20% from 2 new energy companies last month, and this month, it's already 10%. Impressive. No wonder you were the stock god of our group. Zhou Jizai felt discomfort at their banter. Although they were not young, men of any age still find joy in boasting and admiring beauty, as an old saying goes. I must see beautiful women daily, not for any other reason, just to lift my spirits. Lao Wang remarked, Why is old Zhou silent? Bring your friend in for a chat. Old Zhou must be boasting. If he knew him, he would have already added him. Zhou Jizai clenched his teeth in frustration. Just wait. I will show you all how to slap your faces in the future. His hopes were now pinned on Tianhai Jiantu. Around 6 in the afternoon, Chen and Wang Yusin exited the company, only to find that it had started raining. Wang Yusin took out an umbrella from her backpack, shielding both of them as they made their way to the bus stop. Although her umbrella was not very large, it mostly covered Chen, leaving her clothes damp. Chen felt a surge of warmth and adjusted the umbrella towards her, saying, "Wang Yusin, getting what is no issue for me. A big man like me isn't afraid of a little rain." Despite the rain, the bus was still crowded, packed to the brim. Wang Yusin found herself pressed against Chen, her head slightly bowed in shyness. As they neared the Jianghai Transportation University stop, the bus became less crowded. Wang Yusin immediately distanced herself from him as soon as they disembarked. Tomorrow was Saturday. They were expected to work as usual, with Sunday off. Upon stepping off the bus, Wang Yusin promptly opened her umbrella. Chen remarked, "Wait a moment, your shoelace is undone. Hold the umbrella. I'll help you tie it." He then crouched down to assist her. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly as she kept her head down, embarrassed at the thought of being seen by others. Her shoes appeared worn, with some areas visibly peeling. "Wang Yusin, what size are your shoes?" "Size 38. It was now past 8 in the evening. Although there were street lights, visibility was not as clear as during the day, and it was easy to step into puddles. After dinner, Chen observed her slender figure, feeling a sense of empathy. She was a naive and kind-hearted girl who deserved the kindness of this world, not to be bullied or insulted. "Gui Gaoyang, you old scoundrel. I will find a way to ruin your reputation once school starts." He noticed Li Qingyao's profile picture and opened the chat window. "What are you up to?" "Reading." Chen replied, "Still reading this late? Take care of your eyes. You got off work quite late. It's almost 8:30. Seeing her message, a smile crept onto Chen's face. It was evident she had been waiting eagerly for a response, yet she refrained from initiating the conversation. "It rained in Jianghai this afternoon, and I got soaked since I forgot my umbrella." Li Qingyao replied, "Didn't you check the weather forecast before going out? Hurry and warm up. Drink some ginger syrup." Chen appreciated her concern and found her increasingly endearing. "I have a robust constitution. Thank you for your concern, Qingya. Who is concerned for you? Don't flatter yourself. Drinking ginger syrup to warm up is common sense," Li Qingyao retorted, refusing to admit her care. Chapter 16. Birthday gift on Saturday. Chen and Wang Yusin continued their work routine. The company had been quite busy lately, with Lu Feng and others working overtime until late. They not only received salaries, but also project commissions. Chen and Wang Yusin, being summer interns, earned fixed wages and were not required to work overtime. Initially, they could have taken Saturday off, but after discussing, they decided to work on Saturday and rest on Sunday. On August 21st, Sunday, Chen awoke at his usual time of 6, washed up, and took a few laps around the playground. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he spotted Wang Yusin standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Upon noticing him approach, Wang Yusin turned and entered the cafeteria. Chen felt surprised. He hadn't expected her to wait for him to have breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the two sat facing each other. Fortunately, it was currently summer vacation, and the school cafeteria was bustling with people. Otherwise, Wang Yusin would likely have hesitated to dine with him. "You don't have to work today. Yet you got up so early?" Chen remarked, "Let's take a proper rest. You've been working continuously for over a month." Wang Yusin softly acknowledged with a hum. Chen soaked his clothes and bedsheets before departing from the school, heading towards a bus stop. He intended to go to the nearby mall to purchase clothing and, concurrently, a birthday gift for Wang Yusin. When she began working at Yaxing Technology Services Company, he had filled out some paperwork and learned that her birthday was on August 21st. After spending so many days together, Wang Yusin had made a significant impact on his heart. She was innocent and kind, pure-hearted, introverted yet charming, evoking a sense of affection. In his previous life, he knew Wang Yusin was quite beautiful and more reserved, but their interactions had been minimal. Back then, he too was introverted, shy, and insecure, too timid to approach a pretty girl. They were likely considered good friends now, and it was natural to give a gift for a friend's birthday. He arrived at the mall, purchasing a pair of shoes and a complete outfit for himself, spending less than 600 yuan. He then bought Wang Yusin a pair of ivory-colored sneakers and a casual athletic outfit, totaling 645. In the past, he would have never dared to make such purchases. His monthly living expenses during college were only 1,200 yuan. Now, buying 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes had consumed what used to be his entire month's budget, and the items he bought were not even from high-end brands, though they were well-known domestic labels. After placing his purchases in the dormitory, he headed to the cafeteria. Upon arriving, he did not see her familiar figure and felt a twinge of emptiness, as if he had grown accustomed to seeing someone waiting for him there. He refrained from entering and instead glanced around. After a while, he noticed Wang Yusin approaching alone. It appeared he had arrived a bit early. Upon seeing him, Wang Yusin felt a stir in her heart. During their meal, they spoke little, yet the atmosphere was devoid of awkwardness. It seemed they both relished this tranquil moment. Returning to the dorm, Chen finished washing his clothes and bedsheets before taking a nap. Upon waking, he found it was already 6 in the evening. He saw a message on his phone from Zhou Wanqing sent an hour earlier. Chen, my dad has sent you a friend request. Please accept it. Chen momentarily paused upon seeing the message. All right, Sister Qing, I just woke up. He then noticed someone had requested to add him as a friend, with the name Hua Kai Fugue. Hello, Uncle Hua. I am Chen, Sister Qing's student. Chen tidied himself up, and it was time for dinner. He glanced at the shoes and clothing on his table, planning to give them to Wang Yusin that evening. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, he found Wang Yusin already waiting for him. A knowing smile spread across his face. After dinner, as they exited the cafeteria, he suddenly turned to Wang Yusin and said, Wang Yusin, please wait for me at the dormitory entrance. With that, he dashed towards the dorm. Wang Yusin gazed at his retreating figure, puzzled. 5 minutes later, Chen arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, carrying 2 bags. Wang Yusin looked at him and the bags he held. Chen smiled and said, Happy birthday. Wang Yusin, this is a gift for you. Your birthday is on August 21st, right? Wang Yusin replied, the date on my ID is the Gregorian calendar, but my birthday is actually on the 22nd day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. Chen checked his phone and noted that today was the 24th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar. Her birthday had actually been 2 days prior, on Friday. Thus, this would be a belated birthday gift. He handed the items to Wang Yusin, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitated to take them. She felt they were too extravagant, being brand-name shoes and clothing. Simultaneously, she experienced some internal conflict. Chen, noticing her hesitation, spoke up, Wang Yusin, do you not consider me a friend? It's customary for friends to exchange gifts on birthdays. Only then did Wang Yusin extend her hand to accept the gift. Thank you, she replied softly. Thankfully, the cover of night provided her with some solace. Otherwise, she would have felt even more bashful. Wang Yusin sighed with relief, but also felt a tinge of disappointment. Her anticipated scenario had not unfolded. In the past, she had received gifts from males, but had never accepted them. Back at her dorm, she opened the bag and found a complete set of brand-name casual wear and a pair of white sneakers. Her eyes lingered on the white sneakers, revealing her delight. However, upon reflecting on the price of the brand-name items, she hesitated. Chen was not from a wealthy family, and purchasing these gifts must have cost him a considerable amount. Xiao-Chun, I just went grocery shopping and had dinner. What do you think of Jianghai City? Yichen Ripliet Unizu. I believe the real estate industry, where Jianghai City operates, is poised to become the next hot sector. Recently, numerous policies have emerged in the real estate sector, and industries like renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, and consumer goods have already been speculated upon. It is highly probable that real estate will be next. Jianghai City fits the criteria for speculative stocks exceptionally well, and there are a few other stocks like it, but I believe Jianghai City has significant potential, which is why I chose it. However, I think its speculative window may not be as prolonged as that of the renewable energy sector. We need to analyze the market conditions daily. Zhou Jizai listened intently to his words, nodding frequently. Xiao-Chun, your understanding of the stock market is indeed profound. You are impressive. Chen replied, Uncle Zhou, I will inform you of any actions I take promptly. Zhou Jizai responded, all right, Xiao-Chun. Whether I can turn my fortunes around depends on you. Chapter 17. Jianghai City hits the limit up. After finishing his conversation with Zhou Wanqing's father, Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. Do the shoes and clothes fit you well? Chen continued, that's great. Get some rest early. When is your birthday? Chen replied, my birthday has already passed. It's the 16th day of the 4th month in the lunar calendar. Wang Yusin mentally noted this date. August 22nd, Monday. Chen and Wang Yusin arrived at the company together. At 9:30, the stock market opened, and he checked Jianghai City's performance on his phone. This stock is finished. There's no main force backing it. Better sell and get out. I'm out. Had I known earlier, I would have invested in renewable energy. Look at how much they're up. Over 20 points. I was foolish to choose you. It's always high at the open and low at the close. Just a trap for retail investors. Renewable energy is the eternal favorite. The real estate sector is on the decline. I advise you to exit quickly. The comments on Jianghai City's stock were rife with negativity. Most were bearish and disparaging. Meanwhile, Zhou Jicai was also monitoring Jianghai City. Upon seeing numerous bearish comments and noting that the stock had already dropped over 2 points, he felt uneasy and contemplated selling, fearing further declines. It wasn't just Zhou Jicai. Many investors were swayed by such sentiments, leading them to question their decisions. Initially, they felt confident in their purchases, but the influx of negative commentary caused their resolve to waver. Zhou Jicai turned to Zhou Wanqing. "My dear, is your student reliable?" Jianghai City has already dropped over 2 points just minutes after opening. Zhou Wanqing replied, "I think he's quite reliable, Dad. Didn't you praise him for being remarkable the other day? Why the doubts now?" Zhou Jicai replied, "Even experts can make mistakes. Ask him if we should sell. It's already down 3 points." Having been in the game for many years, Zhou Jicai often sought to redeem himself. Zhou Wanqing, feeling exasperated, said, "Dad, you praised him so highly the other day. Now you're saying he's unreliable. Aren't you contradicting yourself?" "I'll ask him." Zhou Wanqing called Chen. As she was on the phone, Jianghai City surged upward like a rocket, hitting the limit in mere seconds. "Wow, it's reached the limit," Zhou Jicai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and excitement. Just then, the call connected, and Chen's voice came through. "Ningjia, are you looking for me?" Zhou Wanqing replied, "My dad is looking for you. He just saw that Jianghai City dropped and is feeling a bit anxious." Zhou Jicai chuckled. "No, I just wanted Wanqing to ask you what you think about this trend. I didn't expect it to hit the limit so quickly." Chen responded, "Uncle Zhou, you see, the entire real estate sector is rising now. We are in a bull market, and with the added policies, it should last for at least 10 days to half a month. Xiao, Chen, hurry back to work." "There's nothing else," Chen added. "All right, Ningjia, feel free to call me if anything comes up. I'll let you know in advance if I have any moves." After hanging up, Zhou Wanqing looked at her father. Zhou Jicai smiled sheepishly. "I still couldn't keep my cool. Xiao Chen truly possesses the demeanor of a great leader. He remains unperturbed even when the main forces are pressing down. No wonder he has enjoyed 24 consecutive limits with Longfei technology." Zhou Mu was a bit speechless. "You weren't saying that just now. I remember you called him unreliable, right? You really aren't suited for stock trading. You can't recognize your own abilities. Just focus on being a professor." Zhou Wanqing interjected, "All right, Mom. Why do you criticize Dad every day? You should encourage him, support him, and praise him." Zhou Jicai remarked, "My daughter is so knowledgeable and understanding. I haven't raised you in vain. I should really heed my daughter's advice." Zhou Mu's expression darkened as she stood up. "Zhou Jicai, are you implying that I lack knowledge and understanding?" At Yaxing Technology Service Company, Limited, just after Chen hung up, Lu Zixuan called him into the RD department. Many were puzzled as to why President Lu continually summoned him to her office. Chen followed Lu Zixuan, unable to resist admiring her graceful figure, mature and alluring, embodying femininity. In the office, Lu Zixuan turned, her face beaming with a smile. "Xiao Yi, you are incredible. Jianghai City has hit the limit. I almost sold it just now." Chen smiled calmly. "This time we were fortunate. Analyzing the market trends and capital flow of Jianghai City, we must have chosen the right leading stock in the real estate sector." Lu Zixuan scrutinized him. "Xiao Yi, you are truly remarkable. You could easily trade stocks full-time." Chen met her gaze without flinching. "I haven't considered trading full-time." He was aware of many subsequent stock trends, and earning money in the stock market wasn't difficult. He understood the future trajectories of companies like Matai, Weiyang, Ningwang, BYD, and Huawei concept stocks. However, companies like Matai, Ningwang, and BYD had already risen significantly. Even if one entered the market now, the potential gains over months might only reach 30 to 40%, which paled in comparison to the explosive stocks that could multiply several times in a short period. Matai's stock price was currently around 1,500, and in 6 months, it could rise to over 2,400. It wouldn't even double. Investing in such high market cap stocks offered too little return and consumed too much time unless there were no better options ahead. Lu Zixuan approached the coffee machine, pouring 2 cups. Xiao Chun sat down to enjoy a cup while Yi Chun, seated opposite her, took a sip of the rich, slightly bitter coffee. "How is it? Is it good?" Lu Zixuan asked with a smile. Yi Chun replied, "It's decent. It's my first time drinking it." Lu Zixuan inquired playfully. Xiao Yi, is that new girl your girlfriend? Yi Chen shook his head. No, she's just a classmate of mine, rather shy and introverted. She's quite pretty. I thought she was your girlfriend, Lu Zixuan remarked. Yi Chen suddenly remembered. Sister Lu, please give me your bank account details. I need to return the money I borrowed. Chapter 18. Treat me as a good sister. Lu Zixuan shot him a glance. You've made over 10 million with me. Can I really take those tens of thousands? Yi Chen insisted. Sister Lu, that was money I borrowed from you. Lu Zixuan's expression turned serious. If you insist on repaying, then you shouldn't call me sister anymore. Yi Chen refrained from pressing the matter further, realizing that persistence might strain their relationship. Then thank you, dear sister. Lu Zixuan smiled slightly. That's more like it. It's been busy at the company lately. Once things settle down, I'll treat you to a meal. All right, Sister Lu. Xiao Yi, where's your hometown? Lu Zixuan asked casually, trying to glean more about him. She suspected he might have some insider information or a significant background. I'm from Jianghai City in South Zhejiang Province. Working hard here in Jianghai City. Yi Chen remarked, Sister Lu, you're impressive, owning such a large company at such a young age. Lu Zixuan, only 28 or 29, had started her own business, and her company was thriving. Impressive? Running a company is exhausting. At this rate, I might age prematurely. How could that be? Sister Lu, how old are you? Are you even 25? I'm already 29. You don't look it at all. I thought you were only 24 or 25. Lu Zixuan smiled, her eyes sparkling with a touch of allure. Xiao Yi, your flattery is so sweet. I wonder how many girls you'll deceive in the future. Yi Chen's face flushed. Sister Lu, I'm a most upright and kind-hearted person. Just then, Lu Zixuan's phone rang, prompting Yi Chen to excuse himself. As he exited the office, there were rumors that Lu Zixuan was from a wealthy family and that she might be the mistress of a big shot in Jianghai City, supported since her university days. The veracity of these claims remained unclear to him. Starting a business isn't easy, primarily due to the need for capital. Logically, at her age, she shouldn't have amassed such wealth unless she came from a wealthy family or received support from a benefactor. Her background had little to do with Yi Chen. He sought to cultivate a good rapport with her to expand his network, anticipating that he might need her assistance in the future. During lunch, Yi Chen smiled. Are you worried I can't afford to eat? Here, let me show you something. He opened his securities account for her to see. Wang Yusin stared at the string of numbers, astonished for several seconds. Is this money? Afterward, he transferred over 490,000, and moments later, a bank notification arrived. He smiled at Wang Yusin. No need to worry about my meals. I'm not short on cash. If you ever need money, just let me know. Wang Yusin nodded softly, lowering her head to continue her lunch. Time quickly passed to August 26th, a Friday. There were less than 20 days until the end of summer vacation at Jianghai University, with classes resuming on September 13th. They planned to work at the company until September 9th. Getting off the bus, it was already past 7:30 and the night had fallen. Wang Yusin took a few steps and said, Someone at the company has been talking behind your back. Yi Chen paused. Who? What did they say? Wang Yusin replied. Li Feng said you were a kept boy being supported by President Liu. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Perhaps he is envious of my youth and good looks. It's normal to have gossip in the workplace. It's unavoidable. Who isn't talked about behind their back? Wang Yusin was also curious as to why President Liu called him to her office every day. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yusin. Wang Yusin, you mentioned that earlier. You don't think I'm a kept boy of Sister Liu, do you? Wang Yusin shook her head. I don't think that. Yi Chen chuckled. Actually, Sister Liu calls me regarding stock trading. I have a knack for it, and I've helped her earn quite a bit. Wang Yusin responded with an O. Tomorrow is Saturday. What do you plan to do? I'll be studying in the dorm. Don't you like the style of the clothes I bought? I never see you wear them. No, I like them very much. Is it that you cherish your new clothes too much to wear them? When I was a child, I would reserve new garments for festive occasions, such as visiting relatives during the new year. Nowadays, I could wear them casually. In the future, my brother will buy for you. Wang Yusin's delicate face flushed slightly. No need, I can purchase them myself. Yi Chen felt that it would be inappropriate to give gifts outright and sought a reasonable justification. Wang Yusin's naturally introverted disposition required consideration for her pride and self-esteem. Yi Chen paused, gazing at her earnestly. Upon hearing his earlier remarks, Wang Yusin lowered her head, her cheeks burning, her heart racing, her small hands anxiously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. She misinterpreted Yi Chen's intentions as a confession, momentarily at a loss, resembling a startled little rabbit. Upon hearing his concluding statement, She sighed in relief. She found this to be quite agreeable. Had it indeed been a confession, it would have come too swiftly, leaving her unprepared. Yet, deep within, there lingered a vague sense of loss, her emotions tangled and inexpressible. Observing her silence, Chen adopted a gentle approach. If you are unwilling, it is perfectly fine. I shall not force you. I am willing. Wang Yusin's voice was barely a whisper, her face still tinged with crimson. Chen smiled slightly. Let's go and celebrate with a meal. Your good brother will treat you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen felt a twinge of longing for home, wishing to converse and share moments with his family. After chatting with his parents, it was nearly 9. He sent a message to Li Qingya. Qingya, are you asleep? I am. Li Qingya's response was tinged with annoyance. As if reproaching him for approaching her so late for a chat. Chen could almost envision her adorably pouting in irritation. My mother just called for a video chat. He explained. It has been years since I last saw you. Could you send me a recent photo of your life? Chapter 19. Sister takes you to see the sea. Li Qingya huffed upon reading his message. Have you forgotten what I look like? How could I? We were desk mates for 3 years in high school. They say girls change dramatically at 18. I just want to see if you have become even more beautiful. Chen replied. Li Qingya's lips curled slightly. Let me show you some photos from my recent trip. With that, she sent a flurry of photographs. In contrast to his previously introverted and self-conscious nature during their school days, he would never have dared to approach Li Qingya for leisure, let alone engage in conversation. After viewing her pictures, Chen felt a rush of warmth. Li Qingya, standing at 167 centimeters, donned fashionable attire, a pleated skirt and a low-cut blouse. Her chestnut hair cascading elegantly, exuding grace and charm. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs and a waist as delicate as a willow, leaving Chen momentarily parched. Indeed, she had undergone a transformation. Should she walk down the street now, I would scarcely recognize her, 100 times more beautiful than before. Li Qingya beamed with pride. Are you suggesting I was unattractive before? You were quite lovely in high school. They even referred to you as the campus beauty of Pinggu No. 1 High School. Chen responded. Li Qingya playfully inquired. Do you think I am the campus beauty of Pinggu No. 1 High School? Absolutely not just there. You would be considered a beauty at Fudan University as well. Li Qingya's spirits lifted, and her smile widened. Did any girls pursue you during your 3 years at university? Yes, he replied. Are you in a relationship? I did not agree. Surely, there were many who pursued you? Over 3 years, 2 girls had expressed interest. Yet his heart remained with Li Qingya, though he lacked the courage to voice it. Li Qingya reminisced, in my freshman year, countless love letters were written to me, all of which I discarded into the trash. With so many admirers, surely some must have been outstanding? What does being outstanding matter? Love hinges on chemistry. Do you think we have chemistry? Chen sent a playful response. I am off to bed. We shall chat another day. A smile graced Chen's face as he set his phone down and retired for the night. The following morning, shortly after 6, he completed his morning jog on the playground and spotted Wang Yusin at the entrance of the cafeteria. While having breakfast, Chen's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Lu Zixuan. Hello, Sister Lu. Little Yi, are you free around noon? I would like to treat you to lunch. Sister Lu, I'm always available whenever you call. I will send the restaurant's location to your phone. I'll be waiting for you at 12. All right, Sister Lu. After ending the call, Chen soon received the details of the restaurant from Lu Zixuan. He informed Wang Yusin, Sister Lu is treating me to lunch. You need not wait for me. Wang Yusin nodded slightly, continuing her breakfast. He took the bus to the Bund Western Restaurant, located in Suhui District, a considerable distance from Jiangpu District. Fortunately, the roads were clear on Saturday, and he arrived after an hour and a half. The restaurant was upscale, boasting a unique decor and a splendid seaside view. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a hostess. Welcome to the Michelin 3-star Bund Western Restaurant. Hello. My friend's surname is Lu. She has reserved a private room. You must be Mr. Yi. Please follow me. Upon entering the private room, Chen saw Lu Zixuan waiting for him. Sister Lu, I kept you waiting. Lu Zixuan smiled. I just arrived a short while ago. Please sit, and let us begin our meal. Chen settled across from her. The food here must be quite expensive, right? Not at all. If one comes normally, 2,000 to 3,000 is sufficient. 2,000 to 3,000 for a meal is not considered cheap. My monthly allowance is just over 1,000. Suddenly, he realized that he was now somewhat affluent, with 4,800,000 in his securities account. Jianghai City had recently experienced 5 consecutive surges. Sister Lu, are you not going to the office today? Are you alone in Jianghai City? Are your parents not around? It's just me. They're all back in our hometown. As they chatted, the waiter brought in the dishes, meticulously describing each one. The food was exquisitely presented, resembling art pieces, and the flavors were delightful. While dining, Lu Zixuan engaged him in conversation. Little Chen, do you have a girl you admire? Yi Chen's thoughts drifted to the faces of Li Qingya and Wang Yusen. Yes. Does she like you? I'm not quite sure. Perhaps she does. Lu Zixuan smiled. I truly envy your age. If you like someone, be bold and confess. Don't wait until you regret missing the chance. Yes, I shall strive to seize the moment, and I will have you evaluate her when the time comes. I possess a keen eye for character. When the time comes, I shall treat you both to a meal and help you discern the right girl, she suggested. Her demeanor subtly different, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Her tone was warm, as if she regarded him as a younger brother, occasionally inquiring about his personal life and academic progress. Yi Chen remained uncertain whether her concern was heartfelt or merely superficial, despite his previous experience working at Yaxing Technology Services. Where Lu Zixuan appeared to treat her subordinates well, their understanding remained shallow. It is difficult to depict the essence of a being. One may know their visage, but not their heart. After a brief month of acquaintance, he could not truly grasp who Lu Zixuan was. Nor could he ascertain whether her words were sincere or if she sought to leverage his stock trading abilities for profit. Yet, based on their interactions thus far, he found her rather agreeable. Yi Chen also recognized the value of connections as he prepared to venture into the business realm. At 1:10, they exited the restaurant together. Lu Zixuan asked, Little Chen, do you have any plans this afternoon? Would you accompany me for a stroll by the sea? I have no plans. In fact, I have been wanting to visit the seaside. Having spent 3 years in Jianghai City, I have never dared to play outside for fear of spending money. Lu Zixuan looked astonished. Really? You haven't ventured out during your 3 years at university? My monthly allowance barely covers food and living expenses. Where would I find money for leisure? Our hometown is in a flat region. I had never seen mountains or the sea. I always dreamt of climbing mountains and gazing at the ocean. Edzedxu and smiled charmingly. Her allure captivating. Sister will take you to see the sea. She wore a sleeveless long dress, her figure gracefully curvaceous, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. In Chapter 20, The Enchanting Sister, Chen felt his heart race at her bewitching smile. Elsksuin possessed a distinct femininity. Her beauty was undeniable, her body alluring, and her demeanor striking, making her a considerable temptation for men. The two crossed the street and arrived at the beach. The sea breeze caressed their faces, refreshing and invigorating. Chen gazed at the boundless azure ocean, feeling a surge of ambition. In this lifetime, I shall rewrite my destiny. Lz tilted her head slightly, extending her arms, closing her eyes to revel in the gentle touch of the sea wind. Chen glanced at her, thinking, Sister L has such a splendid figure. Chen, you should also try embracing the sea like this. Lz voice suddenly chimed. Chen opened his arms, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes. It's only at this moment that I feel all my fatigue dissipate, truly relaxing. Lz remarked. Chen smiled and said, Sister L, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are already remarkable. In just half a year, the company has grown to over 100 employees, with monthly revenues exceeding 10 million. Lz looked at him, suddenly kicking off her shoes and running ahead. At that moment, she resembled a carefree little girl, frolicking on the beach. Chen was momentarily stunned, then picked up her shoes and chased after her. With a loud thud, Lz stumbled, her fitted dress hampering her stride, and she fell onto the sand. Chen hurried to her side. Sister, are you all right? Lz winced, her teeth clenched, but it did not appear to be serious. Chen chuckled. Sister, are you not going to run anymore? Lz shot him a glare, and you are still laughing. He helped her up, noticing that her fitted dress was now covered in sand. He reached to brush the sand from beneath her skirt, as it was somewhat inconvenient elsewhere. After cleaning it off, Lz looked like a wronged little girl, her eyes filled with reproach. It's all your fault for making me fall. Chen smiled. I apologize. Sister Zsu, I was in the wrong. Lz smiled faintly. It's all right. Sister forgives you. She now resembled a playful little girl, entirely different from her mature and composed demeanor at the company. Everyone has two faces, one for the outside world and another for home. Sister Zsu, if you see me as your little brother, then there's no need for formality. If you ever feel trouble, just tell me. I'll be here to chat and help you unwind. YCHN, with decades of experience from his past life, was quite adept in social interactions. He felt somewhat hypocritical for saying those words, as they were intended to cultivate a beneficial relationship for future advantage. However, if LZ were genuinely sincere towards him, he would reciprocate with sincerity. LZ eyes sparkled. All right, then you shall be sister's good little brother. Shao Chen, how did you come here? I took the bus. YCHN's eyes lit up as he glanced at the car, which was the luxury vehicle he had dreamed of owning. As he sat in the car, he asked Sister Zsu, how much did this car cost? Over 180,000. Do you like this car too? In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, a pink Porsche parked at the entrance of Jianghai University of Transportation. YCHN said to LZ, drive carefully, Sister Zsu. If you ever feel down, just let me know, and I'll accompany you to unwind. Okay, I'll be on my way now. YCHN watched as LZ drove away, feeling a twinge of self-reproach. Why am I so hypocritical? Back in his dormitory, he lay on his bed for a while. Soon his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen to see a message from ZHUWNN's father. Xiaoyi, how should we operate TNHIG in TU next Sunday? ZHUJC, I have been in good spirits lately, enjoying 5 consecutive gains. This had allowed him to hold his head high in front of his wife. Could this be the next LNGF IKJ? Unlikely, but shouldn't T be too bad? Xiao Wai, you are truly impressive. You are a stock trading genius. What genius? It's all thanks to the memories from my past life. You are too modest, Xiao Wai. This is not mere luck. You undoubtedly have a talent for stock trading. Perhaps I have some talent, but I am still young and inexperienced with much to learn. I need to learn from you, Uncle ZHU. You are an old stock trader who has experienced various market situations and possesses abundant experience. I will need your guidance and wisdom in the future. ZHUJC, I was pleased, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Speaking of experience, you indeed have much to learn. I personally witnessed the stock market plummet from 5 or 6,000 points down to 1,000 points, and then rise from 1,000 to over 3,000 points. My experience is so rich that I could talk for days and nights without exhausting it. Uncle ZHU, please share with me so that I may gain some experience. Knowledge is a valuable asset, and I trust that under your influence, I will improve. Hypocritical, too hypocritical, YCHN thought, wanting to give himself 2 slaps. ZHUJC, I began to recount his experiences of entering the stock market. For nearly 2 hours, he spoke, while YCHN played the supporting role, catering to his vanity. Shao CHN, I'll talk to you again another day. Your aunt is calling me for dinner. All right, Uncle ZHU. I also need to digest this information. I'm sure it will be immensely beneficial. Your experience in the stock market is invaluable. I wish I had met you sooner. Meeting you, Shao CHN, gives me a feeling of regret for not having met you earlier. After saying this, he left the study. What is going on? ZHUM said with irritation. Have you become arrogant now that you're making money in stocks? You don't even come out when I call for dinner. I was just exchanging experiences with Shao CHN, discussing stocks. I feel like I have found a kindred spirit in him. True friends are hard to come by. ZHUWNNing paused. Dad, have you two become kindred spirits? If I were younger by a few decades, I would definitely make him my brother. It's rare to find a true friend in life. ZHUWNNing felt relieved. If you two become kindred spirits, how should I address YCHN? Should I call him Uncle Y? ZHUM responded disdainfully. What makes you think you can be kindred spirits with him? You know your own level, right? Someone who has been playing for 30 years and still loses money. What level do you think he is at? ZHUJC, I felt somewhat embarrassed as his wound was exposed. You don't understand what a kindred spirit is. It's someone with whom you can resonate deeply. You wouldn't understand. In chapter 21, a millionaire's worth, happy times always seem to pass swiftly. Before one realizes, it was already September 9th. The market for TNH, IG and TU mirrored its historical trend, hitting daily limit ups. YCHN's account had swelled to over 11 million. Today was Friday, and TNH, IG and TU had one final limit up. During these days, ZHUWNNing's father frequently chatted with him, sharing insights. Their exchanges often involved a sprinkle of flattery. which further deepened HUJCI's sense of kinship with YCHN. Through their conversations, YCHN discovered that ZHUWNN's family resided in Jianghai City and held local residency. Both ZHUJCI and his wife were university professors with considerable reputations in their field. Cultivating a friendship with them was certainly advantageous. Esteemed professors like them possessed extensive networks, with students spanning various industries, many of whom were outstanding talents. Today marked the last day of work for YCHN and WNYXN. After today, he would no longer experience the cramped bus rides with WNYXN, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Upon arriving at the company, YCHN sent a message to ZHUJCEI. Uncle ZHU, please sell all shares of TNHIGNTU at the market opening today. ZHUWNN was having breakfast when she received YCHN's call. Xiao CHN, JNG, what is Uncle ZHU doing? My dad is in the restroom. Please remind Uncle ZHU to sell all the shares of TNHIGNTU as soon as the market opens today. It must be quick and without hesitation. Okay, I understand. Zhou Jitsai currently possesses a staggering market value of nearly 20 million in Tianhai Jiantu within his account. Yi Chun has over 10 million, while Lu Zixuan holds more than 40 million. The trio's combined assets nearly reach 100 million. And should they choose to liquidate their positions simultaneously, it would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. A delay in anyone's actions could jeopardize the maximization of their returns. After ending the call, Yi Chen proceeded to Lu Zixuan's office. Upon seeing him, Lu Zixuan smiled. Xiao Chun, today I plan to divest all of Tianhai Jiantu's shares as soon as the market opens. Do not hesitate. Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement. Understood. Yi Chen added, our capital is substantial. Such small-cap stocks are prone to collapse due to our selling pressure. The two awaited the market opening at 9:30 in the office. Meanwhile, Zhou Jitsai emerged from the restroom, entered his study, and switched on his computer, eagerly anticipating the opening bell. At 9:30, Tianhai Jiantu opened at its usual limit up, with buy orders exceeding 300 million. Yi Chun, Lu Zixuan, and Zhou Jitsai almost simultaneously executed their sell orders. The volume of buy orders rapidly diminished, as they were not the only ones selling at that moment. Within 10 seconds of the opening, the limit was breached, leading to an immediate decline, and shortly thereafter, Tianhai Jiantu hit its limit down. Witnessing this, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Their actions indeed caused a butterfly effect, even more pronounced than the previous impact from Longfei technology, primarily due to the size of their capital. Yi Chun observed his account balance of 12 million and smiled. He sent Zhou Jitsai a message. Uncle Zhou, have you sold? Zhou Jitsai replied cheerfully, I sold immediately at the opening second. Xiao Chun, which stock shall I purchase next? Yi Chun responded, Uncle Zhou, I need to consider this carefully. Our capital is considerable, making such small-cap stocks unsuitable for our operations. I will let you know once I decide. All right, Xiao Chun. Zhou Jitsai hummed a tune as he exited the study. Zhou Wanqing looked at her father and asked, Dad, did you sell? Yes, I did. How much did you earn? I started with 5 million. Now my account balance is 19 million, netting a profit of 14 million, he said, glancing at his wife. At Yaxing Technology Services Company, Lu Zixuan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Xiao Chun, how are you so skilled? Yi Chen maintained a humble smile. Sister Xian, it is merely good fortune. Lu Zixuan rose to pour him a cup of coffee. What fortune? This is skill. Have you selected the next stock to purchase? Yi Chen replied, Sister Xian, our capital has grown significantly. Such volatile stocks are not suitable for us unless we buy in smaller quantities. The market is never short of such stocks. Almost daily, various volatile stocks hit their limits. Regardless of whether it is a bull or bear market, these stocks continuously emerge. Lu Zixuan stood by, observing him as he selected stocks. He sought those capable of doubling in value, avoiding volatile stocks, requiring substantial speculative support, thus presenting a considerable challenge in selection. After more than 10 minutes, upon spotting a company in the semiconductor sector, a vision of the stock's future trajectory emerged in his mind. His eyes lit up as he opened the stock chart. Huaguan Technology had recently surged over 30%, with a stock price of 162 yuan and a market capitalization of 18.2 billion. Based on historical trends, this stock could triple in value within the next 2 months. The substantial rise was attributed to exceeding expectations in the third quarter report, backed by solid performance and bolstered by national policies vigorously supporting the semiconductor industry. Huawang Technology was not a volatile stock, with only 5 or 6 limit ups. While most gains were around 4 or 5% or 6 or 7%. Tripling in 2 months is rare for such stocks in the market. Lu Zixuan smiled. I trust your judgment, Chen. If you say it's good, I will purchase. Her account held over 40 million, all pure profit, as the principal had already been withdrawn. Chen advised, Sister Lu, do not purchase all at once. This would clearly indicate a large investor entering the market. Instead, buy in batches to disguise your intentions. All right, I will buy Huawang Technology in parts today. Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile. What are they saying about you? Chen replied, they're spreading unflattering rumors, Sister Xian. Best not to pay attention. Today is my last day at work, and I likely won't have any further obligations. Lu Zixuan smiled playfully. Are they saying you are my kept man? Chen, somewhat surprised, responded, Sister Xian, you know about that? Lu Zixuan replied with a faint smile. If I am unaware of company affairs, how can I call myself a boss? Chen, you may proceed with your tasks. I will treat you to dinner this weekend. Chapter 22. Inviting Wang Yusin for hot pot. Exiting the general manager's office. Chen had spent nearly half an hour in Lu Zixuan's office. During such an extended time, what else could he have been doing? Chen was indifferent to the gazes and thoughts of others. In his previous life, he learned a crucial lesson. Never overly concern yourself with others' opinions, as your life is meant for yourself. He took out his phone and began purchasing 3 volatile stocks. The market is always rife with such stocks. With a capital base of 12 million, he allocated around 4 million to each of the 3 stocks. The highest among them had 5 limit ups, while the other 2 boasted 4. Once they reached their peak, he planned to sell in exchange for another volatile stock. Though many volatile stocks filled his mind, few matched the likes of Longfei Technology and Jianghai City, and none had emerged recently as major volatile stocks. Chen refrained from having Lu Zixuan and Zhou Jizai follow suit for 2 reasons. First, their collective entry would distort historical trajectories due to the excessive capital. Second, such precise operations could easily arouse suspicion. After completing his purchases, he sent Zhou Jizai a message, advising him to buy Huawang Technology. Upon reading the message, Zhou Jizai checked the stock's performance. Chen, Huawang Technology has reached a new high. Is it safe to buy now? Chen replied, Uncle Zhou, observe the recent inflow of major players. It will likely continue to break new highs. The third quarter report will be released around the 20th. And if it meets or exceeds expectations, it will undoubtedly surge further, presenting a potential for doubling. Zhou Jizai, bolstered by Chen's analysis, confidently invested in Huawang Technology. Chen, how high do you believe this stock can rise? Based on the current market trends, it is certain to appreciate significantly once the third quarter report is released. If the performance exceeds expectations, hold on to it. If the market shifts unfavorably, I will advise you to sell. All right, Chen, are you at work? Chen confirmed, yes. Uncle Zhou, today is my last day. School resumes next Monday. Come over for dinner tomorrow, and I must express my gratitude. Uncle Zhou, you need not be so formal. I should be thanking Sister Ning and you. Without Sister Ning, I would not have my current standing. After such prolonged interaction, Zhou Jizai held an exceptionally favorable impression of Chen. Humble, respectful towards elders, articulate, and grateful. You must come tomorrow. Now, you focus on your work. Zhou Jizai engaged in conversation while opening a group chat consisting of over 30 members. How has everyone's stock performance been this month? The market is looking good. I've gained over 10%. I was fortunate enough to achieve 21%. Zhou Jizai asked, Old Wang, how much have you gained this month? 33%. Zhou Jizai praised. Impressive. Such high returns. Old Wang is truly the stock god of our group. Remarkable. Old Wang, sensing something unusual about Zhou Jizai today, asked Old Zhou, what is your yield this month? Zhou Jizai shared a screenshot displaying his monthly returns, 412%. The group fell silent for a moment, each member staring at their screens in disbelief. Messages soon flooded in. What the hell? No way. Am I seeing this correctly? 4-fold returns? Old Zhou, is this really yours? It can't be from some friend, right? Zhou Jizai replied, my name is on it. If it isn't mine, whose could it be? The group remained in awe, unable to comprehend the astonishing news. Which stock did you purchase that yielded such a high return? Zhou Jizai, Jianghai City, of course. Do you dare to play with such a speculative stock? Aren't you afraid of being trapped if it gets delisted? Zhou Jizai smiled with pride. What skills do I have that would allow me to be trapped? Lao Wang suddenly realized and asked, "So you bought Tianhai Jian too? How much did you invest?" "I went all in, made about 15 million. After saying this, he sent a screenshot, then shut down his computer and left the study, showing off and then running away. How thrilling. During lunch, Yi Chan said to Wang Yusin, "Yusin, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What would you like to eat?" Wang Yusin replied softly, "The school cafeteria is fine." Yi Chan took out his phone to show her his stock account. "I made another 10 million from stocks. Shouldn't we celebrate outside? Don't you feel happy for your brother?" Upon hearing the term brother, Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed. "I'm not sure what to eat." Yi Chan suggested, "How about hot pot? I'm in the mood for it." Wang Yusin gently agreed. Around 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chan and Wang Yusin began their work handover, then went to the Human Resources Department and finally settled their wages in the Finance Department. After finishing, it was nearly 6 o'clock. During the 2-month summer vacation, Yi Chan and Wang Yusin earned approximately 10,000 in salary. Exiting the office building, Yi Chan said, "Yusin, I remember there's a hot pot restaurant on Changning Street. Let us walk there." Wang Yusin nodded and followed him towards Changning Street. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant and casually chose a spot to sit. Yi Chan looked at her and asked, "Yusin, can you handle spicy food?" Wang Yusin nodded. Yi Chan ordered a spicy pot along with a variety of ingredients. It was Wang Yusin's first time eating hot pot, and she was unsure how to order. Additionally, her social anxiety made her hesitant to look at the people around them. Yi Chan asked, "Yusin, have you eaten hot pot before?" "No, not really. You know, hot pot from the Sichuan Chongqing region is famous nationwide. You should try authentic Sichuan hot pot there someday." After saying this, he stood up. "Let me take you to prepare the dipping sauce." Yi Chan placed beef, shrimp balls, meatballs, duck intestines, and chicken feet into the pot. Wang Yusin tried the beef tripe, which could be eaten after a short time in the pot. Overcooking it would ruin the texture. He served her 2 large pieces of beef tripe, placing them on her plate. The beef was ready to eat more meat, and here is some duck intestines, chicken feet, and shrimp balls. Yi Chan placed a generous amount of food on her plate before serving himself. Given her shy and introverted nature, without Yi Chan's assistance, she might not have eaten enough. After a while, Yi Chan was sweating profusely from the spice. He noticed Wang Yusin was completely dry and asked in surprise, "Yusin, aren't you feeling the heat?" "Not all." Wang Yusin had eaten quite a bit, yet she showed no signs of sweating. Yi Chan remarked, "The girls from Sichuan Chongqing really can handle their spice. Is it delicious?" Wang Yusin nodded slightly. "It's good." Yi Chan smiled. "Then I'll often treat you to good food in the future, okay?" Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head to eat the shrimp balls. The bus at 7:30 in the evening was still quite crowded. There were noticeably more students on campus than usual. This was due to the first-year students starting school, with their opening ceremony and military training, leading to an earlier start. Yi Chan suddenly suggested, "Yusin, how about we take a stroll around the playground?" Chapter 23. Junior Zhao Jing. Wang Yusin nodded gently, following him to the school playground. There weren't many people on the playground. Occasionally, a few boys or girls could be seen walking together. The two walked together, resembling a couple. Whenever someone passed by, they would steal a glance at them. Wang Yusin felt their gazes, her face burning red, but under the cover of night, Yi Chan couldn't see it. Yi Chan said, "Tomorrow, we won't have to squeeze onto the bus for work anymore. I feel a bit reluctant. I've gotten used to commuting with you every day." Wang Yusin had also grown accustomed to it, but found it difficult to express. Yi Chan continued, "Now that there are more people at school, you won't have to wait for me at the cafeteria entrance. With your social anxiety, it would be a bit awkward." Yi Chan suddenly asked, "Yusin, does anyone pursue you?" "Yes." "Who? Is it someone from our class or another?" "Both." "Have you ever been in a relationship?" "No." "Have you ever thought about dating?" "Not really. You're not too young anymore. There are some experiences worth trying." They walked around the playground for 2 laps, and by then it was 9 o'clock. The playground was not close to the girls' dormitory. It took them 5 or 6 minutes to reach the entrance of the dormitory. Yi Chan suddenly asked, "Yusin, can you call me brother?" Wang Yusin felt her cheeks heat up instantly, her face flushed. However, under the cover of night, Yi Chan couldn't see it. After hesitating for a few seconds, she softly replied, "Brother." Yi Chan chuckled. "Ah, that sounds lovely." He watched her silhouette disappear, humming a tune as he turned to leave. "She is merely my sister. Sisters say purple is very charming." "Xiao Chun, tomorrow my dad said to invite you over for dinner. Coincidentally, I need to go to the school dormitory to drop off some things. I'll call you when I arrive." "Yi Chan, Alricht, Ning Ji. Let me know when you arrive, and I'll help you carry your things. Zhou Jing, I'm on my phone. Get some rest early. You all have a heavy load with the upcoming graduate school entrance exams next semester. Take some time the next few days to read more and prepare for the exams. Okay, Ningye. Rest early. Good night, Ningjia. He glanced at Li Qingya's profile picture and opened the chat window. Are you asleep? Yes. It was clear that she was a bit upset since it was already past 9 when Yichen messaged her. Having dinner with colleagues is quite reasonable, right? Li Qingya's annoyance lessened somewhat upon seeing his message. How much did you earn this summer? Yichen noticed the normal tone of their conversation and knew she was fine now. This little girl is easy to coax. About 10,000. Li Qingya, I wanted to get a summer job too, but my parents disagreed, insisting I focus on studying for graduate school. Yichen knew that Li Qingya's family was well off in the county. During high school, they had breaks once a month. What kind of job? Your family is doing well. Only children from poorer families take summer jobs. Li Qingya, just to gain some experience. We all have to enter society eventually. Yichen, when does your school start? Next Tuesday, September 13th, just like yours. When are you coming? Sunday. My parents are taking me. They chatted until 10:30, after which Yichen took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, after finishing his morning exercise, Yichen walked towards the cafeteria, noticing many first-year students along the way. They appeared somewhat naive, walking in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. Among them were numerous tall and elegant girls, their faces beaming with smiles, filled with anticipation and longing for their future college life. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Her name was Zhao Jing, who had left a profound impression on him in his previous life. When Yi Chen was in his senior year, he had experienced the fervent pursuit of a first-year junior named Zhao Jing, a fresh and vibrant student from the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering. She was fiery, fashionable, outgoing, and self-assured. Yi Chen, being introverted and shy, found it overwhelming and often avoided her. Zhao Jing pursued him for half a year before he never saw her again. Upon hearing this news, he felt a tinge of sadness, filled with reflection. His sorrow stemmed from witnessing a blossoming young girl fade away, so mercilessly. Tomorrow and unexpected events are uncertain. Live well in the present and treat those around you kindly. In truth, Yi Chen did not harbor any aversion toward Zhao Jing. It was merely her pursuit that he found challenging to bear. If he were to pursue her in a different manner, Yi Chen might indeed find himself entangled with her. As the saying goes, a man pursuing a woman is separated by a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is merely separated by a veil. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Yi Chen recognized this voice, both familiar and foreign, and turned to see its owner. Upon seeing her visage, his emotions became a complex tapestry of surprise, amazement, melancholy, and a hint of tenderness. Truly, what one thinks often comes to fruition. He recalled that their first encounter had not taken place here, but rather on a road near the academy, where Zhao Jing had asked him for directions. Perhaps his rebirth had subtly altered the course of history. No longer the introverted and shy individual he once was, Yi Chen now wore a smile, exuding confidence. "Excuse me, what brings you 2 junior sisters to me?" he inquired. In his previous life, she may have been drawn to his modest demeanor, but surely she would not be enamored by this new version of himself. Zhao Jing stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her chestnut hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Her features were exquisite, and she possessed a tall, graceful figure that belied her status as a freshman. Clad in the university's uniform of a short skirt and a white blouse, she radiated both innocence and vibrant allure. Yi Chen had never scrutinized her so closely before. He now realized she was indeed quite striking. It was true that beauty often invites misfortune. Zhao Jing, sensing the intensity of his gaze, felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her. "Senior, we're heading to breakfast. Do you know which cafeteria serves the best meals?" Chapter 24. Why is it so sticky? The girl beside Zhao Jing appeared shy, hesitant to meet Yi Chen's gaze. She had not anticipated her roommate would dare to initiate conversation with a senior. It was quite the display of social boldness. Zhao Jing continued, "Senior, which year are you in? Which college?" "I'm in my 4th year, studying at the College of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering." "What a coincidence. I'm also from the College of Electronic Information." "What is your major?" "Computer science." "Me too." "Senior, we truly share a connection. Shall we exchange contact information? I will surely need your guidance in the future." "Quite direct, aren't you?" Zhao Jing embodied all the attributes of a northern beauty. Her looks, figure, and forthright personality were all striking. Chen found himself somewhat astonished. I have altered my demeanor, yet you remain unchanged. Is this truly a fated connection? All right, I will scan your code. Zhao Jing replied with a smile. My name is Zhao Jing, and this is my roommate Su Hui. What is your name, Senior? Chen. After they completed the exchange, Zhao Jing asked, Senior, are you also heading to breakfast? Shall we go together? Huh? Are you so socially bold? We have only just met. And you wish to dine with me? Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Chen found himself somewhat flustered. Is that really appropriate? Zhao Jing responded. What is inappropriate about it? We are all classmates, and besides, we forgot our meal cards. Could you kindly treat us to breakfast? Thank you, Senior. You are truly kind. The 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, where Chen paid for their meals. Once the 2 of them had chosen their seats, Chen settled at a nearby table beside Wang Yusen. He exchanged a glance with her, but she hurriedly lowered her head to her food. Senior, we are over here. Zhao Jing's voice rang out in the cafeteria. Many turned to look at her, but she remained unfazed, while their gazes naturally shifted to Chen. His face flushed with embarrassment. He felt as though he would retreat into himself. He focused on his meal, pretending not to hear. To his surprise, Zhao Jing brought her roommate, Su Hui, to sit across from him. Su Hui was blushing, overwhelmed by Zhao Jing's boldness. Senior, why didn't you respond when I called you earlier? Chen replied, could you please tone down the social boldness? It's making us quite uncomfortable. Look at Su Hui. Her face is all red. Zhao Jing feigned innocence. What is wrong with that? You all have such thin skin. Chen remarked, your personality is quite charming. But sometimes you must be mindful of the occasion and consider others' feelings. I know, Senior. You are so nagging, you must not have a girlfriend. Why do you say that? Women dislike verbose men. That may be your preference, but it does not apply to all women. Furthermore, with your personality, you might find it challenging in society. Be careful not to fall prey to deceitful individuals. Senior, I am straightforward, not foolish. If you don't have a girlfriend, can I pursue you? Chen quickly finished his meal. I am full now. You both enjoy your meal. Goodbye. With that, he hastily departed. Could it be? Even after my rebirth, you remain so sticky. Zhao Jing watched as he fled, a smile creeping on her lips. Su Hui exclaimed, Zhao Jing, you are so socially bold. I cannot associate with you anymore. It's too embarrassing. Zhao Jing retorted, you wouldn't dare forget how I dealt with you last night. Su Hui's cheeks flushed. You even dared to flirt with a senior. You are truly audacious. That was nothing. In high school, a senior flirted with me, and I gave him a beating. I have trained in martial arts since I was young. Su Hui, intrigued, asked, how did you manage to get into Jianghai University? That has nothing to do with studying. I grasp concepts quickly and understand everything at a glance. I am a genius. At 9:30 a.m., he received a call from Zhou Wanqing. Xiaochun, I'm arriving at the school. Please wait for me at the staff dormitory. All right, Sister Qing. I will head there now. Upon arriving at the staff dormitory, Zhou Wanqing was just getting out of a white BMW 5 Series. Chen hurried over. Sister Qing. Zhou Wanqing smiled at him. You look quite handsome today. He had donned new attire, having just gotten a haircut a few days prior, exuding vitality and charm. Perhaps it was also due to the wealth he possessed. In this era, money was a man's greatest confidence. Was I not handsome before? You were handsome before, but today you are exceptionally so. Chen helped her retrieve blankets and bags from the trunk. Zhou Wanqing shouldered a bag and carried some other items as they ascended the stairs. The staff dormitory was divided into male and female accommodations, and Chen had entered the female staff dormitory. However, there were not many people present, as most resided off campus. Zhou Wanqing's room was on the 3rd floor, a simple single dormitory. He assisted her in tidying up. After she arranged the bedding, she said, all right, Xiaochun, we can leave the rest for another day. Let's go. The 2 departed the staff dormitory, and he climbed into Zhou Wanqing's BMW. As she drove, she asked, Xiaochun, how much have you earned for stocks now? Over 12 million. Zhou Wanqing's voice was gentle, impressive, but remember not to lose your original intent. Many people become arrogant after sudden wealth and lose control, ultimately falling into despair. One must remain true to oneself and forge ahead. Chen nodded earnestly. Sister Qing, you are right. Rest assured, I will not become complacent. I have merely made a modest amount. There are many wealthy individuals in this country, and I must continue to strive. Exactly. Do not belittle yourself or become arrogant. Always maintain a humble and progressive spirit. Zhou Wanqing spoke to him as an elder sister would, her words sincere. Thank you, Sister Qing. You are truly kind to me. Like a real sister. Zhou Wanqing smiled. In my eyes, you all are like brothers. I hope for your success and that you contribute to society and the nation. Yi Chen nodded gently. I will work hard. And by the way, Sister Qing, let us stop by the mall. I want to buy something for Uncle and Aunt. No need to buy anything. We have plenty at home. I cannot visit Uncle and Aunt empty-handed for the first time. I can at least buy some fruits. On the way, Zhou Wanqing took him to a fruit store. Yi Chen selected several types of fruit and asked, Sister Qing, what do you like to eat? I love durian. Zhou Wanqing did not hold back, knowing he was currently affluent. Had it been before, she would not have spoken so freely. After purchasing some items, Zhou Wanqing brought Yi Chen to a residential complex known as Jianghai Yuan. The environment of the complex was picturesque, featuring 12-story villas rather than the towering 30-story apartment buildings. Having lived in Jianghai for several decades in his previous life, he had a good understanding of the property prices in Jianghai. Sister Ning, the price per square meter in this complex must be over 100,000, right? He inquired. Zhou Jizai, the father of Zhou Wanqing, mentioned when we bought our place. It was around 150,000 per square meter. Even though he was aware that the housing prices here were steep, hearing it confirmed by the other party felt different. At 150,000 per square meter for a 100 square meter home, the total would amount to 15 million. Upon arriving at Zhou Wanqing's home, Yi Chen observed the living room and estimated that their residence was likely around 160 to 170 square meters, which would value the property at over 20 million. Mom and Dad, Xiao Chen is here, Zhou Wanqing announced. Zhou Jizai and Zhou Mu looked at him. Yi Chen greeted them. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Yi Chen. Sujikai responded warmly. Xiao Chen, come in. Don't worry about buying anything. We have everything at home. Please have a seat. Zhou Mu smiled and added, you two chat. My daughter, come help me with dinner. Zhou Jizai then asked, Xiao Chen, where is your hometown? It's in the rural area of Ludong province. Yi Chen replied. Are your parents in good health? Do you have siblings? My parents are in good health, and I am an only child, Yi Chen responded. They initially engaged in small talk before Zhou Jizai led him to the study. Upon noticing the pack of cigarettes on Zhou Jizai's desk, Yi Chen quickly retrieved a pack from his pocket. Uncle, would you like a cigarette? Zhou Jizai accepted it, chuckling. Xiao Chen, do you smoke? I do, occasionally. Yi Chen admitted. After lighting their cigarettes, Zhou Jizai asked, do you think Huawuan technology can double in value? Yi Chen replied, Uncle, Huawuan technology is performing quite well. Although it has reached a new high, the situation with the main capital suggests it will continue to reach new heights. In a bull market, there are no peaks, only higher peaks. Moreover, I predict that Huawuan technology's performance will exceed expectations, leading to a significant surge. Zhou Jizai observed Yi Chen's smoking habits, commenting, you don't seem like someone who just started smoking. You appear to have the demeanor of a seasoned smoker. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing that some habitual actions were difficult to alter. No, that's not the case. Furthermore, this bull market is nearing its end, and a bear market lasting several years is on the horizon, he replied. Zhou Jizai looked surprised. Why do you say that? Yi Chen aplinet unde. I'm not sure if you have been following the economic situations of various countries, especially in the United States. In recent years, they have excessively issued currency, leading to a significant increase in debt, while the inflation rate has steadily risen. Zhou Jizai asked curiously, what does this signify? Yi Chen elaborated, this strategy also serves to harvest global wealth and restrain the economic development of China. Our rapid growth in recent years has posed a considerable threat to them, as they strive to maintain their dominant position. The trade and technology wars of the past 2 years were merely precursors. The imminent financial war will be the decisive blow. If such events unfold, do you think the domestic stock market will continue to rise? Zhou Jizai pondered this and shook his head. If what you say is true, we may indeed be entering a bear market. Yi Chen continued. Investing in stocks requires attention to many factors, including external influences, international dynamics, and domestic policies. These are overarching trends, and once a significant issue arises, it will quickly impact the lower levels. Zhou Jizai appeared enlightened. You express yourself well, Xiao Chen. The United States is the world's hegemon. They will not allow us to rise and threaten their status. They will certainly seek to suppress us. Your assertion about a financial war is not unfounded. It is highly probable. Zhou Jizai was genuinely impressed by Yi Chen's clarity of thought at such a young age. Yi Chen, a college student, demonstrated insights and analyses that were astonishing. Even some seasoned economics professors might not possess his foresight and depth of understanding. Yi Chen's grasp of historical trajectories, combined with data analysis and objective factors, would leave Zhou Jizai with no doubts should these predictions come to pass. Instead, he would regard him as possessing a unique and far-reaching vision. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing entered the study. Noticing Yi Chen smoking, she frowned. "Xiao Chen, what did you learn to smoke?" Zhou Jizai interjected, "What's wrong with him smoking? It's not a bad thing for a man." Zhou Wanqing retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Dad, Xiao Chen is still a student. Why don't you teach him something better?" Zhou Jizai defended, "College students are already adults. Smoking is not an issue." Yi Chen quickly extinguished the cigarette, feeling somewhat chastened. "Hurry up and come out for dinner," Zhou Wanqing urged. As they exited the study, Zhou Jizai said, "Daughter, bring out my Mao Tai. I want to have a drink with Xiao Chen." This would be Yi Chen's first drink since his rebirth. Zhou Wanqing felt a twinge of irritation at her father for allowing his student to smoke and drink. At the dining table, Zhou Jizai resumed discussions with Yi Chen. "Xiao Chen, what is your perspective on the current global economic situation?" After a few sips of wine, Yi Chen spoke candidly. "The current global economic landscape is fraught with undercurrents. In recent years, the excessive issuance of the dollar, being the world's reserve currency, has shifted the burden onto the global populace. Our rapid development and expanding economic scale have made us a target, and they will undoubtedly seek to impede our progress. The previous trade and technology wars were merely foreshadowing. The impending financial war will be their ultimate weapon, aimed at siphoning off the wealth we have accumulated over decades, while stifling our economic growth." He continued, "The financial crises that have erupted globally in the past have been orchestrated by Western capital conglomerates, who have sought to consolidate their hegemonic status. Should the United States lose its dominant position, those capital interests will lose their protective umbrella, which is why they will go to great lengths to maintain their status and suppress any potential threats from other nations. In the foreseeable future, they will likely instigate another financial crisis targeting us, while also creating discord and geopolitical friction in Europe to align those nations with their agenda." Zhou Mu interjected, "I can grasp the concept of financial crisis, but how would they create discord in Europe?" Yi Chen explained, "Have you been following the recent actions of Ukraine? They have repeatedly provoked Russia's bottom line. If conflict erupts, European nations will undoubtedly strengthen their ties with the United States, aligning themselves on the same side." Zhou Jizai, Zhou Mu, and Zhou Wanqing listened intently to his analysis, surprised by the depth of understanding displayed by a mere college student. Yi Chen continued, "We also face significant internal crises." Zhou Jizai inquired, "What kind of crisis?" Yi Chen replied, "The real estate sector has developed rapidly in recent years, leading to substantial bubbles. Many companies have relied on massive loans and debts to expand, resulting in excessively high debt ratios. If Western financial conglomerates trigger a crash in this sector, the consequences could be dire. Thus, I believe that the authorities will proactively puncture the real estate bubble and implement policies to stabilize the industry, facilitating a gradual soft landing within the next 2 to 3 months." Zhou Jizai was taken aback. "I've heard several economists discuss this matter, but didn't pay much attention. I've recently heard they went to Jianghai City for a meeting, likely to address the real estate bubble issue you mentioned." Yi Chen continued, "Our military strength is formidable, providing a foundation for protecting our interests, so there's no need for excessive concern. Moreover, we have thousands of years of experience in strategic maneuvering. Few can outplay us in this regard. Often, crises bring opportunities, and this could be our chance for transformation. Perhaps the financial crisis instigated by Western capital will not defeat us, but instead backfire on them." His arguments were well-reasoned, supported by various data analyses and objective factors, rendering them highly persuasive. The dialogue emanating from university students' mouth is indeed astonishing, suggesting an understanding that seems beyond their years. Zhou Mu initiated the conversation. "Xiao Chen, you possess remarkable knowledge. Do you keep up with international news daily?" Yi Chen nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, Annie. For an investor, such information is quite significant." Zhou Jizai remarked, "No wonder you are so adept at stock trading, Xiao Chen." They then delved into discussions about the future of various industries, where Yi Chen expressed his insights. His eloquence, knowledge, perspective, and analytical approach left Zhou Wanqing and the others visibly impressed. After lunch, Yi Chun conversed with Zhou Jizai for a while before taking his leave. Once he departed, Zhou Jizai remarked, Xiao Chun is truly remarkable, exceptionally gifted. To be honest, after teaching for so many years at Jiaotong University, I have never encountered anyone like him. Zhou Mu concurred. Indeed, he possesses unique insights on various matters. Zhou Wanqing felt a sense of pride at their praises, as she was his advisor. Zhou Jizai glanced at her, daughter. I find myself quite fond of him. What do you think? Zhou Wanqing replied. I think Xiao Chun is quite exceptional. Why don't you both explore the possibility of a relationship? What? Zhou Wanqing finally grasped her father's implication. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm his advisor. Zhou Jizai was unfazed by their relationship. What of it? Besides, Xiao Chun is graduating soon. And this is a new era. Zhou Wanqing's face reddened. Dad, could you refrain from matchmaking? There's an age gap between us. Zhou Jizai chuckled. A 6 or 7 year difference is not significant. Look how mature and composed Xiao Chun is. I believe he has a promising future ahead. Daughter, seize the opportunity early. Zhou Mu nodded in agreement. I believe it's worth trying. You should consider dating, as you are nearing 30. If you don't find someone soon, you might end up as a leftover woman, making it harder to find a suitable partner later, and you may have to settle. Dad, why do you say such things? I have always regarded Xiao Chun as a younger brother. In the master bedroom, Zhou Jizai softly told Zhou Mu, I sense potential here. Notice how our daughter is not as vehemently opposed as she was before. When we mentioned previous suitors, her reaction was quite intense. Zhou Mu subtly nodded. Perhaps our daughter feels older and somewhat mismatched, leading to insecurity. Zhou Jizai agreed. Indeed, however, matters of the heart require mutual affection. One-sided feelings are insufficient. We can only offer limited assistance. Zhou Mu urged, you should converse more with Xiao Chun. Encourage them to spend time together. I will also look for suitable suitors. Our daughter cannot afford to wait any longer. The older she gets, the less competitive she becomes. Zhou Jizai wholeheartedly concurred. Although our daughter is beautiful, many young and attractive girls abound. We cannot afford to delay any further. Meanwhile, he stood by the dormitory window, gazing at the picturesque campus scenery, filled with excitement at the prospect of reconnecting with college classmates. Familiar faces flashed through his mind. Among his classmates, he was closest to 3 roommates, while others were not as familiar. Perhaps due to having consumed alcohol, he slept until after 6. Rising from bed, he freshened up and exited the dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. On his way, he suddenly heard Zhao Jing's voice behind him. Senior. Yi Chen turned to look at her. Were you waiting for me on purpose? Zhao Jing rolled her eyes. Senior, you're so self-absorbed. I was just about to have lunch with Xiao Hui when I coincidentally ran into you. With that, she and her roommate, Su Hui, joined him. Senior, you treated us to breakfast, so tonight, we invite you to dinner. In a fair trade. I, Zhao Jing, dislike being in anyone's debt. Yi Chen scrutinized her. Zhao Jing noticed his gaze, puffed up her chest, making Yi Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. You're a rather pretty girl. Can't you act a bit more normal and demure? Zhao Jing replied, Senior, I didn't expect you to be so shallow. A pretty face is commonplace, but an interesting soul is rare. I am unapologetically myself, a unique firework. Yi Chen suggested, let us go. We should hurry to dinner. Upon reaching the cafeteria, it was Zhao Jing who paid with her meal card. Initially, Yi Chen intended to find a quiet corner to eat and secretly observe Wang Yusen. However, Zhao Jing and Su Hui chose to sit across from him. While Yi Chen was eating, Zhao Jing suddenly asserted, Senior, you're actually quite handsome. I've decided to pursue you. Yi Chen was taken aback. You've only seen me a couple of times. What do you find appealing? Is your affection so trivial? Zhao Jing retorted, Senior, do you believe in love at first sight? It begins with looks. This notion was not merely about being attractive, but rather about a mutual spark. Initially, Yi Chen was drawn to Li Qingya for her appearance, but as they spent more time together, his fondness deepened. Attraction begins with looks, is captivated by talent, and remains loyal to character. Su Hui admired her roommate, impressed that she had the audacity to pursue a senior so soon after arriving. Senior, why are you silent? Is it that happiness has taken you by surprise, leaving you at a loss? Zhao Jing's bright eyes fixed on him. Yi Chen replied, I have someone I like. You should focus on your studies. Curious, Zhao Jing inquired, Senior, who is the person you like? Does she like you back? Of course she does. Zhao Jing pressed further. Then why haven't you had a meal together? Yi Chen explained, she is at Fudan University. Zhao Jing replied earnestly, Senior. Statistics show that the breakup rate in long-distance relationships exceeds 90, with a 70 chance of infidelity. You and T won't end up heartbroken, would you? Yi Chan felt exasperated. We aren't even together yet. Zhao Jing countered, not being together is perfect. Senior, give up early and be with me. We're at the same school. We can have meals together, study in the library, stroll on the playground, and chat at leisure. Yi Chen chuckled. If you don't mind that I have a girlfriend, I wouldn't mind having another. Zhao Jing shot him a glare. I didn't expect you to be so unprincipled. Yi Chen replied with a slight smile. I am indeed unprincipled. Remember to keep your distance from me in the future. After finishing his meal, he stood up to leave. Yi Chen hoped this would deter Zhao Jing, preventing a repeat of his previous life. Unfortunately, he underestimated Zhao Jing. The more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. Her rebellious nature was strong. This was why, even in his past life, despite Yi Chen's attempts to evade her, she relentlessly pursued him. Zhao Jing watched Yi Chen's departing figure, smirking, just wait and see how I win you over. Su Hui, taken aback, asked, you still intend to pursue him? Do you really want to be the other woman? Zhao Jing replied, what other woman? I mean making him fall for me. How could I become the other woman? Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Chan took out his phone to check recent domestic and international news. At 8 o'clock, he was about to chat with Li Qingya when his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Zixuan. Yi Chen answered it, Similing, Wanji. Lu Zixuan's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chun, have you eaten? Yes. Xianjia, have you? Lu Zixuan continued. I thought you were preparing for your graduate entrance exams. And your studies must be demanding. One must balance work and rest. Xianjia, let me treat you to lunch tomorrow. What is this about treating your older sister? I will treat you at that same restaurant as before. All right, Xianjia, that place has a nice ambience, perfect for relaxation. I'll go take a shower now. Get some rest, Xiao Chun. As Yi Chan read her message, images of her mature and alluring figure flashed through his mind. He hurriedly dismissed such thoughts and clicked on Li Qingya's profile. Qingya, how are you and your uncle and aunt getting here tomorrow? My dad is driving. It should take about 10 hours to arrive as he has some business to discuss nearby. What does your family do? She quickly set down her phone, Mom. What is the matter? Li Mu approached the bedside, smiling as she inquired. Have you tidied up everything? Qingya, what were you doing just now? Who were you chatting with? A classmate came to reply. Is it a boy or a girl? A boy. Li Mu had sensed something a few days prior. Her daughter had been preoccupied with her phone while out having fun, which sparked a hint of concern about whether her daughter was in a romantic relationship. Is he a college classmate? Is he local? What is his family's financial situation? Li Qingya clarified. He is a high school classmate. At this, Li Mu's interest waned. Her daughter's high school friends were hardly noteworthy. Who is this high school classmate? Do I know him? Li Qingya hesitated before responding. Yi Chun, you should remember him. He had the highest score in our class during the college entrance examination. Li Mu nodded slightly. I recall. He's at Jianghai Jiaodong University, isn't he? What are you two discussing? Let me have a look. She reached for her daughter's phone to peruse their chat history. Upon seeing Yi Chun address her daughter as Qingya, her expression subtly shifted. Li Qingya felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, could you please not look at my phone? This is my personal privacy. Li Mu retorted with conviction. I am your mother. What is there that I cannot see? After returning the phone to Li Qingya, she advised, you should talk less with such people. They are merely looking to climb the social ladder. Just take a moment to consider whether they are worthy of my daughter. Mom, please don't say that. We're just classmates and friends. Can't I have my own friends? Li Mu replied, I remember Yi Chun is from a rural background, right? His intentions in chatting with you are undoubtedly ulterior. Qingya, you may be young and not understand, but as your mother, I can see through his motives immediately. He does not deserve you. Anyone wishing to pursue my daughter should at least come from a family with assets in the hundreds of millions or hold a significant position of power. Once her mother left, Li Qingya exhaled deeply. She hurriedly sent a message to Yi Chun. My mom just told me to rest early. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Okay, we can talk another day. Good night, Qingya. Good night. The following morning, as Yi Chun had breakfast, he noticed Wang Yusin sitting alone, engrossed in her meal. Watching her eat silently became a source of enjoyment for him. After breakfast, Yi Chun took the bus to the nearest shopping mall to the university. He bought a set of clothes and shoes for both himself and Wang Yusin, just in case there was a need for change. He had not seen her wear the new attire, which made him a bit reluctant to part with it. In haste, he departed and took a bus to a Michelin restaurant in Shushan district. Upon arriving, Lu Zixuan was already waiting for him in a private room. As she saw Yi Chen enter, she rose and approached him, her face adorned with a smile that exuded a hint of mature femininity. "Xiao Chen, you're here. Please, have a seat." She was dressed as usual, in a form-fitting black dress, exuding a mature and alluring charm with an elegant demeanor. Yi Chen sat opposite her, a smile gracing his face. "Sister Xian, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." Lu Zixuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Is that so? What do you find beautiful about me? Your face, figure, and grace are all impeccable." Yi Chen's compliments were sincere and devoid of flattery. Lu Zixuan's appearance was indeed flawless, worthy of being called a campus beauty at her university. Her smile brightened. "Xiao Chen, your words are as sweet as honey, which I find quite endearing." Yi Chen inquired, "Where did you attend university?" "Jianghai Finance University, in the School of Engineering Management. It cannot compare to your Jianghai Jiaodong University. Work hard. Perhaps one day, I might need to look out for me. I will do my best and protect Sister Xian, ensuring no one bullies you." Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan felt a ripple of emotion within her. Sometimes, a casual remark or gesture can deeply resonate with someone, especially a sensitive woman. At that moment, the waiter entered with their meals. As they dined and conversed, Lu Zixuan was often amused by his jokes, her demeanor lively and spirited. After lunch, she led him to the beach for a stroll, where they enjoyed the sea breeze before lounging on beach chairs under the sun. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen drifted off to sleep. Later, he felt a tickling sensation on his nose, awakening to find Lu Zixuan squatting beside him, a playful smile on her face as she playfully brushed her hair against his nose. "Sister Xian, how did I fall asleep?" Lu Zixuan laughed. "Perhaps you were just exhausted and have now relaxed." Yi Chen, inhaling her captivating fragrance, felt a flutter in his heart. He quickly sat up. "Sister Xian, I didn't say anything embarrassing in my sleep, did I?" "You did," she teased. "What did I say?" Yi Chen was taken aback. Lu Zixuan chuckled. "Nothing significant. I was just joking with you. The sea breeze is strong. I didn't want you to catch a cold, so I woke you up." "What time is it, Sister Xian?" 3:30. Lu Zixuan replied, "Today is rather uneventful. Even if there were matters to attend to, it's still fine. Don't speak in such a distant manner. Otherwise, I might become upset." With that, she playfully pinched Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen, taken aback by her boldness, felt his cheeks flush. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been teased in such a manner. Seeing his shy reaction, Lu Zixuan found it amusing and playful. "Oh, still shy? What's wrong with a little pinch on your face?" With that, she pinched him again. Yi Chen's cheeks reddened further. "Sister Xian, please stop. Otherwise, I might just bury myself in the sand." Lu Zixuan laughed. "Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a bashful big boy. It's quite endearing." Once they reached the car, Lu Zixuan retrieved a gift box from the back seat. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to have prepared a gift for him. "This is the first gift I've ever received. Thank you, Sister Xian." He accepted it without hesitation, knowing that to refuse would only create distance between them. Besides, he had helped Lu Zixuan invest in stocks, earning her millions, so accepting a gift felt entirely justified. Glancing at the phone inside, he realized it was a current high-end model valued at several thousand. The clothing was from a prestigious brand. He had seen such items priced in the thousands at the mall. Chapter 28. Senior, are you being pampered? Around 5 in the afternoon, a pink Porsche appeared at the entrance of Jianghai Jiaodong University. The Porsche was already eye-catching, but its pink exterior made it undeniably the vehicle of a young lady. As it was a weekend, the first-year students had no classes, some were out strolling while others were shopping. Upon spotting the pink Porsche parked at the school gate, many turned to look. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. "Got it, see you." Yi Chen noticed the gazes of those around him, but paid them no mind as he walked towards the university. Whispers erupted. "Look at those items he is carrying. They're luxury brand clothes, one shirt costing over 10,000. I didn't expect someone from our university to be supported by a wealthy woman. What is so surprising about that? Which school doesn't have such cases? I envy that. When will I have a wealthy lady supporting me? You can forget about it. Are you even as handsome as he is? What's so great about being handsome? I'm strong." Just as Yi Chen stepped into the university, he heard Zhao Jing's voice calling, "Senior." Turning to see Zhao Jing and her roommate Su Hui approaching with milk tea and clothing bags, he asked, "Did you go shopping?" Zhao Jing nodded. "Senior, I just saw you get out of a pink Porsche." "Who is that?" Yi Chen smiled. "Just an older sister." Zhao Jing paused. Senior, are you being pampered? Yi Chun chuckled. Why do you have such a dirty mind? Am I the type to live off someone else? Zhao Jing scrutinized the bags in his hands. You still deny it? Those are luxury items, each costing over 10,000. Anyone would jump to such conclusions upon witnessing this scene. Yi Chun playfully asked, is clothing that costs tens of thousands considered expensive? Zhao Jing and Su Hui exchanged bewildered glances. Was clothing costing tens of thousands not considered expensive? Suddenly, they realized, could Yi Chun be a rich second generation? However, they hadn't noticed any signs of him being wealthy before. Still, Zhao Jing firmly believed that Yi Chun was not the type to rely on others. She had just asked that question to prompt Yi Chun to admit the truth. Zhao Jing, somewhat surprised, inquired, Senior, are you from a wealthy family? A wealthy first generation. He replied. Zhao Jing and Su Hui exchanged glances. After walking for a while, the three of them parted ways. As the boys' dormitory and girls' dormitory were not in the same direction, Su Hui looked at Zhao Jing and said, Zhao Jing, you don't actually believe what he said, do you? Zhao Jing responded with certainty, of course I believe him. I trust that Senior isn't lying. My judgment is infallible. Yi Chun found Zhao Jing to be quite pleasant. With a good character, though she exhibited a bit of social awkwardness. Clad in clothes worth tens of thousands, she appeared impeccably put together. Yi Chun was unsure whether it was the influence of wealth or the quality of craftsmanship that contributed to her appearance. He opened the packaging of his new phone and switched to it, experiencing its smooth functionality. The sensation of having money was indeed delightful. He glanced at the items he had purchased for Wang Yusin, intending to give them to her in the evening. There were too many people during the day, and the girl was somewhat shy. After finishing his tasks, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner. After dining, Yi Chun found himself idly reading in his dormitory, as he needed to prepare for the graduate entrance examination. The preliminary exam was scheduled for early December. In passing, it would allow him to participate in the re-examination next year. Only by succeeding in the re-examination would he secure admission to a master's program. It was already September, and time was of the essence. However, as he read, Yi Chun discovered that his memory and comprehension skills were remarkably impressive. Describing them as photographic memory would not be an exaggeration. Could this be a benefit of his rebirth? Yi Chun felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had harbored doubts about passing the exam, but now he felt confident that it would pose no challenge. After 2 hours of studying, he picked up his phone to message Wang Yusin, only to notice a message from Li Qingya that had arrived over half an hour earlier. I'm out dining with my parents. Let's chat another day. Yi Chun felt puzzled, as this was the first time Li Qingya had taken the initiative to message him. Was she worried about their conversation being discovered by her parents? He texted Wang Yusin. Yusin, are you there? Yes, what is up? You're not asleep, are you? No, just studying. Wang Yusin was also preparing for the graduate entrance examination. She had little time to review during the summer due to work. For the past few days, she had been studying until after 11 at night. Wait for me downstairs at the dormitory. I bought some things for you. With that, Yi Chun gathered the clothes, shoes, and some fruit and stepped out of his dormitory. The campus paths were now sparsely populated, with only a few individuals occasionally spotted. After 6 or 7 minutes, Yi Chun arrived beneath a girl's dormitory, where Wang Yusin was already waiting for him. Yi Chun remarked, why are you down so early? It's a bit chilly. You might catch a cold. Wang Yusin replied softly, I'm fine. I'm not cold. Today, I went shopping and bought some clothes for myself. And I got you an outfit and shoes along with some fruit. Make sure to eat plenty to replenish your vitamins. After saying this, Yi Chun handed her the items. Wang Yusin hesitated before slowly reaching out to accept them. Thank you, brother. Her voice was melodious, and the way she addressed him nearly melted Yi Chun's heart. With a broad smile, he responded, your voice is enchanting. You've captured my heart. I'm tempted to pluck the stars from the sky to gift them to you. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Yi Chun playfully pinched her cheek, which felt as soft as a baby's skin, a delightful sensation. Wang Yusin's heart raced, her face burning as she quickly lowered her head and turned to leave. Yi Chun watched her retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. She is merely my sister. I worry she might misunderstand. Xianjia, the clothes and shoes fit perfectly. Thank you. I was just studying. You haven't rested either. Xianjia, I just finished showering and lay down. If you have time, keep me company for a while. Sure, Xianjia, I just got into bed. How is everything at your company? Things are going well. There are plenty of orders, but they all rely on connections. It's quite exhausting. I prefer not to dwell on it. Chen hesitated before typing a message. Xianjia, do you have a boyfriend? No. With how beautiful and accomplished you are, there must be many suitors. Why not find a partner to share some of the pressure and have someone to talk to? Chen recalled some rumors from his previous life about the company. He suspected there might be some truth to them. Lu Zixuan either came from a powerful family or was being supported by a wealthy benefactor. Based on what Chen currently understood, the latter seemed more plausible. Chapter 29. Yet another good sister, Lu Zixuan's personal life was of no concern to him. Chen had never contemplated a romantic relationship with her. Even if she were indeed being supported by a benefactor, it was her personal life and choice. If she genuinely regarded him as a younger brother, Chen would not deceive her feelings. Yes, it's the girl you work with? No, she is my high school classmate. She is at Jianghai Fudan University. Li Qingya was his longtime crush from high school. Reflecting on this left him feeling conflicted. Children make choices. I want them all. Otherwise, how could he justify living two lives? Lu Zixuan curiously asked, have you confessed to her? No, I didn't have the courage back then. You're about to enter your senior year. If you don't confess soon, you'll graduate. Boys need to be brave and boldly express their feelings. Don't fear failure, or you'll carry regret for a lifetime. Every time Chen thought of Li Qingya in his past life, he loathed himself for not being bold or courageous. Perhaps if he had been, she wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. That was a lifelong pain for him. Whenever he recalled the message she sent before her tragic leap, he felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. Why didn't you pursue me in college? If one day I leave this world, will you still remember me? Chen and Lu Zixuan chatted until 11 at night before finally sleeping. The following morning, Jianghai Transportation University welcomed a wave of returning students. Starting from around 7 or 8 in the morning, students began to trickle back. Xing Chao entered the dormitory and saw Chen reading, smiling as he said, Old Yi, I missed you so much over the summer. Seeing Xing Chao again brought a smile to Chen's face. Old Xing, I missed you too. In his previous life, Chen had graduated from university without pursuing graduate studies, leading to infrequent gatherings with him. Eventually, as they started families, they saw each other even less. It had been over 10 years since they last met. Xing Chao opened his backpack and pulled out some local specialties. Old Yi, try our hometown's delicacies. He handed Chen a bag of snacks. Chen accepted it without hesitation and sampled it. Quite tasty. Old Xing, did you enjoy your summer at home? Xing Chao complained. Enjoy? I spent every day at home studying. It was less enjoyable than being at school. At least I could chat with you guys. How was your summer job? It went well. The work wasn't tiring, and the pay was decent. Xing Chao replied, Old Yi, I think you should join us for the graduate exam. In today's society, a graduate degree is more competitive, and we could all spend another 2 years together. Before the summer, Chen had shared his reluctance to pursue graduate studies with them. Chen smiled and said, I've decided to take the exam. Xing Chao hailed from Baisu province and had the best family background among their dorm mates, often treating them to meals. Let me treat this time. You always pay. Chen insisted. No need. My parents give me plenty of allowance each month. Xing Chao was aware of Chen's financial situation, knowing that his monthly allowance was just over 1,000. Chen chuckled. Old Xing, I made some money trading stocks over the summer. Don't try to take my spotlight today. Xing Chao was taken aback. You traded stocks? How much did you earn? A few 100,000. Chen refrained from mentioning the millions, as it would be too shocking. A few 100,000 was still acceptable for Xing Chao and the others, not too outrageous. The family of Xing Chao enjoys a comfortable financial status, with hundreds of thousands being a mere trifle for them. Xing Chao, utterly astonished, exclaimed, Well, Old Yi, I never anticipated you possessed such talent. You must treat us tonight. Have you noticed that this year's new female students are quite enchanting? When I first arrived, that fair and shapely thigh was simply captivating. Chen replied, Don't even mention it. A freshman girl claimed to have fallen for me at first sight and insists that I pursue her. Really? Is she beautiful? Xing Chao inquired. Indeed, she possesses a lovely face and an exquisite figure, though she does exhibit some social awkwardness, Chen confessed. Xing Chao, with a sly grin, remarked, With such beauty, how could you refuse? Chen responded, I have someone I like. If I didn't, I would certainly agree. You're referring to that high school classmate, right? Hurry and pursue her, or someone else will swoop in. Chen chuckled. I've already begun my efforts during the summer vacation. Xing Chao scrutinized him. Old Yi, you seem different from before. How so? Chen was taken aback. Your demeanor, along with your speech and behavior, has noticeably changed. I've worked outside for 2 months. Interacting with various people. Experience hones one's character. Wealth indeed contributes to one's poise. After conversing for a while, they made their way to the cafeteria, which was noticeably more crowded than before. While serving their meals, Yi-chun searched for Wang Yusin's figure and soon spotted her nearby, engrossed in her food. Once they finished their meals, they found a secluded spot to sit. Xing Chao whispered, "Old Yi, did you see all those beautiful female students? Each one more striking than the last. Despite being diligent students, who doesn't appreciate beauty?" They often discussed among themselves in the dormitory about which college or major had the most attractive individuals. The four of them had previously shared a rather reserved disposition. While they were dining, Zhao Jing and her roommate, Su Hui, sat opposite them. "Senior," Zhao Jing exclaimed, her radiant smile captivating Xing Chao. Yi-Chen smiled slightly. "Allow me to introduce my roommate, Xing Chao. Old Xing, this is freshman Zhao Jing and Su Hui." Xing Chao beamed, "Hello, young ladies." Zhao Jing nodded briefly, her smile directed at Yi-Chun. "Senior, do I look pretty today?" she asked, her short skirt and low-cut top making her strikingly attractive. Yi-Chun replied, "You look beautiful every day, but please, do not pursue me. I have someone I like. We can be good friends. I'm older than you, so consider me your older brother." Zhao Jing huffed. "Are you trying to keep me as a backup?" Yi-Chun retorted, "You insult my character. If you're unwilling, forget it." "Let's eat." Zhao Jing laughed. "Who said I'm unwilling? You should eat more chicken legs to nourish yourself." With that, she placed her chicken leg onto Yi-Chen's plate. "I have enough to eat." "You take it," he insisted. Zhao Jing, undeterred, began her meal. "Brother, are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam?" she asked playfully, her tone causing a delightful shiver. "Yes, but please speak normally," Yi-Chen replied. "I am speaking normally," she insisted. After finishing their meal, Yi-Chun and Xing Chao bid farewell and left. Su Hui, observing Zhao Jing devouring the chicken leg, coughed lightly. "Yi-Chun just used his chopsticks to eat vegetables. And now he has given you the chicken leg, which has his saliva on it. You two have basically kissed indirectly." Zhao Jing paused for a moment. "Is that so? Then I must savor this chicken leg even more thoroughly." As they exited the cafeteria, Xing Chao remarked to Yi-Chun, "Old Yi, I have genuinely noticed a change in you. Previously, you were shy and blushed when speaking to girls, but now you converse effortlessly with such a stunning beauty. Does working summer jobs really transform a person? If I had known, I would have done the same." "Old Xing, Zhao Jing is truly beautiful and so charming. If I had a classmate like her pursuing me, I would gladly accept and cherish her." "Charming? Are your eyes deceiving you? How is she charming?" "The way she called you brother was rather endearing. It made my heart flutter. When did such a beautiful girl start pursuing me?" Yi-Chen recalled that in his previous life, Xing Chao married Shui Tingting from their class, only to discover later that she had been unfaithful, resulting in a divorce. "I remember you liked Shui Tingting, right?" Xing Chao grinned. "Indeed, we chatted every day during the summer vacation. I believe this semester I might win her over." Yi-Chen doubted that Shui Tingting was the type to indulge in infidelity, but one can never truly know a person as heart. Infidelity often stems from a myriad of external factors. Yet the most crucial aspect is that Shui Tingting likely harbored issues within herself, lacking moral integrity and succumbing to temptation. After a moment's hesitation, Yi-Chen asked, "What do you think of Shui Tingting?" Xing Chao responded, "She's quite nice. Although not as beautiful as Zhao Jing, she is still attractive in her own right." Yi-Chen was unsure how to dissuade him, as they had already advanced to this point. He could only wait to see how things unfolded. Jianghai University is a prestigious institution in the country, with students hailing from all corners of the nation. The academic atmosphere is exceptionally strong. During the second semester of their junior year, Xing Chao, Yi-Chun, and their friends were busy reviewing for the upcoming entrance examinations. However, Yi-Chun decided against pursuing further studies, yet he remained committed to learning, for knowledge is a lifelong treasure. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing joined them. After a lengthy separation, they exchanged warm greetings. In the evening, they ascended to the second floor of the cafeteria, where they reserved a private room and ordered several dishes along with a few bottles of beer. Upon hearing that Yi-Chun had made a profit from stock trading, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing expressed a hint of envy. While the three of them diligently studied, Yi-Chun was on his phone. This illustrates the academic atmosphere of a top-tier university, compelling one to engage in study. In contrast, in institutions with a poorer academic environment, If 3 out of 4 roommates are playing around while one studies, the latter may gradually succumb to the distractions. At 8:30 in the evening, Chen messaged Li Qingya. "What are you up to?" Fudan University also boasts a strong academic environment. I intended to rest, but seeing my roommates still studying, I felt embarrassed to play on my phone. Li Qingya replied, "Focus on your revisions." "Until what time do your roommates study?" "About 10 o'clock, he responded. "Then let us chat at 10. At 10 o'clock, Chen yawned. "Are you all still studying?" "Don't overdo it. Hurry to bed and study more tomorrow." Xing Chao replied, "I need to chat with Tingting for a bit." Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing added, "We'll study a little longer." Yichen le imbit, messaging, livingya. "Have your roommates gone to bed?" Almost everyone is in bed except one person who is still studying. Yichen remarked, "That's too intense. Keep it up. Let us strive for success together." "Yes, you too." They chatted for half an hour before retiring for the night. The next morning, around 7, Yichen and his friends arrived at the classroom. Upon entering, they found their classmates engrossed in their studies. After settling down, they too began to study. At 8, their instructor, Zhou Wanqing, entered the classroom and announced, "Students, now that you are in your senior year, it's time to intensify your revision for the postgraduate entrance exams. As the preliminary tests are in December. If you're not pursuing further studies, you may also seek internships to gain work experience." Most of the class intended to take the entrance exams, with only a few opting out. The senior year curriculum was light, providing ample free time. However, due to the impending exams, everyone felt more pressure than in previous years. Even without a teacher present, students remained diligently focused on their studies. Yichen observed Wang Yusen, who was deeply engrossed in her reading, completely absorbed in her studies. At 9:30 in the morning, Yichen discreetly took out his phone to check his stock account. All 3 stocks he had purchased had reached their daily limit, resulting in a floating profit exceeding 1,200,000. This exemplifies the advantage of substantial capital. The more funds one has, the quicker the accumulation of wealth. Yichen gazed at the stocks in the market, selecting his next potential high flyers for the upcoming week. He diligently recorded a few notable stocks in his memo and set reminders. Subsequently, he glanced at Huawang Technology. Lu Zixuan and Zhou Jizai had both invested in this stock. Today, it had risen by 3%, a commendable increase, and the trend suggested further growth. Over the course of 2 months, it had more than tripled. Undoubtedly a remarkable stock. Yichen then examined the situation in the European and American stock markets. Due to the time difference, the U.S. stock market opened at 9:30 p.m. in Huagua and continued until 4 a.m., providing a total of 6.5 hours of trading without a midday break. As he observed the U.S. market, a particular stock came to mind, Game In, a battleground of epic proportions between bulls and bears. This was a fierce clash involving numerous retail investors and short sellers. With the influence of larger capital lurking in the shadows, albeit rarely acknowledged, many had profited handsomely from this confrontation, with some super stocks yielding returns of 30 to 40 times. Had one invested 2 years ago, the peak returns could have exceeded 100 times. Game In was anticipated to launch in January of next year. Yichen needed to prepare in advance to trade U.S. stocks. He required an international securities account and a foreign bank account. Jianghai, a premier city in the country, housed numerous branches of international banks and securities firms. Chapter 31. Zhao Jing's gift in the afternoon, Yichen opted not to attend class. He left the school to open an international bank account, subsequently addressing issues related to large fund transfers at the bank, and finally visited an international securities firm to open an account and consult on various matters. "I went out to handle a few affairs," he remarked. After freshening up, he began reviewing his studies. The days leading up to the graduate school entrance examination were monotonous. Although his daily classes were few, studying for the exam was significantly more exhausting. Yet, seeing those around him striving diligently spurred him to maintain his own efforts. After 4 days, Yichen felt adequately prepared for the exam. His mind was exceptionally sharp, akin to a super-intelligent brain, with learning efficiency exponentially higher than that of others. On Friday evening, Yichen and his 2 roommates emerged from the cafeteria. "Are you heading to the playground for a stroll?" he inquired. Wei Xiangyu replied, "I haven't yet reviewed for my ideological and political theory class. I need to study some more." Feng Bing echoed, "I also need to revise." Yichen turned to Xing Chao, who commented, "I need to find Tingting. We have plans." "Going to a hotel?" Yichen asked curiously. Xing Chao chuckled, "Just for a bit of relaxation." Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing widened their eyes in surprise. You two are moving quite fast, aren't you? Xing Chao defended. We've been talking for a long time. We clarified our relationship during the summer vacation. Once the group parted ways, Yi Chun wandered alone in the playground. His securities account held 17 million, with an additional 500,000 in his bank account. In the first 3 months of the year, he aimed to accumulate more capital for significant gains in the U.S. stock market. The prospect of achieving returns of dozens of times a month could grant him financial freedom. During Gaiman's peak, daily trading volumes exceeded $100 billion. Yichen contemplated that investing 1 or 200 million would hardly make a substantial impact. Unlike the domestic stock market, where a few tens of millions could trigger a chain reaction, even a few 100,000 was sufficient. As his funds grew, Yichen realized he could no longer engage with speculative stocks and would need to opt for those with higher market capitalizations. Brother Yi, a voice called from behind. Yichen turned to see Zhao Jing and Su Hui approaching him. Are you here for a stroll as well? Zhao Jing beamed. Brother, why are you alone? She wore a pleated school uniform that accentuated her innocent charm. Just enjoying some peace. Have you eaten? Zhao Jing replied, I just finished. Can I accompany you for a walk? Yichen responded calmly, sure. Zhao Jing observed him closely. Brother, you don't seem very happy. Is something bothering you? You can share it with me. I'll help you bear the burden. Yichen reassured her. I'm not unhappy, just lost in thought. What are you thinking about? She probed. About making money. How do you plan to do that? Investing in stocks. Do you understand? Zhao Jing shook her head. I don't, but it seems my dad does. Yichen advised. Encourage your father to stop after this year. Zhao Jing, puzzled, asked why. Because a bear market is approaching, Yichen stated, choosing not to elaborate further. Even if Zhao Jing mentioned it to her father, he might not take a university student's perspective seriously. Such is the nature of common reasoning. Brother, studying so hard must be tiring. I bought you a gift. I'll give it to you shortly. Yichen was somewhat surprised. There's no need to buy anything. You're still a student without your own income. Wait until you earn money to buy gifts. Zhao Jing smiled. It's fine. My dad provides me with ample living expenses. The three strolled around the playground, chatting amiably, which was quite pleasant. He had already completed his review, and he felt confident about the exam. Senior, I'll go get your gift, Zhao Jing announced. Yichen followed her to the front of the freshman girls' dormitory, a bustling area. Freshmen had fewer classes and more free time to enjoy themselves. A few minutes later, Zhao Jing hurried down from the dormitory, slightly breathless. Yichen observed her and said, no need to rush. Take your time. I don't mind waiting a bit longer. Zhao Jing chuckled. Brother, are you concerned about me? Yichen replied with a calm demeanor. Of course. It's normal for a brother to care for his sister. Zhao Jing handed him a box. Brother, this is a neck and back massager I bought for you. You study so much that your neck and back might suffer. Yichen was taken aback by her thoughtful gesture. She often appeared carefree, but demonstrated a keen awareness of others' needs. In his previous life, he had avoided Zhao Jing, failing to truly understand her character. Now, after spending time together, he found her to be quite pleasant, albeit overly extroverted. Zhao Jing watched his departing figure, smirking softly. Are you touched? Just wait and see how I make you fall deeply for me. Yichen sighed. A gift from my sister shouldn't be obligatory. You mentioned my exam preparations and the strain on my neck and back. Old Wei and Old Feng are also quite bothersome with their good looks. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing turned their heads, choosing to ignore him. That remark is truly infuriating. After unwrapping the package, Yichen searched online for the price. The two items totaled over 1,000 yuan, quite a sum. He sat in a chair to try it out, and indeed, it was rather comfortable. Yichen pulled out his phone, noticing a message from Zhao Jing. Don't let anyone else use it. It's for you. Understood. Thank you, dear sister. Don't spend so much in the future. It's not much. Brother, shall we go out tomorrow? Study should be balanced with relaxation. Sure. I'll check if I have any other plans. If not, I'd love to go out. Yichen also wished to avoid being cooped up in the dormitory all day. At that moment, Zhou Jitsai messaged him. Xiao Chun, what's the situation with Huawang technology? Zhou Jitsai continued. It has already risen by 20% this week. Yichen inquired, Uncle Zhou, do you have a U.S. stock account? No, why do you ask? You should open one. Once we enter a bear market here, we can invest in U.S. stocks, which tend to be more stable. Yichen aimed to bring Zhou Jitsai along to profit from U.S. investments. After all, it was foreign money. The more they earned, the better. This would also instill a sense of indebtedness in Zhou Jitsai. Right, I almost forgot. I'll take care of that next week. Chapter 32. Shopping. After sending the message to Zhou Jitsai, Yichen texted Li Qingya. Qingya, do you still have studying to do this weekend? Was she subtly hinting at something? Li Qingya replied, where are we going? Yi Chan felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, she had just hinted at me. In the years I have spent here, I have never once visited a scenic spot. Let us choose a place to stroll. Which destination do you prefer? How about the Jianghai Museum? I have yet to visit. Very well, then let us go there this Sunday. Li Qingya, remember to make an online reservation. Entry to the Jianghai Museum requires a reservation, and no admission fee is needed. Yi Chen paused for a moment. Was she being considerate of me? Did she realize my family's financial struggles? Just wait. Soon you shall come to know a different me. Although I currently possess over 10 million, such wealth is rather insignificant in Jianghai City. The luxury vehicles driven by the affluent second-generation heirs are valued in the millions. On September 17th, Saturday, shortly after 7 in the morning, Yi Chen was having breakfast in the cafeteria with Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing. Before long, Zhao Jing and Su Hui arrived, taking a seat opposite Yi Chen. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing had previously encountered Zhao Jing, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy towards Yi Chen. Why should such a beautiful junior take the initiative to pursue him? Is it merely because of his looks? How superficial, too superficial. Junior, can you not see our inner charm? Affection is primarily about chemistry and feeling. Senior, shall we go watch a movie later? Zhao Jing inquired, gazing at him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Sure, I have never seen a movie before. It will be a new experience. Yi Chen, Junior Su Hui, are you not joining us? Su Hui smiled and replied, I dislike being a third wheel. Yi Chen, what third wheel? My relationship with Junior Zhao Jing is entirely innocent. You two go ahead. I have some other matters to attend to. After saying this, Su Hui turned and left. After finishing her meal, Zhao Jing, with her captivating large eyes, looked at him. Brother, shall we go? Let's go. Zhao Jing was dressed in a short-sleeved school uniform and a short skirt, perfectly complementing her purity and beauty. Her features were striking, and her figure was graceful, drawing the attention of many as they walked. Upon exiting the school gate, one could see numerous luxury cars parked nearby. Brands like Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, and Audi were visible, with the occasional flashy sport car. Yi Chen felt a twinge of aspiration. When might he also own a luxury vehicle? He discreetly observed Zhao Jing's expressions. She reacted minimally to the luxury cars, merely glancing at them. This indicated her lack of strong vanity. She was no gold digger. Zhao Jing walked alongside him. Brother, have you used the massager? Is it effective? If not, we can return it for another. Upon hearing his praise, Zhao Jing giggled. Brother, you must treat me to a movie and a meal today. Certainly, I shall cover the expenses. They waited for 2 minutes before a bus arrived. Since it was the weekend, the bus was not crowded, and they found seats together. Yi Chen admired her fair, shapely legs, internally marveling. What beautiful legs. Brother, do you find them attractive? Zhao Jing noticed his gaze and smiled at him. After saying this, she leaned her leg closer to his, brushing against his casual pants. Yi Chen cleared his throat and hurriedly took out his phone to distract himself. After several minutes, they arrived at the nearest shopping plaza to the school. They purchased some snacks and drinks before heading to the cinema. The theater was bustling with people, mostly young couples, and their seats were positioned closely together at the back. Brother, is this your first time watching a movie? Zhao Jing asked. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I never imagined my first movie would be with you. Zhao Jing smiled. Thank you for sharing this first experience with me. As the film began, the chatter surrounding them quieted down, allowing Yi Chen to reflect on his own experiences. Zhao Jing was engrossed, munching on snacks while watching the film. After a while, Yi Chen noticed several couples in front of them leaning their heads together. Such disregard for public decorum was rather frustrating. He glanced at Zhao Jing, only to find her looking back at him, her smile indicating her awareness of the romantic atmosphere, intended to stir his emotions. Brother, do you wish to experience this? I have never been in a relationship. My first kiss is still waiting. Is that true? Of course it is. With the demands of high school, I had no time for romance, and besides, my parents disapprove. They said they would leave me to my own devices in college. Focus on the movie. Watching the couples canoodling in front of him made it difficult for Yi Chen to concentrate. After more than 2 hours, the film finally concluded. Yi Chen stepped out and asked, where shall we go next? Zhao Jing. Brother, when out with a girl, you cannot simply ask her. Do you expect her to suggest going shopping for clothes? Upon hearing her call him brother in such a cute manner, he found it hard to resist. Do not tease my heart. Let us go shopping for some clothes. Autumn has arrived, and the mall has already stocked its autumn collection. Zhao Jing, will you be paying? I shall cover the bill. They wandered through the clothing brand stores in the mall. Eventually, Zhao Jing found a black, waist-cinching autumn dress. Brother, does it look good? She emerged from the fitting room, twirling around. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The black dress accentuated her elegance, emphasizing her slim waist and flattering her figure. Perfect. Let's take it. Zhao Jing stood before the mirror, satisfied with her appearance. This autumn dress costs 1,600 yuan. It is not even from an international brand, but merely a high-end domestic one. Once Zhao Jing exited, the sales attendant took the dress for packaging. Brother, will you settle the bill? This dress is a bit pricey. Yi Chen nodded slightly. No worries, this amount is nothing. Consider it a gift from brother to sister. Thank you, brother. After leaving that clothing store, Zhao Jing insisted on buying him something, ultimately selecting a casual autumn outfit, which cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Yi Chen then picked out a set of autumn casual attire for another sister. Zhao Jing remarked, Brother, I do not want it anymore. It is not for you. It is for another sister. Chapter 33, Gift Giving. Huh? Zhao Jing was momentarily taken aback. How many sisters do you have? Currently, 2. Currently? How many do you wish to have? Am I just a fish in your pond? Zhao Jing playfully pinched his waist. Yi Chen grasped her wrist. What do you mean by fish in the pond? I consider you all as sisters. Zhao Jing. Is she also from our school? Yi Chen, a classmate of mine. She is very kind-hearted, and her family is not well off. I have never seen her wear new clothes. Zhao Jing huffed. Is she prettier than me? You both have your unique charms. Such a cad. I feel you are becoming more like a cad. Yi Chen, what cad? If I were a cad, I would have accepted your pursuit and charmed you into my grasp. I genuinely think you are quite admirable. Our relationship as siblings is splendid. Zhao Jing remained silent, thinking, I do not want to be siblings. I will make you fall in love with me sooner or later. Yi Chen suggested, It is noon. Let's go eat. This mall has a seafood buffet restaurant. Just in time, I am hungry. Let's go, my dear brother. They made their way to the buffet restaurant on the upper floor. The weekend buffet was relatively crowded, filled mostly with nearby students and working individuals. As they entered, Zhao Jing's stunning figure attracted many gazes. Wherever a beauty goes, she becomes the center of attention. After finishing their lunch, they spent some time at the mall's children's amusement area. Although it was meant for kids, Zhao Jing found great joy in it, and Yi Chen watched her with amusement, finding her quite endearing. Brother, are you happy today? Very happy. Zhao Jing turned with satisfaction, holding a shopping bag. Yi Chen glanced at the items he purchased the previous night, a neck and waist massager. He bought one for Li Qingya and another for Wang Yusen. As both were preparing for graduate school and often sat for extended periods, necessitating some relief for their neck and lumbar discomfort. The courier is en route, nearing Fudan University and Jiaodong University. Although both institutions are situated in Jianghai City, they are quite distant from each other. Yi Chen made a phone call to Li Qingya. What is up, Yi Chen? Li Qingya's puzzled voice emanated from the phone. Yi Chen replied, I've purchased a gift for you. It's almost at your school. Remember to collect it. Li Qingya paused for a moment. I was wondering why there was a logistics update without any online purchase. What did you buy? You'll find out when you receive it. I must go now. The courier is calling. Yi Chen hung up and answered the incoming call from the delivery person. The package had arrived. He held the items and proceeded towards the senior girls' dormitory, sending a message to Wang Yusen along the way. Come downstairs. Brother has something for you. By the time he reached the dormitory, Wang Yusen was already waiting for him. Yi Chen noticed her smile and said, This is a set of autumn clothing I bought for you, along with a neck and waist massager. Studying for long hours can strain your neck and back. A daily half-hour massage should help. Wang Yusen's cheeks flushed slightly, as many people were entering and exiting, curiously glancing in their direction. She hesitated, not immediately reaching out for the gift. Yi Chen understood her internal conflict. Take it. Don't feel burdened. I consider you my dear little sister. It's perfectly normal for me to pamper you. Wang Yusen finally extended her hand to accept the gift. Thank you, brother. Dong Min curiously inquired. Who bought you this clothing, Yusen? Feng Lily asked. Are you in a relationship, Yusen? Wang Yusen's face turned crimson. No. Dong Min pressed on. So who is it from? A suitor? Feng Lily opened the package. Wow, this is a neck and waist massager. I've been feeling uncomfortable in my back and neck while studying. Who is so thoughtful, Yusen? Another roommate, Chen Dongxue, eagerly asked. Yusen, are you dating someone? Dongmin added, Who is it? Do we know him? Wang Yusen, blushing, explained, It's from Yi Chen. He is my brother. Yi Chen, Dong Min, Feng Lily, and Chen Dongxue were all taken aback. In their minds, Yi Chen was quite ordinary, not resembling a wealthy second generation. There were a few affluent students in her class, wearing clothes that cost thousands, with shoes even more expensive. Dong Min, surprised, queried, "How did he become your brother?" The other three girls looked at her with curiosity. Dong Min remarked, "This outfit is not cheap. It must cost around 1,000. And the massager is branded, probably over 1,000 as well. He really is willing to spend." Feng Lily cautioned, "Yusin, be careful. Don't be deceived." "I know," Wang Yusin replied. Chen Dongxue commented, "Have you all seen the phone Yi Chen uses? It's a high-end Huawei, worth over 30,000. Tong Min and Feng Lily gasped, "So expensive? You saw it?" Chen Dongxue nodded slightly. "I noticed it a couple of days ago in class." "Yusin, is he really from a rich background? I never noticed before." Wang Yusin shook her head. "I don't know." She did not wish to disclose details about Yi Chen. Meanwhile, her roommate remarked, "Qingya, is this neck and waist massager something you bought? You should really get one. Studying so hard is exhausting." Li Qingya smiled. "I didn't buy it. It was a gift." "Who gave it to you?" The gossiping curiosity of her two roommates flared up. Li Qingya replied, "A high school classmate. Yes, at Jiaodong University." Wang Xia and Zhang Jingdan asked in unison, "Is he pursuing you?" Li Qingya nodded slightly. "Yes, but I haven't agreed yet." Zhang Jingdan teased, saying, "That feels like you're close to agreeing. You must like him too, right?" Wang Xia laughed. "I'm now curious about what kind of man could capture our Qingya's heart. Is he handsome?" Yi Chen chimed in, "I wanted to ask you the same. How was it last night?" Xing Chao chuckled. "You'll understand once you have a girlfriend. It's quite enjoyable." Wei Xiangyu asserted, "A beautiful woman cannot disturb my focus. She will only hinder my efficiency in preparing for exams." Feng Bing added, "Exactly. We need to concentrate on our studies. Be cautious not to let women distract you." Xing Chao boastfully said, "You're just jealous. Have either of you ever held a girl's hand?" Yi Chen's phone buzzed. It was a message from Li Qingya. "Little Chen, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful." Chapter 34. Holding hands with Li Qingya. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy upon seeing her affectionate nickname for him. Indeed, women tend to appreciate such small surprises. When he received the massager from Zhao Jing, he felt a similar surprise and was touched by her thoughtfulness. He was grateful to his dear sister, Xiao Jing. Yi Chen was quick to adapt. Although he had lived 2 lives, he still lacked experience in matters of the heart. "Qingya, I'll come to your school tomorrow." Li Qingya replied, "Little Chen, our schools are quite far apart. It takes 1 to 2 hours by bus. Let us meet at the museum." Yi Chen affirmed, "All right, let us meet at Jianghai Museum." Li Qingya cautioned, "Don't buy such expensive gifts in the future. We're still university students and haven't started earning yet. We can discuss it once we have jobs." Yi Chen felt a sense of comfort from her understanding words. "Qingya, you're truly considerate. It's fine. I have money now. That S from the hard work you put in during the summer. Don't spend it recklessly. Hard-earned money must be spent on meaningful people." Yi Chen's heartfelt words made Li Qingya's heart bloom with joy. "Little Chen, is this your first time giving a gift to a girl?" Li Qingya chuckled. "Little Chen, focus on your studies and get some rest once you're done." "All right, I'll study now. See you tomorrow." After their conversation, Yi Chen messaged Wang Yusin. "Have you tried the massager yet?" "Not yet. I'll give it a try later. If it's not effective, I'll return it. Remember to massage once or twice daily." "Okay, I saw it." I haven't agreed to him. "Don't study too late. Make sure to rest." In a relationship, beyond material conditions, providing emotional value is paramount. Both are indispensable. Relying solely on material wealth to win a girl's affection will lead to abandonment when she encounters someone wealthier. While Yi Chen was conversing with Wang Yusin, Lu Zixuan sent him a message. "Little Chen, where you up to?" "Studying Guanyi. Take care of your health. Don't study too late, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Given your stock trading skills, even if you don't pursue further studies, I doubt anyone can surpass you. Xianjia, do you have a US stock account? If not, remember to open one next week." The domestic stock market isn't performing well, and I suspect we're entering a bear market with few opportunities to profit. It's better to earn in US dollars. "All right, little Chen, I'll open a US stock account next week." "Is your company busy this week?" "Xianjia, it's manageable. I have social engagements tomorrow afternoon and evening. I wanted to ask if you'd like to go out to unwind." Yi Chen sighed in relief, grateful she had plans. "No worries, we can go out some other time. With so many engagements, take care of your health." He was acutely aware of the drinking culture in the domestic sphere, especially in the bureaucratic and business circles. For a mature and alluring woman like Lu Zixuan to thrive in the business world without a background is challenging, as companies are often reluctant to award contracts to new firms without established credibility, unless one resorts to compromising their integrity. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Chen boarded the bus, his heart racing at the thought of meeting Li Qingya. She was the girl he had secretly admired during high school, and fortuitously, she harbored feelings for him as well. Had he been able to be with Li Qingya in his previous life, he would have been immensely satisfied. Yet now, he found himself feeling a tinge of greed. At 8:13, Chen disembarked at Jianghai Museum Station. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he immediately spotted Li Qingya standing beside the bus stop. He called out to her and made his way over. As she noticed him, a smile graced her face, her beautiful eyes scanning him from top to bottom. "Xiao Chenzi, why do you seem so much more handsome than before?" Chen replied with a beaming smile. "Haven't I always been this handsome?" Their encounters had become infrequent after entering university, with only the annual high school reunion during the winter break allowing them to see each other. Li Qingya remarked, "I think you become a bit fairer." Chen had also been observing her, noting that she had made a deliberate effort to present herself well. Her long brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, her oval face adorned with cherry-red lips standing gracefully. "Qingya, you seem more mature than before." Her physique had developed somewhat, but it was within normal bounds, unlike Zhao Jing, who was exceptionally well-endowed and a rarity among her peers. "Let us get going. The Jianghai Museum is quite large, and it will get crowded soon," Li Qingya suggested as they headed toward the museum. Being a weekend, the number of visitors was considerable. Although they arrived early, the journey had taken over an hour. After queuing for more than 10 minutes, they finally entered the Jianghai City Museum. The museum was expansive, spanning several floors, and a thorough visit would require several hours. They wandered, taking photos and engaging in conversation, resembling a couple. "Xiao Chenzi, look at this magnificent vase," Li Qingya said, admiring a Qing dynasty flower vase. Chen was also absorbed in the exhibits, yet his gaze often drifted back to Li Qingya. Nothing there could compare to her. Their opportunities to meet were limited, and he felt it was essential to cherish this moment. Simultaneously, Chen grappled internally with whether to take her hand. Would that be too forward? What if she rejected him? Despite having lived two lives, he had little experience in such matters. After deliberating for over half an hour, he finally made a decision. As they walked toward the next exhibit, he reached out and gently grasped Li Qingya's icy hand. His heart raced as he discreetly observed her reaction. Li Qingya's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Chen exhaled in relief. Indeed, a man must take the initiative. If one does not act, does one expect the lady to make the first move? After over an hour of exploration, they found a place to rest for a moment. Chen retrieved a bottle of beverage from his backpack and offered it to her. "Qingya, have some water." Li Qingya looked at him. "Xiao Chenzi, what do you plan to do after you graduate from your master's program?" "My parents want me to take the civil service examination and become a public servant," she replied. Chen was taken aback. With such uncertainty in the selection process, and in the current domestic climate, it was exceedingly difficult to advance without a family background or connections. Li Qingya looked at him. "Is it really that dire? I believe that gold will shine wherever it is." She had yet to step into society and had not experienced certain harsh realities. It was natural for someone raised in comfort to be unaware of some of the darker, uglier rules. "Qingya, your aspirations are commendable. Contributing to our nation's development is a noble pursuit. If you are passionate about it, then go ahead and prepare for the examination," he offered, refraining from excessive persuasion. Even if Li Qingya pursued the civil service route, he would ensure that certain events would not recur. "Let me think it over. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do." The civil service examination does sound appealing, Li Qingya mused, her inclinations influenced by familial expectations. "Which province do your parents want you to take the exam in?" Chen inquired. "Of course, it would be in our hometown of Eldon province. But that is still a while away. There may be changes." "You mentioned wanting to start a business? What industry do you plan to enter?" "I intend to establish an investment company," Chen replied. "An investment company? What will you use to start it?" "It requires substantial capital," she remarked. Chen simulated. "I made some money trading stocks during the summer. With a bit more capital, I can manage it." Li Qingya was momentarily taken aback. "You trade stocks? How much have you made?" "Over 10 million. Li Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much?" "Currently, my securities account holds approximately 17 million. Li Qingya could hardly believe her ears. "Is that true?" Xiao Chenzi, are you pulling my leg? Yi Chun, in her presence, pulled out his phone and opened his Jianghai Securities personal account, revealing a total of 17.62 million. Li Qingya gazed at him. Xiao Chenzi, I didn't realize you were so impressive. Yi Chun chuckled. It's all right. Li Qingya then said, don't get too proud. Over 10 million ISNT, enough to buy a decent apartment in Jianghai City. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Understood. I will heed the advice of my little princess. Li Qingya's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. Who is your little princess? After resting for over 10 minutes, they resumed their museum tour. Yi Chun naturally held her hand for the second time, finding her cool touch quite pleasant. By this point, he felt considerably less anxious. After a morning of exploration, they finally completed their visit to the museum. Yi Chen emerged feeling deeply impressed. The collection was vast, encompassing various dynasties, with each exquisite antique leaving one in awe. Exiting the museum, Yi Chun continued to hold her hand. Qingyao, what do you feel like eating? Anything simple will do, she replied. I recall there is a mall nearby. Let us grab a bite there, Yi Chen suggested. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the nearby shopping center. They chose a restaurant called Chen's Big Shrimp, a popular chain known for its shrimp dishes. The establishment was bustling with patrons. A large bowl of shrimp, weighing over 2 pounds, was served promptly. Yi Chen donned gloves and began peeling the shrimp, placing the first one into Li Qingya's plate. With a bright smile, she remarked, Xiao Chenzi, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Yi Chen smiled modestly. He may not know much, but he understood this small gesture. Li Qingya placed her first peeled shrimp onto his plate as well. Although they were not officially a couple, their interaction resembled that of one. Yi Chun felt confident that winning Li Qingya's heart was highly probable. She was just a bit aloof and slow to warm up, but once she did, she would be quite affectionate. After lunch, they strolled around the mall for a while longer. Yi Chen bought her 2 outfits and a pair of shoes, while she reciprocated by purchasing him an outfit and shoes. By around 4 o'clock, with a driver present, Yi Chen found it challenging to initiate any intimate contact. He resolved to acquire a vehicle once he had more funds. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Jianghai Fudan University. Got it by, she said. At 6 o'clock that evening, Yi Chen curiously asked, Where's Lao Xing? Wei Xiangyu replied. He went shopping with Chui Tingting. You two should be careful. If you keep playing around, you might not pass the graduate entrance exam. Yi Chen chuckled. I don't find the exam particularly daunting. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. We were just about to. Came a reply. Let us go together. The 3 of them headed to the cafeteria for dinner. Yi Chen did not spot Wang Yusen, likely having gone to another cafeteria with her roommates or perhaps not having arrived yet. Returning to the dormitory, Yi Chen sat in a chair and took out his phone. Li Qingya had just sent him a message. Xiao Chenzi, today has been the happiest day since I started university. I feel the same, Qingya. Let us make it a point to go out every weekend. We should balance work and relaxation, studying diligently during the week and unwinding on weekends. Sure, that sounds good. After chatting for a while, Li Qingya went off to study. Xing Chao looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Old Yi, how do you understand her so well? Have you had previous experiences? Although Yi Chen had not been married in his past life, he had indeed indulged in numerous fleeting encounters, often for mutual benefit. I would like to, but currently, no beautiful lady is willing to accompany me. Lao Xing engaged in a brief conversation before returning to his revision, and the dormitory fell into a serene silence. Yi Chen sat in contemplation, pondering the whereabouts of Guo Gaoyang. He resolved to seek out the man's vulnerabilities. This elderly individual is undoubtedly a habitual offender, and it is likely that there are other victims who dare not speak out. Yi Chen sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, are you asleep? Zhou Wanning was scrolling through Douyin and felt a tinge of curiosity upon seeing his message. Not yet. What is up, Xiao Chen? Yi Chen replied, Sister Ning, do you know Professor Guo Gaoyang? I do. Are you seeking him for something? I am considering pursuing graduate studies and would like to select a mentor in advance. Where can I generally find Professor Guo? Zhou Wanning paused for a moment upon reading his message. Xiao Chen, why not choose someone else? His reputation is not particularly good. Had it been anyone else, she would not have expressed her thoughts so directly, as a leak of their conversation would not bode well for her. Yi Chen inquired, what is wrong with him? Zhou Wanning replied, his character is questionable. I have heard he harasses female students and neglects to guide male students. Yi Chen was taken aback to learn that Guo Gaoyang's reputation had sunk so low. Sister Ning, could you elaborate? Rest assured, dear brother, I will not disclose this to anyone. Zhou Wanning continued. I trust you, Xiao Chun. Last year, a female student reported Guo Gaoyang to the college leadership, but he has been at the college for many years and maintains good relations with those leaders. This matter also concerns the reputation of the college and the university, so it was suppressed. Not only last year, but 2 years prior. Other female students reported him as well, all of which were silenced. The incident last year was more prominent. That female student had evidence and reported it to the Jianghai City Education Department, yet it was still suppressed. Yi Chun, already aware of the darkness and cruelty in society, was not surprised. Sister Ning, what happened to that female student? She graduated early and left the university. Why do you ask, Xiaoqin? Chapter 36. Senior Wang Meng Ting Zhou Wan Ning sensed something was amiss. If Yi Chan were genuinely trying to select a mentor, he should not persistently inquire about the female student. Yi Chen pressed on, Sister Ning, can you find that female student's contact information? Sop Van Ning responded, Xiao Chen. What are you planning? Yi Chan did not conceal his intentions. Sister Ning, having such a toxic individual in the school is detrimental to female students. He may harm others as well. I wish to bring him to justice, or, at the very least, expel him from Jianghai Jiaodong University. Can you assist me? She, too, held disdain for Guo Gaoyang, but felt unable to take direct action. Yi Chen added, All right, Sister Ning, I will await your news tomorrow. Xiao Chun, could you share why you're doing this? Zhou Wan Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued, as it seemed Guo Gaoyang had not offended him directly. Engaging in such efforts seemed thankless. If the college or university leadership were to discover this, they would surely exert pressure on him. Should the scandal be exposed, it would tarnish the reputation of Jianghai Jiaodong University. If he does not receive the punishment he deserves, he will only escalate his behavior. Perhaps one day, my classmates or junior sisters will fall victim to him. Zhou Wanning was taken aback by his fervent sense of justice. Such righteousness and passion were indeed common among university students, who, after all, had yet to be crushed by the harsh realities of society. A seasoned individual, witnessing such events, might merely utter a few curses or remain apathetic, concerned only with their own affairs. Yet Yi Chun, having no personal stake in the matter, felt compelled to intervene. In Zhou Wanning's eyes, Yi Chun possessed a noble and altruistic heart. She found this commendable. Society indeed needs such individuals. Little did she know that Yi Chen's primary motive was to save Wang Yusin, albeit with a hint of chivalrous spirit. The following morning, Yi Chen was reviewing with his roommates in class. At 9:30, he opened Jianghai Securities to check the 3 stocks he had purchased. As expected, all 3 stocks surged to their limits upon opening. His account showed a profit of over 1.7 million today, nearing the 20 million mark. With the increase in capital, he needed to adjust his trading strategy. Small-cap stocks were no longer viable options. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, they were too cumbersome to manage, and secondly, the trading data was visible to the back end of Jianghai Securities. Trading in such small-cap stocks might be manageable a few times, but doing so too often could attract the attention of the Securities Regulatory Commission. Yi Chun scrutinized all stocks in the market, his mind racing to identify those that had performed well in his past life. After nearly half an hour of searching, he stumbled upon a stock name that triggered memories of its subsequent movements. Jianghan Lithium Industries was a company previously under scrutiny, having received warnings from the regulatory body, indicating a risk of delisting that could lead investors to substantial losses. Nevertheless, the stock had demonstrated remarkable resilience, climbing from 126 yuan to its current price of 81 yuan, multiplying several times over. This company primarily dealt in lithium carbonate, a key material for new energy vehicle batteries. The rapid development of the new energy sector had simultaneously spurred growth in upstream industries, exponentially increasing the demand for lithium carbonate. Currently, the futures price of lithium carbonate had surged to over 400,000 yuan per ton. Although Jianghan Lithium Industries had already multiplied in value, its future trajectory remained strong, projected to quadruple again over the next 2 months. Today was September 19th, with just 10 trading days left. If the stock were to hit its daily limit every day during this period, his capital could swell to approximately 47 million yuan. At that point, he could invest the entire amount into Jianghan Lithium Industries. Unlike small-cap stocks, Jianghan Lithium Industries was a stock with significant hype and solid performance, averaging tens of billions in daily trading volume, meaning that a few tens of millions wouldn't cause much stir. Once he completed trading in Jianghan Lithium Industries, The new year would be upon them. The domestic stock market would transition from a bull market to a bear market, experiencing a significant downturn. At that juncture, he could seamlessly shift to the U.S. stock market to profit in U.S. dollars. After contemplating this, Chen opened WeChat and noticed a message from Zhou Wanning sent 10 minutes prior. Xiao Chun, I found the contact information for that female student, but I'm unsure if she is still using it. You might want to reach out and see. All right, Sister Ning, I will try to contact her. Chen quietly slipped out of the classroom and dialed the number of the senior, named Wang Mengting. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello, who is this? A melodious voice emanated from the phone. Chen responded, May I speak with Senior Wang Mengting? I am Chen from the computer science major at Jianghai City University. Upon hearing his introduction, Wang Mengting felt a sense of curiosity. What can I do for you? Chen continued, Are you currently employed? I need to discuss something regarding Guogaoyang. Where are you? I can come to meet you. Aware of her concerns about his intentions, Chen added, Senior, I want to see Guogaoyang brought to justice. A friend of mine was assaulted by him. Please choose a location where we can meet and talk. Wang Mengting asked, How did you find my contact information? Chen replied, I have some connections at the college and asked around. I finish work at 11:30. Please wait for me at the Xiangnan Flavor Restaurant in Songjiang District. Add me as a WeChat friend, and I will send you the address. Got it, Senior. After adding Wang Mengting, she promptly sent him the address. This location was not far from Lu Zixuan's company, both situated within the same district. Chen was in Jiangpu District, and it would take over an hour to reach there by bus. At 11:20 in the morning, Chen arrived at the Xiangnan Flavor Restaurant. He reserved a private room and sent a message to Wang Mengting. Senior, I have arrived at the restaurant in room 202. Approximately 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. A young and beautiful girl entered, surveying Chen as he did the same. Hello, Senior. I am Chen. Please, have a seat. Wang Mengting looked at him and inquired, What year are you in? I'm in my 4th year, preparing for graduate school. Senior, please go ahead and order. Let us see what you enjoy. Wang Mengting, not one to be polite, ordered several signature dishes, while Chen requested a couple of dishes as well, asking the waiter, Can they be made mildly spicy? Certainly, sir. Once the waiter exited, Wang Mengting gazed at him and said, Chen, Jr., please state your intentions directly. In Chapter 37, titled Obtaining Evidence, Chen softly inquired, Senior, may I ask if you still possess any evidence regarding Guogaoyang's crimes? If so, could you kindly share a copy with me? I intend to find a way to bring him to justice. You know where I ended up back then, right? Chen asked. At the District Education Bureau, correct? Wang Mengting nodded. I initially took the evidence of Guogaoyang's harassment to the District Education Bureau. That was my first lesson in reality. I truly realized what society is and what reality entails. It was not as beautiful as I had imagined. At one point, I felt as though I had been living in a fantastical illusion. Chen deeply empathized with her sentiments. In his previous life, he had also encountered numerous experiences that shattered his worldview upon entering society. One must cultivate inner strength. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to despair. Observing Wang Mengting's current state, she seemed to have come to terms with her past. He said, Senior, seeing you in this state brings me joy. Society is indeed cruel. We ordinary individuals are like a small boat adrift on the vast ocean. We must learn to navigate the currents to survive. One day, when we grow into mighty vessels, we will sail against the wind and tide, forging our own paths. Wang Mengting asked, What do you plan to do to address him? Chen replied, You tried official channels, but that route is ineffective. We can only leverage public opinion online. I plan to expose his actions on the internet. Wang Mengting interjected. I attempted to do so online before, but my account was banned. Eventually, I compromised. Otherwise, I might not even receive my diploma. Chen asked, Senior, would you be able to share a copy of the evidence with me? I will handle the remaining matters. This situation might bring you some trouble. If it becomes public, the college leadership will certainly seek you out, disrupting your currently peaceful life. Wang Mengting responded, I have several pieces of evidence regarding his harassment and sexual misconduct. Initially, I presented my evidence, but after realizing it was futile, I refrained from revealing the other pieces. Chen was pleasantly surprised. The more evidence they had, the greater their chances of success. Then, Senior, please send me those pieces of evidence. Do not send your own. This way, the college leadership will not suspect you. I assure you, I will not disclose this matter to anyone. Wang Mengting expressed, I hope this time we can apprehend that shameless old man. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them, and the waiter entered with their meal. They began to eat, each dish notably spicy. Yichen enjoyed spicy food, but it was too hot for him, and soon he was sweating profusely, while Wang Mengding appeared completely unaffected. "Senior, where are you from that you can handle spicy food so well?" Yichen inquired. Wang Mengding laughed. "I'm from Xiangnan province. We all eat like this there." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yichen asked, "Senior, how many people has Guo Gaoyang harassed or assaulted?" Wang Mengting replied, "I'm not sure of the specifics, but I've heard there are dozens of victims. I have 5 video pieces of evidence documenting his misconduct while he was lecturing, where he took advantage of and harassed female students. There is also a video of him in the laboratory with a female student, which I captured discreetly." Yichen asserted, "We cannot allow this scoundrel to remain in the school. Otherwise, who knows how many more female students will fall victim to his vile hands." After finishing her meal, Wang Mengting said, "I will send you those 5 videos now. Please handle them carefully, and try not to disrupt their lives too much." Yichen nodded gently. "All right, senior." Wang Mengting subsequently sent the 5 videos, each relatively short, ranging from mere 10 seconds to several dozen seconds. The footage clearly documented Guo Gaoyang's inappropriate behavior towards female students. The last video, however, was longer, depicting Guo Gaoyang engaged in explicit acts with a female student in an empty laboratory. The content was somewhat shocking. Yichen glanced at it briefly before hastily closing it. Saying, "Thank you, senior." Wang Mengding looked at him and expressed, "I hope you can help me fulfill this wish." After leaving the restaurant, the two parted ways, and Yichen called Lu Zixuan. "Sister, are you at the company?" "Yes, why?" She replied, "Sister, I happen to be near the company and thought I'd come visit you." "Missing me? Come on over. I've missed you too." Yichen took a taxi to Yaxing Technology Service Company, Limited. The receptionist, Li Jing, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" "I need to see Sister Zixuan regarding something. Ms. Lu is in her office." "Have you spoken to her?" "I just called her." "Then go on in." As Yichen walked into the company, Li Jing felt a tinge of disdain. "He looks decent, but I didn't expect him to be a freeloader." TSK. Yichen entered Lu Zixuan's office, where she was engrossed in her computer work. "Xiao Chen, you're here. Have a seat." As he sat across from her, Lu Zixuan poured him a cup of coffee. "Haven't you been studying for your classes today?" Yichen smiled and replied, "I've reviewed most of my courses. I don't foresee any issues with the graduate entrance examination." "Sister, I have something I would like to consult you about." "What is it?" Lu Zixuan asked. Her curiosity piqued. Yichen explained, "There's a professor at our school who typically supervises graduate students. His character is questionable. He often takes advantage of female students, threatening, harassing, and coercing them. I want to expose him online, as reporting him in reality hasn't yielded any results." Lu Zixuan's expression remained calm. "Do you have concrete evidence?" Yichen nodded slightly. "I have several videos." Lu Zixuan smiled and said, "That simplifies things. There are hundreds of media outlets on Douyin. You can submit your evidence to them. Even if this person has some connections in Jianghai City, it's unlikely he has influence nationwide. Moreover, some foreign media outlets enjoy reporting on domestic scandals to achieve their objectives. I know quite a few people in the media. I can help you get in touch." Yichen replied, "All right, sister, please help me reach out, and I will also submit to those online media outlets." Lu Zixuan provided him with several contact details and informed those individuals in advance. "Thank you, sister," Yichen expressed. Lu Zixuan approached him, and a pleasant fragrance enveloped him as she placed her hand on his shoulder. "No need to be polite. Xiao Chen, please do not expose yourself. Otherwise, the school leadership will certainly come looking for you. If this escalates, Jianghai Transportation University will lose face, and it will severely impact the school's reputation. If you reveal your identity, the school leaders might make things difficult for you. If you trust your sister, let me handle this." Yichen assured her, "Sister, I certainly trust you. I just worry it might cause you trouble. A school's reputation and image cannot be maintained through concealment, but should be confronted with honesty, rewarding merit and punishing wrongdoing." Lu Zixuan reassured him, "There will be no trouble. Since you trust me, I will assist you. Please send me the videos." In Chapter 38, titled The Pampered Second Generation, Yichen briefly processed the videos and then sent one to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, "Leave it to me. You can rest easy. In a couple of days, keep an eye on Douyin-S trending topics." Yichen took a sip of coffee. "Thank you, sister." Lu Zixuan replied. No need for thanks. It won't cost much. This disclosure inherently carries public interest, and once several media outlets report on it, it will surely trend. Those media organizations have substantial followings. Yi Chen and Liu Zixuan discussed investment company matters for a while, familiarizing themselves with the conditions and processes before he took his leave. He spent some time studying in class before heading out to dinner with 3 of his roommates. "Old Yi, you've been elusive lately. Where have you been?" Xing Chao asked while eating. Yi Chen replied, "Just dealing with a few matters." Xing Chao teased, "What kind of business could a student like you have? Are you out chasing girls?" Xing Chao's eyes widened. "Is that true?" "Old Yi, you're not planning to become a freeloader, are you?" Wei Xiangyu chimed in. "If you have such good fortune, be sure to introduce it to us. After all the hard work for the entrance exam, we might as well be working to earn a fortune." Xing Chao glanced at Wei Xiangyu and remarked, "Old Wei, you usually appear so listless, yet your eyes light up at the mention of wealthy women. With your slight stature, such affluent ladies would hardly take notice of you." Feng Bing chimed in, "Indeed. Your constitution is rather frail. As for me, I am robust at 6 feet tall, and I could easily last half an hour." Yi Chen observed the two, surprised by their perceptiveness. He had thought they were merely bookworms. Feng Bing responded, "Our diligent studying is all for the sake of a better future. If there were a shortcut, who wouldn't want to take it?" "What shortcut? What are you two discussing?" Zhao Jing, accompanied by Su Hui, approached their table. The group immediately adopted a serious demeanor as they resumed their meal. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "These two are simply seeking an easy way out by finding wealthy women to support them." Zhao Jing smiled at him. "Brother, after we finish eating, let's take a stroll on the playground." Yi Chen agreed, "Sure, constant reviewing can be rather dull." Xing Chao and the others exchanged glances, thinking, "You've barely spent any time in the classroom, and yet you find it dull?" After dinner, Yi Chen, Zhao Jing, and Su Hui exited the cafeteria, making their way to the school's playground. Zhao Jing remarked, "Brother Yi Chen, many people are pursuing me now, bringing me gifts daily. It's quite bothersome." Yi Chen replied with a smile, "You're beautiful, so it's only natural." Zhao Jing continued, "One of those rich second-generation students from another college sent me a phone and flowers. He is so unattractive and lacks self-awareness. Although she wasn't overly concerned with appearances, she at least expected them to be decent-looking." The 3 soon arrived at the playground, which was bustling with people walking and jogging in preparation for next month's sports meet. However, this event was of little concern to Yi Chen and his friends, as the main participants would be the talented athletes from the sports college who could compete at a national level, making the disparity between them and Yi Chen's group quite stark. As they strolled and chatted under the evening breeze, a man suddenly blocked their path. Who was he? The man gazed at Yi Chen with an expression of envy. "What is it to you?" "He asked my boyfriend. It's none of your business. Leave." Zhao Jing retorted fiercely, showing no mercy. The man, clad in designer attire, caught Yi Chen's attention. The brands he wore were internationally renowned, with each piece costing thousands. Instead of being angered by Zhao Jing's insult, the man focused his attention on Yi Chen. "Keep your distance from Zhao Jing, or you'll regret it." Had Yi Chen not experienced the harsh realities of society in his past life, he might have been intimidated by the man, who was a wealthy heir, while Yi Chen hailed from a rural background, a stark contrast in status. Yi Chen, however, spoke with a tone reminiscent of a mentor scolding a child, delivering a stinging yet harmless insult. Zhou Jiping's expression darkened as he pointed at Yi Chen. "If you have the guts, tell me your name and class." Yi Chen replied, "You sound like a child. I am Yi Chen from Class 1, Computer Science, Year 4, and I'll be waiting for you to come find me. But I suggest you consult your parents before doing anything." He regarded Zhou Jiping with disdain, viewing him as a spoiled brat with no skills beyond flaunting wealth and acting tough. In today's lawful society, while human connections still held sway, no one dared to openly engage in illegal activities. If public opinion were to turn against him, the consequences would be severe. Zhou Jiping sensed Yi Chen's contempt and felt a boiling anger within him. Although he initially intended to issue a threat, he recognized how childish it would appear and stormed off in frustration. Zhao Jing commented, "That guy is so annoying, constantly pestering me. Thinking his family's money makes him special. Don't let such people affect your mood. The night isn't very pleasant, a bit overcast." Su Hui added, "I checked the weather forecast. It looks like rain for the next 5 to 6 days." As evening approached, Li Qingyao reminded, "I know, Xiao Chenzi. You should take care of yourself too." Wang Yusen echoed, "Yes, you should." Yi Chun smiled, appreciating Zhao Jing's maturity despite her youth. He had learned quite a bit from her. After a brief exchange, he encouraged them to continue their studies. Both Li Qingya and Wang Yusen were preparing for their postgraduate entrance exams, which required diligent review akin to the months leading up to the college entrance examination. Filled with tension and focus, Zhou Wanqing sent him a message. Xiao Chunzi, have you found out about the person yet? Yi Chen replied, Sister Qing found her. I had lunch with that senior today, and she has several pieces of evidence regarding Guo Gaoyang's misconduct toward students. Zhou Wanqing inquired, what do you plan to do next? Yi Chen explained, a friend of mine offered to help, worried I might attract unwanted attention from the school administration. Zhou Wanqing cautioned, if you draw attention, the school will definitely come looking for you. Your friend sounds reliable. What does she do? Yi Chen replied, Sister, she's the owner of my previous workplace and has made some money in the stock market with me. So, we've become familiar. Zhou Wanqing expressed surprise. She's a woman? Chapter 39. The fight. Yi Chen had anticipated her focus on that detail. Yes, she is. How old is she? What does she look like? Yi Chen hesitated. She's 29 and quite attractive. What is your point, Sister Qing? Zhou Wanqing advised, Xiao Chenzi, you're still young. Be cautious and don't get deceived. Yi Chen responded, are you worried I might get lost in the affection of a wealthy older woman? Zhou Wanqing cautioned, you're young and unaware of the dangers of society. While she may genuinely care for you, just be vigilant in all matters. Yi Chen agreed, understood, Sister Qing. I'll focus on studying for the entrance exams and not let anything distract me. Good night, Sister Qing. Good night. After their conversation, Yi Chen set down his phone and observed Xing Chao and the others, who were all engrossed in their studies. Initially, he considered lying down to rest, but felt guilty and compelled himself to study for a while. The next day, the internet remained quiet, with no news regarding Guo Gaoyang emerging. Yi Chen refrained from pressuring Lu Zixuan, aware of her capabilities. Moreover, such matters required careful handling to avoid giving Guo Gaoyang any opportunity to react. A decisive strike was crucial. The weather turned dreary, with persistent rain and a noticeable drop in temperature, necessitating a light jacket. Yi Chen spent his days in the classroom, reviewing his materials. Some situations needed hints to unfold fully, much like how he could only recall certain stocks' detailed trajectories upon seeing their names. On September 24th, Saturday morning, after 5 days of waiting, Yi Chen finally saw news about Guo Gaoyang online. Early that day, several prominent media outlets reported almost simultaneously, Professor and graduate advisor Guo Gaoyang from Jianghai University, accused of molestation and sexual harassment, has violated dozens of female students. The media released several videos, providing irrefutable evidence of his actions. With the help of internet trolls and numerous netizens, public opinion began to escalate, prompting various media outlets to cover the story extensively. While Yi Chen and his roommates were dining in the cafeteria, he received a message from Lu Zixuan. Xiao Chunzi, media outlets are already reporting the incident online. Have you seen it? There's a gathering at noon. Come over to my place for dinner later. I'd like you to taste my cooking. Yi Chen replied, Sure, Sister Xian, just send me the address. Just as they finished their conversation, Zhao Jing and Su Hui approached. Brother Yi Chen, let us go out and have some fun today. Yi Chen, reluctant to join Xing Chao and the others for library study, agreed, all right, we should balance study and relaxation. Once Zhao Jing and Su Hui left, Xing Chao remarked, Old Yi, don't you have feelings for that high school crush of yours? Why not spend more time with her instead of just hanging out with us? You're not trying to play both sides, are you? Wei Xiangyu added, Old Yi surely wants to have his cake and eat it too. Who wouldn't want more beautiful women around? Yi Chen responded seriously, I consider Xiao Jing as my sister. Please don't judge me by your sordid thoughts. Xing Chao curled his lips, saying, all right, Lao Yi, no need to put on an act. We are all men here. Who doesn't understand who? Questioning the tyrant Zhou Wang, understanding him, and ultimately becoming him. After having breakfast, Xing Chao and his companions made their way to the school library for some study and revision. Yi Chen waited outside for a while, until Zhao Jing arrived, dressed in casual attire. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, and her figure was enchanting, hands tucked into her pockets, exuding youthful charm with a hint of boldness. She was truly beautiful. Having a girlfriend like her would be delightful. In his mind, he compared her with Li Qingya and Wang Yusen. Each had their own merits, and all were quite remarkable. Zhao Jing approached him with a smile, saying, Yi Chen Gij, I invite you to watch a movie today. Chen smiled back, replying, "What kind of brother lets his sister treat? I'll treat you instead. Let us go." The two walked towards the school exit. Upon stepping outside, Chen noticed several supercars parked there, capturing the attention of everyone around. He too couldn't help but glance at those dazzling vehicles. Who among the youth could resist such a lure? However, upon seeing the figure standing next to the supercars, Chen's expression shifted, for it was Zhou Jiping. He approached Chen and Zhao Jing, flanked by 4 companions, whom he had summoned to bolster his courage and humiliate Chen. Chen understood that a true hero does not shy away from immediate threats. Yet retreating before a beautiful woman would be too humiliating. Zhao Jing remained steadfast. The situation had arisen because of her, and she could not possibly back down. Zhou Jiping and his group approached the pair, drawing the gaze of onlookers. "Chen, weren't you quite arrogant a few days ago? Show me that arrogance again." Zhou Jiping, emboldened by his affluent background and connections, boasted, "With your pitiful self, it's no wonder Xiao Jing doesn't fancy you." Chen's demeanor remained calm, betraying no hint of panic. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered myriad situations. What was a mere beating? He could simply endure it, conceding defeat with a grunt. Zhou Jiping was taken aback by his words, as if struck by 1,000 blows, his expression darkening. "Damn it. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? My family has plenty of money. A beating is nothing but a small expense for me. Get him." Before Zhou Jiping could finish, Chen took the initiative, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. A debauched scion, Zhou Jiping could not compare physically to Chen, who had spent years honing his strength in rural hardships and regularly exercised throughout high school and university. The other 4, hearing Zhou Jiping's command, charged forward. There were students from other universities, all affluent. Suddenly, a figure darted out from beside Chen, delivering a kick to one of the assailants' heads, rendering him motionless as he collapsed. When Chen recognized the attacker, he was momentarily stunned and took a few hits himself. Zhao Jing had kicked another assailant in the chest, forcing him to stagger back, crouching down. Chen engaged with the remaining 2, gaining the upper hand, while they grew hesitant and reluctant to strike back. Within minutes, all 5 of Zhou Jiping's companions lay defeated on the ground. Chen bore a few imprints from kicks, but remained largely unscathed. He gazed at Zhao Jing in astonishment. "Xiao Jing, you're so formidable." 3.5 of the 5 had been taken down by her. Her skills clearly indicated extensive training, leaving him greatly impressed. Chapter 40. Nanyang Street Police Station today, he was genuinely astonished by Zhao Jing's prowess. He had never anticipated her to be so capable. Meanwhile, the defeated individuals began to rise, their expressions tinged with fear. Zhou Jiping, too, was taken aback by Zhao Jing's strength. A woman had overpowered several men. "You all wait to be arrested and expelled from school." He had planned this beforehand, when it would mean merely paying some money. But losing would entail Chen being imprisoned and expelled from school. A country bumpkin like him had no chance against me. Zhao Jing's expression shifted slightly upon realizing Zhou Jiping's affluent background and potential connections in Jianghai City. Chen took out his phone, contemplated briefly, and called Zhou Wanqing, their class advisor. It was perfectly normal to reach out to her in such a situation, and their relationship was amicable. While Zhou Wanqing might not have notable connections, her parents were esteemed professors, potentially providing some influence. "Xiao Chen, what is wrong?" Chen replied, "Sister Ning, I was besieged by 5 rich second-generation heirs at the school gate, and the police are on their way." While on the call, he heard sirens approaching, indicating someone had likely called the police. "Where are you now?" "At the south gate." "I'm on my way." After hanging up, Zhao Jing asked, "Who did you call?" "Our advisor." Zhou Jiping was also on the phone with his family. 2 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the entrance of Jianghai Transportation University. Chen stated, "My classmate and I planned to go out and were approached by those 5 who attempted to assault us." Zhao Jing added, "Yes, we were acting in self-defense." The officer then inquired about Zhou Jiping and the people around. "My buddy has a headache from their beating. Call an ambulance quickly." The situation seemed clear-cut, but then the investigator received a phone call, and their demeanor shifted abruptly. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing hurriedly arrived, breathless. "Chen, are you all right?" "Yen me fine." "Teacher Zhou." She paused. "Aren't those rich kids the ones who assaulted my students?" "Currently, according to our understanding, neither of them is injured. However, someone on their side has sustained a head injury and requires hospital treatment, with subsequent assessments to follow." Zhou Wanqing asserted, I hope you handle this impartially. These are students of Jianghai Transportation University, and if they are wronged, our university will pursue this to the end. Jianghai Transportation University is a prestigious institution. The president of the university wields considerable influence. Not wanting to favor one side over the other, the police officer hesitated. Officer, I am also a student of Jianghai University. We cannot turn a blind eye simply because they are students. Zhou Jiping felt a sense of pride. The officer replied, you two will need to accompany us for a while. We will clarify the matter. Zhou Wanqing, merely a class advisor, held little sway. Had she been a department head or deputy dean, even the chief of the local police station would have shown her respect. Yi Chen and Zhao Jing were taken away to the Nanyang Street Police Station. They did not receive any special treatment. Rather, they were asked to recount the events in detail, only to be left waiting in silence afterward. For ordinary individuals, being left waiting can induce psychological stress, keeping one in a state of tension and anxiety. Yi Chen first texted Zhao Jing, Xiao Jing, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Yi Chengij, are you alright? I'm fine. I'll scroll through Douyin for a bit. He then opened Douyin to check the trending topics. News regarding Professor Guo Gaoyang from Jianghai Transportation University, accused of indecent conduct and sexual harassment towards students, had erupted on the trending list. Yi Chen observed that at least 100 media outlets were covering this story, creating a significant wave of public opinion. However, chaos ensued within Jianghai Transportation University, the Jiangpu District Education Bureau, and Municipal Education Bureau. Such a massive social uproar would be tantamount to a national embarrassment for Jianghai Transportation University. At 11 o'clock in the morning, after verifying the online claims, the investigation confirmed their accuracy, resulting in the revocation of Guo Gaoyang's graduate student supervision qualifications, the termination of his teaching position at Jianghai University, and the initiation of procedures to revoke his teaching credentials, alongside cooperation with police investigations. The news, once released, quelled the public outcry somewhat. Yet, the matter was far from over. Such a significant incident in public discourse had never occurred in the history of Jianghai Transportation University. The leaders of Jianghai Jiaodong University are discreetly investigating the source of the incident, aiming to uncover the individual orchestrating the matter from behind the scenes. Jianghai Jiaodong University stands as one of the nation's premier institutions, with a high administrative standing. The president holds a position equivalent to that of a deputy minister, comparable to the deputy secretary of Jianghai City and those in other provinces. Fortunately, Liu Zixuan took a few days to prepare and opted not to handle the situation personally, instead hiring specialists to manage it. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yi Chen being taken away, Zhou Wanqing first checked the surveillance footage of the school. After reviewing the events, she promptly called her father. Lacking personal connections, she relied on her parents' network. After hanging up, Zhou Jizai contacted one of his students. Teacher Zhou, did you need something? Xiao Lu, I require your assistance with a matter. Please just say it. Whatever it is, I will certainly help if it is within my capability. It was around 11 in the morning when Yi Chen was in his room, engrossed in his phone, when a young and attractive police officer entered. Hello, Yi Chen. I am Lin Yu, the deputy director of Nanyang Street Police Station. Lin Yu was quite beautiful, standing about 165 centimeters tall, with a curvaceous figure, appearing to be around 28 or 29 years old. Hello, Director Lin. Lin Yu smiled, stating, after our investigation into the matter, it appears you are not involved, and you can leave now. Yi Chen inquired, what about Zhou Jiping and the others? They have violated public security regulations and are currently under administrative detention. We will notify their parents regarding the follow-up. How many days of administrative detention are they facing? Is it merely administrative detention? They assaulted me without justification. Lin Yu maintained a smile, replying, if you or any of your classmates were injured, they might face criminal detention, but that seems a bit far-fetched at present. Zhou Jiping and his associates had also sought connections, likely facilitated by Lin Yu's prior call to her subordinates. Now, Yi Chen's connections were evidently stronger, otherwise, Lin Yu would not have personally come to convey such information. Thank you, Director Lin. No need for thanks. It is our duty. Do you know our Director Liu? Director Liu? Which Director Liu? He has limited acquaintances in Jianghai City. Yi Chen countered. Which Director Liu are you referring to? Chapter 41. Director Liu of the Municipal Bureau. Lin Yu did not anticipate that such a minor incident would attract the attention of the municipal leadership, although the other party did not explicitly state anything, urging her to enforce the law impartially. As a member of the system, she understood the implications. Certain sentiments are not articulated overtly by leaders to avoid becoming a liability. To be too explicit would indicate favoritism and abuse of power. Within the system, the art of communication is honed to perfection, requiring subordinates to keenly interpret their superiors' intentions. To thrive within the system, one must possess both emotional and intellectual intelligence. She was taken aback by the strength of Yi Chen's connections, realizing that he was acquainted with municipal leaders, a rather intimidating notion. Zhou Jiping and his associates had ties to district police leadership, which pale in comparison to the municipal bureau. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by his words, but soon a smile graced her face as she grasped his implication. What she understood remained unknown to Yi Chen. As he spoke the truth, he indeed did not know anyone. Lin Yu said with a smile, "Yi Chen, today my subordinate acted thoughtlessly. Please do not be upset. Let's have a meal together another day." Yi Chen recognized the importance of cultivating relationships, and, as she extended an olive branch, he was eager to accept. Expanding his social circle would be immensely beneficial. In the future, should similar incidents arise, he would not need to trouble Zhou Wanqing again, as Lin Yu was already aware of his connections. "Call me Xiao Chen. Sister Yu, you are being overly polite. I will treat you to a meal." Upon hearing his address, Lin Yu felt pleased, realizing he was connected to someone of significance. "As your elder sister, how can I allow you to treat me? I insist on treating you. Tomorrow evening works for me, as I have a day off." "All right, Sister Yu, let me add your contact information." After exchanging contact details, she escorted Yi Chen to the room where Zhao Jing was located. With a smile, Lin Yu announced, "Zhao Jing, you're free to go now." "Oh, good." As Lin Yu escorted them out, she looked at them and playfully asked, "Are you two a couple?" Yi Chen replied, "This is my sister, Zhao Jing." Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with him, accompanied by a gentle smile. "Take care, Xiao Chen." "Thank you, Sister Yu." Once outside the police station, Zhao Jing looked at him curiously. "Who is she? You two seem quite familiar." Yi Chen replied, "She is the deputy director. I have strong connections, and she is wary of offending me. She wants to treat me to dinner tomorrow." Zhao Jing, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What connections do you have?" Yi Chen explained, "I reached out to teacher Zhou, who then made the necessary connections. Otherwise, do you think we could have been released so easily without connections? We would likely have faced administrative detention for several days." Zhao Jing inquired, "What about Zhou Jiping and the others? I didn't expect you to be so formidable, taking on several boys single-handedly." Zhao Jing, with a slight smirk, boasted, "Isn't it comforting to have you, Brother Yi Chen, by my side?" Yi Chen felt slightly insulted, thinking that such sentiments should be expressed by him instead. Noting the time, he remarked, "It's almost noon. We one team make it to the movie. Let me treat you to lunch." Zhao Jing responded, "Brother Yi Chen, we can still catch the movie this afternoon. Don't squeeze in. I cannot tolerate your voice." Zhao Jing giggled, "Brother, let us go for that buffet." "All right, let me give Sister Wanqing a call first." He took out his phone and dialed Zhou Wanqing. "Sister Wanqing, I've just left the police station. Everything is fine now." Zhou Wanqing sighed in relief. "I'm glad to hear that. If anything else arises, just call me." "Sister, you take care. I'll thank you and Uncle another day." "No need for that. I have my own matters to attend to." After hanging up, Yi Chen and Zhao Jing headed to the buffet restaurant near the school. While dining, Yi Chen browsed the trending topics on Douyin. Guo Gaoyang's incident had surged into the top 20, drawing considerable public attention. Yi Chen's objective had been achieved, and the diminishing hype was inconsequential. At that moment, he received a message from senior student Wang Mengting. "I saw the news online. Your wish has come true, hasn't it?" "Indeed, seeing his outcome brings me great satisfaction. Shall we have a drink together tonight?" "Senior, I have plans tonight. Let us do it another day." "All right, another day then." Zhao Jing observed. "Who are you chatting with?" "Brother? Hurry up and eat. The meat is ready." After finishing lunch, they headed to the cinema. The theater was filled with couples, and while the film was enjoyable, the public displays of affection were somewhat distracting. Some were even bold enough to behave inappropriately. Yi Chen felt a surge of restlessness, his throat dry. "I need to pick up the pace. Having already held Qingya's hand last time, I wonder if I could take it a step further tomorrow." After the movie, they strolled around the mall. Zhao Jing spotted a stylish outfit and a jacket, which Yi Chen purchased for her, considering his visit to Lu Zixuan's house later. He also bought a garment as a gift for her. Guo Gaoyang's situation had been aided significantly by her efforts, although Yi Chen had helped her profit from stock trading. Relationships must be reciprocated. Frequent interactions are essential for nurturing connections. He also bought an outfit for Zhou Wanqing and another for Wang Yusin, spending over 10,000 yuan that afternoon. Without financial means, maintaining these connections would be exceedingly challenging. "Brother, why are you buying so many clothes for women?" Zhao Jing queried. "Sister Wanqing helped us immensely. Without her, we might have ended up in detention. It's important to show gratitude and understand social dynamics to maintain these relationships. We may need their assistance again in the future." "You're right, brother." They returned to the school, the clock indicating it was past 4 in the afternoon. Chen first placed the items he purchased in his dormitory before departing from the school, taking a taxi to Lu Zixuan's residence in the Chui Jingmingzhu community. Upon alighting from the ride, he carried his belongings into the entrance of the complex. After completing a brief registration and inquiring with the security personnel, he made his way inside. This upscale community featured 12-story elevator apartments, devoid of any towering structures, and he swiftly located Building 9, Unit 1. Entering the unit, Chen ascended to the 8th floor via the elevator. This was a design with one household per floor. Upon exiting the elevator, a small area greeted him, complete with a shoe cabinet at the entrance. He pressed the doorbell on the smart lock. Hearing the chime, Lu Zixuan approached and, upon seeing Chen through the lock screen, opened the door. "Xiao Chen, you're here. Come in quickly." "Sister Xian, let me change my shoes." "Do you have any slippers?" "They are in the shoe cabinet. Please change. I'll go prepare the meal." Chapter 42. Sister Xian's allure. Chen opened the shoe cabinet and was momentarily taken aback upon discovering multiple pairs of men's slippers inside. The signs of prior use were evident, confirming that they were not brand new. This led him to recall the rumors from his previous life about the company, reinforcing his suspicion that Lu Zixuan might indeed be the mistress of a wealthy patron. A sense of trepidation settled within him. Would there be a misunderstanding regarding my relationship with Lu Zixuan? Of course, it could merely be overthinking on his part, as these slippers might simply be for guests. After changing his shoes, Chen entered the room and placed his clothes on the sofa. He approached the kitchen doorway, observing Lu Zixuan cooking inside. She wore a loose-fitting spaghetti-strap nightgown, her delicate shoulders exposed, her skin fair, and her figure subtly discernible. "Sister Xian, I bought you some clothes. Try them on later to see if they fit." "All right, I'll try them on once I'm done here. Is there anything I can help with?" "No need. Xiao Chen, you can play on your phone for a while. I'll be finished soon." Chen settled onto the sofa, taking in the spaciousness of Lu Zixuan's abode. The living room, dining area, and kitchen were impressively large. Her residence appeared significantly more spacious than that of Zhou Wanqing, estimated to be around 260 to 270 square meters. The price for such a unit in this area would be approximately 50 million. Living alone in such a vast space, didn't it feel empty? Chen harbored a fondness for large flats and villas, dreams that had eluded him in his previous life. Half an hour later, Lu Zixuan emerged from the kitchen. Smiling as she said, "Xiao Chen, wash your hands. It's time to eat." She had prepared 4 dishes and bought some duck delicacies and cold cuts. "How about tasting my culinary skills? Cooking is not difficult. It's just that I usually prefer to eat out or order takeout. Do you prefer white or red wine?" "Xiao Chen, Sister Xian, I'm fine with either. I haven't had much wine." "Then let us go with red wine." She stood up and opened the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of fine red wine. Though Chen had never tasted it, he recognized the English label. It was Lafite. As for its vintage or price, he was less informed. Given Lu Zixuan's affluence, the wine was likely to cost tens of thousands, if not more. "Sister Xian, I toast to you. Your assistance with Guo Gaoyang's matter was invaluable. Otherwise, my involvement would certainly have been exposed." He clinked glasses with Lu Zixuan, downing a small glass of red wine in one go. Lu Zixuan took a sip and smiled. "Don't drink so quickly. It has a strong after effect. Take your time and savor the food." Chen picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. "Sister Xian, your cooking is truly excellent. It's delicious. If it's good, eat more." About an hour later, they finished the bottle of red wine. Chen felt pleasantly full, though a slight dizziness washed over him, which was manageable. Lu Zixuan's cheeks were slightly flushed from the wine, rendering her all the more alluring. "Sister Xian, let me clean up. You should try on the clothes and see if they fit. If not, I'll exchange them tomorrow." Lu Zixuan chuckled. "All right, I'll go try them on. Don't peek." With that, she stood and sauntered toward the sofa, her swaying figure capturing his gaze. Chen was momentarily stunned, regaining his composure as he took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. By the time he emerged, Lu Zixuan had already donned the autumn-fitted long dress he had purchased for her, accentuating her figure beautifully and exuding a mature sensuality. Xiao Chen, does this look good on me? It looks great. Lu Zixuan approached him, her fragrance enveloping him, her enchanting eyes locking onto his, her blushing face radiating a hint of allure. She placed her hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. What do you think is beautiful about me? Yi Chen stiffened, his heart racing. Sister Xian, you're beautiful everywhere. Seeing his tense demeanor, Lu Zixuan chuckled softly, her palm caressing his cheek. Xiao Chen, you seem a bit nervous. Are you afraid I might devour you? Yi Chen's cheeks flushed as he felt shy. He had never encountered such a situation in his 2 lifetimes. Sister Xian, you've had too much to drink. Lu Zixuan's lips curved into a playful smile as she pinched his cheek, teasingly saying, I've barely had any wine. I'm not drunk. Yi Chen's face was burning, his heart racing uncontrollably. After saying this, he hurriedly exited the room. Lu Zixuan, amused by his panicked retreat, followed him out. Xiao Chen, I was just joking. You're not upset, are you? Yi Chen, still blushing, replied, Not at all, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan pinched his cheek again. I have no younger brother. I consider you my little brother. You should think of me as your older sister. If you need anything, just tell me. All right, Sister Xian. As Yi Chen stepped into the elevator, he let out a long breath. That scene had nearly overwhelmed him. He was not a naive college student. Lu Zixuan was beautiful, her figure mature and alluring. Having never had the chance to engage with such an exquisite woman in his previous life, it was entirely natural that he struggled to maintain control. Xing Chao and his companions were studying in the dormitory. Yi Chen chuckled as he exited, holding the gift he had bought for Wang Yusin. On the way, he sent a message to her. Yusin, wait for me downstairs at the dormitory. When Yi Chen arrived at the female dormitory, Wang Yusin was already waiting for him. Yusin, here SA coat and a set of autumn clothing I bought for you. Wang Yusin accepted it, saying, Thank you, brother. Studying all the time, isn't great. You need to relax a bit. Let us take a walk on the playground. It's quite cool there at night. Wang Yusin softly agreed. You go ahead and put your things away. We'll head to the playground. A few minutes later, she came back down, and they walked toward the playground. No, they're all studying too. How is the studying going? Pretty well. Have you heard about Professor Guo Gaoyang from our school? I have. Everyone in the dormitory is talking about it. They say it's been reported online. I can't believe someone from our school could be so shameless. It's truly embarrassing for us. Has he been taken away? Yi Chen, not having been in school today, was unaware of the news. They said this afternoon, Guo Gaoyang was taken away by the police, and they investigated his case at the school. Several senior sisters were also taken for questioning. Chapter 43. Taking one step at a time, the two arrived at the school playground. It was now past 8 in the evening, and some people were strolling about. Some were with their roommates, while others were couples holding hands. They would stop in dimly lit areas, embracing and kissing passionately. As they ventured deeper into the playground, Yi Chen took Wang Yusin's icy little hand. She did not withdraw, slightly bowing her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yi Chen felt the chill of her hand, his heart racing. Yusin, do you have any siblings? Yi Chen inquired. Do your parents work outside? Did you live with your grandparents before? Yes. How old are your grandparents? 70. I envy you. My grandparents passed away when I was young. My grandfather was very fond of me when I was a child. Wang Yusin, do you have any siblings at home? No, I'm the only child in my family. Yusin, is your place a mountainous village? Yes. We have quite a few mountains there. Does your village have asphalt roads connecting to the county town? Yes, we didn't have them when we were young, but they were built later. Do you miss your grandparents? I do. Is it because you're worried about the expenses? Yi Chen sikit inyardli. Surely, her grandparents miss her too, but circumstances leave them no choice. She is likely taking an ordinary train, as the prices of high-speed trains are quite steep. Wang Yusin's hometown is surrounded by mountains, making the conditions for railway construction quite harsh, resulting in fewer train routes. He tightened his grip on Wang Yusin's hand a little more. Yusin, you need not worry about money in the future. If you encounter any issues, make sure to let me know, all right? Yi Chen has always bought her things, leaving her feeling indebted. Yi Chen paused to look at her. Yusin, I have no sister, and I consider you as my own sister. You should regard me as your brother, and your matters are my matters. This sentiment felt familiar. He had just learned it from Lu Zixuan. Wang Yusin lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. Yi Chen raised his other hand to gently stroke her hair. Did you hear me, sister? Wang Yusin softly acknowledged with a hum, indicating she heard him. Do not feel burdened. It is perfectly normal for a brother to spend on his sister. If you remain polite with me in the future, I shall ignore you entirely. After saying this, Chen playfully pinched her delicate nose. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness, unable to meet his gaze. Chen grinned. Yusin, shall we embrace? Immediately, he added, your silence implies consent. With that, he opened his arms and enveloped her in a warm, strong embrace. Chen felt her figure against him, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Wang Yusin was somewhat flustered, clutching the hem of her clothing. After a few seconds, Chen released her. Yusin, having a sister like you makes me feel incredibly fortunate. The two strolled around the playground, with Chen always holding her hand. Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat while I walk along the shore. The gentle affection was palpable. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and upon checking, he saw a message from Li Qingya. Xiao Chun, shall we go to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street tomorrow? Yes, I will come and find you first, and then we can head to the pedestrian street together. To reach Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street, we must pass Jianghai Fudan University, which is not far. All right, Xiao Chun. I will review for a bit and then sleep. Let us meet early tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Qingya. Chen put down his phone, feeling a bit conflicted about Wang Yusin and Li Qingya. Both are wonderful girls, and he does not wish to abandon either. Yet, he worries about the potential exposure of his circumstances, leading to a futile endeavor. One step at a time, there will surely be a way forward. Chen, did you not go out with your girlfriend today? Lao Xing, we have plans to go out tomorrow. Have you seen the news online? Our graduate advisor, Guo Gaoyang, has been exposed online. Chen nodded slightly. I have seen that. Jianghai Jiaodong University has gained notoriety nationwide now. Xing Chao, indeed. My former high school classmates are asking for details, but I am not well informed. Today, the college issued a notice prohibiting all students from discussing this matter in group chats or online. After chatting for a bit, Chen began his evening routine. Regarding Professor Guo Gaoyang's matter, the Jiangpu District Public Security Bureau of Jianghai City issued an announcement in the afternoon. Following an investigation, the reports online were largely accurate, and Guo Gaoyang has been arrested and will be handed over to the court for judgment. Such incidents bring disgrace to the leadership of Jianghai Jiaodong University, adversely affecting their accomplishments and career prospects. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Chen hailed a cab to the main campus of Jianghai Fudan University. The weekend traffic was light, and he arrived at the entrance of Li Qingya's university in just over 40 minutes. When they arrived at Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street, it was around 8:30 in the morning. By this time, there were already quite a number of people on the pedestrian street. Upon stepping out of the car, Chen took Li Qingya's hand. Qingya, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? No. Then let us go have something to eat first. There are many popular eateries on the pedestrian street. They went to a century-old establishment. The food was decent, but the joy of sharing a meal with someone special made everything delightful. After breakfast, Chen held her hand and began to explore the pedestrian street. Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street is a renowned attraction in Jianghai City, offering a variety of goods and is a must-visit spot for tourists. After walking for a while, they noticed a significant increase in foot traffic. Xiao Chun, I want to drink coffee. Chen purchased 2 cups of coffee, and they sipped while strolling. When they reached a famous landmark, Li Qingya would always insist on taking pictures with him. There are numerous attractions near the pedestrian street, close to the Bund Huangpu River, and the World Architecture Expo, among others. By midday, they had managed to explore most of the area, dining on crab roe noodles at a well-known restaurant. In the afternoon, they visited the World Architecture Expo, the Bund, and the Huangpu River. Chen's eyes lit up. If they returned in the evening, they could stay at a hotel if it got too late. Chapter 44. Lin Yu speculations. Li Qingya, thinking of her parents, was no longer as excited as before. From Jianghai City to their hometown, Andy City, it is over 900 kilometers away, with a high-speed train taking 4 to 5 hours and costing 400 to 500. Chen, Qingya, let us go shopping. I saw a few nice pieces this morning. Carrying things while shopping is inconvenient. He took Li Qingya to the mall they had visited earlier in the day and bought her 2 sets of autumn clothing. The clothes were not inexpensive. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a ride-hailing car arrived at the entrance of Fudan University. She felt a twinge of reluctance. As time spent with Chen always felt fleeting. Chen gently ruffled her hair. We'll go out again during the National Day holiday. Li Qingya, carrying her bags, got out of the car, her sparkling eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at him, resembling a forlorn little wife. "Qingya, what did your boyfriend buy for you?" They exchanged glances at the items. "You went to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street today? These are all local delicacies from there, and this chocolate bean is quite expensive." Li Qingya smiled. "Go ahead and open them." Wang Xia noticed the clothing bags in her hands. "Wow, these are designer clothes. How much did they cost?" Li Qingya, beaming with a hint of pride. 2 sets for 6,006. Zhang Jingdan. "Wow. Qingya, is your high school classmate a wealthy second generation?" Li Qingya, "No. He is from the countryside." Zhang Jingdan curiously inquired. "How does he have so much money? He didn't borrow it online to buy these for you, did he?" Her words carried a hint of pride. Having someone she admires being so accomplished reflects well on her judgment. Meanwhile, she sent the restaurant's location to Yichun. "Xiao Chun, I have reserved private room 206. Just come directly when you arrive." "All right, Yu Jia." He informed the driver and headed towards the restaurant. Around 5:50, Yichun arrived at the entrance of the Xinyue restaurant. Upon seeing the name of the restaurant, he wondered if it had any connection to Linyu. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The name could merely be a coincidence. He entered the restaurant, greeted by a server. "Hello, sir, welcome. Room 206. Mr. Yi, please follow me." The server led Yichun to a beautifully decorated private room upstairs. The restaurant featured an elegant traditional Chinese decor, exuding a classic yet sophisticated ambience. The server knocked on the door, and Lin Yu's voice came from inside. "Please come in." Upon entering the room, Yichun saw Lin Yu dressed casually, sipping tea. She rose to greet him as he entered. "Xiao Chun, you're here. Please sit down. Let us start serving the dishes." Lin Yu invited Yichun to take the prominent seat facing the entrance, while she settled beside him. In social gatherings, seating arrangements carry significant meaning and nuance. The leading figures invariably occupy the main position, flanked by their subordinates on either side. Having participated in numerous such gatherings in his previous life, Yichun was well aware of the subtleties involved. Recognizing Lin Yu's gesture of placing him in the esteemed seat, he understood her intention. She regarded him as a second-generation heir with substantial connections. Even if he were not a second-generation disciple, his relationships were evidently influential enough to reach the senior leaders of the municipal bureau. "Did you have a pleasant outing today, Xiao Chun?" Lin Yu inquired as she gracefully rose to pour him a cup of tea. Dressed in an elegant black gown with her hair styled in a simple ponytail, she possessed an undeniable beauty and figure. "I strolled along Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street with some friends," she continued. At the age of 28 or 29, Lin Yu was relatively young for her position within the system. To attain such a role, one typically requires either a powerful family background, significant connections, or exceptional personal capability, though the latter is quite rare. Given the circumstances, it was reasonable to dismiss the first possibility. If she had a formidable network, she would not have invited Yi Chun to dine, especially not seating him in the primary position. "Just enjoy some tea, Xiao Chun," she urged with a warm smile. Yi Chun replied, "Thank you, Yu Jia. I'm fine pouring my own. Please have a seat." Lin Yu smiled gently. "This is exquisite tea, Guanyin. Do give it taste." After a sip, Yi Chun was captivated by the fragrant brew. Even as a novice tea drinker, he could discern its superiority. "It's delightful. The aroma is enchanting. Although I lack expertise in tea, I can certainly appreciate its quality." At that moment, a knock resounded, and a server entered with an array of signature dishes. Despite the two of them dining, Lin Yu had ordered 8 different dishes. "Would you like to have a drink, Xiao Chun?" she suggested, opening a bottle of mitai and pouring it into 2 cups. Yi Chun internally marveled at the liquor she had chosen, priced over 2,000 yuan a bottle, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. "Here as to you, Xiao Chun. Please don't take yesterday's events to heart." Initially, she had received a call from the district bureau leaders intending to reprimand Yi Chun and his companion, but later she was contacted by the city bureau leaders. Her invitation to dinner was to ensure he bore no grudge, as any disparaging remarks made in front of the city leaders could jeopardize her career. Lin Yu continued, "It's quite challenging to work under such conditions. Each leader issues their commands, and one misstep could easily offend them." As they continued to drink, Lin Yu, having consumed a fair amount of baijiu, felt her cheeks flush. "Where's your hometown, Xiao Chun?" she asked. "Ludong Province," he replied. Lin Yu paused. "Do your parents run a business in Jianghai City?" "They're in our hometown, not in Jianghai City," he clarified. "And what is your relationship with Director Liu?" Ye Chen, having done his research, knew there was only one leader named Liu at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Deputy Director Liu Yong. I do not know Director Liu, he stated honestly, leaving it to Lin Yu to believe him or not. Lin Yu smiled subtly, refraining from further inquiry, as pressing the matter would seem ungrateful. Their conversation had already revealed to her that Yi Chen was not an ordinary university student. His demeanor and articulation exhibited a sophistication that was rare for someone of his age, suggesting he was cultivated beyond what a typical upbringing could provide. She could only surmise that he was indeed a second-generation heir. Shall we change the subject? What year are you in at university? Lin Yu asked. I am in my 4th year, preparing for my graduate entrance exams. Lin Yu smiled. Graduates from Jianghai Jiadong University are quite sought after. What are your plans after graduation? Though she had shifted the topic away from Director Liu, it was evident she was still probing for insights regarding his future aspirations. What type of company do you wish to join? An investment firm, he replied. Most ordinary graduates seek employment, yet an investment company requires significant capital, indicating that his background must be exceptional. Investment firms are among the most capital-intensive industries. Without hundreds of millions in cash flow, one cannot claim to run an investment company. If you ever need assistance, Xiao Chen, do not hesitate to ask. Although my abilities are limited, I will do my utmost to support you, she said, her tone becoming more affectionate. Thank you, Yu Jia. I will certainly reach out if needed. Let us raise our glasses once more, she said, and they finished the bottle of Matai together. Yi Chen realized his tolerance for alcohol had improved significantly, as he felt no effects from half a gene of liquor, while Lin Yu, accustomed to social drinking, appeared merely flushed. Good, Xiao Chen, let us meet again soon, Lin Yu said with a gentle smile. As she stood to leave, she suddenly stumbled, exclaiming softly, and instinctively, Yi Chen reached out to steady her. His hands found her slender waist, and in the momentum of her fall, Lin Yu ended up in his embrace. Yi Chen's heart raced as he felt her soft form against him. Are you all right, Yu Jia? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Lin Yu, her cheeks even redder now, quickly stood upright. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen, I tripped in my high heels. I hope I didn't hurt you, she said, glancing back at him apologetically. As they left the restaurant, Lin Yu hailed a taxi. Xiao Chen, I must be going now. I'll treat you to dinner another day, she said. Goodbye, Yu Jia, he replied, watching her depart with keen interest. He suspected that Lin Yu had intentionally flirted with him, perhaps mistaking him for a second-generation heir. To become the deputy director of the Nanyang Street Police Station, she must possess remarkable qualities. This was no ordinary township station. It was part of Jianghai City, a direct-controlled municipality with administrative ranks equivalent to that of a province. Although Lin Yu held a position as deputy director of a street police station, her rank was equivalent to that of a department head, similar to a county police chief in other provinces. Some county police chiefs in certain regions may serve as deputy county heads, indicating varying levels of authority. He then recalled the clothing he purchased for Zhou Wanqing and took out his phone to send her a message. Sister Qing, are you asleep? Not yet, what is up? Xiao Chen, she replied. I bought you some things, I'll come deliver them to you. Please wait for me at the apartment building. I'll be there shortly. Zhou Wanqing understood his intent and appreciated his thoughtfulness, surprised by his understanding of social niceties. After a few minutes, he arrived at the faculty dormitory building. Zhou Wanqing stood there in a lovely long dress, awaiting him. Yi Chen approached her briskly. Sister Qing, here are the clothes and shoes I got for you. She accepted the items, smiling as she remarked, There's no need to buy me things in the future. Sister, I have always regarded you as my older sister. Now that I'm earning, it's only natural to buy you something, he replied, emphasizing their sibling bond, which was quite heartwarming. Zhou Wanqing smiled gently, embodying elegance and grace. Let us see what you've chosen. Does it meet my tastes? He opened the bag to reveal a designer autumn dress that aligned perfectly with her aesthetic, along with a pair of casual sneakers. Noticing that she frequently wore similar styles, he opted against purchasing high heels. Zhou Wanqing smiled, quite good. You've clearly understood my preferences. Goodbye, she said, aware that the brand's price ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. In the past, she would have never accepted such an extravagant gift from Yi Chen, given that she was still a student without any income. However, now that Yi Chen had begun to earn money, and quite a substantial amount at that, the situation had changed. Old Yi, you've been elusive lately. Don't let this affect your exam results, Xing Chao remarked. Yi Chen smiled and replied, rest assured, even if you fail, a 1T. Studying is not difficult at all. Xing Chao retorted, you just keep boasting. All you do is hang out with girls. What about you, old Xing? Is your girlfriend, Chui Tingting, preparing for her graduate exams? Yes. Thinking of Chui Tingting, Yi Chun felt a twinge of conflict. In his previous life, she had betrayed Xing Chao. Regardless of the reasons behind her infidelity, it spoke volumes about her character. If there were no feelings involved, a divorce could be pursued, allowing her to seek companionship elsewhere. He wished for them to part ways, but was uncertain how to broach the subject. Xing Chao was clearly enamored, and discussing it would likely jeopardize their friendship. Sudendi, Ye Chan Rijalit Wang Yujin. He sent her a message. Are you asleep yet? Not yet. Are you familiar with Chui Tingting? Not really, but my doormate Chen Dongxue is good friends with her. Yi Chen inquired. Have you heard her speak of Chui Tingting? No. I haven't tea. Well, keep an eye out. My roommate is dating Chui Tingting, and I'm curious about her character. Okay, get some rest, Yusin. Good night. Good night. The following day, Yi Chen resumed his monotonous study routine. From Monday to Friday, he had little to occupy his time, reading during the day and occasionally taking walks in the evening with Zhao Jing. He would chat with Li Qingya and Wang Yusin upon returning to the dormitory. Thus, 5 days slipped by. On September 30th, Friday, Yi Chen's securities account had swelled to 43 million. He sold all his stocks in the morning and invested 45 million in Jianghai Lithium. Having sold over 3 million in stocks the previous day, he could transfer the funds to his bank account for emergencies and daily expenses. Jianghai Lithium had surged several times over, and many retail investors have been shaken out, fearing they had missed the opportunity. The brothers have hit new highs today. I'm cashing out now, he noted. A month's time has yielded over 40% profit. I'm withdrawing. Thank you, Jianghai Lithium, for my gains. In a few months, the investment had multiplied 4 to 5 times, and buying at this level carried a high risk of being trapped. He regretted selling too early, watching it appreciate significantly within just a month. Chapter 46. The Allure of Wealth. Yi Chen's investment of 45 million gradually pushed Jianghai Lithium's price up a notch, but soon fell back to 2. He understood the day's trend. It was a turbulent washout, aimed at shaking off profit takers and the faint-hearted. This included small, medium, and large investors. Many affluent individuals, like ordinary retail investors, lack connections and robust backgrounds, making them susceptible to being cut down in this market. Even capital institutions could become prey for others. This was a battlefield devoid of smoke, exceedingly ruthless. Upon receiving a bank transfer of 3 million, a smile broke across Yi Chen's face. Just as he intended to set his phone aside and delve into his studies, it vibrated. Wang Yusin had messaged him. Last night, I heard Dongxue mention that Chui Tingting has a good relationship with a sophomore. He seems to regard her as an older sister, and they have a sibling-like bond. Siblings? Yi Chen mused. Unless they were biological siblings, there was no such thing as a purely platonic brother-sister relationship. What was presented as a sibling bond often masked an underlying attraction. Indeed, she is quite the seductress. Even with this supposed sibling relationship, Yi Chen thought, abruptly halting his internal ridicule. Why does it feel like I'm criticizing myself? Yi Chen refrained from informing Xing Chao about Chui Tingting's newfound brother. Even if he did, it would be futile. Chui Tingting could easily dismiss it, claiming, our relationship is purely platonic, and Xing Chao would undoubtedly believe her. Unless irrefutable evidence was presented, he would remain unconvinced. At noon, during lunch at the cafeteria, the distance to their hometown was considerable, and with the critical period for exams upon them, they were all eager to study. After lunch, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing headed to the library, leaving Yi Chen alone in the dormitory. He pondered how to make Xing Chao see the truth about Chui Tingting. Relying solely on Wang Yusin's words seemed insufficient. She could not monitor Chui Tingting indefinitely. Could he persuade Chen Dongxue, who was close to her, to keep an eye on her? Yi Chen located Chen Dongxue in their class group and added her contact. She quickly agreed. Yi Chen? He messaged her. What are you up to, Chen Dongxue? Do you have time to meet? I need to discuss something with you. Confused, she replied. What do you need to talk to me about? Let us meet. I'll be waiting for you at the school playground. All right. Chen Dongxue arrived at the playground, her mind filled with curiosity. Upon seeing her, Yi Chen greeted her. What did you need? He asked with a smile. Chen Dongxue hesitated, feeling uncomfortable. It might give the impression they were a couple. Just tell me what you need. Yi Chen was taken aback. Was she worried about misunderstandings? Did she have someone she fancied? Chen Dongxue had an average appearance, standing at about 1. 6 meters, which was acceptable. Are you aware that Chui Tingting is dating Xing Chao? Chen Dongxue nodded. Yes, what about it? Yi Chen continued. Are you and Chui Tingting high school classmates? Yes, we are. Why do you ask? Xing Chao is my close friend, and I want to inquire about Chui Tingting's character. Yi Chen stated, I know some things about her, but I lack evidence. I need you to keep an eye on her. All I ask is that you report to me about her whereabouts. Chen Dongxue frowned slightly. Why should I help you with that? I'm good friends with Tingting. Yi Chen interjected. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. You just need to inform me of her daily movements, nothing else. What do you think? Chen Dongxue was taken aback, her expression revealing doubt as she regarded him. Open your phone. He promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to her account, and she stared at the amount in disbelief for several seconds. Is this for real? I've transferred the money. It's not fake. Xing Chao is my good friend, and I don't want him to be deceived by this woman. I don't need you to invade her privacy. Just let me know where she goes daily. Can you do that? Yes. Don't deceive me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Chen's piercing gaze caused Chen Dongxue to flinch inwardly. Also, keep an eye on Yusin for me. If anyone bullies her, let me know. Just message me if anything arises. Chen Dongxue acknowledged, and then turned to leave. What does Yi Chen's family do? How can he be so wealthy? Watching Chen Dongxue walk away, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's face. Just moments ago, she claimed to be good friends with Chui Tingting, and now she had readily agreed to his request. The act of manipulating her with money left him with an unsettling blend of guilt and an inexplicable thrill. Everyone has a darker side, yet most are held in check by rationality and morality. Yi Chen turned to head back to the dormitory. Upon arriving home, what's wrong? Xiao Chen, Sister Ning, are you and Uncle and Auntie going anywhere for the National Day holiday? I'll visit them tomorrow. Sure, I'll inform my parents shortly. Don't buy anything, we have enough at home. Understood, Sister Ning. You take a nap. This week had been all about studying, leaving no time for a midday rest. Upon awakening, he glanced at his phone, noting it was already past 5 in the afternoon. During this time, Li Qingya had sent him a message. Xiao Chenzi, I have boarded the high-speed train. I was engrossed in a book and didn't check my phone. Have you arrived home yet? He replied, almost, I just woke up. Xiao Chenzi, sometimes I can't see my phone at home, so there's no need to message me. I will find time to chat with you. Chapter 47. Do you have a girlfriend? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by her message. Was Qingya perhaps concerned about her parents discovering their communication? He understood the strictness of parental oversight, for who wouldn't worry about their daughter? After conversing with Li Qingya for a while, he got up, freshened up, and headed to the cafeteria for dinner. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were studying diligently in the library. After filling his plate, Yi Chen scanned the room but did not see Wang Yusin. Instead, he spotted Zhao Jing and Su Hui. Zhao Jing noticed Yi Chen and called out, Guh, I'm over here. Many around them turned to look at Yi Chen upon hearing her voice. He calmly approached her. Zhao Jing remarked, Guh, I see you're not putting in much effort in your studies. Will you manage to get into graduate school? Yi Chen replied, Your brother is a genius. I grasp concepts effortlessly, and preparing for the entrance exam is a piece of cake. He was not boasting. He had discovered that his intelligence had become remarkably high. Previously obscure knowledge was now easily comprehensible to him, and he could apply it in various contexts, even developing unique insights in certain areas. However, he was currently focused on reviewing and had not had the opportunity to showcase his abilities. This was perhaps one of the benefits of his rebirth. Zhao Jing rolled her eyes. Good, be a bit more modest. If you fail to get into graduate school, it will be quite embarrassing. Yi Chen turned to Su Hui. Xiao Hui, where's your hometown? It's in Jibei province. That is not far from us. I'm from Ludong province, and our regions border each other. After dinner, Zhao Jing called out, Go, wait a moment. She reached out to pluck a few strands of hair from his clothing and tidied up his attire. It's no trouble. I have an ironing machine. Don't you boys just toss your clothes aside? That is how wrinkles form. I noticed several of your clothes had creases. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Zhao Jing's care felt somewhat burdensome. Xiao Jing, do you have any plans for the holiday? Yes, but there will be many people, so be mentally prepared. I have something to do tomorrow. Let us go the day after, he replied. What do you have to do tomorrow? Was it at your sister's parents who helped last time? I'm going to visit your sister to express my gratitude and also to strengthen our relationship. I may need to rely on them again in the future. Zhao Jing and Yi Chen strolled until after 8 in the evening. She accompanied him to the entrance of the boys' dormitory, saying, Go, you should go get your clothes. I'll be doing laundry tomorrow, so bring down any dirty clothes. I'll wash them for you. That is too much trouble. These are the clothes that need washing. And these are clean, they just need ironing. Her voice was melodious, and the sound of the clip resonated deeply, causing Yi Chun's heart to flutter. Zhao Jing noticed his reaction and giggled, skipping away with a bag of clothes. Moments later, Chen Dongxue sent him a message. Tonight, Chui Tingting S. Jr. came to see her and brought a set of skincare products. I understand. Keep an eye on them. He chatted with Wang Yusin for a while, telling her not to inquire further about Chui Tingting. The following morning, Yi Chen purchased some fruits and other items, taking a taxi to Zhou Wanqing's home. The driver played Singing for the Motherland. The five-star red flag fluttered in the wind, and the jubilant song resonated loudly. The catchy melody prompted both the driver and Yi Chen to hum along. By around 9:30, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Xinghai Garden Community. Yi Chen quickly reached Zhou Wanqing's door and rang the bell. Moments later, Zhou Wanqing opened the door wearing pajamas. Xiao Chen, you're here. Yi Chen stepped inside. Smiling, Sister Qing, did you just wake up? Zhou Wanqing yawned. Isn't it normal to sleep in during the holidays? I just had breakfast. Zhou Jizai and his wife welcomed him warmly, their faces beaming with smiles. Xiao Chen, let us talk in the study, Zhou Jizai said, leading him to the study. Yi Chen promptly handed him a cigarette and lit one for himself. He didn't tea-smoke often, but indulged occasionally. Xiao Chen, your insight is remarkable. Huaguan Electronics has more than doubled in value this past month. Zhou Jizai was in high spirits, having achieved a return of 116 last month, with his account balance nearly quadrupling to around 40 million. This success allowed him to hold his head high among old friends, earning him the title of stock god. Zhou Jizai continued, I've noticed the real estate sector has seen significant declines recently. A friend in the group who invested there lost over 20% last month. Yi Chen replied, my previous suspicions may prove correct. An economic crisis might be on the horizon, and some large investors are quietly withdrawing. The market's daily transactions reached trillions, and large capital was systematically escaping, making it difficult for ordinary people to discern any signs. Their conversation traversed domestic stock markets, the national economy, American stocks, international economics, and global affairs. Zhou Jizai, a professor from a top university, possessed an understanding far beyond the average person. This depth of exchange was rare for Zhou Jizai, as discussions with others often lacked substance. Both benefited greatly from their dialogue. Xiao Chen, I have taught many students over the years, and honestly, none compare to your brilliance. Even those who have become company executives or high-ranking officials seem to pale in comparison to you. It would not be an exaggeration to describe you as extraordinarily intelligent. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. I'm merely speaking nonsense, Yi Chen said, somewhat taken aback by such high praise. Zhou Jizai even considered forming a close friendship with him, but abandoned the idea, thinking of his daughter and the slight possibility of a connection there. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing opened the door and glared at Yi Chen upon seeing the two of them smoking. Dad, can you teach him something good? You've led Xiao Chen astray. Time to eat, they said as they left the study to wash their hands before dining. Zhou Jizai opened a bottle of mutai to drink with Yi Chen. I know. Zhou Wanqing sighed, hearing her father's hints about marriage. Zhou Jizai looked at Yi Chen with a wry smile. Wanqing is nearly 29. If she doesn't find a boyfriend soon, she'll be an older single woman. Your aunt and I worry about this daily. Xiao Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 48. I don't have a girlfriend. Zhou Jizai's abrupt question left Yi Chen, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Wanqing momentarily stunned. Particularly Zhou Wanqing, whose cheeks appeared slightly flushed, as if she grasped the implication behind her father's words. Zhou Jizai inquired further, with your excellence, you must have many admirers, right? Yi Chen responded, Uncle Zhou, I'm not as remarkable as you say. Not many pursue me, just one. Zhou Jizai nodded in agreement, realizing after conversing with Yi Chen that his intelligence was indeed exceptional. Without interaction, one might assume he was like anyone else. Is she beautiful? If you both like each other, seize the opportunity. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. I think she is too young and immature. Her current affection might just be infatuation. I want a love that is deeper, as such fleeting feelings rarely yield good outcomes. He did not deliberately say anything to pander, finding that disingenuous. Zhou Jizai, being a university professor, was no fool. Come on, let us have another drink, he proposed. As they drank more, the conversation shifted back to domestic and international affairs. Yi Chen's articulate discourse surprised Zhou Wanqing, She hadn't expected her student to possess such extensive knowledge and depth of analysis. Furthermore, he was one of the few who could engage her father so effectively, capturing his attention. They drank more than half a bottle of baijiu. In the afternoon, I returned to the study to discuss the current state of the domestic real estate market. According to Zhou Jitsai's observations, numerous Hongdao properties in various cities have ceased operations. Some banks have suspended loan disbursements, and several suppliers are demanding payment. Yichen remarked, "Uncle Zhou, you should carefully examine their development model. It is entirely reliant on borrowing to sustain borrowing, indicating a significant financial shortfall. The government is now intent on puncturing the real estate bubble, and they will be the first to bear the brunt." He continued, "Such a monumental issue makes it exceedingly difficult for them to navigate unscathed. Over the years, they must have accumulated many incriminating details, providing ample justification for regulatory action." Zhou Jitsai nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, Chen sees through it clearly." Yichen expressed his gratitude. "Uncle Zhou, thank you for your assistance with the recent matter." Zhou Jitsai replied, "No need for thanks. It was a trivial matter. Hesitating momentarily, Yichen inmuted unizo." "What is your relationship with Director Liu?" Zhou Jitsai explained, "He was one of my students from years past, quite capable, and has been developing well in his career. He is among the more outstanding individuals from my students." He wished to subtly demonstrate his own prowess before Yichen, perhaps to enhance his daughter's standing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yichen departed from Zhou Wanqing's residence and took a taxi to a shopping mall near the school. He purchased the latest model of an Apple smartphone, intending to gift it to Wang Yusin, as her phone was rather outdated and likely sluggish. It seems that girls often favor this brand of phone. Li Qingya, Zhao Jing, Zhou Wanqing, and several other female classmates all use Apple devices. This American brand is a prominent electronic technology company, and Apple phones enjoy immense popularity worldwide, showcasing formidable strength. Currently, Apple's market capitalization stands at $262 trillion US, approximately equivalent to 186 trillion renminbi. Yichen had followed Apple's stock in his previous life, as it is a top-tier global electronic technology enterprise, garnering significant attention. In the global smartphone market, Apple commands over 40% of the share, followed by Samsung with a little over 10%, and then domestic brands like Xiaomi at around 6%. Had Huawei not faced sanctions in the past 2 years, Apple would not have secured such a high market share. The sanctions imposed by the United States on Huawei were extensive, making Apple the primary beneficiary and one of the behind-the-scenes orchestrators. When U.S. implemented various sanction policies, it launched a comprehensive offensive against Huawei, severely crippling its mobile business. This sparked significant public outcry online, with countless citizens expressing their anger and support for Huawei. However, once the situation settled, the ordinary populace had to carry on with their lives. The sanctioning of a domestic company by the United States merely elicited a few angry remarks, serving as a topic of conversation, but life remained paramount. Mortgages, car loans, and household expenses all require financial resources. From the subsequent sales of Apple phones in China, it was evident that they were not only unaffected, but had actually seen an increase in sales. Many thought-provoking questions arise from this situation. Nonetheless, years later, Apple would encounter a crisis. Not only Apple, but the United States as well would face an unprecedented crisis, threatening its status as a global hegemon. This shift was precipitated by a domestic company achieving a significant breakthrough in artificial intelligence, sending shockwaves across the world. This company is named Zhongwang Technology. At present, Zhongwang Technology has yet to be established, and its founding technical team is likely still in high school. After disembarking from the bus, Yichen messaged Wang Yusin, "What are you doing?" "Studying in the dormitory," she replied. "I'll be downstairs in 6 minutes. Please come down." "Okay." By the time Yichen arrived at Wang Yusin's dormitory, she was already waiting for him. "Yusin," he called. She turned to him, her bright eyes and striking features complemented by a hint of shyness. Yichen smiled. "Why didn't you call me brother?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, "Brother." With no one around, Yichen reached out to stroke her hair. Wang Yusin accepted the gesture with gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Yichen continued, "Inside the bag, you'll find a phone case, charger, and earphones. If you have any questions about using them, just ask Shandong Xue. I noticed she also uses an Apple phone." Wang Yusin nodded gently, her face still flushed as she lowered her head while entering the dormitory. Inside, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were studying. "Old Yi, you really haven't reviewed it all. Be careful not to fail." Yi Chen chuckled. Diligence can make up for a lack of talent. Geniuses do not need to exert effort. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, the clothes are all ready. Come downstairs to collect them. All right, I'll be right down. When Yi Chen reached the dormitory entrance, Zhao Jing was already there, holding 2 bags of clothing. She handed them to him, saying, Brother, in the future, hang your clothes up instead of tossing them around. Yi Chen accepted the bags and noticed her delicate, slightly wrinkled hands. Zhao Jing, didn't you wash these in a washing machine? Zhao Jing smiled. The washing machine in our girls' dormitory isn't very effective. It doesn't clean well. We all wash by hand. Yi Chen examined her hands, asking, Have you washed clothes at home before? She replied, Not much. My mom usually does it. But I can wash too. Zhao Jing comes from a relatively affluent family, where her parents pamper her, so she rarely does household chores. However, she was genuinely pleased to wash Yi Chen's clothes. Chapter 49. Wan Feng Securities customer manager Yi Chen felt a mix of emotions as he held her hand and gently rubbed it. How long did it take? Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed slightly. I washed slowly. It took me about an hour. Yi Chen smiled. From now on, I will let you wash my clothes. With practice, you will get faster. Zhao Jing playfully rolled her eyes at him. Brother, you really have no consideration for others' feelings. Yi Chen responded, I appreciate your hard work. Rest early tonight, as we will depart at around 7 tomorrow. When he took the clothes out, a faint fragrance wafted from them. Old way, old Feng. How come the clothes washed by girls smell so nice? Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, engrossed in their studies, chose not to respond. All right, we know you have a girl washing your clothes. Just as Yi Chen sat down, his phone rang suddenly. It was a call from a number in Jianghai City. He answered, Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wang Liyun, a customer manager from Wan Feng Securities. Her voice was crisp and melodious, suggesting she was an attractive woman. Yi Chen hesitated briefly. Hello, may I ask what this is regarding? His heart raced upon hearing her words. Indeed, there are no secrets on the internet. The amount of funds in his Jianghai Securities account must have been leaked. Otherwise, how would someone from Wan Feng Securities know to contact him? The various trades he had executed and the stock returns were likely visible to Jianghai Securities as well. Wan Feng Securities and Jianghai Securities are rival firms, and it is likely that Jianghai Securities has people on the inside or someone has sold client information to them. What are your company's fees? Yi Chen inweited. The fees for Jianghai Securities were 0.025, meaning for 10 million in funds, the fee would be 2,500 renminbi. And for 50 million, it would be around 7,000 to 8,000 RMB per transaction. Wang Liyun replied, Mr. Yi, given your capital volume, we can reduce your fees to 0.005, and you will also enjoy various privileges. Just the fees alone would be several times cheaper than before, which is indeed quite appealing. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll add your contact information. Would that be convenient for you? Yes, if there is anything, I'll reach out to you. After hanging up, he quickly received a friend request from Wang Liyun. Upon viewing her profile picture, he confirmed his suspicion. She was indeed a young and attractive woman. Typically, customer managers engaged in client acquisition are young women, as they possess certain advantages. With so many securities companies available, the conditions offered by some are not inferior to those of her company. What compels major clients to choose her firm? It is at this juncture that the capabilities of the customer manager are put to the test. After submitting his application, Yi Chen received a message. Hello, Mr. Yi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. I am at your service 24 hours a day. All right, Miss Wang. Yi Chen noted that the client manager from Jianghai Securities had not reached out to him, indicating a poor level of client care. His account currently held 45 million yuan, undoubtedly qualifying him as a major client. Jianghai Securities is a privately owned joint stock enterprise, renowned in the domestic securities industry, and is a publicly listed company with a market value of approximately 240 billion yuan. The founder, Zhao Juanxiang, graduated from Jianghai Jiaotong University, where he is listed among the notable alumni, boasting a fortune nearing 100 billion yuan, and is a member of the domestic rich list, a titan in the business world. At 6:30 in the evening, Yi Chen opened his computer to catch up on the latest news, both domestic and international. Whether stock traders or business magnates, they all keep an eye on current events that could impact their interests. Sometimes, being privy to information ahead of time allows for better planning or response. Li Qingya did not message him yesterday, likely due to being inconvenient at home. While browsing the news, Yi Chen received a message from Chen Dongxue. Cui Tingting has been with me all day today. We haven't gone anywhere else. All right, he replied. After messaging Chen Dongxue, he noticed Zhou Wanqing's profile picture and sent her a message. Sister Qing, are you doing well? What do you mean by doing well? Yichen inquired. Did Uncle Zhou not say you were going on a blind date this afternoon? How did it go? Sister Qing felt that something was amiss. We didn't get along well. There was no common language. Yichen asked, what does he do? Zhou Wanqing replied. He runs a company in Jianghai City. He is the son of a friend of my father. Sister Qing, good things often require patience. I am sure someone better is waiting for you. Have you not studied at all? Be careful not to fail. I'm studying now. Sister Qing, get some rest early. Good night. Good night. After their conversation, Yichen messaged Wang Yusin. Yusin, are you out for a walk? I am waiting for you at the playground. He then left the dormitory. It was now past 7 o'clock, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. Yichen arrived at the playground entrance and waited for more than a minute before Wang Yusin arrived. Have you fixed your new phone? Wang Yusin replied softly, yes. Dongxue had taught me how to use it. As they walked, Yichen asked, do you still like your new phone? I do, she said, lowering her head slightly as she walked beside him, the evening breeze ruffling her hair. Yichen reassured her, Yusin, you will have what others have, and what others do not have, you will also possess. You are my sister, and as your brother, I will do my utmost to spoil you. Wang Yusin, with her charming beauty and delicate demeanor, evoked a sense of protection and affection in those around her. Hearing Yichen's words stirred ripples of emotion within her, accompanied by an elusive sense of disappointment. Thank you, brother. Yichen then inquired, do you have any places in mind to visit during the National Day holiday? I haven't thought about it. Have you ever seen the ocean? No. Then the day after tomorrow, I will take you to see the ocean. It's important to balance study and leisure. Wang Yusin softly acknowledged with a hum. As they walked and chatted, the playground was less crowded than usual, though there were still many couples around. Bold ones were at hotels, while the more reserved enjoyed the playground. What are you up to, Xiaochenzi? I just finished studying and was about to rest. Li Qingyao replied, it's so boring at home. My mom nags me every day. It's better to review at school. What does your mom nag you about? Just some trivial matters. Chapter 50. The school closes, stay at a hotel. Yichen and Li Qingyao chatted for about an hour. Their relationship was gradually warming, significantly better than before. Although they had not yet crossed the final barrier, their interactions were almost akin to those of a couple. Yichen felt that it would not take long. Their affectionate exchanges were not an issue. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Yichen encountered Zhao Jing in the school cafeteria. Zhao Jing looked beautiful, wearing a tank top and a light jacket, with a short skirt that revealed her long and fair legs. Zhao Jing, aren't you cold? Not all. Brother, have you ever been to the Northeast? You must visit our ice city someday. I haven't been, but I will when I have the chance. What do you want to eat or buy today? It's my treat. Zhao Jing not only cared for him, but also did his laundry, prompting him to show his appreciation. He decided to treat Zhao Jing to a day of fun. After breakfast, Yichen took a taxi to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. In the ride, Zhao Jing expressed her excitement. Brother, have you been to Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street? How is it? Yichen replied, I've been once. It was quite enjoyable. There are many attractions nearby, including the Bund, which is said to have beautiful night views that I have yet to see. Zhao Jing expressed her anticipation. Then let us check it out tonight. Before coming to Jianghai City, she had longed to explore its attractions. At 8:30, they arrived at Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. Stepping out of the car, they were greeted by a throng of people pouring out of the subway station, heading towards the pedestrian street. The crowd was at least 4 to 5 times larger than when Yichen had visited. During the National Day holiday, both working individuals and students were off, many seizing the opportunity to enjoy the festivities. As they scanned the bustling pedestrian street, Zhao Jing was particularly fond of the lively atmosphere, becoming more animated amid the crowd. They began to stroll through the street, and whenever they spotted something delicious, Yichen would queue to purchase it. Typically, it would take just a few hours to explore the pedestrian street, but by noon, they had only covered half of it, spending most of their time waiting in line. Lunchtime also required queuing, especially at the popular old brand restaurants, which were teeming with patrons. By the time they finished exploring the International Architecture Exhibition Group, night had fallen. After dining at a nearby renowned restaurant, they made their way towards the Bund, where the evening crowd was even denser than during the day. Yichen took Zhao Jing's hand, saying with so many people, hold on tight so we don't get separated. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhao Jing beamed with joy, keeping close beside him. As they moved with the crowd, numerous police officers were present to maintain order. They eventually found a place to sit. feeling quite tired after a day of exploration. Chen still carried some snacks and drinks. At 7 o'clock, the light show commenced. Due to the National Day holiday, the scale of the evening light show was grand and breathtaking. Zhao Jing captured the moment with her phone, while Chen quietly observed, as he did not have the habit of taking photos. Later, Chen's phone buzzed. It was a message from Li Qingya containing several videos from wedding scenes. Seeing that the time was 9:32 p.m., he was momentarily taken aback. The light show was still ongoing, and had it not been for Li Qingya's message, they would have continued watching. They hurriedly made their way outside. The crowd at the bund showed no signs of diminishing. Chen and Zhao Jing exchanged glances. The taxi driver cheerfully remarked, "The school gates are already closed. Would you like to go to a hotel?" However, since it's the National Day holiday, there might not be any available rooms, especially near your school. Several universities, including Normal University, Science and Technology University, and Polytechnic University, were located nearby. Under the driver's guidance, they visited several hotels, but all were fully booked. Finally, they arrived at a 5-star hotel. "Hello, sir. We have no ordinary rooms left. Only one business deluxe suite available for 12,999 yuan a night." Chen glanced at Zhao Jing, who, typically lively and cheerful, now appeared shy like a little ostrich. "Let's take this one." After saying this, Chen produced his bank card. The front desk attendant was surprised, not expecting Chen to afford such a luxurious suite. After completing the transaction, they took the room card to the 46th floor, room 4606. This floor was exclusively for deluxe suites, elegantly decorated to exude luxury. Throughout the process, Zhao Jing remained silent, her head slightly bowed in shyness. Upon entering the room, the decor exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance, showcasing a lavish atmosphere with an array of top-tier amenities. The suite comprised a living room, bedroom, independent bathing area, expansive balcony, and kitchen, among others. Chen gazed at the luxurious bed in the bedroom before turning his attention to Zhao Jing. He found it somewhat amusing. "Aren't you usually quite bold and fiery? What's with you today?" Zhao Jing replied softly, "Isn't this a bit too fast, brother?" Chen appraised her with a discerning look. "What are you thinking? You'll sleep in the bedroom while I take the sofa." "Huh?" Zhao Jing was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at her inappropriate thoughts. Deep inside, Chen felt a stir of restlessness, yet reason cautioned him against acting on it. Should anything transpire between them tonight, it would lead to an inescapable predicament. An adept hunter does not engage in direct combat with beasts, but rather crafts intricate traps to ensnare them flawlessly. Chen requested a set of pillows and blankets from the attendant. Finding the sofa uncomfortable, he opted to lie on the carpet instead. Exhausted. I'm off to sleep. Little Jing, you should retire early as well." Zhao Jing, now back to her usual demeanor, asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower, brother?" "Don't peek." With a slight smile, she added, "I don't have that kind of habit." Chen took a quick shower and emerged wrapped in a towel. Zhao Jing indulged in a warm bath, utilizing the bathtub designed for soaking. After her bath, she emerged in a towel, noticing the living room lights were off, but Chen's phone was aglow, seemingly engrossed in it. "Brother, don't play with your phone in bed. It's bad for your eyes." "I know. I'm going to sleep now. You should hurry to bed too." Zhao Jing entered the bedroom, sinking into the luxurious bed, which was exceptionally comfortable. Perhaps due to her fatigue, she quickly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, how old is your cousin this year? After doing laundry and showering, little Chen, don't study every day. Go out and have fun with your roommates and classmates. I'll be hanging out with classmates tomorrow to unwind. Chapter 51, A Meeting of Two Sisters. Li Qingya chatted with him for a while, before urging him to rest early as they had plans for the following day. The next morning, at 6:30, Chen awoke as per his usual routine. After dressing, he began his morning wash. Once refreshed, he called the attendant to arrange for breakfast to be delivered to the room. Many luxurious suites and 5-star hotels offer such services. Spending over 10,000 a night is not in vain. After placing his breakfast order, Chen knocked on the bedroom door. A few seconds later, Zhao Jing, still drowsy, opened the door. Chen paused momentarily upon seeing her, as she was clad in a loose silk nightgown, her alluring figure subtly visible. "Wake up, I just ordered breakfast. It will be here shortly." Zhao Jing pouted, feigning annoyance. "How infuriating. I was sleeping. Let me have a little more rest." He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the panoramic view of Jiangpu district. 3 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yi-Chen opened the door to find a female attendant bringing in a sumptuous breakfast. Once the attendant left, Yi-Chen returned to the bedroom. "Little Jing, wake up and eat breakfast." Zhao Jing sat up, pouting adorably at him. "Where did you find that nightgown?" "It's in the wardrobe. They're all luxury brand items." After saying that, she got up to wash. As they sat down for breakfast, Yi-Chen couldn't help but notice her subtly outlined figure. Zhao Jing's physique was well developed. Although she was only a freshman, she was not to be underestimated. Even Wang Yusin, a senior, could not compare. This could be attributed to her exceptional genes. Yi-Chen, while eating, admired the sight. Truly a feast for the eyes. Zhao Jing suddenly looked up at him. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Yi-Chen cleared his throat. "I'm just checking if you're well rested." Zhao Jing had felt a tinge of disappointment the previous night, as Yi-Chen had not made any advances. She even questioned whether he was interested in her at all. But now, as he stole glances while eating, it indicated his interest in her. Perhaps he refrained from acting out of concern for her. "I had a marvelous sleep. That bed is incredibly comfortable. I looked at the mattress, it cost several thousand." Yi-Chen replied, "You had a delightful sleep while I spent the night on the carpet. The floor was too hard and quite uncomfortable." Zhao Jing huffed. "Who told you not to come to bed? There's more than enough space for two on that large bed. If you wanted me to join you, you should have said so. You were silent last night. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, I'll wait for you at the school gate." He then headed towards the school entrance, and a few minutes later, Wang Yusin arrived. Yi-Chen hailed a cab to the first seawater bathing beach in Jianghai District. The first seawater bathing beach is renowned and a preferred choice for many visitors. Meanwhile, Su Hui asked with a smile, "So, how was it? Is the senior impressive?" Zhao Jing shot her a glare. "What are you thinking? Nothing happened between us. If it had, do you think I would be in this state?" Su Hui couldn't believe it. "Really? You're so beautiful with a great figure. How could he resist being alone with you? Is he Lu Xiaohui?" Zhao Jing replied, "I slept in the bedroom, and he took the living room." Su Hui was momentarily stunned. "Does he have no interest in you at all?" "Little Jing, maybe you should give up." Zhao Jing huffed. "Who says he has no interest? During breakfast this morning, I wore the nightgown, and he kept sneaking glances at my figure." Su Hui advised, "He might be holding back, which indicates he might still prefer that other girl." Zhao Jing confidently asserted, "He is already starting to like me. Given time, I'll make him completely fall for me. I fear you may become deeply entangled in this." Over an hour later, Yi-Chen and Wang Yusin arrived at the first seawater bathing beach. The weather by the sea was refreshing, with the ocean breeze providing a delightful comfort. Even though summer had passed, many people still flocked here, though few ventured into the chilly waters. Yi-Chen and Wang Yusin strolled along the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Wang Yusin gazed at the endless ocean, feeling a quiet joy within, though she struggled to express it. Sitting on the beach, Yi-Chen said, "Yusin, let us sit for a while." Wang Yusin settled beside him, both facing the sea, their minds filled with myriad thoughts. They spent the entire morning on the sandy shore, enjoying the sea breeze and conversing. At noon, Yi-Chen took her to a high-end seafood restaurant. This served two purposes: to treat Wang Yusin to delicious food and to broaden his own horizons, as he had never been to a high-end seafood establishment before. In the afternoon, Yi-Chen and Wang Yusin experienced a luxurious yacht excursion. The yacht spanned 3 levels, equipped with bedrooms, bathrooms, and a living room. Ressembling à mobile luxury suite. Especially while seated on the top deck, the sensation was exhilarating, with an unobstructed view of the azure sea. Initially, Wang Yusin felt a bit anxious and restrained, but gradually calmed down as Yi-Chen held her hand. By 4 in the afternoon, the beach was a bit distant from the school, taking over an hour to return without traffic. Yi-Chen remarked, "Shall we go for dinner, Yusin?" She responded softly, Did you enjoy today?" "Yes, thank you, brother." The way she addressed him as brother nearly melted Yi-Chen's heart. Her gentle voice was enchanting, distinctly different from Zhao Jing's sharp tone. They were not particularly hungry and opted for a light dinner. While they were dining, Zhao Jing and Su Hui entered the cafeteria. Yi-Chen was momentarily startled to see them, surprised by the coincidence. Su Hui soon spotted them as well. "Little Jing, look who your brother is having dinner with." Zhao Jing glanced at Wang Yusin sitting across from Yi-Chen. After finishing their meal, she and Su Hui approached Yi-Chen. "Brother, who is this beautiful lady?" Zhao Jing inquired, her expression a mixture of curiosity and delight. Yi-Chen maintained a serene demeanor as he introduced his classmate Wang Yusin to Zhao Jing. This is my classmate Wang Yusin, who is also my dear sister. She possesses a rather introverted nature. Zhao Jing, this is our freshman, also my sister. She is straightforward, vivacious, and truly wonderful. Wang Yusin glanced at Zhao Jing and spoke softly, hello. Zhao Jing, captivated by Wang Yusin's delicate charm that evoked a sense of tenderness, smiled gently and replied, hello, senior. You are truly beautiful. A faint blush graced Wang Yusin's cheeks as she responded, you are beautiful as well. Yichen interjected, both of you are stunning. You are among the most beautiful women in our school. Let us dine. As they ate, Zhao Jing engaged Wang Yusin in conversation. Where are you from, senior? I hail from Bingxing in Heilongjiang province. Wang Yusin replied. I am from Jianghai City in Sichuan province. Zhao Jing continued. Do you have a boyfriend, senior? No. Wang Yusin answered. Yichen felt relieved that both were his sisters. Had he toyed with their affections from the start, he would have faced dire consequences, potentially leading to scandalous repercussions at school. Given Zhao Jing's temperament, she might have acted out if her feelings were trifled with. The ringing of a mobile phone interrupted the moment. Yichen glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number from Jianghai City. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xing Li Juan, your private client manager from Jianghai Securities. I will be at your service 24/7. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to reach out. Yichen inquired, are there any special benefits for high-value clients? Indeed, we offer significant discounts on trading fees, along with several privileges exclusive to our esteemed clients. Xing Li Juan promptly replied, what rate can you provide? Yichen asked. We typically offer a rate of 0.05 for clients with an asset scale exceeding 50 million. However, your assets are approaching that threshold, and I can apply for you. If your assets exceed 100 million in the future, I can secure additional privileges. Then please proceed with the application. Yichen agreed. Yes, certainly. After all, it's a complimentary service. Well, Mr. Yi, I shall not disturb you further. I will add your contact information and follow up shortly. After hanging up, Yichen pondered the situation. It was evident that Wanfeng Securities had their own connections within Jianghai Securities. Otherwise, they would not have access to his asset scale and contact details. If Jianghai Securities had leaked client information, it would not have been exclusive to Wanfeng Securities. The fact that only Wanfeng Securities had reached out suggested they alone had acquired the information. Zhao Jing, curious, asked, brother, who called you? A client manager from a securities company, Yichen replied. Oh, go ahead. Wang Yusin stood and quickly exited the cafeteria. Zhao Jing turned to Yichen, saying, brother, she seems quite nice. Yichen responded, she is simply too introverted and self-effacing, making her susceptible to bullying. I befriended her during the summer while working part-time on the bus. She was too timid to speak up when someone took advantage of her, so I helped her out, and we grew closer. Zhao Jing remarked, if I encountered such a person, I would certainly give them a good beating. Yichen was aware of her capabilities. Many ordinary men would not stand a chance against her. Wei Xiangyu inquired, Old Yi, where were you last night? Did you spend the night out? Surely, you weren't with a girl? Yichen chuckled, indeed, but not even a touch occurred. Do you believe that? If you shared a room, how could there be no contact? Who was it? The stunning freshman. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing displayed expressions of intrigue. Yichen teased, when it comes to women, your eyes light up. You should both find someone soon. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Yichen noticed a message from Wanfeng Securities client manager, Wang Liyun. Mr. Yi, how are you considering our offer? The terms from Jianghai Securities are quite similar. Yichen had not outright rejected her. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows. His future capital would inevitably grow, making it impractical to rely solely on one securities firm. He had researched Wanfeng Securities online. It was a large, powerful firm with state-owned backing. Wang Liyun continued, Mr. Yi, do you have time for lunch tomorrow? I have reserved a restaurant for us to discuss matters that are best addressed in person. Yichen replied, sure, Miss Wang. Please send me the address. I am not very comfortable meeting on campus. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will contact you tomorrow. After their conversation ended, Yichen prepared for bed, feeling fatigued from his day with Wang Yusin. That evening, Li Qingya did not message him. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Yichen received a call from Xing Li Juan, the private client manager at Jianghai Securities. Hello, Mr. Yi. I have arrived at the south gate of your school. I am driving a white BMW with the license plate ending in 267. All right, I will come right over. The school restricts access to external vehicles, permitting entry only to those affiliated with the institution. So Yichen walked to the entrance. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, he arrived outside the school and spotted a white BMW not far away. A tall, elegant woman in a long dress stood by the vehicle, her gaze fixed on the university entrance. Upon noticing Yi Chen, she greeted him with a professional smile and approached. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xingli Juan." With a friendly smile and respectful demeanor, she extended her hand. Yi Chen, maintaining a neutral expression, shook her hand. "Hello." Miss Xingli Juan was indeed attractive. Otherwise, she could not hold the position of private client manager. "Mr. Yi, I presume you're a university student?" Yi Chen recognized the flattery. Everyone enjoys a compliment, provided it does not seem overly insincere. "Yes, I'm still in my 4th year." Xingli Juan's face displayed surprise. "How old are you, Mr. Yi?" 22. Her admiration was evident. "You are remarkable, Mr. Yi. In my years of experience, I have never encountered someone as proficient in stock trading as you. There are hardly a few individuals like you in the entire country." Her praise was not baseless. It was well-founded. With an initial capital of 350,000, he had multiplied his assets over 150 times in less than 2 months. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the domestic financial sector, marking him as a legend within the industry. A selection of premium tea, an upscale thermos, and other gifts she had procured for clients, including an exquisite lamp and personal care sets, were presented to him. The success of her role as a private client manager hinged on maintaining high-value clients. Failing to do so could result in significant losses. Although these gifts were not exorbitantly priced, they collectively amounted to several thousand yuan. "Yi Chen Inuit. Has my fee reduction been approved?" "Yes, Mr. Yi. I will not take up more of your time. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me at any moment. I am available 24/7 for your assistance." The following chapter unfolds with the presence of Wang Liyun, a client manager from Wanfeng Securities. "Mr. Yi, do you have time for lunch today? I have made reservations for us to discuss matters." "Certainly. Please send me the address." Yi Chen agreed to meet with Wang Liyun as he sought to gain deeper insights into the securities industry. As he planned to establish an investment company in the future, it would inevitably involve stock and futures trading. He aimed to prepare himself in advance. Upon receiving the address, he hailed a vehicle and made his way. Arriving at the restaurant's private room shortly after 11, he found a stunning young woman, likely in her mid-20s, seated within. She wore light makeup and possessed a beauty that far surpassed that of Xingli Juan from Jianghai Securities. Wang Liyun rose with a radiant smile, her voice melodious and pleasant. "Are you Mr. Yi? I am Yi Chen, and you must be Miss Wang?" "Indeed. Please take a seat, Mr. Yi." Wang Liyun invited him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Yi, please place your order." Yi Chen casually selected a few dishes, to which Wang Liyun added her own choices. Once the waiter departed, Yi Chen turned to her and inquired, "Miss Wang, how old are you this year?" With a beaming smile, Wang Liyun replied, "I am 27 years old." "Mr. Yi, you appear remarkably youthful. Are you still in university?" "Yes, I am a senior at Jianghai University." "How long have you been working in the financial sector?" "Miss Wang, for over a year. I graduated from Jianghai Finance University with a master's degree and have been working at the company since then." Yi Chen asked, "What are your thoughts on this industry?" Wang Liyun felt a bit surprised, unable to comprehend why Yi Chen was engaging her in casual conversation. Nonetheless, she saw it as a positive opportunity to foster a relationship with a client. "It's not as I had imagined. It differs greatly from my expectations." Yi Chen, intrigued, asked, "Could you elaborate?" Wang Liyun smiled gently. "There is nothing inconvenient about it. When I chose this major in university, I believed I would graduate to become an elite in finance, earning a high salary with an easy job. Upon graduation, I realized that connections and background are paramount. Many individuals in our company possess lower academic records and capabilities than I do, yet they secure better positions, with their names appearing on promotion lists. As for people like me, we are relegated to the most basic tasks, seeking clients. If we fail to secure clients, we face criticism from our superiors, and our performance bonuses dwindle. Every industry has its challenges and hardships." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "May I inquire about your monthly income?" Wang Liyun replied, "Since I lack significant performance, my base salary is 15,000 per month. After deducting rent and living expenses, I hardly save anything. However, for those with good performance, like one of my colleagues, their monthly earnings can reach hundreds of thousands, with regular amounts around 100,000. Graduating from a prestigious university with a master's degree, a monthly salary of 15,000 is relatively standard in society. Yet when compared to my colleagues, the disparity becomes apparent, leading to some psychological shifts. Chen, a major client assigned to her by chance, was a blessing amidst others who were either taking a holiday or engaged with different clients. Are your colleagues truly that capable? Achieving monthly incomes of several hundred thousand? Wang Liyun's gaze flickered slightly, and she responded with a smile. They are quite capable, having been in this industry for many years. I'm only just starting. Chen continued. How many clients have you secured? Wang Liyun appeared somewhat embarrassed and hesitant. I haven't managed to secure any major clients yet. Her supervisor had previously given her the information of 5 major clients, yet she had failed with all of them. After 2 months of effort on the first client, she had to admit defeat. Major clients are not acquired in a day or two. Companies have regulations, a 2-month deadline. If not secured within that time, it is deemed a failure. Either they assign someone else to continue pursuing, or they abandon the major client altogether. The incentives offered by each securities company are similar. If clients are already familiar with their existing brokerage, why would they switch to yours? Unless you can offer them greater benefits. This is where female client managers hold an advantage. For the sake of performance and financial gain, they may engage in actions that exceed ethical boundaries. Is there fault in such a person? In his previous life, Chen had long been accustomed to such matters. Initially, he considered such women shameful and brazen. However, later, a female colleague undertook similar actions to raise funds for her parents' medical treatment. She secured a major client, bringing in contracts worth billions for the company. That colleague received substantial bonuses, and her parents' health improved. Upon learning the truth, Chen felt he had erred in his previous judgments. Some matters cannot be solely assessed at face value. He had pondered deeply. At a fundamental level, she sacrificed something to gain something. What prompts some women to adopt such behaviors? Is there no issue within this materialistic society? Where lies the problem in society's transformation? Chen smiled at Wang Liyun, encouragingly saying, keep striving, you will surely succeed. She might be a principled woman, but she may not be an ideal employee for the company. Only those who can generate profit for the company are deemed valuable. If Chen were the company owner, he would not select such an employee as a client manager, especially one who cannot even secure a major client, contributing no benefit to the company. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Liyun expressed her gratitude. A knock sounded at the door, and the waiter entered, bringing in an array of dishes. This upscale restaurant had seen Chen's order amount to over 1,000, and with Wang Liyun's selections, the total was approximately 2,000. The company would not reimburse this expense. It fell on the client manager's shoulders. If she failed to secure a major client, it would be a loss she had to bear. Miss Wang, you mentioned that some matters are inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Now is the time to speak freely. Wang Liyun replied, Mr. Yi, if you were to open a trading account with our company, I could return a portion of my commission to you. Chen inquired with a smile, if you secure my account, what would your commission be each month? Wang Liyun answered, if the funds in your account amount to 10 million, I would receive a commission of 10,000 each month. Internally, she speculated that Chen must be a wealthy heir. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such substantial funds? Chen remarked, do you think I would care about your commissions? Wang Liyun recognized the truth in his words, yet she had little else to offer him, unless she resorted to compromising her integrity. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my presumptuousness. I know you're not in need of such money. I merely wish to express my intentions. Chen smiled. I see your sincerity. Let's enjoy our meal. Wang Liyun sighed inwardly, feeling that securing this major client might be challenging. She recalled her parents' pressing request from a few days prior, feeling a mix of helplessness and anxiety. Her brother was set to marry, and they still lacked the dowry, having borrowed from all relatives, yet still falling short by 100,000, which her parents expected her to cover. Having only worked for a year, she possessed merely over 30,000. Compared to the corpulent, greedy clients, Chen was youthful and handsome, at least not repulsive. At that moment, her heart began to waver slightly. Chapter 54. Thermal Coal Futures After Lunch. Chen stated to Wang Liyun, I will open an account at your company. Wang Liyun's heart soared with joy. She had not anticipated such fortuitous news. Had her sincerity truly moved him? As the saying goes, sincere efforts can yield astounding results. Securing a major client to open an account was already a significant first step for her as a client manager. Each individual is limited to 3 securities accounts. Chen took out his phone. Please guide me through the process of opening an account with your company. Wang Liyun quickly seated herself beside him. instructing him on how to download Yuan Feng securities and the subsequent steps to open an account. The entire process took about 5 to 6 minutes and was quite convenient. "Mr. Yi, would you like to open a futures account?" Wang Liyun asked softly. Futures? A sudden spark of insight flashed in his mind. He decided to apply for a futures account as well. In his previous life, he had never ventured into futures trading due to the high risks involved. Futures often come with tenfold leverage, and a minor misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. Millions could vanish overnight. Otherwise, he would not have remembered such matters. This time, he intended to give it a try. Though the risks of futures were high, so too were the potential rewards. Without the memories of his past life, he would never have considered it. Even with his past experiences, he knew he must tread carefully. He distinctly recalled that thermal coal futures surged from approximately 1,300 yuan per ton to nearly 2,000 yuan per ton shortly after the National Day holiday, reflecting an increase of over 50% within just 7 to 8 days. With a tenfold leverage, the surge amounts to over 500%, translating to more than 5-fold gains. When the price reached 2,000 yuan per ton, the authorities intervened decisively, rigorously investigating malicious speculation in thermal coal, resulting in consecutive trading halts in thermal coal futures. Countless institutions, traders, and retail investors suffered significant losses in this futures game, though many institutions and individuals also reaped substantial profits. In the futures market, where there are losers, there are also winners. Initially bullish, followed by a bearish stance. Futures allow for both long and short positions, unlike stocks. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is poised to make a considerable profit. The thought of this fills him with a subtle thrill. Had it not been for Wang Liyun's reminder, he might have missed a lucrative opportunity. His recollections of futures are rather scant, while his understanding of stocks is extensive, as he predominantly engaged in trading stocks in his previous life. Chen turned to Wang Liyun beside him, a smile gracing his face. Upon seeing his smile, Wang Liyun's cheeks flushed slightly, sensing he might be harboring ulterior motives. "Mr. Yi, I will notify my colleagues shortly. Your account application will be approved expeditiously." Observing her reaction, a smirk appeared at the corners of Chen's mouth. "Miss Wang, with your beauty, have any major clients ever made inappropriate requests?" Wang Liyun nodded slightly yes. "Do you comprehend why your performance is lacking?" "I do." Chen gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "If I were to make an unreasonable request, would you acquiesce?" Wang Liyun's face instantly flushed crimson, yet she did not resist. Her expression tinged with hesitation as she feared losing Chen, a significant client. Chen, perceiving her reaction, deduced the answer. "What causes your hesitation now?" Wang Liyun inhaled deeply. "My family is in need of funds. My brother is about to wed, and my parents expect me to contribute 100,000. I wish to earn some money. My colleagues may not be as capable as I am, yet they have purchased homes in Jianghai and drive luxury cars, while I reside in a modest rental and rely on the subway or taxis. I aspire for a better life, and you are not as disagreeable as others." Chen's smile deepened. "So, does that imply you would agree to anything I propose?" Wang Liyun nodded, her cheeks aflame. The convergence of various factors altered her inner resolve, primarily driven by 2 elements: money and the youthful, handsome Chen. Had Chen been a portly, unkempt figure, her response might have differed. Everyone has a preference for aesthetics. You fantasize about sleeping with me. Your imagination is rather vivid. With that, Chen released her chin. Wang Liyun momentarily froze, feeling a surge of indignation as if she had been toyed with. "What do you mean by that?" Chen replied, "I'm still a virgin. Such matters can be discussed later. Let's go." Wang Liyun paused, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "A virgin?" Exiting the restaurant, Chen hired a taxi, Goodby. He applied for a futures account with Jianghai Securities, necessitating her to contact the on-duty staff for approval. Back in the school dormitory, Chen opened his computer to examine the recent trends in thermal coal futures. Over the past year, thermal coal prices have doubled, rising from approximately 600 to 1,200 yuan per ton. The rationale behind this speculation lies in the nation's dwindling coal reserves approaching the warning threshold. Coupled with the impending winter cold wave, the La Nina phenomenon may induce extreme cold weather, thereby escalating coal demand. Additionally, prior supply-side reforms have resulted in the closure of many outdated enterprises, leading to a relative decrease in supply. This forms the basis for the current surge in thermal coal futures. In the afternoon, Chen's application for a futures account at Jianghai Securities was approved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Wang. How are the discussions progressing? Manager Liu, Mr. Yi has already opened an account with us. I saw it in the group. We must do our utmost to win him over. This Mr. Yi is a stock trading prodigy. Within 2 months, his capital has multiplied nearly 150 times. Wang Liun's cherry lips parted slightly in disbelief. In just 2 months, his capital in the stock market has increased 150 times? Such a feat is exceedingly rare, even in the futures market, which inherently carries a tenfold leverage. The news cannot be mistaken. The Jianghai Securities Group is abuzz with discussions about him. You must exert every effort to secure him, or I will consider alternatives. Wang Liun hastily replied, Understood, Manager Liu. I believe it will not be a problem. I am 90% confident. Last time, you also claimed 90% confidence, yet you disappointed me. I will trust you one final time. I demand results. And should you fail again, you will resign. That evening, at a high-end restaurant in Jianghai City, a group of young men and women gathered for a celebration. They were the second-generation elite of Jianghai, each with remarkable backgrounds. Another young man spoke with a hint of flattery. Man Xiao, you are impressive. I only earned a little over 10% in September. Lao Zhao, what was your return last month? Zhao Xiaoming replied, I only achieved just over 20%, not as much as Man Xiao. Upon hearing their comments, Zheng Manqiu's lips curled slightly, a sense of pride swelling within her. Another girl, bespectacled and possessing a cultured demeanor, asked, Lao Zhao, is the rumor from this afternoon true? Zheng Manqiu and the others turned their curious gazes toward Zhao Xiaoming. What rumor? The girl, named Tang Xian, continued. I heard the retail investor at Jianghai Securities, going by the moniker Life is a Dream, has seen their funds multiply nearly 150 times in 2 months. Chapter 55, A3. 6 million yuan watch upon hearing Tang Xian's words. Shock registered on the faces of Zheng Manqiu and the others. Impossible. How can one achieve such returns in the stock market in just 2 months? Tang Xian adjusted her glasses, her expression calm. I find it hard to believe as well. Jianghai Securities is under Lao Zhao's family. He should know the truth. All eyes turned to Zhao Xiaoming. He nodded slightly. It is true. He initially invested in Longfei Technology, a tenfold growth stock, along with Tianhai Construction and other similar stocks. He started with 350,000, and now it has skyrocketed to nearly 50 million. And you would be astonished to learn his true identity. The trading details of clients are transparent to the securities company, as even client managers and department heads can access them. They must report client trading instructions to the exchange. So every action taken by clients is known to the client managers. Securities companies act as intermediaries, facilitating transactions between clients and the exchange, earning commissions in the process. The revelation from Zhao Xiaoming left everyone stunned. Each of them engaged in stock trading understands the immense difficulty of achieving a 150-fold increase. Tang Xian inquired, what is his identity? Zheng Manqiu and the others pressed Zhao Xiaoming. Lao Zhao, stop keeping us in suspense. We want to know who this trading prodigy is. Zhao Xiaoming glanced at Zheng Manqiu. Manqiu, he is a student from Jianghai Transportation University, enrolled in the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering, majoring in computer science. A senior named Chen, age 22, originally from Jianghai City in Ludong Province. So young? The group was once again astonished, not expecting such a young stock trading prodigy. Zhao Xiaoming added, his trading success rate is a staggering 100%. He possesses extraordinary talent in stock trading. Tang Xian asked, what stock is he currently investing in? Zhao Xiaoming replied, Jianghan Lithium Industry. Someone pulled out their phone to check the market trends for Jianghan Lithium Industry. The stock had already increased several folds. Would it continue to rise? Would they risk getting trapped if they bought in now? Doubts arose regarding Jianghan Lithium Industry. Zheng Manqiu remarked, could this be a trap? Jianghan Lithium Industry nearly faced delisting before, and has already surged so much. Can it rise further? Is there a possibility of institutions collaborating with him, leading others to take over? Zhao Xiaoming nodded slightly. That is a possibility, but in my estimation, the likelihood is low. On the morning of October 5th, Chui Tingting remains quiet, while the sophomore occasionally brings her some snacks and small gifts. This feels like a gradual conquest of Chui Tingting's heart. If things continue this way, Yichun believes that something is likely to unfold between them. The sophomore is no ordinary fellow. He exudes the charm of a seasoned flirt. Chen, with nothing pressing on his agenda, finds himself perusing stock and futures forums. Suddenly, a post title captures his attention. Stock God. Life is like a dream. In 2 months, my account grew from 350,000 to 50 million, nearly a 150-fold increase. Chen account with Jianghai Securities is aptly named Life is like a dream. He clicks to read, and indeed, the content reflects his own experience, revealing each of his transactions. This is no secret. Employees of the securities firm can see it, and the leak is not unexpected. Many commenters expressed disbelief, accusing the author of boasting. How could one possibly earn 150 times in the stock market in just 2 months? Futures trading can't achieve that. They question the author as credibility, suspecting this post is merely a trap for novices, foreshadowing a subsequent course-selling scam. It is a familiar ploy. Chen recalls being duped in his early stock market days, having spent thousands on worthless courses. Some commenters claim they heard rumors that the Life is like a dream expert is indeed impressive. Just because you can achieve it doesn't mean others can't. I assure you, it's not a fabrication. Seeing these comments, Chen smirks and adds his own. Brother, is it really appropriate for you to expose me like this? After commenting, he continues browsing other posts. The forum conceals numerous experts, and many pieces of news are leaked before being reported. He seeks information regarding thermal coal. Although he possesses memories from his previous life, he must still conduct thorough research for safety. On the morning of October 6th, Chen receives a call from Lu Zixuan. Xianjia, she greets. Have you been out to play these days? Chen replies, I went out for a stroll a couple of days ago, but it was crowded. I've been revising in the dormitory these past 2 days. He pauses. All right, Xianjia, drive safely. Okay, see you tonight, Chen. After hanging up, Chen resumes his studies. The material he is currently engaging with transcends mere exam preparation, delving into more profound knowledge. Given his brilliant mind in this life, he feels compelled to utilize it. Perhaps he can develop genuine artificial intelligence even before Zhongguang Technology Company arises. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen departs from school, taking a taxi to the Chui Jing Ming Zhu residential complex. After disembarking, he purchases some vegetables, meat, and seafood from a nearby supermarket. He ascends to the 8th floor, room 801, and rings the doorbell. Lu Zixuan opens the door, clad in a loose silk nightgown, her damp hair framing her alluring figure, exuding a mature and captivating aura. Chen, come in and sit. No need to change your shoes, it's too much trouble. Chen enters and inquires, what time did you get home, Xianjia? She responds, I arrived around 1, didn't eat, and took a long nap. I just had a shower after waking up. You should rest, last time you cooked. Today it's my turn to showcase my culinary skills. Sounds good, just don't serve me any dark cuisine. Chen enters the kitchen with his groceries while Lu Zixuan heads to dry her hair. After more than half an hour, he prepares 5 or 6 dishes. Lu Zixuan inhales deeply. Not bad. It smells quite appetizing. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be this good. Chen replies, I cooked since I was young. Now, with the internet, I can learn how to prepare various dishes with just a glance. Come, Xianjia, try my cooking. Wait a moment, Chen. I have a gift for you. Tell me if you like it. Chen looks puzzled. What is it, Xianjia? Open it and you'll find out. Inside the box lies a pristine white watch, exuding a sense of fashion and elegance, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic. Lu Zixuan smiles. This is a Richard Mille watch, designed with a modern flair. I think it suits young people better. Brands like Patek Philippe and Rolex are too traditional and suited for older individuals. Chen recognizes the Richard Mille brand as a high-end international watch, notably expensive. How much is this watch, Xianjia? Not too pricey, 3.6 million. I had to pull some strings to have a friend procure a brand new one from Jianghai. Even though he was somewhat prepared for the price, hearing it still astonishes him. Such an extravagant watch far exceeds its intrinsic value. Luxury watches are imbued with financial attributes, representing collectible value while also symbolizing status and identity. The elevation of one's status is often the lifelong pursuit of many, driven by the desire to satisfy vanity. Human nature is complex. No one wishes to remain at the bottom, exploited and belittled. Everyone aspires to rise above, reveling in the adoration and respect of others, a feeling that greatly gratifies one's ego. The allure of wielding power over others is equally intoxicating, which explains why many in the country yearn for positions of authority. The exhilaration that power brings surpasses all else. Chapter 56. The Frenzy of Coal Futures, Floating Profit of 1. 3 billion. Yi Chen gazes at Lu Zixuan, his eyes bright and clear. Xianjia, this is too extravagant. Extravagant? You are my brother. Is it not normal for a sister to buy gifts for her brother? Let me help you put it on. She fastens the watch onto his wrist. It looks great. It adds a touch of elegance and enhances your aura. Thank you. Xianjia. No need for thanks. Let us eat. With that, Lu Zixuan opens a bottle of red wine, and they enjoy dinner while chatting. Yaxing Technology Services is actually doing quite well. At the current trend, making tens of millions annually is not a problem. After finishing dinner around 8, Yichen tidies up and exits the kitchen. The watch indeed reflects the quality of a luxury brand. Earlier in the afternoon, the sophomore had gifted Shui Tingting a skincare set. I see, now I know. Xiao Chun, what if Xianjia grows fond of your cooking? I'll come over to cook for you again, Xianjia. I really appreciate the gift. I love it. As long as you like it, that's what matters. I consider you my little brother, and I have no other intentions. I have no siblings, and now that I have a brother, I just want to spoil you. Hearing her words, Yi Chun feels a stir of emotions. It is my honor to know you, Xianjia. Let us not say such things. It's destiny. Time swiftly advances to October 10th. The stock market and futures market will reopen today. Yi Chun does not attend class in the morning. Instead, he remains in the dormitory. At 9 o'clock, thermal coal futures open, initially falling by 15 before surging. At 9:30, the stock market opens, and Yi Chun sells 26 million shares of Jianghai lithium industry. Due to position limits in futures trading, the limit for thermal coal futures is 2,000 lots. With the current thermal coal price at 2.6 billion, 26 million in capital, and tenfold leverage, it equates to purchasing 26 billion in thermal coal futures. Such high leverage carries significant risk. A mere 10 drop would necessitate additional margin or face forced liquidation. Within half an hour, thermal coal futures have risen by 3. With his substantial investment, they begin to soar again. Should the trajectory of thermal coal futures deviate from his past experiences and lead to forced liquidation, Yi Chun remains unfazed. His bank card and securities account still hold ample funds. He always prefers to leave himself an escape route in any endeavor. This includes nurturing relationships with Lu Zixuan and Zhou Wanqing, which serves as a safety net for him. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How much more so does a human being? The trading of thermal coal futures differs somewhat from that of stocks. In addition to daytime trading, there is also a night trading session from 9 to 11 o'clock with a price fluctuation limit of 10%. Today, thermal coal futures exhibited remarkable strength, rising 8 points until the conclusion of the night session at 11. When Yi Chun made his purchase, the price had already increased by 3 points, yielding him nearly 5 points in profit. With a holding value of 2.6 billion, his profits today amounted to a staggering 13 million. Having invested a total of 26 million, he managed to earn 50 in a single day. Yi Chun was somewhat astonished upon seeing the day's profits in his account. No wonder so many people were enamored with futures in his previous life. It truly possesses the potential to make one wealthy overnight. Yet it equally harbors the risk of total ruin. If the price were to drop 5 points today, his losses could reach 50%, equating to a loss of 13 million. Meanwhile, in a group chat with only a few participants, Zhao Xiaoming sent a message. Today, that Yi Chun sold Jianghai lithium industry for 26 million and leveraged 10 times to buy thermal coal futures. Zheng Manqiu responded, Jianghai lithium industry has been performing quite well. I bought in this morning, and it rose over 4 points by the close. Zhao Xiaoming continued. Today, thermal coal futures rose 8 points, and he made over 13 million. Zheng Manqiu remarked, futures can yield rapid gains, but losses can come just as swiftly. He has yet to sell. The situation remains uncertain. Tang Yi, aware of Zheng Manqiu's pride, speculated that she might feel somewhat discontented with her peers who outperform her. Old Zhao, keep an eye on things, and let me know if there's any news. Tang Yi expressed her curiosity about Yi Chun, the stock trading virtuoso. On the following day, thermal coal futures directly hit the limit up. Many institutions, traders, and retail investors were elated. The doubling of accounts within a single day is an immense temptation. Institutions and traders invested over 100 million in capital, witnessing gains of 1 to 200 million in a day. Even they could not maintain their composure. Excitement coursing through them. They believed there was still room for growth, with some increasing their investments and continuing to go long on thermal coal futures. The fervor of the coal futures market attracted a large influx of speculative capital. driving prices higher. Today's limit up was a result of this surge in speculation, as everyone sought to partake in the profits. Chen, initially a bit excited, soon regained his composure. On the third day, thermal coal futures fluctuated during the trading session, ultimately rising 5 points. On the fourth day, it increased by 3 points, and on the fifth day, it surged 8 points. The booming market once again attracted substantial capital influx. A mindless approach to going long allowed one to double their profits with their eyes closed. On the sixth day, thermal coal futures opened at the limit up. On the seventh day, which was October 18th, a Tuesday, thermal coal futures opened again at the limit up, with the price per ton nearing 2,000. Chen's futures account reflected an unrealized profit of 1.3 billion, with an investment of 26 million. He made 5 times his money in just 7 days. He distinctly remembered that at 10 o'clock that evening, the National Development and Reform Commission intervened in coal prices by law. Chen promptly sold all his thermal coal futures contracts and then purchased 40 million in short contracts, also leveraging 10 times, equating to 400 million in capital, reaching the maximum holding limit of 2,000 contracts. As the prices of coal futures had been rising, the price for 2,000 contracts was different from before. Just after completing his transactions, a message from Zhou Jianghai pinged on WeChat. "Is that person discussing life as a dream online you?" Chen replied, "Yes, Uncle Zhou. I suspect someone at the securities company has leaked my situation." Chen continued, "Uncle Zhou, I believe the trend will continue to rise. Tripling my investment should not pose much of a problem, and I can sell then." Chapter 57. Accompanying Ningjia for medical attention upon reading Zhou Jianghai's message, Chen's expression momentarily froze. He was astute enough to surmise Zhou Jianghai's intentions, likely wishing to bring him and Zhou Wanjing together. "All right, Uncle Zhou, I will head over now," he replied. Chen shut down his computer and exited the dormitory, making his way to the faculty apartment building. Having visited once before, he knew Zhou Wanjing's residence and walked directly to her door. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" came Zhou Wanjing's weak voice from within. "Ningjia, it's me. I heard from Uncle Zhou that you are unwell, so I came to check on you." The door opened swiftly, revealing Zhou Wanjing in her pajamas, lacking any vitality. Upon seeing her condition, Chen hurriedly inquired, "Ningjia, have you taken your temperature?" "What is it?" 39, 2 degrees, she replied. "Such a high fever, and yet you haven't sought medical attention." "Ningjia, quickly change your clothes. I will take you to the infirmary. The school clinic is inadequate. Let us go to an outside hospital." Zhou Wanjing coughed a few times, expressing her distrust of the school's medical facilities. "All right, Ningjia, please hurry and change," Chen urged. Zhou Wanjing entered her bedroom and emerged in casual attire. Her cheeks flushed, a combination of fever and a hint of shyness, given that a male was present while she changed. Chen approached and gently supported her arm. "Ningjia, allow me to assist you downstairs. You appear a bit dazed from the fever. Be careful not to fall." Zhou Wanjing softly acknowledged him. The two descended the stairs and arrived at the parking lot, where Chen drove Zhou Wanjing's car to the nearby 9th People's Hospital of Jianghai. Zhou Wanjing sat in the passenger's seat, lethargic, her gaze unfocused, occasionally succumbing to severe coughing fits. Upon reaching the hospital, Chen accompanied her through the examination process, including blood tests and various infection checks. After an hour of waiting, the results finally emerged, revealing a diagnosis of mycoplasma pneumonia, with the doctor recommending intravenous treatment. They then proceeded to the outpatient hall for the infusion, and by the time they finished, it was nearly noon. "Chen sat beside her, Ningji. I have already completed my review. I am confident about the graduate entrance examination. You are unwell and need care while your parents are busy, and I have nothing pressing to attend to." Zhou Wanjing smiled faintly. "Thank you, Chen." Chen replied, "Ningjia, there is no need to be so polite. You have always taken care of me like an elder sister. How could I, as your younger brother, abandon you at this time? The market has been decent." Zhou Wanjing remarked. "How much have you earned now?" "Close to 2 small targets," Chen replied. Zhou Wanjing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "So much?" She noticed his watch and inquired. "Nice watch. Did you just buy it? What brand is it?" "Richard Mille," he responded. "Isn't that a prestigious brand? How much did it cost?" 360. "Is it really that inexpensive?" "There is a 10,000 behind it." Zhou Wanjing gave him a disapproving glance. "Why buy such an expensive watch? Save your earnings and don't squander them." You are right, Ning Jia, Yi Chen agreed. Zhou Wanjing continued. However, now that you have some wealth, it is permissible to purchase things you like, but remember to spend wisely and reflect on the past. After receiving a bottle of infusion, Zhou Wanjing's condition visibly improved. Yi Chen glanced at the time and said, Ning Jia, you must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I will go buy it. Zhou Wanjing, who hadn't eaten since breakfast, felt her stomach grumble. Just some light stir-fried dishes will do. And I would like a bowl of congee. I'll eat. Ning Ji, Yi Chen replied. He stepped outside the hospital to purchase several light stir-fried dishes, steamed buns, congee, and a water bottle. Ning Jia, please start eating. I will go fetch some hot water. Yi Chen nodded gently. Ning Jia, are you from Jianghai City? Zhou Wanjing replied. My father settled in Jianghai when he was young. Our hometown is in Nanzhujiang province, so I'm not technically a local. As the two enjoyed their lunch, in an online group chat, Zhao Xiaoming remarked, Today, Yi Chen sold all his thermal coal futures, realizing an unrealized profit of 1.3 billion, and then purchased a full short position. Fang Jifeng commented, Given the current booming market for coal futures, going short is premature. It still has much room to rise, and he has undoubtedly misjudged this situation. Zheng Manqiu added, The bullish momentum in coal futures is exceptionally strong. While the bearish forces are weak, his current short position is akin to courting disaster. Zhao Xiaoming concurred. I also believe it is too early to short. But he has invested 40 million. Even if he were to lose it all, he would still have an unrealized profit of 90 million. At the 9th People's Hospital, Zhou Wanjing's cheeks flushed as she looked at Yi Chen. Xiao Chen, I need to use the restroom. She had been holding it in, hoping to wait until the infusion was complete, but she simply could not hold back any longer. Yi Chen rose calmly, removing the 4-bag. Let us go, Ning Jia. Upon reaching the restroom, Yi Chen hung the 4-bag on the wall and stepped outside. Managing with one hand was not a significant issue. After a couple of minutes, Zhou Wanning emerged, holding the 4-bag aloft. Noticing that the drawstring of her sweatpants was untied, Yi Chen discreetly helped her tie it before taking the 4-bag from her. Zhou Wanning's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, especially as Yi Chen tied the string. Her heart raced, and she dared not breathe heavily. Upon returning to their seats, Yi Chen broke the awkward silence. Ning Jia, how did your blind dates go during the holiday? Zhou Wanning returned to a more normal demeanor. Not well. My parents arranged several introductions, but none of them were to my liking. With your beauty and charm, it's only natural to have higher standards, Yi Chen complimented her subtly. What woman lacks a sense of vanity? Being told she is beautiful brings joy to her heart. My standards aren't high at all. I just need a connection, a spark. This lack of demands is indeed the highest standard. Around 2 in the afternoon, Yi Chen suggested, Ning Jia, you should rest well. We'll depart at 9 tomorrow. Zhou Wanning replied, I can manage on my own tomorrow. It wouldn't be convenient for you to go alone. I have nothing pressing, so it's settled. I'll come to find you tomorrow. I'm off now, Ning Jia. With that, Yi Chen turned to leave. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young man standing outside, roughly the same age as Zhou Wanning. Wan Pengtao paused, taken aback at seeing a young man in Zhou Wanning's dorm. Who are you? Yi Chen smiled. I am Ning Jia's younger brother. Are you looking for her? Zhou Wanning interjected. Teacher Wan, what brings you here? Wan Pengtao grinned. I heard you were unwell during lunch, so I came to check on you. But no one was here. How are you feeling? Zhou Wanning's expression remained indifferent, clearly unimpressed by Wan Pengtao. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wan. Wan Pengtao entered, carrying some fruit. Is this your cousin, Zhou teacher? He was inquiring about Yi Chen, curious if he was a rival. Her last remark weighed heavily on Wan Pengtao's heart. Had this man met Zhou Wanning's parents? And were her parents satisfied with him? Wan Pengtao discerned the implications in her words, feeling discomfort. Once he departed, Yi Chen turned to Zhou Wanning. The meaning behind her words was apparent to anyone. It implied that while they might not yet be a couple, they were close, and their parents had met. Wan Pengtao has been pestering me, relying on the fact that his uncle is the vice president of the college. It's quite bothersome. Zhou Wanning nodded otherwise. How could he possibly work at Jiaodong University with his qualifications? Thankfully, he isn't teaching students. He works in the administrative office. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her father's call. Hello, Dad. I'm Yufine. Xiao Chen accompanied me to the hospital this morning. The doctor said I just need a few days of 4. That's good to hear. Are you still feeling unwell? Aside from a slight cough, I'm all right now, and I don't feel tired anymore. After a brief conversation, they hung up. All right, study well. Zhou Wanning had not slept well the previous night, so she decided to take a nap in the afternoon. Most of the discussions on her feed centered around coal futures, illustrating their current popularity. Aside from that, there was also a post about Chen. After several days of speculation, many in the comments confirmed its authenticity, creating quite a stir. Around 6 in the evening, he went to the cafeteria for dinner and spotted Zhao Ming and Su Hui. Brother, what have you been busy with these past few days? We haven't seen you. Chen replied, just some matters. Did you miss me after just a few days? Zhao Jing chuckled, of course. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. After dinner, let's take a walk on the playground. Zhao Jing pulled out her phone. Brother, it snowed back home today. Take a look. She handed her phone to Chen. Although he was from Ludong province, October was not particularly cold there, especially compared to the northeast. Winters in Jianghai City must be quite cold, Chen remarked. In winter, it's normally minus 20 to 30 degrees, and at its coldest, it can drop below minus 40, Zhao Jing replied. After dinner, as they left the cafeteria, the sky had already darkened. Jianghai City had entered autumn. The air was refreshing. Zhao Jing casually asked, Brother, what is the name of the girl you like? Has she agreed to be with you? Chen replied, Not yet. You wouldn't know her. She doesn't attend our school. Zhao Jing turned to look at him, a smile gracing her face. Could it be that she doesn't like you? There's no good ending for someone who pines too fervently. Pining? I could never be that person. Such a fate is not for me. Zhao Jing quipped, Come on, tell me how you two met. I can analyze whether she likes you. We were desk mates for 3 years in high school. She's not only academically gifted, but also beautiful and kind. Zhao Jing teased. You seem to have a crush on her. If she liked you, wouldn't you have been together by now? It's already senior year. Chen explained, You don't understand. Her personality is different from yours. She's a bit proud, whereas you're more fiery and straightforward. Which type do you prefer, brother? Honestly, I like both types. Suddenly, Zhao Jing lifted her leg, intending to kick him, but then reconsidered, pondering if she might also have a chance. Perhaps Chen initially only liked his high school deskmate, but now he might have developed feelings for her. With that thought, she retracted her leg and grinned. Brother, was my split just now cool? Chen rolled his eyes at her. I see you're just looking for an excuse to kick me. He muttered. I suppose that move can unlock a lot of knowledge. What? Zhao Jing blinked, a few seconds later realizing the implications, her face turning crimson as she kicked him playfully. Shameless. I'll kick you to death. Chen, reacting quickly, grasped Zhao Jing's ankle as she mentioned him. Perhaps she hadn't kicked with much force, as her speed was slightly slower. Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed. The position felt awkward. Let me go. We agreed you wouldn't kick me. He released her ankle. Zhao Jing huffed. Brother, my birthday is in a couple of days. Which day? This Friday, October 21st, the 26th day of the lunar month. I want to invite you and Xiao Hui out for a meal. All right, should I prepare a gift? Zhao Jing shot a glare. What do you think? If you don't bring a gift, I'll strangle you. At 8 in the evening, Chui Ting Ting was studying. In the afternoon, someone confessed to UXIN, a sophomore named Huang Kongsheng, but she turned him down. Well done, keep it up. Chen read for a while before opening his computer to monitor the night trading of coal futures. He was also waiting for news. The night trading hours were from 9 to 11. As the clock struck 9, the futures for thermal coal surged by 2 points. Chen had purchased a short contract, and with the rise, he faced a loss of 2 points, equating to a 20% loss with 10 times leverage. He remained unperturbed. According to memories from his previous life, the National Development and Reform Commission issued news at 10:05 in the evening. In a group chat, Zhao Xiangming sent a message. The night trading for coal futures has begun, with a 2-point increase at the open. Fang Zhifeng, feeling rather pleased, remarked, It looks like the night trading could rise by over 5 points. There's a substantial profit to be made. Tang Yi inquired, How much coal futures did you buy? How much have you made? Zheng Manxiu cautioned, Futures are highly speculative. It's better not to dabble in them. Zhao Xiangming countered, If it hits the limit tonight, Chen will face a liquidation. 40 million will be forcibly closed. Fang Zhifeng added, He must have judged incorrectly. The bullish momentum in coal futures is incredibly strong, and everyone is optimistic, while he is bearish. It's akin to courting disaster. Zheng Manxiu agreed. One must not go against the trend. Following it is the way to profit. By 10:05 in the evening, the increase in thermal coal futures had reached 4 points. At that moment, a news report surfaced online. The National Development and Reform Commission studies the implementation of intervention policies on coal prices. As soon as this news broke, coal futures experienced a dramatic plunge, dropping from an increase of 4 to a decrease of 1. Shortly thereafter, another report emerged. Relevant departments will strictly investigate malicious speculation on coal futures by institutions. This news caused thermal coal futures to hit the limit down. The group chat was eerily silent. Fang Jifeng exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I've been liquidated. I didn't expect the authorities to act tonight." Zhao Xiangming, Zheng Manqiu, and Tang Yi were left in a state of shock, astonished by Yi Chen's judgment, transitioning from bullish to bearish. Initially, they thought he was a fool, but it turned out they were mistaken. Could he have known about the policy announcement tonight? That was simply impossible. After all, they were all second-generation disciples with a certain standing in Jianghai City, and even they had not caught wind of any rumors, let alone Yi Chen, an ordinary individual. Moreover, this was a directive issued directly by a central institution. Even the top second-generation disciples in Jianghai City would find it challenging to receive such information. Was this an indication of a keen sensitivity to the futures market? Wow, that Yi Chen is somewhat extraordinary, Zhao Xiaoming remarked in the group chat. Tang Yi also felt immense admiration. He is indeed remarkable. Today, a shift from long to short positions was nothing short of genius. Zheng Manqiu, proud by nature, always had a touch of defiance. Recently, she had seen numerous reports online predicting that the authorities would intervene, as coal is a vital resource for the populace. It was inconceivable that the government would allow rampant speculation. She surmised that this might have influenced Yi Chen's decision to shift his positions. Tang, he commented, while that may be true, who can execute such precision? Manqiu, I'll visit you this weekend. Take me to meet him. I want to see what kind of person he really is. In the boys' dormitory, upon seeing the policies issued by the Development and Reform Commission, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him as coal futures hit the limit down. The historical trend had not gone awry. He had shorted with a full margin of 40 million, earning a substantial profit during the night trading session. Shortly after 10, Li Qingyang messaged him, "Little Chen, are you asleep?" "Not yet, just finished reviewing." The graduate entrance exams are less than 2 months away, and my 2 roommates are all studying diligently." Yi Chen, curious, inquired, "Why do you only have 2 roommates?" One moved out. After chatting for a while, they both retired for the night, as they needed to focus on their intensive study the next day. Every student preparing for the graduate entrance exams was racing against time, giving their all. Li Qingyang didn't dare be careless, dedicating most of her time to studying, leaving little opportunity for conversation with Yi Chen. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the gradual blossoming of their relationship. After a day of intense study, she would actively seek out Yi Chen to chat, sharing her experiences at school, and sometimes even dreaming about their future lives together. Through their conversations over the past few days, Yi Chen learned that she had already mapped out her plans post-graduation. She intended to take the selection examination for a civil service position, either choosing Jianghai City or her hometown in Ludong Province. This decision was not yet finalized. Yi Chen thought that if they were to be together, Li Qingyang would likely choose Jianghai City, though he was uncertain about the extent of her family's opposition. The next morning, while having breakfast, Yi Chen sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. "Sister Qing, are you up? Just woke up. I'm in the cafeteria. Wash up, and I'll bring you some breakfast. What would you like? Just something light. No need to buy too much. I don't eat much for breakfast." After finishing his meal, Yi Chen purchased a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, an egg, and some pan-fried dumplings. Upon arriving at Zhou Wanqing's residence, she was already ready. After breakfast, the two set off. Yi Chen's skillful driving surprised Zhou Wanqing. "Little Chen, have you driven before? I got my license long ago, but haven't driven much. Your automatic transmission is easy to handle. Your driving posture is just like that of an experienced driver." They arrived at the hospital just as the doctor began their shift, and Zhou Wanqing was promptly connected to Infor. Around 9 in the morning, Yi Chen was monitoring the fluctuations in coal futures. They plummeted by 5, leading to countless individuals facing liquidation. This triggered widespread panic among retail investors, prompting a wave of sell-offs. The once dominant bulls quickly retreated, with many suffering significant losses. Some began shifting their positions to short, while others remained hopeful, believing the policy would lead to further increases. Yi Chen's account balance exceeded 1 billion. He strategically purchased 81 million shares of Jianghan Lithium Industry in batches, withdrawing the remaining 30 million to his bank card. His bank balance stood at over 35 million. He preferred not to keep all his funds in a single securities account. As he logged out of the securities app, he noticed a friend request from Zheng Manqiu. Surprised, he thought, "Isn't she the belle of the finance college? Why is she adding me?" They had never interacted before, and he only knew her name because Xing Chao had mentioned it previously. When he first started university, someone had created a beauty ranking on the school forum, and Zheng Manqiu was recognized as the belle of the finance college, a title that garnered considerable attention. Yi Chun hesitated to accept the friend request, uncertain if it was indeed her. Zheng Manqiu, on the other hand, had intended to wait for him to speak first. However, after 2 minutes without a message from him, she took the initiative to message him. "Are you Yi Chun from the 4th class of the electronic college?" Upon receiving her message, Yi Chun smiled slightly. "Are you expecting me to be your loyal admirer?" "Yes, I am." "Are you Zheng Manqiu from the finance college?" Zheng Manqiu, pleased that he recognized her, replied, "Indeed. I am Zheng Manqiu from the finance college." Yi Chun teased, "Given the prevalence of telecom scams, why should I believe you? Unless you provide some evidence. Perhaps a few candid photos of yourself?" Zheng Manqiu frowned at his message. In response, she sent 3 photos of herself enjoying a trip at various scenic spots. She stood tall, approximately 167 meters, with well-defined features and an elegant figure, radiating beauty and grace. "Do you believe me now?" she asked. Yichen replied, "Those aren't private photos. Do you have something more intimate, like a picture of you in a nightgown at home?" Zheng Manqiu, expressionless, responded, "Where are you? I can come find you in person, and you'll know whether or not I'm a scammer. I'm out running errands." "Are you really Zheng Manqiu? It's an honor for a beautiful woman to add me as a friend. What do you need from me?" He offered a compliment to make her feel good. Zheng Manqiu felt a bit flattered by his praise, though her irritation lingered at his request for intimate photos. "This afternoon," she replied. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her response. "Are you secretly in love with me?" Zheng Manqiu was exasperated by his self-absorption, thinking, "You are too conceited. I have something to discuss with you." "That's good. You scared me. If another beauty were to fall for me, I might find it overwhelming. I already have several older sisters and younger sisters. Adding another lovely sister would require more effort to manage." Zheng Manqiu's expression darkened, sensing his disdain. Around 11 o'clock, Zhou Wanqing finished her 4 treatment. After a quick bathroom break, she left the hospital with Yi Chun. They had lunch together, with Zhou Wanqing treating them. It was Wednesday, and the following day, she needed to go out to buy a birthday gift for Xiaojing. She had no shortage of phones, tablets, or computers due to her affluent family. While she might not appreciate a watch, she was sure to love a handbag. Yi Chun planned to buy her a bag, considering both her and Li Qingya came from well-off families and had plenty of gadgets already. Wang Yusin's family circumstances are rather humble. Her mobile phone is an old model, and she lacks a tablet or computer. In stark contrast, Lu Zixuan and Zhou Wanning possess everything they desire, and all that Wang Yusin needs is a little compassion to feel cared for and cherished. To pursue a girl, one must learn the art of approach to achieve greater results with less effort. Managing the affections of so many young women is crucial. Otherwise, it could lead to a chaotic situation. As Yi Chun contemplated sleep, his phone chimed, a message from the illustrious Zheng Manqiu of the Finance Academy. Chapter 60. The Proud Zheng Manqiu. Yi Chun paused at the message, having momentarily forgotten about Zheng Manqiu. It seemed he had not taken her words to heart. "I am waiting for you at the pavilion by Siyuan Lake." Yi Chun tidied himself and exited the dormitory, making his way to Siyuan Lake on campus. The Jiangpu campus of Jianghai Jiaodong University is extensive, featuring several artificial lakes, and the scenery is breathtaking, rivaling some tourist attractions. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Siyuan Lake and spotted Zheng Manqiu in the pavilion not far away, clad in a white plush coat and a long white autumn dress, complemented by a pair of pristine white shoes. She appeared as graceful as a princess, her long curly hair cascading over her shoulders. With a delicate face and cherry-like lips, she held her chin slightly high, exuding a sense of aloof pride akin to that of a majestic swan. Yi Chun realized that since his rebirth, his eyesight had significantly improved. Where he once struggled with nearsightedness, he could now discern the strands of Zheng Manqiu's hair from afar. His vision exceeded 20/20. As he approached the pavilion, Zheng Manqiu turned to regard him, her bright eyes appraising him from head to toe. To her, Yi Chun seemed rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive qualities. Although Yi Chun was somewhat handsome, many other suitors surpassed him in attractiveness. "Hello, Zheng Manqiu," he greeted. She nodded coolly. Are you the one whose life is but a dream? Yi Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated her knowledge of his stock trading account's nickname. How do you know my account nickname? He inquired. In this age of the internet, secrets are scarce. Just days prior, someone had revealed his trading operations on a forum, and now she had sought him out. Zheng Manqiu smiled faintly. Why did you suddenly take a bearish stance on coal futures yesterday? Yi Chun replied, coal is a vital resource for the populace, and it had already risen significantly. Recently, many speculative funds have entered the market, seeking a share of the profits. The market is excessively frenzied. While others are greedy, I feel apprehensive. When others panic, I become greedy. I was certain that the authorities would intervene, and as fate would have it, a policy was announced last night. Zheng Manqiu remarked, your market acumen is quite sharp. No wonder you thrive in the stock and futures markets. How long do you think coal futures will decline? Yi Chun looked at her. That is a commercial secret, and I cannot divulge it. Zheng Manqiu's expression soured slightly. I'm not involved in futures. I merely inquired about your perspective on future trends. Yi Chun retorted, how should I know whether you engage in futures? I cannot ascertain the truth of your words. We are not well acquainted. So why should I share this information with you? Zheng Manqiu pouted. Say what you will. I am hardly eager to hear it. Are you free this Saturday? For what purpose? There are people who wish to invite you to dinner. Are they male or female? Both. They are my friends and wish to meet you. How did you learn my stock account nickname? Are your parents executives at Jianghai Securities? Yi Chun vanderit curiously. I have a friend with connections at Jianghai Securities. Zheng Manqiu replied, her demeanor calm, yet tinged with pride. Yi Chun asked, will he be attending the dinner? He will indeed. Zheng Manqiu paused. You're not pleased to be seen with me? Do you have any idea how many men desire to converse with me, yet find no opportunity? Do you think I am keen to acknowledge you? With that, she turned away and departed first. Yi Chun observed her retreating figure, a meaningful smile gracing his lips before he turned to leave. I just met Yi Chun. Tang Yi inquired eagerly, what is he like? Is he handsome? She chuckled. Is it that he didn't flatter you, and you feel slighted? Who needs his flattery? There are plenty who wish to be my sycophants. I arranged to have dinner with him this Saturday. Zhao Xiaoming stated, I must get to know such a remarkable individual. His market instincts are extraordinary, and his judgments on market conditions are astonishing. He is certainly not an ordinary person. Zheng Manqiu replied, perhaps he merely has good fortune. Zhao Xiaoming continued, I have analyzed all his operations over the past few days, especially his transactions with Longfei Technology and Tianhai Construction. His entry and exit points are impeccable, as if he can sense impending crises. Such instincts are unparalleled. He then shared the information in their group chat for others to review. After reading, Tang Yi, Zheng Manqiu, and Fang Jifeng fell into silence, acknowledging the brilliance of Yi Chun's trading strategies. As stock traders, they understood just how challenging such maneuvers are. It was undoubtedly a rare talent. On October 20th, Thursday morning, Yi Chun accompanied Zhou Wanning to the hospital for an infusion. She was nearly recovered and would not need to return after today. Around 9 o'clock, Yi Chun checked the coal futures on Jianghai Securities. Predictably, it was another day of limit-down trading. His account currently boasted a floating profit of 1.2 billion. Zhou Wanning turned to him. What stock is this? Sister Ning, this is not a stock. It is coal futures. Zhou Wanning did not comprehend the intricacies, but understood the fluctuations. If it has dropped this much. How much have you lost today? Yi Chun explained with a smile. I purchased a bearish contract. I profit from declines. If it rises, I incur losses. Zhou Wanning responded, somewhat perplexed. Oh, it can be played like that. It is best that you remain uninvolved. This is not a game for the average person. She knew well enough. Her father had lost money after decades of trading. I will not engage. Sister Ning, do you have any goals for work or life? Yi Chun invited Jesuali. Zhou Wanning smiled softly. I do not have any grand aspirations. I merely hope for my parents' health and happiness. Beyond that, I have no desires as my parents are well off. Yi Chun shared, the doctor said my stomach is weak, and I can only eat soft food. Zhou Wanning shot him a sidelong glance. You eat soft food? You probably have more money than my family. Xiao Chun, do you have any dreams? In his past life, he remained unmarried at 40, with his parents laboring tirelessly to save for his future home and marriage, ultimately leading to their disappointment. He felt he owed them greatly. Reflecting on the past, he sighed inwardly. The two continued their light-hearted conversation until 11 o'clock. At noon, Zhou Wanning treated him to a meal. Yi Chun hailed a taxi to a large shopping mall in Jiangpu district, where he found a specialty store. He selected 2 bags, one for Zhao Jing and another for Zhou Wanning. A few days prior, while assisting Zhou Wanning with her hospital registration, he had seen her date of birth on her ID, which indicated September 28th. Today is the 25th day of the lunar month, and the upcoming Sunday falls on the 28th. Regardless of whether it was her actual birthday or not, the act of gift-giving would evoke the same sentiment, a feeling of being cared for, cherished, and remembered. Chapter 61, Huaxin Securities Company. After completing his purchases, Chen visited the construction bank's service hall. He had over $35 million in cash in his bank account, which warranted special treatment as a valued client in this branch. A young and attractive bank employee assisted him personally. "Hello, Mr. Yi. What business would you like to conduct?" Chen replied, "Please transfer $20 million to this account." "Certainly. Mr. Yi, please hold on a moment." Within a few minutes, the transfer was completed. He sent $20 million to his parents and planned to call them later to explain the transaction. Chen also activated the large transfer feature for future transactions, allowing him to manage significant transfers independently. "Mr. Yi, my name is Li Shuli. I will be your personal account manager from now on. Our bank has recently introduced a high-end wealth management product, promising an annual return of up to 6, with a minimum investment requirement of $10 million. Chen, no need. Thank you. Very well, Mr. Yi. I will add you to my contacts, and you may reach out to me if you have any questions." Li Shuli smiled, her expression remaining unchanged. She could discern that Chen was quite affluent, as he wore a Richard Mille watch worth several million. Although his bank card still had $15 million, it was likely just one of many accounts he possessed. She understood that patience was essential. Building a solid relationship with the client was paramount before discussing other matters. If she could secure $10 million in funding for the bank's wealth management products, her commission would be substantial. At that moment, Chen's phone rang abruptly. It was Wang Liyun from Wanfeng Securities. "Manager Wang, what is the matter?" "Wang Liyun, Mr. Yi, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to dinner." Chen glanced at the time. "I'm at the bank. Please send me the restaurant's location, and I will come over shortly." After hanging up, Li Shuli smiled and inquired, "Is there anything else I can assist you with, Mr. Ye?" "No, thank you." Chen stood up to leave and then called his father. "Hello, Xiaochun, what is up?" "I'm working." "Chen, I've transferred $20 million to your bank card. Can you check if you receive it?" "How much did you say?" 2,000. "Why are you sending me money?" Ye's father thought he had misheard. "Chen, $20 million. I made a considerable profit from stock trading." Ye's father fell silent for a few seconds to process the news. "Xiaochun, you're not joking with me, are you?" "Dad, just check the bank message, and you'll know." "I'll take a look later. I need to work now. We can talk tonight." After saying this, Ye's father hung up. Chen exited the bank and hailed a cab, heading towards the restaurant where he had previously dined with Wang Liyun. Arriving at the private room shortly after 5:30, he found Wang Liyun already waiting. "Mr. Yi." Chen sat across from her, smiling. "Manager Wang, has your superior been pressuring you again?" Wang Liyun nodded slightly. It wasn't he, just her superior. Her family was also urging her. She wanted to ask Chen if he could transfer a part of his funds to Wanfeng Securities account this month. "Mr. Yi, please go ahead and order." After they placed their orders, Chen engaged her in casual conversation. "Miss Wang, where is your hometown?" "Jianghai City in Ludong Province. You could just call me Xiaoyan." Chen was taken aback for a moment. "It turns out we are fellow townsfolk. My home is in Andes City, Ludong Province." "Wang Liyun, that is not too far. It takes 2 to 3 hours by car." "Mr. Yi, have you ever visited Mount Tai?" Chen, "No, I've never had the time for leisure. It was always either studying or working during breaks. I definitely want to climb Mount Tai when I have the chance." He then continued, "Xiaoyan, you have been working at Wanfeng Securities for over a year. You must have a good understanding of the financial and securities industry. Could you share some insights? I might consider starting an investment company in the future." Wang Liyun was momentarily taken aback. "An investment company? You would need at least $100 million in capital to start, right?" Although she had only worked for a little over a year, she had learned a great deal. Wanfeng Securities, being state-owned, had numerous connections, and working there was a significant learning opportunity. This also revealed her personal capabilities were not lacking. However, in a state-owned enterprise like Wanfeng Securities, mere capability was insufficient. Connections and background were paramount. Alternatively, some might resort to leveraging their physical allure to curry favor with superiors as a shortcut. Initially, she had just graduated from university, brimming with youthful dreams and ambitions. Yet, her environment and the people around her had subtly altered her perspective. If one cannot change the environment, then one must adapt oneself to it. This was a compromise in the face of harsh reality. Wang Liyun had already been subtly influenced. Her previous decision was the clearest indication of that change. Yichen listened to her and nodded slightly. You make a valid point. Let us eat first. Wang Liyun began her meal. Mr. Yi, if you intend to establish an investment company, it would be wise to obtain a securities qualification certificate. There's an exam next month, and you can register to take it. Our company also offers registration services, and it's quite straightforward. All right, I will register. Please send me the materials I need to review. Wang Liyun, just a quick glance will suffice. The preliminary exam is relatively simple. As they neared the end of their meal, Wang Liyun hesitated and asked, Mr. Yi, when would it be convenient for you to transfer the funds? 4 to 5 working days from now. Are you in such a hurry? Yichen responded with a gentle smile. Wang Liyun, my superior is pressing me, saying if I can't secure it, I might have to resign. My parents are also urging me. My younger brother is getting married before the end of the year, and we still need 10,000 for the dowry. At that moment, Yichen's phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number from Jianghai City. Hello, who is this? A sweet voice came through the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Huang Xiujuan, a major account manager at Huaxin Securities. Hello, how may I assist you? Yichen was aware of Huaxin Securities, the largest securities firm in the country. Huaxin Securities is a publicly listed company with a market capitalization exceeding 300 billion, a subsidiary of Huaxin Group. Huaxin Group is a wholly state-owned enterprise with over 200 first-level subsidiaries and total assets surpassing 70 trillion, making it a ministerial-level entity. Companies like Huaxin Bank, Huaxin Securities, Huaxin Real Estate, Huaxin Steel, and Huaxin Heavy Industry are all subsidiaries of this group. State-owned enterprises such as Sinopec, PetroChina, and Huawa Bank are at the vice-ministerial level, while Huaxin Group stands at the ministerial level. This illustrates the vast scale and influence of Huaxin Group. In terms of asset size, it ranks just behind China Merchants Group, which boasts an asset scale of 12 trillion. Even internet giants pale in comparison to their stature. Huang Xiujuan, Mr. Yi, as a valued major client, opening an account with our securities company will grant you numerous privileges. You should be aware of Huaxin Securities' strength in the industry, which guarantees credibility on all fronts. Yichen, I will consider it. Very well, Mr. Yi. I will add your contact information, and if anything arises, you may reach out to me. I will also send you details regarding our major client privileges. Sure. After hanging up, Yichen accepted the friend request and received information about the major client benefits. He turned to Wang Liyun. That was a client manager from Huaxin Securities. I suspect my phone will soon be inundated with calls. There are numerous securities companies in the country, and his information will quickly be disseminated among them. They will all reach out to invite him to open accounts and invest. Wang Liyun, Huaxin Securities holds a high standing in the industry, with strong credibility and company strength. Yichen decided that Huaxin Securities would be the third firm he opened an account with. Its robust capital and reputation made it his preferred choice. He would not consider smaller firms, even if they offered lower fees or better treatment, due to the associated risks. Losing principal would result in significant losses, and the commission fees would be negligible. Chapter 62. Confessing to parents, Yichen looked at Wang Liyun and asked, Where are your former classmates working? Aren't they with you? Wang Liyun, 2 of my closer classmates work at another securities firm and a private securities company. Yichen smiled and inquired, How are they faring now? They're doing quite well. It's just that I seem to be the one struggling the most. After saying this, she reached for a cup, intending to sip some juice, but inadvertently knocked it over, spilling juice on the corner of Yichen's clothing. Wang Liyun's face turned pale with panic as she hurried to his side, offering him a tissue to clean up. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. She hadn't anticipated making such a blunder. Would this jeopardize the hard-won client relationship? Yichen is not a bitter or harsh individual, and Wang Liyun did not act with intent. With a warm smile, he exudes kindness, making others feel as if they are basking in a gentle spring breeze. Mr. Yi, let me help you with that. It was my carelessness that caused this, she offered. Observing that he was not angry, Wang Liyun felt a weight lift from her heart. Continuing to wipe his clothing, dressed in a loose, thin sweater, she bent down to clean his attire, inadvertently catching an unintended glimpse of something inappropriate. This isn't my fault. It is merely my eyes that wish to see, she thought. I am the brain. I am innocent. After finishing, she looked up and found Yichen gazing at her, causing her cheeks to flush. Chen cleared his throat and suggested, "Perhaps you should continue for a little longer?" He then inquired, "Xiao Yun, have you ever had a boyfriend before?" "No," she replied. Chen expressed surprise. "You are quite beautiful. Haven't any men pursued you?" "In our college, there are many more girls than boys, and several are even more attractive than I. It seems the gender imbalance in the academy has hindered her romantic experiences. With over 1 billion people in Huagua, beautiful women abound. One can find many in any university. Among them, there are those who rival Zhao Jing, Wang Yusin, and Li Qingya in beauty." "Then you are just like me," Chen remarked, leaving Wang Liyun momentarily speechless before her face reddened again. She recalled Chen mentioning he was a virgin. After dinner, the two prepared to leave. Wang Liyun noticed the bag in his hand and curiously asked, "Mr. Yi, is this a gift for your girlfriend?" "Not a girlfriend, but rather a birthday present for a friend." "Xiao Yun, remember what you said. Perhaps one day I will summon the courage to hold you to that promise." Wang Liyun understood what he meant, her cheeks flushing again, and she fell silent. Exiting the restaurant, they hailed a taxi. After walking a few steps, Chen received a call from his father. "Hello, Dad." Chen resusurit, "Dad. That money is all for my stock trading. Rest assured, your son hasn't engaged in any illegal activities." "Is it really that profitable?" His father, unfamiliar with the stock market, questioned. "Dad, you and Mom need not work so hard anymore. I can earn money now. I'm only in my 40s. Do you want me to lie around at home all day? I feel restless if I'm not working. We can talk about that when I'm older and unable to work." Knowing his father's character, Chen suggested he take a few days off, as doing nothing would only make him feel worse. "Dad, that is not what I meant. I just want you and Mom to ease up on your work and take care of your health. Otherwise, you'll end up with ailments in old age." "Got it." "Xiao Chun, have you had dinner?" "Yes, I have." "Have you and Mom eaten?" "Just finished. Your mother is washing the dishes." At that moment, Chen's mother hurried over upon overhearing their conversation. "Xiao Chun, now that you have some money, don't squander it or become arrogant, understand?" Chen felt a wave of warmth from his parents' admonishments. "I understand, Mom. I will certainly heed your teachings. As the saying goes, arrogance invites disaster, and pride brings rain. There is wisdom in our ancestors' words." "You are right, Mom. These are age-old proverbs." His mother continued, "Xiao Chun, how much have you earned in total?" He conversed with his parents for over 10 minutes before hanging up. Chen's father gazed at the bank balance, a proud smile spreading across his face. His son's success was more gratifying than anything else. Every hardship endured in the past was worth it. Upon returning to the dormitory, "Old Yi, who is the bag for?" "A birthday gift for a junior," Chen replied. "How much did it cost?" 21,000. "Wow, you really splurged." "For you, I spent 100,000. Chen redirected the conversation. "What about you and Shui Tingting? Check out this outfit. Isn't it stylish? Tingting bought it for me." Xing Chao boasted. Chen opened his computer to review the materials Wang Liyun sent. The preliminary exam for the Securities Practitioner Qualification Certificate is quite simple. One can easily pass with a casual glance. The professional and management categories are a bit more challenging, requiring more in-depth study. After reviewing the materials, he sent messages to Li Qingya and Lu Zixuan. "Qingya still studying? Sister Xian, what are you busy with?" He rarely chatted with Lu Zixuan, but often spoke with Li Qingya. With Wang Yusin, Zhao Jing, and Zhou Wanqing, he saw them daily at school, so there was no need for conversation to strengthen their bond. Whereas Sister Xian gone? She is in Taishan discussing a project. Is everything going smoothly? Chen needed to attend a dinner with Zheng Manxiu and others that Saturday afternoon. "Sister Xian, I'll come see you this Saturday afternoon." "All right, I'll rest now." "Xiao Chun, I'm a bit tired today." "Indeed, they're all busy studying. It's exhausting." "Qingya, take care of your health." "It's all right. I use the massager you gave me daily, and it makes me feel much better. Are you going out this Sunday?" "Xiao Chun, one of my roommates has a birthday this weekend." Coincidentally, Chen planned to give Zhou Wanqing a birthday gift to celebrate her special day. "And we can play another time." "When is your birthday, Qingya?" "It's on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, just 10 days before the new year. That's during the winter break." "Xiao Chun, when is your birthday?" "It's on April 16th. That's next year." "Have you missed me, Xiao Chun?" "I have. Send me a few pictures of your daily life." After a brief wait, Li Qingya sent several selfies of herself in pajamas in the dormitory. Chen repeated, "Do you have any more intimate ones?" Chapter 63. A Woman Cannot Lick. Upon seeing his message, Li Qingya felt a wave of embarrassment. "No, that is all I have." Chen sent a smiling emoji. "Qingya, you are truly lovely." Li Qingya's lips curled into a smile, her heart warmed by the praise from someone she admired. However, recalling that Yi Chun had yet to confess to her, her expression turned pouty again. "We're my lovely. You're lovely in every way. Let me tell you something. When I first entered university, several high school classmates pursued me. Can you guess who they were?" Li Qingya began to steer the conversation. "High school classmates? From our class?" "Yes, several of our high school classmates are in Jianghai." Yi Chen speculated Yu Chao and Shunzhe are in Jianghai, right? They must have liked you back in high school. "Exactly, just those two. Yu Chao even came to school to confess to me." Yi Chen understood her implication, hinting that it was time for him to confess. He grinned. "Aren't they both studying at Jianghai University of Finance?" "Yes, they are both majoring in finance. Both pursued you. They must have conspired together. I don't know. In any case, I'm not interested in them. After I made it clear, they never approached me again." "Xiao Chen, have you ever confessed to a girl?" "I have, but I was rejected." Li Qingya's expression darkened upon reading his message. "Who is it?" "A high school classmate." Li Qingya's mind raced, recalling the names and faces of her female classmates. "What was her name?" "Li Qingya." She was taken aback for a moment. "When did that happen? How come I didn't know? I slipped a note into your math book back then." Realization dawned on Li Qingya. "That note in my math book was written by you? I thought it was someone else's and tossed it in the trash. Why didn't you write your name?" "I was too nervous and forgot." Li Qingya's previously gloomy mood brightened instantly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Xiao Chun, was that the only time you ever wrote a letter to a girl?" "Yes." "You're so foolish. You didn't write your name. How could the girl know who it was from?" "Qingya, get some rest. Studying can be tiring. Make sure to get enough sleep." "Got it. Good night, Xiao Chun." "Good night." As Yi Chen lay in bed, he realized he did not genuinely wish to confess to Li Qingya. Doing so might lead to feelings of guilt when interacting with Wang Yuxin, Zhao Jing, and others, making him feel he was being unfaithful. If he refrained from confessing, they could maintain a sibling-like bond, alleviating his sense of guilt. The following morning, Yi Chun and Xing Chao arrived at the library to study. He delved into more advanced materials, particularly those concerning artificial intelligence. This will be his primary focus moving forward. At 9 o'clock, Yi Chen opened Jianghai Securities to glance at coal futures, which had plummeted once again today. The price had fallen from nearly 2,000 yuan per ton to over 1,300. His futures account reflected a floating profit exceeding 1.5 billion yuan. Yet, this was not the end. In the following 6 days, prices were expected to drop to around 8 or 900 yuan per ton, followed by fluctuations in that price range, before ultimately descending to over 600 yuan per ton. Yi Chen planned to sell once the price approached 900, as holding on longer would serve little purpose. As he concentrated on his phone, someone sat beside him. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu, and Feng Bing all widened their eyes, staring at the beauty next to Yi Chen. Zheng Manqiu, the belle of the Finance Academy. Did she know Yi Chen? Yi Chen snapped back to reality, casting a puzzled glance at Zheng Manqiu. "Is there something you need from me, Zheng Manqiu?" Upon hearing his words, Zheng Manqiu felt uncomfortable. "I initiated the conversation, and you respond with disdain. I'll be at Jia Hotel at noon on Saturday. How will you get there? If you have a car, please take me along." Though she wished to refuse, this time they were eager to meet Yi Chen. "I'll notify you then." With that, she stood and left, wanting to maintain her pride and avoid prolonged conversation with Yi Chen. Once she departed, Xing Chao and the others turned their attention to him. "Old Yi, when did you get to know Zheng Manqiu?" Yi Chen replied, "We met a few days ago. We're not very familiar." Xing Chao and the others scrutinized him. "Old Yi, you truly seem like a different person now. You used to be shy around girls, yet now, with the stunning Zheng by your side, you remain so composed and casual. You're impressive." Yi Chen smirked. "Such women should not be overly adored. The more you fawn over them, the more you diminish your own worth. One must give them a stern demeanor to undermine their pride. Otherwise, it will lead to troubles later on." He discerned Zheng Manqiu's true nature upon their first meeting, a proud flower from a privileged background. She was not inherently malicious, merely raised with excessive pampering, which made her somewhat arrogant. At times, she might exude an air of condescension, but that stemmed from her lofty disposition. Wei Xiangyu remarked, "Impressive, old Yi. Your words now carry such weight. How did you two become acquainted?" Yi Chen replied, "She added me first, wishing to befriend me." The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Manqiu had taken the initiative to add Yi Chen. "Did you not hear? She invited me to lunch on Saturday." He continued, "Old Yi, you aren't even that handsome. Why would she invite you to dine? Superficial." A man's most crucial attributes are his charm and charisma. She must be captivated by my allure. It's quite bothersome. The fiery junior hasn't yet settled down, and now there's this belle from the Finance Academy. Must you boast? Chen retorted. My life is akin to a pencil case. I cannot operate without my tools. On Friday, Chen devoted his time to studying. At 5 in the afternoon, he received a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, Xiaoyi and I are picking up the cake and heading to the restaurant. Just come directly to the restaurant. It's a Chuanyu hot pot, about 700 or 800 meters to the right after the south gate. All right, I'll head over now. He tidied up and informed Xing Chao and the others. My sister is treating me to a meal. I'll take my leave. The trio remained silent, feeling frustrated, as they were diligently revising while he enjoyed the company of girls. On his way, he attracted the attention of several female students. Nowadays, many college students are quite discerning and aware of luxury brands like Chanel and Hermes. 2 female students even approached him for his contact details, but he politely declined, as they did not meet the standard of an academy belle and were unworthy of inclusion in his contact list. After a brief walk, Chen arrived at the hot pot restaurant Zhao Jing mentioned. Following the server's guidance, he reached a private room on the 2nd floor. Zhao Jing and Su Hui were already seated, waiting for him, with a birthday cake beside them. Brother, you're here, Zhao Jing exclaimed, her face beaming with joy upon seeing him enter with a bag. Chen handed her the gift. Happy birthday. Wow, a bag. Brother, you're the best. I adore you. Zhao Jing was ecstatic, never expecting Chen to buy her such a gift. This is quite expensive. I'll need to save my money from now on. Otherwise, I won't have enough to eat. Chen began to feign poverty. Zhao Jing understood the value of the bag, her face radiant with happiness. Thank you, brother. Please don't buy such expensive gifts in the future. I'll be thrilled with anything you give me. The fact that Chen was willing to spend so much on a gift implied that she held a significant place in his heart. Zhao Jing was unaware of the extent of Chen's wealth, believing that purchasing the bag had required considerable sacrifice on his part, which deeply moved her. Su Hui looked on with envy. What woman does not appreciate a beautiful bag? Beyond their exquisite craftsmanship and materials, they also cater to a woman's vanity. Everyone has a sense of vanity. Some are strong, while others can be controlled. Some will go to great lengths to satisfy their vanity, including compromising themselves. Su Hui curiously asked Chen, how much was this bag? Chen could tell that Su Hui's gaze toward him had shifted slightly from before. A little over 20,000. Su Hui gasped internally, so expensive. One bag could cover my living expenses for an entire year. Zhao Jing wrapped her arms around his, her heart brimming with joy. Brother, please don't buy such costly gifts in the future. We are still students. Chen felt the warmth of her embrace, stirring his heart. It's all right. It's still within my budget. I can cut back in other areas. Zhao Jing pulled him to sit down, then opened the birthday cake, lit the candles, and began to make her wish. Chen and Su Hui softly sang the birthday song, wishing her a happy birthday. After she made her wish, Zhao Jing blew out the candles and started cutting the cake. Then, she called the server to order dishes. The flavor of Chuanyu hot pot was delightful, and Chen particularly enjoyed it, although he was prone to sweating. By around 7:30 in the evening, the 3 of them exited the hot pot restaurant, walking toward the campus. Zhao Jing wore a casual outfit today, long pants and a casual jacket, her hands tucked into her pockets, exuding a certain flair. Brother, your preliminary exams are coming up soon, right? In December, there's just over a month left. Are you confident? Absolutely, it'll all be a breeze. Su Hui laughed. You're not just boasting, are you? I've heard that the competition for graduate school here is quite fierce. Chen replied, you'll see when the time comes. Good luck, brother. You will definitely get in. Zhao Jing fervently hoped he would be accepted into the same graduate program, so they could see each other every day. Understood. After Su Hui left, the 2 strolled around the campus. The university was vast. A complete walk around would take at least half an hour. The paths were not crowded in the evening, and as they walked, Zhao Jing suddenly grasped his hand. Brother, you're so good to me. Chen thought, you're the one who took my hand. Don't blame me. Don't you have another younger sister? You, Xian? Have you ever bought her a bag? No, I only got you one. Do you think I'm made of money? Just one is enough for me. Zhao Jing giggled, hugging his arm. Brother, do you still have money for dinner? Chen felt the softness of her arm, his heart fluttering. Yes, no need to worry. They chatted as they walked, unknowingly arriving at the rocky forest on campus. It was relatively dim here, devoid of streetlights, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. Chen noticed a few couples kissing and embracing in the shadows, oblivious to the two passing by. Zhao Jing's face flushed instantly. Chen paused, straining to listen. Zhao Jing, seeing him stand still, hurriedly said, "Brother, let's move on." "This voice sounds like our Academy bell," Chen remarked. "Who is it?" Unexpectedly, she displayed such audacity, seemingly unafraid of being discovered. Zhao Jing tugged at him, urging, "Brother, let's hasten our departure." Chen felt a tinge of reluctance as he was pulled away by Zhao Jing. Her words caused a rosy flush to bloom on her cheeks as she playfully pinched his waist. "That hurts. Be gentler," Chen gasped. Zhao Jing released her grip, warning him, "I might just finish you off." The fortitude of a girl from Dongbei was indeed formidable. Just as Chen's fervor began to simmer, it was abruptly extinguished. "Speak Mandarin. Don't use Dongbei dialect. It's too repressive." "Are you disparaging me?" Zhao Jing retorted with a distinctly northeastern inflection. In a teasing tone, she added, "Brother, I was just joking." The sweetness in her voice was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Chen regarded her, questioning, "Was your previous coyness merely an act?" "No, that is my genuine self," she replied. "Genuine self? What does an abnormal self look like?" He worried that one day, in a profound discussion on life with Zhao Jing, she might suddenly interject with a northeastern phrase. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Chen accompanied Zhao Jing to the entrance of her dormitory. She gazed at him with her beautiful big eyes, expressing, "Brother, thank you for the birthday gift. I truly adore it." "Good night, Chen." Her endearing lilt reignited the fire within him. "Good night." Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen's other two roommates turned to Zhao Jing, inquiring, "Who sent you that gift?" "Zhao Jing, a senior brother," she replied. The two roommates scoffed inwardly, labeling her a sycophant. Zhao Jing's relationship with her two roommates was rather strained, which is why she only invited her close friend, Su Hui, to celebrate her birthday. After unwrapping the gift, both Su Hui and the other two scrutinized it closely. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the quality is superb. No wonder it's an international luxury brand. It's marvelous. "How is Sister Ning's health?" Chapter 65. The dinner of second-generation disciples. Chen conversed with Zhou Wan Ning for a while before observing the night trading of coal futures. The coal futures were still declining, with many institutions, traders, and retail investors facing liquidation. Some institutions and retail investors, however, were defiantly increasing their positions, betting on a rebound in coal futures. "Damn it, I was supposed to earn millions, and now I've lost most of my capital." Regret gnawed at him. He should have been content with his profits and exited earlier to avoid sleepless nights due to losses. "Coal futures are the bane of my existence. Damn it, the main forces always crash right after I buy. I've lost everything. I'm tempted to dive into the sea to earn money." As Chen read the barrage of comment from those engaged in trading, his expression remained calm. Entering this market necessitates a psychological readiness for loss. This is not a gentle haven. It is a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, even harsher than one might imagine. In the stock and futures markets, one must possess not only sharp insight and instinct, but also formidable mental fortitude. The psychological battles within surpass those of all other industries, delving deeply into human nature. Those who consistently profit in the domestic stock market possess an extraordinary inner strength. After reviewing the coal futures market, Chen engaged in conversation with Li Qingya. Meanwhile, on another front, Zheng Manxiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Jifeng were also conversing. Zhao Xiangming remarked, "Coal futures are still in decline. Yet Chen's account has already accrued a floating profit of approximately 1.6 billion. He is indeed formidable." Fang Jifeng responded, "Truly impressive. He rivals the top magnates." Tang Yi added, "Those who reach this level in the market are not ordinary individuals. They can control their greed while maintaining a clear, calm mind and a resilient spirit. My father has said that those who can consistently earn in the stock market deserve our admiration." Zheng Manxiu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, thinking, "He has only been in this for a few months. How can he be as remarkable as you all claim?" Zhao Xiaoming countered, "Isn't it even more terrifying that he has achieved such prowess in just a few months? Look at how flawless his operations are. It is nothing short of miraculous. Now, Jianghai Securities has dedicated personnel overseeing his trades, with others closely studying his strategies." Fang Jifeng remarked, "If this could be learned, there would be many experts in the market already. I suspect Jianghai Securities is merely trying to copy his methods. Such practices are not uncommon. Previously, some securities firms attempted to profit by clandestinely trading based on the strategies of prominent figures, only to later find themselves ensnared and suffering losses exceeding several billion. This incident became common knowledge in the financial circle. Presently, Jianghai Securities is also hesitant to invest heavily, having only allocated 1 million to follow and learn. The next day, after breakfast, Chen studied in his dormitory, typing away at the keyboard, putting his thoughts into practice. He was researching a simple artificial intelligence program, which would become his focus for the next few years. At around 10:30 in the morning, he received a call from Jianghai. "I plan to head down to the parking lot of the Financial Academy. You should join me there." "All right, I will head over now." With that, he shut down his computer and left the dormitory. His roommates, Xing Chao and the others, were not present. They had gone to the library to revise after breakfast, claiming they could enjoy the view of beautiful women while studying. At the Financial Academy's student parking lot, Chen arrived to find numerous luxury cars, including several worth over 1 million, and even more than a dozen supercars. The Financial Academy attracted many affluent second-generation students, as most pursuing this major were children of the wealthy. When Chen arrived, Jianghai had yet to appear. Logically, her senior female dormitory building was nearby. The proud belle of the Financial Academy likely did not wish to wait for him, hoping he would wait for her instead. While waiting for Jianghai, he noticed a familiar face approaching the parking lot. Zhou Jiping paused upon seeing him, hastily looking down, intending to leave. The previous incident had not only failed to land Chen in trouble, but had nearly ensnared him instead. He had not expected Chen to have such formidable connections. Knowing someone at the municipal police department, with a smile, Chen greeted, "Isn't this young Master Zhou?" Zhou Jiping halted, stating, "Brother Yi, I was in the wrong last time. I apologize." He was rather straightforward, capable of humility when necessary. Chen replied, "Do not pursue Xiao Jing any longer." After that incident, he had refrained from contacting Xiao Jing, fully aware of Chen's formidable background. He was no fool. "I haven't sought her out since then." Just as they were conversing, Jianghai arrived. "Classmate Jianghai, you are rather slow. I've been waiting for you for several minutes," Chen remarked. Zhou Jiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen and Jianghai were acquainted, and that Chen would speak to her in such a manner. "Why did you arrive so early?" Jianghai had deliberately walked slowly, wanting Chen to wait for her. Zhou Jiping cautiously greeted, "Sister Qiu." Jianghai glanced at him, dismissing him entirely. She held no regard for the privileged playboy. "Let us go. It will take over an hour to drive there." Zhou Jiping showed no signs of anger or embarrassment, maintaining a smile. Chen glanced at him, saying, "Little Zhou, I shall take my leave. Brother Yi, please take care." Chen's ability to speak to Jianghai in such a manner indicated his extraordinary status. Zhou Jiping's attitude became more respectful. Jianghai's vehicle was a striking red Ferrari supercar, attention-grabbing and extravagant. Chen sat in the passenger seat, his first experience in a supercar. "How much did this supercar cost, classmate Manchio?" "It was a gift from my mother when I started university, around 5 to 6 million, I forget the specifics." "Does your mother need a son? How do you find me?" Chen jested. Jianghai rolled her eyes at him. "I have an older brother. What about a son-in-law?" Jianghai retorted with a single word, "Scram." Chen added, "Classmate Manchio, I must say, you are quite beautiful." "As if you need to tell me. Everyone at school knows." She truly was rather proud. Chen inquired, "Why did you ignore Zhou Jiping when he spoke to you? Why should I pay him any mind? A spoiled brat. Conversing with him is merely a waste of breath." Jianghai regarded Zhou Jiping with disdain. It is objectively evident that her character and her extraordinary background are distinctly recognizable. Even when faced with disdain, Zhou Jiping maintains a facade of warmth and smiles in the presence of Jianghai, who will be dining with us today. Please introduce them to me in advance. Chen invited. Jianghai briefly mentioned the names of Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng, and Tang Yi, stating that the four of them were longtime friends. After a little over an hour, Jianghai parked the car in the underground garage of the Jia Hotel. Exiting the vehicle, the two made their way towards the elevator. Jianghai, dressed in a fashionable and exquisite manner, possessed striking features and a tall, graceful physique that captivated attention. "Manchio, how tall are you?" 1 meter 69, she replied. Just as Chen was about to respond, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from an unfamiliar number in Jianghai City. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Chen Jing, the private manager for major clients at Beifeng Securities. Chapter 66. May I be your disciple? Upon hearing the caller's introduction, Chen hastily concocted an excuse to end the call. These securities firms are quite bothersome, constantly calling, he remarked. Zheng Manqiu interjected. You are now a legendary figure in the financial world. Naturally, these companies hope you will open accounts and trade with them. The two entered the elevator and ascended to the 36th floor of the hotel. This level housed the hotel's Chinese restaurant, adorned with classical decor that exuded elegance and sophistication, imparting a high-end ambience. It was clear that Zheng Manqiu was a regular, as the staff greeted her with respect, calling her Miss Zheng. She led Chen through the establishment with ease, eventually arriving at a private room. Inside the room sat three individuals, a young man and woman, all of whom appear to be of similar age to Chen. Upon the arrival of the guest of honor, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Jifeng rose to express their respect. Although they were second-generation disciples, they were not the frivolous types. Rather, they were the elites among their peers, forming a small circle of acquaintances. As Chen observed them, he identified the bespectacled, artistic young woman as Tang Yi. Let me introduce you. This is Tang Yi. She extended her hand. Hello, Chen. He shook her hand in return. Miss Tang, it is a pleasure. This is Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng, he added. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled into their seats. Since Chen was more familiar with Zheng Manqiu, he chose a seat beside her. Let the dishes be served, and please bring 2 bottles of 30-year-old Mao Tai, Zhao Xiangming instructed the attendant. He then turned to Chen. Brother Yi, you could drink, right? Chen nodded slightly. A little is fine. Fang Jifeng remarked. Brother Yi, your recent operations in coal futures have been truly remarkable and quite extraordinary. You could easily achieve legendary status. You flatter me, Fang Gongzi. It was merely luck. Chen responded with humility. Although they were second-generation disciples, he too held his own merit. Maintaining a balanced demeanor was essential. If one does not respect oneself, how can one expect respect from others? Brother Yi, you are too modest. Tang Yi smiled. What is your outlook on the future of coal futures? All eyes turned to him. And what do you think about the stock market's future? She continued. Chen hesitated before replying. I am not particularly optimistic. Why is that? Tang Yi inquired with curiosity. I wonder if you are aware of the international economic landscape over the past few years, particularly the economic situation in the United States. The global mass crisis from 2 years ago prompted the Federal Reserve to drastically lower interest rates and engage in rampant money printing. The dollar serves as the world's reserve currency, allowing it to be used for transactions globally. Excessive money printing essentially siphons resources from other nations and leads to both domestic and global inflation. Have you followed the current data from the United States? The indicators of inflation are alarmingly high, suggesting a severe inflationary problem. Inflation, by definition, occurs when the supply of money exceeds market demand, resulting in an excess of currency in circulation and rising prices. The United States will undoubtedly take measures to curb this, lest it spirals into hyperinflation. Our economy is already fraught with significant issues, particularly in the real estate sector, where some companies have excessively high debt ratios. Should our housing market collapse, a financial crisis akin to Japan's real estate bubble burst in the 1990s could ensue, leading to stagnation for over a decade. Their interest rate hikes not only alleviate domestic inflation, but may also suppress our economic development. That is likely their primary objective. Zheng Manqiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng listened in astonishment. Chen's far-reaching insights and profound understanding of the international economic situation were truly impressive. How could a mere 22-year-old possess such acumen? Unbeknownst to them, Chen had explored this very topic with Zhou Ji on several occasions, thus navigating the discussion with ease. Zheng Manqiu and Tang Yi exchanged glances filled with admiration, curiosity, and astonishment. Zheng Manqiu spoke up. If what you say is accurate, does that not indicate we are in a precarious situation? Manqiu, most of our nation's top talents are in politics. I am sure they are aware of the risks and are already taking steps to address them. Policies targeting the real estate sector will likely be announced soon, and some property companies may face considerable difficulties. At that moment, the dishes were served. Zheng Manqiu, Tang Yi, and the others remained pensive, contemplating Chen's remarks. After a while, Zhao Xiaoming opened a bottle of 30-year-old Mao Tai and poured a glass for Chen. Brother Yi, your insights today are worth more than years of study. Allow me to toast to you. You are too kind, Zhao Gongzi. I am merely speculating and may not be entirely accurate, Chen replied modestly. Just call me Xiaoming. Zhao Xiaoming said. My father is the founder of Jianghai Securities, and I hope you will look after our family's business in the future. Chen was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing the significance of his companion's background. The two raised their glasses and drank. Fang Jifeng also offered toast. Despite being second-generation disciples, they treated Chen with respect and courtesy, leaving a favorable impression on him. He intended to foster these relationships for potential future endeavors in the business realm. Each of them was distinguished, and their connections would undoubtedly prove useful. In the business world, lacking a network makes it exceedingly challenging to grow and succeed. As they exchanged drinks and enjoyed their meal, the conversation continued. After several rounds of toasting and tasting, Tang Yi asked, Brother Yi, when do you estimate the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates? Next year, I believe. It shouldn't take too long. They will need to devise a detailed strategy, Chen responded. Will that render all stocks untradeable? Tang Yi quit. Chen nodded slightly, for the most part, yes. It is best to remain in cash and wait. The market is never devoid of opportunities to profit. One must endure solitude to eventually reap the rewards. Tang Yi smiled and asked, Brother Yi, may I take you as my mentor? I once thought I was quite adept at trading stocks, but after seeing your prowess, I realize I have much to learn. What? Chen was momentarily taken aback, as were Zheng Manqiu and the others. Just as he was about to respond, he felt a gentle nudge at his foot. Miss Tang, there is no need for such formalities. I'm still relatively new to this field. Let us engage in mutual exchange and discussion for our collective growth and success. Chapter 67. Distinct backgrounds. Even without Zheng Manqiu's nudge, he had no intention of accepting discipleship. At just 22 years old, having barely begun his journey in finance and achieving modest success, it would be overly ostentatious to take on a disciple. More importantly, mentoring would require significant effort and energy on his part. Tang Yi smiled. Learning knows no boundaries. True masters emerge from among us. I genuinely believe your capabilities rival those of the top figures in the market. Chen replied, Miss Tang, you overestimate me. I am merely a novice with much still to learn. I look forward to our continued dialogue and growth together. You can call me Tang Yi or Xiao Yi. Everyone else does, she said, dropping the matter of mentorship. Instead, she raised her glass in a toast, substituting tea for wine. During this lunch, Chen felt quite pleased as his network expanded once again, which would bolster his future endeavors in the business realm. After finishing their meal, the five of them exited the restaurant and made their way to the underground parking lot. Zhao Xiaoming and Fang Jifeng bid him farewell. Both were driving flashy supercars that drew considerable attention. Tang Yi turned to Chen and asked, Did you arrive in Manqiu's car? Well, I shall take my leave now. Chen nodded slightly. Let us gather again when time permits. Tang Yi smiled faintly and got into a white BMW 5 Series. Although the BMW was decent, it paled in comparison to the other cars. Chen turned to Zheng Manqiu and inquired, Why did you step on my foot just now? Did I? It must have been an accidental brush. Zheng Manqiu denied it outright. Chen chuckled. Are you afraid she might seek me as a mentor? Becoming more capable and distinguished than you? Friends can be exceptional, but they cannot surpass you. Zheng Manqiu shot him an indignant glare, her little secret exposed. Do you know her background? Chen's curiosity was piqued. What is Tang Yi's identity? Zheng Manqiu replied, Her father works in Jianghai City, Nanja Province, as the mayor and deputy secretary of the municipal committee, holding a vice-ministerial rank, essentially the second-in-command of Jianghai City. Jianghai City is the capital of Nanja Province, and the rank of first and second-in-command surpasses that of ordinary cities. Chen was taken aback, realizing Tang Yi's formidable background. And what about Fang Jifeng? His family operates a large garment and textile business, Zheng Manqiu explained. Given that Fang Jifeng mingles with Tang Yi and her circle, his family's company must also be significant. Chen looked at her. What business does your family engage in? Zheng Manqiu replied, My mother is the chairwoman of a pharmaceutical company, and my father is the head of Dongqing District. Sister Qiu, if I have offended you in the past, I hope you can forgive me. Each of their backgrounds was indeed intimidating, leaving Chen feeling like a grassroots nobody. Dongqing District is the highest administrative level in Jianghai City, equivalent to a vice-provincial administrative unit, while other districts hold a municipal department-level status. The head of Dongqing District is not only the district party secretary, but also a member of the municipal standing committee. which is the true entry point into the local highest leadership and decision-making body, possessing certain decision-making and voting rights. Jianghai City has 5 or 6 vice mayors, all vice-provincial level, but none are part of the standing committee, making their status inferior to Zheng Manqiu's father. No need, I have some matters to attend to. You can continue with your affairs. Yi Chen decided to visit Lu Zixuan. Goodbye. He watched Zheng Manqiu drive off in her Ferrari, feeling a twinge of envy. Yi Chen arrived at a nearby shopping mall, selecting 2 outfits for Lu Zixuan, a fitted autumn dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, and a skirt with a jacket that exuded an air of sophistication. Though Lu Zixuan had no shortage of clothing, it was appropriate to bring a gift, especially after she had gifted him a watch worth 360,000. It was only proper to reciprocate to strengthen their relationship. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of Unit 1, Building 9, in the Cuijing Mingzhu community. He walked into the building, took the elevator to the 8th floor, and rang the doorbell. A few seconds later, Lu Zixuan, clad in a nightgown, lazily opened the door. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Sister Xian, I hope I'm not interrupting your nap." "Not at all, I just woke up." "Come in." Yi Chen handed her the clothes. "Sister Xian, I carefully selected these 2 outfits for you. Please try them on." Lu Zixuan's face lit up with a smile. "Let me try them on. You have a seat." After a couple of minutes, Lu Zixuan emerged in the fitted dress, her alluring figure captivating. "What do you think, Xiao Chen?" "It looks stunning." "Sister Xian, that dress truly highlights your figure, radiating a mature charm and seductive allure." Lu Zixuan smiled slightly. "You flatter me. Your words are as sweet as honey. I'll go try the other one now." The second outfit was not fitted, exuding a refined, sophisticated aura. A beautiful woman can wear anything and look good. Ultimately, Lu Zixuan changed back into her nightgown and sat beside him, faintly smelling of white wine. "Did you drink at noon, Xiao Chen?" Yi Chen chuckled and explained. "A few second-generation disciples invited me for lunch. They know I trade stocks and futures and wanted to connect." Lu Zixuan asked curiously, "Were their backgrounds?" Yi Chen replied. "One is Zheng Manqiu from the Financial College of Jiaodong University. Her father is the head of Dongchang District, quite an impressive background. Another's father is the second-in-command of Jianghai City in Nanjing Province. Additionally, one is the youngest son of the chairman of Jianghai Securities, and another's family is in the garment and textile business." Lu Zixuan was taken aback, realizing Yi Chen had connected with individuals of such stature. Do they want you to guide them in making money in the financial market? It was clear that these individuals had ulterior motives in approaching Yi Chen. If he could cultivate a good relationship with them, it would yield significant benefits for him. Yi Chen remarked, "That seems to be the case. Today was merely a meal to get acquainted. How much have you earned in the stock market, Xiao Chen?" Lu Zixuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yi Chen replied, "A few days ago, I saw an opportunity in thermal coal futures, and after entering the market for over 10 days, I have made approximately 300 million. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback. 300 million in just over 10 days? No wonder they invited you. Capable individuals are welcomed everywhere. Xiao Chen, seize this opportunity and build rapport with them. It will be immensely beneficial for you in the future." Yi Chen stated, "I found them quite pleasant. They do not carry themselves with an air of superiority. I believe it is worthwhile to befriend them." Lu Zixuan smiled and reflected, "I remember when we first met. You were just a summer intern at my company. I never imagined you would become so remarkable with a net worth in the billions. Now mingling with such influential second-generation elites." Yi Chen replied, "Sister Xian, no matter how accomplished I become, I am still your brother." This sentiment resonated deeply with Lu Zixuan, stirring her emotions as she gently pulled Yi Chen into an embrace. "Your words have moved me. Consider this a reward for you." Yi Chen felt warmth radiate from her embrace, his heart racing. This was surely what a normal hug felt like. He wrapped his arms around Lu Zixuan's back. "Sister Xian, you have been so kind to me. I will always remember it." In his previous life, as an employee, he had harbored a hint of fantasy toward his boss. Lu Zixuan, men remain youthful at heart until death, unless they are completely devoid of desire. Many are not disinterested. Rather, they are burdened by life's pressures. If financial security were guaranteed, they might indulge more than anyone else. Lu Zixuan was mature, sexy, and stunningly beautiful, possessing both wealth and capability. Such a strong woman likely sparked fantasies among the male employees at her company. Lu Zixuan tenderly stroked his head. "Xiao Chen, how much did you drink? Perhaps you should rest a bit." All right, Sister Xian. Yi-Chun reluctantly parted from her warm embrace. She led him to the master bedroom. Xiao, Chun, take a moment to rest. I need to attend to some company matters. Yi-Chun lay on the bed, covered with the blanket that Lu Zixuan had used, still retaining a faint fragrance that stirred his passions. He was unaware of when he fell asleep. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Chun, wake up. If you sleep any longer, it will be night. He vaguely heard Lu Zixuan's voice and felt his nose being pinched. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lu Zixuan standing at the bedside, smiling as she pinched his nose. She was wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown that left little to the imagination as she leaned over. Yi-Chun, initially groggy, became more alert upon seeing her and widened his eyes. Lu Zixuan noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she quickly stood upright. What are you staring at? Get up and wash up. We need to eat. With that, she exited the room. After washing up, Yi-Chun checked the time and realized it was already 6:30 in the evening, and the sky outside had turned dark. Perhaps it was due to the considerable amount of wine he had consumed at noon. He consumed nearly a bottle of baijiu. Upon arriving at the restaurant, LZ Su In was busy serving 6 dishes onto the dining table. She also opened a bottle of red wine. How did your nap go? She OCHN. Quite fragrant, he replied. The two began to drink and dine. She OCHN. Huawang technology has nearly tripled. When will you sell? LZ Su In's account had already amassed several tens of millions in profit. Around the 4th or 5th of next month, I can sell. And then I'll sit in cash, as the market outlook is poor. All right, She OCHN. I don't quite understand this. I trust your judgment. Here as to you, sister. This evening, LZ Su In's mood seemed off. She drank rather hastily, unlike her usual demeanor. Perhaps the business trip hadn't gone well, leaving her unsettled, or maybe she was under significant pressure. Within half an hour, they had finished a bottle of red wine, prompting LZ Su In to open another. Sister, you should drink less. It's fine, She OCHN. She filled their glasses once more. Sister, are you feeling unwell? After finishing the second bottle of red wine, LZ Su In's cheeks flushed, and the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. She OCHN felt a bit dizzy, but was not yet drunk. Have you been with the girl you like? LZ Su In's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Not yet. Boys should take the initiative and boldly confess. She might be waiting for you to do so. She OCHN was aware of this, as LQ Ingyi had hinted at it before. He contemplated his feelings for W Ing YXN, HOJ Ing, and others, resolving that if nothing else, he could consider them good friends. This was the path he had previously laid out for himself. I'll muster the courage to confess. Sister, with your beauty, how is it you have no boyfriend? Is it that no one meets your standards? He inquired about LZ Su In's situation, seeking to ascertain whether she hailed from wealth or was merely a kept mistress. LZ Su In paused, her intoxicated gaze revealing a hint of complexity. I attended Jianghai University of Finance. In my junior year, during the second semester, my brother, who worked in Jianghai, got into a scuffle while dining and accidentally killed someone, leading to his arrest. To obtain a letter of understanding, a hefty compensation was required. So I approached the vice president of our university, knowing he had an interest in me, and became his mistress. I secured 1.5 million for the compensation, and he helped reduce my brother's sentence. After hearing her story, She OCHN was at a loss for words. Les aides sont fortunes à biter smile. Ami truly despicable. Si ochehashne. Sister, I would do anything for my family. His words warmed LZ Su In's heart. Being understood was a rare fortune. She continued, I remained his mistress for a long time. He treated me well, giving me money and buying me a house. 2 years ago, he was investigated and subsequently imprisoned, likely for life. Sister, that is all in the past. You can now choose to live well and find someone you like. Finding a suitable partner is not so easy. Many pursue me, but they all have ulterior motives. She OCHN smiled. Then you must keep your eyes wide open, sister, so as not to be deceived. Oh no, sister, it's past 9:30. Our school will soon close. LZ Su In chuckled. If it closes, then so be it. I have several rooms here. I can stay. Sister, you should sit and rest for a moment while I tidy up. By the time he finished washing the dishes, LZ Su In was half reclined on the sofa. Already asleep, she had consumed too much red wine, and the aftereffects were overwhelming. She OCHN hesitated for a moment, then carried her to the master bedroom and covered her with a blanket before leaving the room. He went to the guest room, lay on the bed, and checked his phone. Zheng Qi had added him to a group chat with Ting Y, Zh Oshi Ngming, and F Ing Zhfing. He had been welcomed into this small circle. Ting Y, Zh Oshi Ngming, and F Ing Zhfing all sent him friend requests, which he accepted. Immediately, Ting Y sent him a message. Are you still awake? She OCHN? Not yet. I just finished dinner outside. You're still awake too? Of course. One must pay attention to stocks. The international situation is dire, which will surely affect the domestic market, especially with the actions of the beautiful nation. They're the world's hegemon, and every move they make influences the entire globe. Each policy must be scrutinized, analyzed, speculated upon, and summarized. Chapter 69. Artificial Intelligence. Trends of the era. After chatting with Ting Y for a while, he exchanged a few words with Zh Oshi Ngming and F Ing Zhfing. The three had actively added him, and upon acceptance, he felt compelled to engage in some polite conversation. Shortly after 10, LQ sent him a message. What are you up to? She OCHN. Just chatting with friends. Friends? Boys or girls? Both. Are they your classmates? LQ asked curiously. No, they're friend from stock trading. LQ understood that she OCHN had made a considerable profit from stocks, so it was reasonable for him to know others in the field. Any beauties? Yes, we had lunch together today to discuss the domestic and international economic situation. They are all second-generation heirs and may be helpful for my future entrepreneurial endeavors. Are you planning to start a business? Yes, I have my own startup funds. I don't want to work for someone else. What kind of company do you intend to establish? An investment firm, perhaps a technology company. I am currently studying computer science, and I might specialize in artificial intelligence, which I believe is one of the primary directions for future development. They chatted for a while longer until LQ decided to rest. She OCHN, having taken a long nap in the afternoon, felt no fatigue. He was engrossed in observing the domestic and international stock and futures markets, contemplating how advantageous it would have been to be reborn a few years earlier, during the era of digital currency that created a multitude of millionaires. However, his mind was filled with memories sufficient to accrue substantial wealth. Although the stock market may prove challenging next year, there is anticipated to be a significant stock in the early part of the year, and opportunities will arise in the domestic futures market as well. A monumental short squeeze will unfold next year, shaking the global financial sector, presenting a lucrative opportunity. Besides these, numerous major events will transpire next year that will profoundly impact the future world order. She OCHN continued to analyze the domestic and international markets while delving into his memories, not retiring until after midnight. The following morning, shortly after 7, she OCHN awoke, washed up, and noticed that LZ Su N was still asleep. He headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as he was finishing, LZ Su N emerged from the bedroom. She stood at the kitchen door. She OCHN. You're up so early. Sister, you're awake just in time for breakfast. Have you washed up? LZ Su N nodded. Did I say anything to you last night? She had a vague recollection of her words from the previous night, but was uncertain. She OCHN smiled. Sister, you shared some heartfelt thoughts with me. LZ Su N smiled knowingly. Though she OCHN was young, his words were comforting, reflecting an emotional intelligence that considered others' feelings. Yidanast Oha-in. I'm genuinely curious about the kind of girl you like. I hope to meet her someday. Sure, sister. I'll introduce her when the opportunity arises. Make sure to confess to her soon. Don't let her wait too long. Understood, sister. And sister knows your postgraduate entrance exam is approaching. Just come visit me when you have time. Enjoying the solitude, he opened his programming software on the computer to experiment with some ideas. Artificial intelligence is about making machines intelligent, enabling them to think independently, learn, research, and make decisions. If successfully developed, it would hold immense significance, with many high-tech innovations potentially being derived from it. However, this is no simple task. Artificial intelligence involves complex algorithms. Programming is at its core akin to the brain, while various server hardware forms the backbone of artificial intelligence. Later, he noticed that his computer was lagging, so he spent some time online purchasing a high-performance desktop and 2 laptops. The laptops were convenient for portability, while the desktop boasted superior capabilities. He gifted one of the laptops to Wang Yusin, as a computer is essential for someone studying computer science. After placing the order, Yichen glanced at the time and realized it was already 7 o'clock. He sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. Sister Qing, are you at school? Yes, what is up? Xiao Chen. Sister Qing, I need to discuss something with you. I'll be right over. With that, he took his tote bag and exited the dormitory. After 6 or 7 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the faculty apartment building. Since this was a residence for faculty members, the management was not as strict as that of the student accommodations. Although there was someone on duty, they paid little attention to those entering and exiting. He walked inside and approached Zhou Wanqing's dormitory door. After knocking, she promptly opened it. Xiao Chun, come in. What do you need? Chen handed her the tote bag. Sister Qing, happy birthday. Zhou Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. How did you know today was my birthday? Did my dad tell you? Chen replied, no, I accompanied you to the hospital a few days ago, and I saw it when you were registering. Zhou Wanqing felt a ripple of emotion within her, touched by his thoughtfulness. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Chen responded, Sister Qing, there is no need to be so formal. To me, you're like an elder sister, so of course I must prepare a gift for your birthday. Upon seeing his present, she smiled and said, how did you know I like bags? I thought every girl must like bags, so I bought one. Do you like this style? It's lovely. I really like it. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Zhou Wanqing genuinely appreciated it. All right, make sure to rest early and don't study too late. After leaving Zhou Wanqing's dormitory building, he sent a message to Wang Yusin. Yusin, stop studying for a while and come out for a walk. I'm waiting for you downstairs. When Chen arrived at Wang Yusin's dormitory, she was already waiting obediently. Yusin, he called out. Wang Yusin walked over. The two strolled along the dimly lit path, the campus exuding a tranquil elegance, occasionally revealing couples walking together. Did you miss your brother? Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. Chen inquired, how has your studying been? Do you feel confident about passing the graduate entrance exam? Pretty much. Wang Yusin excelled academically, but was somewhat reserved in social situations. Otherwise, she could have easily secured a recommendation for graduate studies. As they reached a dimly lit area without streetlights, Chen took her hand. Wang Yusin did not flinch or resist, merely lowering her head, her face burning. Have you decided which graduate advisor you want to choose? Not yet. I plan to focus on artificial intelligence, as I believe it represents the future trend. I'll consult our advisor another day to see which professors specialize in that area. Chen continued, by the way, I bought you a laptop. It's registered in your name and linked to your phone. It will be delivered tomorrow morning, so remember to pick it up. Wang Yusin softly acknowledged. Since you've been so nice to me, is it too much to ask for a hug? Chapter 70, a profound profit of 3.8 billion. Upon hearing this, Wang Yusin's face turned crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Chen reassured her. There is no one around. In this darkness, no one can see us. It's a pure embrace. He then opened his arms and enveloped Wang Yusin in a hug. She did not resist, but allowed him to hold her, her face burning profusely. Her head nestled against Chen's chest, where she could distinctly feel his rapid heartbeat. Chen inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. They seldom spent time together. Usually, he would only invite her out once a week, as he did not wish to interfere with her studies during this critical review period. After a few minutes, he released her and once again took her hand as they walked along the serene, shadowy path. Yusin, do you often video chat with your grandparents? How is your younger brother doing in high school? He just started his sophomore year. How is he academically? Not very well. He is always playing. Are your parents spoiling him too much? Yes, my parents indulge him quite a bit, and since they're rarely home, my grandparents can't really control him. As they walked and chatted, they appeared to be a couple enjoying a leisurely stroll. The evening air was somewhat cool, with temperatures hovering in the teens. Wang Yusin nodded slightly. Brother, please take care of yourself. When will you be able to hug Zhao Jing? She really has a great figure. No way. That girl has practiced martial arts, and with her fiery temper as a northeastern girl, what if she punches me? The following morning at 9:30 a.m., the computers Chen ordered arrived, a desktop and a laptop. The high specifications ensured a smooth and seamless experience. Once he set up the computers, he opened the futures market to check the performance of thermal coal futures for the day. As expected, thermal coal futures opened with a significant drop, continuing its downward trend. Chen spent most of his days in the library or the dormitory, deeply engrossed in researching artificial intelligence technology. Occasionally, he would sit for half a day when faced with a problem. His current state resembled that of a dedicated researcher. On October 28th, Thursday, thermal coal futures opened with a limit down. the price plummeting to 912 yuan per ton, from a peak of 1,982 yuan per ton. Many institutions and retail investors suffered severe losses. Chen decided to liquidate all his positions, yielding an unrealized profit of approximately 3.8 billion. His total capital in the futures account amounted to 4.2 billion. Chen sent a message to Zhou Jianghai. Uncle Zhou, we can sell Huawang technology today. All right. Xiao Chun, I'll sell it right away. Zhou Jianghai, seated at his office, opened his computer. He had tripled his investment in Huawang technology, turning 20 million into over 60 million. After selling, he took a screenshot and shared it in a group chat with old friends for a bit of bragging. Huawang technology has tripled. If anyone holds shares, hurry and sell, as there won't be another opportunity. Old Zhou, why don't you send everyone a big red envelope? How did you improve so much? You were the least skilled in the group. Seeing you profit makes me feel worse than my losses. Zhou Jianghai couldn't help but smile, his vanity greatly satisfied. Chen also sent a message to Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, remember to liquidate your positions today. Sure, I'll do it right now. Lu Zixuan also made several million, and their sell-off caused some fluctuations in Huawang Technology's stock. However, the impact was minimal, as the daily transaction volume was in the tens of billions. A few million wouldn't be enough to trigger a limit down, resulting only in a 2 to 3 point decline. Chen gazed at the 4.2 billion in his futures account, feeling rather composed. For an ordinary person, this amount would be astronomical, but for him, it was still insufficient. To establish an investment company, this sum barely allowed for participation in some initial rounds of funding for startups. With this level of capital, he was not qualified to participate in certain financing rounds. Many startups seek strategic financing to fuel their growth. Financing involves exchanging shares for funds from investment companies to develop their business. During their early stages, companies like Tencent and Alibaba sought financing from various investment firms, often facing rejection. After several rounds of financing, their shareholdings diminished significantly. However, as their companies grew, although their shares were fewer, their value multiplied by thousands of times, resulting in a win-win situation. In the investment sphere, funding for startups is categorized into angel investments and various rounds of financing. Angel investment refers to investing in promising startups, typically in the range of a few million. Once a company has made preliminary progress in product development and market expansion, it can seek investment companies for subsequent rounds of financing, with investment amounts ranging from 10 million to 100 million. After securing a round of financing, the company entered a rapid growth phase, expanding its scale, product offerings, and market presence swiftly. When funds are insufficient to support the company's expansive plans, it becomes necessary to initiate another round of financing. The amount typically ranges from 4 to 500 million, with several investment firms collaborating to share the risk. By the time a company reaches the stage of a subsequent financing round, it is generally well established. Should it aspire to go public, the financing amount usually exceeds 1 billion. This figure pertains solely to investment firms. Should an acquisition occur, the required capital would be significantly greater. A few hundred million is scarcely sufficient in the investment realm, as renowned international capitalists invest no less than several billion, with some amounts reaching into the hundreds of billions, their presence felt globally. If he intends to establish an artificial intelligence company subsequently, substantial funding will also be necessary. Early to mid-stage profitability is often elusive, necessitating considerable investment in research and personnel. Suddenly, Chen's phone rang. It was Huang Xiujuan, a client manager from Huaxing Securities. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Huang Xiujuan. Do you have time for lunch today? I'd like to treat you to a meal. I'll be waiting for you at room 1808 in the Hilton. Her superior had given her orders to do whatever it took to win Chen over. Huang Xiujuan had initially intended to play hard to get, as being overly forward might seem cheap. Recently, she had been posting selfies and melancholic captions on social media, hoping to lure Chen, the big fish, to take the bait. The difference between a client taking the initiative and her pursuing him was substantial. Yet to her dismay, Chen merely liked her post without engaging further. She interpreted his like as a sign of interest, prompting her to be more direct today. A meal? Are you hoping to treat me to abalone? Chapter 71. The invitation from the investment firm Huang Xiujuan's subtle intentions were transparent to Chen. He harbored no interest in her whatsoever. Similarly, Xingli Juan from Donghai Securities initially perceived Yi Chen's financial capacity as limited and had been attempting to converse with him in recent days. Just yesterday, she had suggested he come to her home to repair a leaky pipe. Among the 3 securities client managers he interacted with, only Wang Liyun held any genuine interest. Huang Xiujuan and Xing Lijuan were undoubtedly valuable employees for the company, capable of generating profit, yet they held no allure for Yi Chen. Manager Huang, I am quite busy at the moment. Please assist in processing my account application in the back end, including the futures account. Huang Xiujuan was taken aback. Yi Chen didn't ask for anything in return, but agreed to open an account. She was perplexed. With her beauty and alluring figure, how could he show no interest? Was he merely pretending to be aloof? Huang Xiujuan spoke candidly, knowing Yi Chen would understand her implications. She considered herself a beauty, with a figure that was undeniably appealing, and believed no man could resist her charm. She had successfully courted many high-profile clients, all of whom had capitulated to her allure. He was likely just putting on airs. All right, Mr. Yi, thank you for supporting my work. After hanging up, Yi Chen downloaded the Huaxin Securities app and followed the instructions to apply for stock and futures accounts, subsequently sending the details to Huang Xiujuan to adjust the fee rates. By the time he completed these tasks, it was nearly noon. He rose from his dormitory and headed toward the cafeteria. Along the way, his mind continued to ponder algorithmic programming. Brother, Zhao Jing's voice called from behind him. Yi Chen turned with a smile. Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing and Su Hui approached him. Brother, we haven't seen you around lately. What have you been busy with? Yi Chen replied, I have been researching intelligent algorithms. I've made some breakthroughs these past few days to enable machines to possess human-like cognitive abilities. It is crucial to develop an intelligent system akin to the sentient brains depicted in science fiction films. This encompasses various fields, including independent learning, decision-making systems, language processing, and image processing. Currently, Yi Chen was focusing on learning capabilities. What he had developed thus far resembled the early iterations of such technology. When questioned, it would search online for the best possible answers. However, this had its limitations. A high-performance server would be ideal. Massive amounts of data were required for training, and the server's storage and processing capabilities far exceeded those of a standard computer. Why are you researching this? Zhao Jing inquired curiously. Yi Chen responded, I plan to venture into the artificial intelligence industry. It is the future trend. You both, being freshmen, should consider studying artificial intelligence courses diligently. As they conversed, they arrived at the cafeteria. During their meal, Zhao Jing suggested, Brother, after we eat, let's take a walk? Sure, but Zhao Jing, why do you sound like you're coming down with a cold? I might have a slight cold. Understood, Yi Chen. Suddenly, Yi Chen's phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number in Jianghai City. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Zhao Hongxin, the Vice President of Jianghai Investment Company. We would like to invite you to join our firm with a guaranteed annual salary of 50 million, plus performance-based commissions. Sorry, but I have no interest in that. Yi Chen declined without hesitation. I have the ability to earn on my own. Why would I want to work for your company? Zhao Hongxin smiled and said, Mr. Yi, please don't be too hasty in your rejection. Consider the offer, or perhaps visit our company for a tour. We have robust capabilities, and you would not be restricted from trading on your own. As an individual investor, one can easily become a target for large institutions and major stakeholders. I will think it over, Yi Chen replied, ending the call with a hint of disdain. It was evident that they were attracted to his reputation. The name Run Sheng Rumeng had become well known in the financial circles. In just 2 months, he had increased his stock market returns by nearly 150 times and had amassed 500 million in thermal coal futures within half a month. His prowess in thermal coal futures would undoubtedly become common knowledge, further elevating his reputation in the financial realm. Should he accept a position at any firm, he would undoubtedly bring in a substantial clientele. Jianghai Company was not a charity. Offering a 50 million annual salary with performance commissions indicated they expected to profit significantly from Yi Chen's fame. Once his value diminished, he would likely be cast aside without a second thought. After dinner, Yi Chen and the 2 others exited the cafeteria, the night having fallen outside. They wandered aimlessly around the campus. Brother, are you free this Saturday? What is up? Let us visit the Changwang Temple and Yuan Garden. I've heard it's a classical garden from the Ming Dynasty, exquisitely beautiful. All right. Zhao Jing, seeing his agreement, became excited and wrapped her arms around his. Brother, you promised, so you can't back out. If someone asks for me later, I'll say I'm busy. You're so good to me. Since you think I'm so good, let us have a sibling hug. Zhao Jing looked at him with suspicion. Brother, are you having ulterior motives? You're questioning my character and integrity. How could you think of me in such a way? If you don't want to forget it, Yi Chan said, turning to walk away. I didn't say I wouldn't tea. Zhao Jing smiled playfully and embraced him warmly, her cheek resting against him. She sensed that Yi Chan had developed some affection for her, albeit perhaps not in a substantial measure. Such intimate contact might enhance his feelings for her, and once they surpassed his high school crush, he would likely choose to be with her, engaging in the game to win a boyfriend. Yi Chan wrapped his arms around her. Xiao Jing's figure was indeed more appealing than Yuan's, and he could feel the difference during the embrace. After 2 minutes, Zhao Jing softly asked, Brother, is that enough? Yi Chen's expression remained calm. If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you intended to hug me until dawn. Zhao Jing playfully pinched his side, though not with much force. Brother, you're a bit shameless. In the warm embrace of his brother, many beautiful women vie for the opportunity to experience it. Tonight, he is fortunate. Zhao Jing, clasping his arm with both hands, suggests, Brother, would you like to visit our ice city during the winter break? We have the ice and snow world, crafted entirely from ice blocks. It is truly breathtaking, something you have surely never witnessed before. As Yichen opens his phone, he notices a flurry of messages in the second-generation group chat. Zhao Xiaoming has tagged him. Congratulations. Yi Xiong, you've profited 500 million from thermal coal futures. Fang Jifeng chimes in. Yi Xiong, you are incredible. Zheng Manqiu and Tang Yi also send their congratulations. Yichen responds with a red envelope. It's merely luck. What are you all currently investing in? In Chapter 72, live updates unfold. In his previous life, Yichen had never ventured into futures trading, though he was aware of some significant events. His understanding of the fluctuations in futures was limited, while he possessed extensive knowledge of the stock market. Currently, Jianghan lithium industry appears promising, while other stocks seem lackluster. With his considerable capital, investing entirely in Jianghan lithium could likely trigger a butterfly effect. Several main institutions, large investors, and major funds are involved, all seeking profit. The market pie is limited. If Yi Chan were to acquire all shares of Jianghan lithium, he would monopolize a substantial portion of the benefits, inevitably leading to dissatisfaction among major players, who would likely sell off their holdings, leaving him to manage the aftermath. In this market, exclusivity is nearly impossible. Major institutions must collaborate to elevate prices and collectively profit. Unless dealing with high market cap stocks, where billions can be stealthily invested in stages, it is challenging to remain unnoticed. Yichen states, I do not plan to engage in trading soon. Holding on to some Jianghan lithium is sufficient. Zheng Manqiu remarks, the domestic stock market has risen significantly in the past 2 years. According to Yi Chen's previous predictions, it seems like large foreign funds are exiting early. Such exits will inevitably lead to a market crash. Many stocks in the pharmaceutical and consumer sectors have already plummeted by over 10%. They have been blinded by 2 years of gains, failing to sense the impending crisis. Little do they know, this is merely the beginning. They will find themselves increasingly ensnared, ultimately either cutting losses to exit or enduring to the bitter end. Fang Jifeng adds, the pharmaceutical fund I purchased 2 years ago still holds over 50% profit, peaking at 80%. Should Yichen sell now? Although he speculates Zhao Xiaoming's capital is likely modest, around tens of millions, he decides to liquidate his other positions by tomorrow. Tang Yi interjects, Yichen, I have some gold investments. Should I sell them? Yichen replies, no need to sell. I believe gold will enter a bullish phase starting next year. Why is that? Zheng Manqiu inquires with curiosity. Yichen explains, based on my previous assessments, the beautiful nation is raising interest rates, siphoning off liquidity from other countries. This will decrease domestic liquidity, prompting the government to issue bonds and likely leading banks to lower interest rates to release liquidity. With more funds circulating, gold prices will inevitably rise. Furthermore, I suspect there may be military conflicts in Europe next year, contributing to gold's appreciation. Zheng Manqiu immediately connects the dots. Are you referring to the Xiong country? You all must have seen related news. Should geopolitical tensions arise there, it would greatly benefit the beautiful nation, aligning Europe with them, thus facilitating further interest rate hikes and global profit extraction. Zheng Manqiu acknowledges there is indeed a possibility, as tensions have been escalating recently. After finishing the conversation with them, Yi Chen chats with Li Qingya for a while before retiring for the night. The next morning, Yi Chen first transfers the 4.2 billion funds from his futures account to his bank card. He currently possesses over 500 million in cash. Subsequently, he transfers 100 million to the Yuan Feng Securities account. Wang Liyun, upon seeing this, is pleasantly surprised. She did not expect Yi Chen to deposit such a substantial amount. This month, her bonus will be considerable, alleviating her family situation. Yi Chen glances at the over 300 million balance in his bank account, a smile gracing his face. In a matter of months, he has ascended from having nothing to a net worth exceeding 500 million. Even if he were to choose a life of leisure henceforth, he would lead a life of ease. Yet, he harbors no intention of idleness. In this second life, he aims to reach the pinnacle and gaze down upon all. Yi Chen continues to explore his artificial intellect, which he has named Galaxy. However, it is not yet a true artificial intelligence, merely the simplest version capable of basic interactions. At 9 o'clock in the morning, his phone rings. Upon seeing the caller ID, he is momentarily stunned. It is Lin Yu, the deputy director of Nanyang Street Police Station. Lin Jia, he answers. Lin Yu cheerfully responds, Xiao Chun, what are you busy with? Do you have time for lunch today? Sure, Lin Jia. Where shall we eat? Lin Yu replies, I'm off today. Come to my house. I'll send you the address. Yi Chen is taken aback. He did not anticipate her inviting him to her home. All right, Lin Jia. After hanging up, she promptly sends him the address, which is approximately 7 to 8 miles away. Since their last meal together, Yi Chen has not had much contact with her. He studies programming books until around 11, then departs from school, taking a taxi to Li Jingmin Yuan, a mid-range residential complex with a pleasant environment. Upon arriving at Lin Yu's doorstep, he rings the doorbell. Lin Yu quickly opens the door, her face lighting up with a smile. Xiao Chen, you're here. Guoming. Noticing her in an apron, he asks, Lin Jia, are you cooking? Yi Chen enters and sits on the sofa, surveying the modest 2-bedroom apartment, likely rented by Lin Yu. He occupies himself with his phone. As noon approaches, Lin Yu calls out, Xiao Chen, come eat. During the meal, Lin Yu behaves normally, treating him like a friend rather than indulging in any flirtation, which Yi Chen had anticipated. It is too soon for such advances. Doing so would seem rather cheap. He suspects she is merely trying to build a good relationship with him, intending to allure him later when the time is right to further her career. After lunch, as they engage in casual conversation, a sudden knock interrupts. Lin Yu's demeanor shifts noticeably. She hurriedly instructs, Xiao Chun, you should go to the guest room for a moment. With that, she pulls the still-dazed Yi Chen into the guest room and moves to answer the door. Yi Chen is momentarily stunned. Why does Lin Yu react so strongly to a knock? He hears the door open, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Xiao Yu, have you eaten? I just finished. Why did you come without notice? Oh, don't be silly. Go put on your summer work uniform quickly. I have a meeting this afternoon. Yi Chen's eyes widen, adrenaline surging. He feels a mix of anxiety and excitement. If the middle-aged man discovers him, he would undoubtedly assume they are in a romantic relationship. Based on their conversation, it seems he is Lin Yu's superior, a leader in the district. Soon, the two enter the master bedroom. After 2 minutes, Yi Chen cautiously emerges from the guest room. The master bedroom door is closed, yet it does not entirely muffle the sounds within. In Chapter 73, an awkward situation unfolds. As Yi Chen stands outside, he hears the voices inside, his heart racing. Lin Yu, at her age, has undoubtedly taken a shortcut to achieve her position. I have already arranged everything. You will be promoted in a month. Yi Chen is momentarily stunned. Is promotion truly so easy? However, considering Lin Yu's background, he realizes it may not be as simple as it seems. For an ordinary person, sacrificing one's body and dignity is no small feat. He cautiously approaches the door, gently opening it to exit. Once outside the unit, Yi Chen exhales deeply. He never anticipated that such an event would transpire, nor did Lin Yu. After experiencing such an awkward situation, it is likely that Lin Yu will no longer have the face to reach out to him. Reflecting on Lin Yu's appearance in her work attire, he felt a flicker of interest within. Yi Chen was quite confident that if their interactions continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly win Lin Yu's affections. If that were indeed the case, would it not be akin to donning a cap for the big boss? In his previous life, Yi Chen had discerned the true nature of society and thus was not overly shocked or surprised by such occurrences. Aside from feeling a hint of thrill, he was otherwise unfazed. Meanwhile, at Lin Yu's residence, a middle-aged man held her close and inquired, Xiao Yu, Have you missed me these past few days? Lin Yu softly responded with an affirmative hum. The man smiled and continued, staying with me will not lead to any losses. I have heard that the top official in our district is under investigation. Should the inquiry prove valid, he will undoubtedly face imprisonment. My superior has a chance to campaign for that position. If my superior is promoted, I too shall ascend, as I am his subordinate. And becoming a principal figure in the district bureau will not pose a problem. Lin Yu's expression brightened. If the middle-aged man could continue to rise, her own career prospects would flourish as well. However, thoughts of Yi Chun, who resided in the adjacent room, stirred a conflict within her. After all, Yi Chun was acquainted with the leaders of the city bureau, and she had hoped to leverage her connection with him to meet the higher-ups in the bureau. Little did she expect that today would unfold in such a manner. Once the middle-aged man departed, Lin Yu hurried to the guest room. Finding Yi Chun absent, she searched the wardrobe, but he was nowhere to be seen, likely having left prematurely. Her heart was in turmoil as she contemplated whether to discuss her situation with Yi Chun, worried about how he might perceive her. She did not wish to abandon the connection to the city bureau leadership, yet today this unforeseen event had caught her off guard. She feared that Yi Chun might suspect her of being the leader's mistress. She glanced at her phone, noticing a message from Lin Yu. Do you still have the face to speak to me? Don't you feel embarrassed at all? Yet, she reasoned that if she could sell her body and dignity, her skin must be tougher than her own. Xiao Chun, could you refrain from disclosing what happened today? I am willing to agree to anything. Lin Yu adopted a strategic approach. Even if the incident were to be revealed without concrete evidence, it would amount to nothing. In matters of hearsay, the authorities would not intervene. Lin Yu assumed that she had tacitly accepted her proposition, believing that Yi Chun had an interest in her. Xiao Chun, come over to Lin Jie's place tonight. I'll wear my work attire for you. Upon reading her words, Yi Chun felt a surge of restlessness. Lin Jie, I have plans with my girlfriend tonight. Perhaps another time. He politely declined, preserving face for both parties. Had Lin Yu been a paragon of virtue, he might have contemplated the idea. Lin Yu had no choice but to relent. All right, Xiao Chun, let us hope for another opportunity. Shortly thereafter, she sent several photos, all featuring her in her work attire. Yi Chun scrutinized them closely. Indeed, she was quite captivating. Lin Yu was beautiful, with a graceful figure, tall and elegant, which explained her appeal to the leadership. In the Electronic Academy, where Yi Chun studied, she would undoubtedly be considered a stunning beauty. Coupled with her profession, her work attire only enhanced her allure. When presented with two equally beautiful women, one in a mundane job and the other in Lin Yu's position, it was evident which one would capture a man's preference. Yi Chun glanced at his account balance, contemplating his financial strategies. Several hundred million was far from sufficient. He would need at least several billion. The stock market and futures market held numerous opportunities ahead. He believed that amassing several billion would not pose a significant challenge. Extending the timeline, earning 1,000 billion over several years seemed entirely feasible. As he vividly recalled the explosive growth of technology stocks in the American market in the coming years. Stocks from companies with valuations in the trillions could absorb investments of billions without triggering a ripple effect, given their substantial market capitalizations. The pie was large enough for significant capital and institutions to profit handsomely. However, mere wealth was inadequate. In foreign lands, capital wielded power, yet domestically, authority reigned supreme. With a mere pretext, one could become the target of scrutiny. He sought to cultivate his network, forge a community of mutual interests, and bind many to his cause, thus forming a formidable force. Yi Chun would not engage in bribery. That would only lead him into a pit of fire. To pursue a long-term vision and endure, he must resolutely abstain from illegal activities. True capital moguls never stoop to such actions. Such behavior is characteristic of the short-sighted. Should one bribe an official, if that official were ever investigated, the briber would not escape unscathed. Eventually, the truth would come to light. One must not entrust their fate to others. After contemplating his future path, Yi Chun sent a message to Zhou Wanning. He had accompanied Wang Yu Xian yesterday, Zhao Jing tomorrow, and Li Qingyu the day after, ensuring fairness among them. Ningjia, are you at school? I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. I have some good news to share and a few inquiries. Yi Chun fabricated a reason. Where shall we dine? Ningjia, I'll meet you around 5 at a restaurant not far from school. Chapter 74. I enjoy peeling shrimp at 5:30 in the afternoon. Yi Chun arrived at the faculty dormitory building. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wanning approached from a distance. Upon seeing her, Yi Chen greeted her with a smile. Ning Jia. Zhou Wanning smiled subtly, exuding elegance. Xiao Chun, shall we go? Will you drive? Or shall I? Ning Jia. You drive. I enjoy sitting in your passenger seat. Zhou Wanning shot him a playful glance, her expression laced with a hint of teasing. Such words are typically exchanged between romantic partners, as girlfriends often relish sitting beside their boyfriends. They arrive at a mid-range seafood buffet restaurant in a nearby shopping mall. After gathering an assortment of dishes, they cooked them in a hot pot. Zhou Wanning regarded him and asked, Xiao Chun, you mentioned needing to ask me something. What is it? Yi Chen replied, Ning Jia, do you know which graduate advisor specializes in artificial intelligence research? I wish to find a proficient mentor in this field for my graduate studies. Are you planning to specialize in this direction? Yes. Professor Jianghai is quite knowledgeable in this area. Many companies in Jianghai City are researching this field and often invite him for guidance. Numerous students who graduated under him have entered these companies, but his standards are high. You must rank in the top 20 in the initial examination for him to consider you. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I believe my grades will not be an issue. After the graduate entrance exams, students can begin selecting their advisors. This is a mutual selection process. Students choose their mentors, and mentors select their students. Typically, if one passes the initial exam, there should be no significant problems. Zhou Wanning advised, if your grades are satisfactory, then choose Professor Chen. He is quite rigorous, yet very responsible, and his graduates are in high demand. All right, Ning Jia. Zhou Wanning added, didn't you say you had some good news to share with me? Yi Chen smiled and stated, Ning Jia, I recently earned 3.8 billion from thermal coal futures. I sold everything yesterday. Zhou Wanning's expression was one of astonishment. How is it so easy for you to make money? My father has been playing for decades and has incurred losses. It does require a bit of talent. So now you're a billionaire. How do you feel? Zhou Wanning admired Yi Chen's character. After achieving certain accomplishments, he remained humble and grounded. Many who suddenly amass wealth become arrogant and disdainful of others. Xiao Chun, based on your temperament, I believe this is merely your starting point. Far from your destination. I appreciate your kind words, Ning Jia. Thank you for your support. Had it not been for your 200,000, I would not have made this fortune. You are my benefactor. Zhou Wanqing smiled and said, it's not as serious as you say. You possess that ability. Without my 200,000, you would merely earn a bit less. Ning Jia took a shrimp, peeling it and placing it on Zhou Wanqing's plate. A hint of shyness flickered in Zhou Wanqing's eyes. Xiao Chun, you don't need to peel it for me. I can manage. It's no trouble, Ning Jia. I enjoy peeling shrimp, he replied, and proceeded to peel a few more for her. Zhou Wanqing did not refuse, her charming face adorned with a smile. Do your parents know you've earned so much money? Yi Chen responded, not long ago I transferred them 20 million, telling them to stop working so hard and take care of their health. They know I am making money, but they're unaware of the exact amount. Currently, only you, Ning Jia, know. Zhou Wanqing asked, what do your parents do for a living? Her way of addressing him had subtly changed. Yi Chen replied, my parents lay tiles for others. They are ordinary farmers, and my family has been impoverished for generations. Zhou Wanqing smiled slightly. You have already transformed your family's circumstances, surpassing over 99% of the population nationwide. With more than 500 million in cash, one can live comfortably in any city. Zhou Wanqing understood her implication. Xiao Chun, always walk the righteous path. I do not wish for you to stray. He was acutely aware of the meaning behind her words, a reminder to not overly pursue power and to avoid becoming lost within it. The thrill that power can bring is unparalleled by anything else. Wealth and beauty are easily within reach of those in power. What captivates most is the sensation of controlling everything, dictating life and death, akin to ancient emperors. Power is the most enthralling thing in this world. After dinner, the two strolled through a shopping mall. Yi Chen selected 2 autumn and winter outfits for her. Zhou Wanqing initially hesitated, but eventually succumbed to Yi Chen's insistence and entered the fitting room with the clothes. Upon emerging in her new attire, the sales assistant smiled and remarked, Miss, you look stunning in this outfit, graceful, dignified, and poised. Your boyfriend has excellent taste. Such boys are rare. Zhou Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and just as she was about to explain, Yi Chen interjected, Ning Jia, that outfit looks great. Try the other one as well. As Zhou Wanqing stepped back into the fitting room, Yi Chen discreetly handed the sales assistant a 500 yuan tip. Thank you, sir, the assistant beamed, accepting the tip. which was more than her daily wage. When Zhou Wanqing reappeared, the sales assistant continued to shower her with compliments. As they were leaving, the assistant added, "Sir, miss, I wish you both happiness." Zhou Wanqing's face turned slightly red. "Xiao Chun, why don't you explain?" "Ningjia, there is no need for an explanation. I believe that doing so might imply something to hide. Perhaps they might think of me as a kept man, or you as something else." Zhou Wanqing pondered this, sensing some validity, yet feeling a tinge of discomfort. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the car stopped at the faculty parking lot of the school. As they stepped out, the evening breeze brought a slight chill. Yichen remarked, "Ningjia, it's a bit cold. Make sure to keep warm." Zhou Wanqing softly acknowledged with an mm. "Xiao Chun, during your college years, have you had anyone pursue you?" "Yes, but I didn't agree. I felt no connection. When looking for a girlfriend, it's essential to find someone cultured, gentle, kind, and poised, preferably like you." "Ningjia." Zhou Wanqing smiled at the corner of her mouth. "So, do you think I'm that wonderful?" Yichen replied, "Of course. Not just me. I believe the classmates in our class feel the same. By the way, has anyone pursued you in our class?" The answer was apparent. "Yes, not just from our class, but also from others." Yichen was very curious. "Who from our class?" Chapter 75. A stroll through Changwang Temple. Zhou Wanqing shot him a glance. "Why are you asking so closely? It would be good if it got out." "Ningjia, don't you trust my character? I can keep secrets, just watch." After saying that, Yichen closed his mouth and raised his head. He was genuinely curious to know who in the class had the audacity to pursue her. Such occurrences are quite normal in this era, as there are many examples of university students successfully courting their instructors or peers. Zhou Wanqing hesitated before looking at him. "You better not say anything reckless." "I promise." "Ningjia, in our class, there's Wang Liang, Wei Jun, Yang Yuhao, and Wei Xiangyu." "Who?" Yichen was momentarily stunned. "Wei Xiangyu? That guy, who seems so lackluster, actually pursued you?" This was news to him. Wei Xiangyu had never mentioned it. In his previous life, he and Zhou Wanqing were not as close as they were now. Zhou Wanqing continued, "That's about it from our class. There are even more from others. A beauty like you attracts many suitors." Yichen never anticipated that Wei Xiangyu, of all people, had pursued Zhou Wanqing. The hidden depths of this revelation were surprising. Yichen escorted her to the dormitory entrance. "Ningjia, good night." "Good night." Zhou Wanqing waved goodbye. "Old Yi, are you out again with a girl?" Xing Chao asked with a smile. Yichen replied, "I just had dinner with friends." "You three should be careful. Studying so hard might make you foolish." "You sly one, secretly pursuing Ningjia. When the exam results come out, if you don't score better than me, won't you be infuriated?" Wei Xiangyu remarked, "You hardly study. How do you expect to outperform us? You probably won't even get into a graduate program." Typically, the grades among the group were similar, and since Yichen seldom studied, they believed he couldn't possibly achieve better results than theirs. Yichen chatted with them for a while before sitting down to open his laptop. He reviewed his research on the galaxy, feeling that there were many shortcomings. Moving forward, he intended to delve deeper into programming and artificial intelligence literature, aspiring to strengthen his foundational skills and perhaps gain some inspiration. Around 10 o'clock that night, Li Qingyao messaged Yichen, "Xiao Chun, let us visit Changwang Temple in Yuan this weekend. I've never been there." Yichen was momentarily taken aback by her message. "You're going to Yuan too?" "Sure. Wherever you want to go is fine. I've never been there either." "Great, then we'll go there this weekend." While chatting with Li Qingyao, Zhao Jing messaged him, "Brother, what time are we leaving tomorrow?" 8 o'clock. Let us meet in the cafeteria." "All right, brother, have a good rest." "Good night." "Good night." The next morning, after having breakfast together in the cafeteria, Yichen and Zhao Jing took a taxi to the Changwang Temple site. Changwang Temple is adjacent to Yuan, allowing them to visit both places conveniently. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhao Jing took the initiative to hold his hand. She had a warm, enthusiastic, and straightforward personality. "Brother, I read that it's more beautiful here at night when the lights are on. I don't want to sleep on a hotel floor." Zhao Jing giggled. "Then you can sleep on the bed." "That would probably be worse for me." The two laughed as they entered the streets of Changwang Temple, which were lined with ancient-style architecture, exuding a sense of historical beauty. Each attraction was filled with various snacks and shops. They explored meticulously, sampling every delightful specialty they encountered and purchasing exquisite artworks. They enjoyed lunch at a distinctive eatery and spent the afternoon at Yuan, where Yichen, observing the Ming Dynasty private garden, reflected on how fortunate the wealthy were, whether in ancient times or modernity. Such a grand estate must have required numerous servants and wives. Zhao Jing, visiting for the first time, was thoroughly enchanted, her smile unwavering. At times, she would hold Yi Chen's hand, and at other moments, wrap her arms around his. On Sunday morning at 8:30, Yi Chen met Li Qingya outside Changwon Temple. As he gazed upon the familiar streets, a sense of ennui washed over him, having traversed them just a day prior. Xiao Qinzi and Li Qingya spotted him and hurried over. Noticing the conspicuous watch on his wrist, she inquired curiously, "Have you purchased a watch? It's quite exquisite. How much did it cost?" Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "Not much, just a few $100,000. With that, he took Li Qingya's hand in his own. "Let's explore the Changwangmiao properly. It is my first time here as well." Li Qingya Zhenli Nudda. It is also my first visit. As they wandered through the familiar streets and observed the familiar staff, Yi Chen felt a pang of anxiety, fearing someone might suddenly exclaim, "Why has the young man changed girlfriends so quickly?" The day's itinerary mirrored that of yesterday, beginning with a stroll through the streets of Changwangmiao, browsing the shops, and after lunch, proceeding to Yuan Garden. Upon arriving at Yuan, Yi Chen mustered his courage and wrapped his arm around Li Qingya's slender waist. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she neither resisted nor protested, casting a glance at him without uttering a word. Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. This was a significant breakthrough for him. "Qingya, behold how exquisite this garden is. In ancient times, it served as the estate of an individual. Indeed, it was beautiful. Let us venture over there." Throughout the experience, Yi Chen kept his arm around Li Qingya's waist, feeling an indescribable delight. This marked his genuine first embrace of a woman, and the sensation was delightful. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Chen glanced at his phone, which bore numerous messages. Zhou Jizai had messaged him in the afternoon, inquiring about potential purchases. This man might well be one of his future father-in-laws. "Uncle Zhou, the overall market has begun to decline. Jiangnan lithium industry is performing well. Consider acquiring a portion, though not too much. Jiangnan Lithium currently sees daily transaction volumes of 2 to 3 billion. I hold 100 million shares. Zheng Manqiu and others possess several tens of millions, while Zhou Jizai should manage with 10 to 20 million. However, he did not intend to sell at the peak as per his memories. Rather, he planned to sell in batches ahead of time to mitigate risks, accepting a modest profit rather than suffering a substantial loss from institutional sell-offs. The current market conditions for Jiangnan Lithium were unlike those of his past life and might exhibit subtle changes. In the group chat, Zheng Manqiu and Tang Yi, along with two others, were engaged in discussions. Yi Chen perused their exchanges, which revolved around both domestic and international news events. These four individuals truly exhibited diligence. While other wealthy heirs debated sports cars and beautiful women, they exchanged experiences in the evening. Such individuals are formidable. They possess a higher starting point than ordinary people and yet work tirelessly. "Gentlemen, may I inquire how to raise substantial funds?" Yi Chen sent a message in the group. Zhao Xiaoming replied, "Brother Yi, how much funding do you intend to gather? You could consider bank loans or loans from financial institutions." Yi Chen responded, "The more capital, the better. Tens of billions or even hundreds of billions would be ideal." This elicited shock among Zhao Xiaoming, Fang Jifeng, and others. "What do you need such a vast sum for?" Zhao Xiaoming asked. "To invest and profit," Yi Chen replied. "With sufficient capital, the speed at which I accumulate wealth will accelerate significantly." Fang Jifeng remarked, "The amount you're speaking of is excessive, unless it's through illegal fundraising. Where would one procure such funds?" Tang Yi then shared, "There is in fact a way." Yi Chen's eyes brightened at Tang Yi's words. "What method? Private equity funds? Isn't the profit earned from these funds distributed to investors? The company only earns a small management fee." Yi Chen had experience with public funds, which merely earn management fees. Should the scale of capital raised be vast, management fees could amount to hundreds of millions annually. He had not previously encountered private equity funds and lacked familiarity with them. Unlike public funds, which can openly raise capital, private equity funds have restrictions on the number of investors, limited to a few hundred, with household assets needing to exceed 2 million. Ordinary families cannot participate in private equity funds due to these regulatory requirements designed to prevent illegal fundraising and public deposit solicitation. Tang Yi explained, "Management fees for private equity funds are minimal. They employ incentive systems. For instance, if the overall fund profits exceed 20%, the company can take a share of the profits. If the profits exceed 50%, additional bonuses are available, and the more profits double, the more they can earn. Chen's eyes sparkled at this revelation. This was indeed a means of profiting from others' funds. He began to search online for knowledge regarding private equity funds. Public funds can only be issued by companies possessing a fund sales license. Typically, only large financial firms can achieve this. Private equity funds have less stringent requirements, allowing many private investment companies to issue them, albeit under the supervision of financial regulatory authorities. Chen remarked, "This sounds promising. I shall first apply to establish an investment company." Zheng Manqiu commented in the group, "Raising funds shouldn't be too difficult for you. Many prominent figures in the market start their own private equity firms, and if they perform well, some publicly listed companies and large institutions will invest in their funds, leading to substantial fund sizes, with many private firms managing over 100 billion. Zhao Xiaoming concurred, indeed. Several private equity moguls in our country manage funds exceeding 100 billion. Fang Jifeng added, "Chen, your operations in thermal coal futures have been discussed widely in forums and on short video platforms. The name Rensheng Ru Meng has resonated throughout the financial community." Chen engaged with them extensively, the ideas in his mind gradually crystallizing. He needed to establish an investment company swiftly and set up a private equity fund. The initial fundraising should pose little challenge. As long as people recognize him as Rensheng Ru Meng, he might not gather vast sums at first. But once he gains notoriety, raising tens or even hundreds of billions will not be a problem. This would significantly accelerate his wealth accumulation. Being a student, he could not remain in the company daily, thus requiring someone to manage it in his stead. One individual came to mind, Lu Zixuan, who possessed exceptional management skills among those he knew. However, she was currently with another company, and he lacked certainty regarding her willingness to join his venture. If necessary, for the sake of the company's growth, he could sacrifice his own interests. He also considered Wang Liyun from Wanfeng Securities, who demonstrated commendable business acumen during their previous encounters. An investment company does not require a plethora of employees. A few individuals sufficed at the outset. A private equity fund could be operated with just 1 or 2 people. Having concluded his thoughts, Chen opened a well-known financial forum and found a post soaring to the top of the trending list. Stock market guru Rensheng Ru Meng ventures into thermal coal futures, earning 5 billion in a fortnight with exceptional market predictions. The post detailed how, on October 10th, he had fully invested in thermal coal futures by purchasing long contracts. When the price nearly reached 2,000 yuan per ton, he sold at the daily limit and subsequently bought short contracts. That evening, relevant authorities announced price interference policies, resulting in a sharp decline in thermal coal futures. When the price fell to around 900 yuan per ton, Rensheng Ru Meng closed his positions, amassing 5 billion in profit within half a month. It was evident he possessed inside information. Otherwise, how could he have made such precise judgments? I have observed this guru's stock operations. His insight is keen, and his execution impeccable. Truly remarkable to earn 5 billion in such a short span. With an initial capital of 350,000. To have amassed over 5 billion in less than 4 months is an astounding multiplication of wealth. Father, please take me along to make money. I am your long-lost son. His prowess in both stocks and futures is formidable. This month, I earned a profit of 20%. When will I achieve even a fraction of the guru's success? Incredible. Does the guru have an account? I wish to follow him. Yes, he commented on my earlier post. You can find him there. Chen glanced at his account and noticed that his follower count, which was once 0, had now exceeded 50,000 and had increased by dozens with every refresh. He regarded this surge in followers as a fortuitous circumstance, as it would facilitate fundraising efforts and allow him to select high-quality clients. In haste, Chen retrieved his mobile device and accessed his Douyin account, aptly named Rensheng Ru Meng. Once his venture established itself, he could authenticate it as a corporate account, making it easier for others to discern his identity. Chen then accessed his Jianghai City stock account, capturing screenshots of his returns from stocks and futures, which he subsequently compiled into a video for posting. This would serve as undeniable proof of his identity as the individual behind Rensheng Ru Meng. A brief search online revealed numerous videos from prominent figures and influencers within the financial sector discussing him. Although he did not ascend the trending lists, the volume of discourse about him was substantial. This served as a form of publicity, enhancing his visibility, which would be advantageous for future fundraising endeavors as he launched his investment company. On November 1st, a Monday, after breakfast in the cafeteria, Chen placed a call to Lu Zixuan. "Xian, what's going on?" Lu Zixuan's voice was languid, as if she had just awakened. Chen responded, "Sister Xian, are you still asleep? What time are you heading to the office? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." It was imperative to bring the establishment of the investment company to the forefront. "What matters?" she inquired. "Let us discuss in person. I'll come to the office shortly." "All right, I'll head over now. We'll meet there." As Chen made his way towards the school exit, he contemplated the prospect of inviting Zheng Manxiu, Tang, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng to join him. They were all second-generation disciples from Jianghai City, some with official connections and others from wealthy backgrounds. Their involvement would greatly ease any future complications. In Chapter 77, Planning the Company, it became evident that success in the business realm necessitated partners and allies. Relying solely on oneself proved arduous unless one possessed formidable official backing, rendering them impervious to threats. A crucial consideration was how much capital the four individuals should contribute and the equity they would receive in return. This required consultation with them to gauge their agreement, as significant investments carried risks. Given their relatively brief acquaintance, doubts might arise regarding Chen's intentions. As he continued pondering the equity distribution en route, he arrived at Yaxing Technology Service Company, Limited shortly after 9 o'clock, where the receptionist momentarily froze upon seeing him. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" she asked. "I'm looking for Xian. Has she arrived?" "She just got here a moment ago and is in her office." Chen proceeded to the general manager's office, where he found Lu Zixuan seated at her desk, enjoying breakfast. "Sister Xian, have you not eaten yet?" he inquired. Lu Zixuan smiled at him. "I'll just grab a bite on the way." "What is on your mind, Xiao Chen?" Chen repeated. "I plan to establish an investment company and would like to invite you to serve as the president." Lu Zixuan was taken aback. "You intend to start an investment company? What will be its primary focus?" Chen explained, "Initially, we will establish a fund for financial investments, including domestic and foreign stocks and futures. Once the company is financially robust, we can explore other investment avenues. Sister Xian, I will offer you a substantial annual salary along with equity." If Lu Zixuan declined, he feared he might struggle to find another suitable candidate. The alternative would be to recruit online, but such a vital position was best filled by someone familiar. Lu Zixuan, who managed a company and was often busy, might understandably refuse. "Xiao Chen, are you serious?" she asked. "I am quite serious," he affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zixuan nodded. "All right, I accept." "Thank you, Sister Xian." Chen felt a surge of joy. Her involvement would alleviate many challenges ahead. "When you plan to register the company?" she inquired. "The sooner, the better. Please secure an office space, preferably in Jiangpu District, as it will be convenient for me to travel from school to the office. While setting up the office, we can also apply for company registration." Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll have my team select a location and arrange the office setup. That should be straightforward." "What about the current company?" Chen asked. "I am confident that we can develop this company into a corporate giant worth hundreds of billions, even trillions. I assure you, I won't lead you astray." "I trust you," she replied. They further discussed the office space and necessary equipment for the company. "I also know a capable client manager from a securities firm whom I plan to recruit," Chen mentioned. "Having a professional on board would be beneficial, as there are many aspects we might not fully understand," Lu Zixuan agreed. "Sister Xian, I also know 4 second-generation disciples. Should I consider bringing them into the company?" Lu Zixuan advised. It would be wise to involve the two with official connections, as their inclusion could significantly elevate the company's standing. Their networks consist of either affluent individuals or influential figures, which would greatly benefit our growth. I will discuss this with them. If they are willing, I will propose their investment in exchange for equity. If not, then it's no loss. "Investment for equity? I assumed you would be offering them shares for free," she remarked. "Certainly not. I plan to sell them 5% for an investment of 10 million. What do you think of that price? If you intend to contribute 200 million to establish the company, that figure seems quite reasonable. I will also reach out to the client manager from the securities firm to see if I can recruit her," Chen noted. Lu Zixuan nodded. "Go ahead. I need to brief my team on the company's matters." Upon exiting Yaxing Company, it was just past 10:30 in the morning. He called Wang Liyun, who was surprised to receive a call from Chen. "Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" she asked. "I need to discuss something with you. Please step out, and I will send you the location via WeChat." After ending the call, He sent her the address of a restaurant and proceeded to the private dining room to wait. As a client manager, it was typical for Wang Liyun to be out frequently, maintaining relationships with major clients. Wang Liyun felt a sense of anxiety, wondering if Yi Chen intended to hold her accountable for something. However, upon realizing the meeting was at a restaurant rather than a hotel, she felt relieved. Approximately half an hour later, she arrived at the private room. "Mr. Yi," she greeted. Yi Chen remained calm. "Please take a seat." After placing their orders, he inquired, "Last month, I transferred 100 million. I did not engage in many transactions. What was your salary approximately last month?" "Around 40 to 50,000, she replied. Yi Chen continued, "I plan to establish an investment company focused on private equity funds. Would you be interested in joining my firm? I can guarantee you a monthly salary of at least 50,000, and if you manage the fund independently, you could also receive a portion of the management fees as a commission." Wang Liyun was momentarily taken aback, and upon processing his proposal, her excitement grew. "Is this for real? Why would I deceive you? Besides, you still owe me one," he replied. Wang Liyun's cheeks flushed as she resolutely stated, "I will join your company." She made her decision on the spot. She was dissatisfied with her role at Wan Feng Securities, where the job entailed merely maintaining major clients with little room for advancement. Without connections, it was challenging to thrive in that environment. Yi Chen's capabilities left her no room for doubt. After all, he effortlessly transferred 100 million. How could he possibly lack the means to pay her a monthly salary of 50,000? Moreover, she recognized Yi Chen as the recently renowned figure in the financial world. Ren Sheng Rumeng. Should he launch an investment company and establish private equity funds, there would undoubtedly be numerous investors eager to participate, presenting substantial growth potential. The success of the first private equity fund would be pivotal. If it yielded favorable returns, it could open the market, facilitating further fundraising endeavors. Conversely, if the initial product failed, subsequent efforts might prove exceedingly challenging. She has faith in Yi Chen's capabilities. In less than 4 months since entering the market, his funds have multiplied by a staggering 1,500 times, amounting to over 500 million. Such a person is undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon witnessing her swift agreement, Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Very well, Mr. Yi. No, it should be President Yi. This is the phone number of our company's general manager, Liu. Make a note of it, and I will inform General Manager Liu. You two should first ensure the company is in order. Feel free to communicate any equipment needs to General Manager Liu." "Understood. President Yi, I have long been weary of this tedious job." Chapter 78. The company office as Yi Chen exited the dining hall. He contemplated and decided to call Tang Yi. Tang Yi had just finished lunch and intended to head to the library for revision. She, too, was preparing for the entrance examination for a graduate program in finance. "Yi Chen, what is up? Are you busy, Tang Yi?" "I'm on Campus Road, just finished eating." "What's the matter?" "I plan to establish an investment company and wanted to inquire if you would be interested in investing." She regarded Yi Chen as impressive, believing that starting an investment firm was a promising venture. "I intend to invest 200 million in the new company. If you're interested, you could contribute 10 million for a 5% stake." Tang Yi inquired with a smile, "Is it possible to acquire more shares?" "Unfortunately, it's set at 5% for now." "All right then, just call me when it's time to sign the contract." "Sure." Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the conversation went. Tang Yi had a strong background and was certainly worth cultivating. He then called Zheng Manqiu. "Monqiu, are you interested in investing in my company? How much investment, and what is the equity stake?" 10 million for a 5% stake. Zheng Manqiu paused before responding. "Is it possible to invest more?" They clearly valued him more than he had anticipated. Yi Chen subsequently called Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng, both of whom also agreed to invest. These 4 individuals were not mere playboys. They were the elite among the second-generation heirs. They believed that Yi Chen's market judgment was remarkable, justifying their 10 million investment in his company. For them, 10 million was not a significant sum. Binding these 4 second-generation heirs to himself was advantageous, symbolizing an increasingly close relationship. Zheng Manqiu and Tang Yi possessed formidable official backgrounds, which might prove beneficial in the future. Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng also hailed from influential families, as evidenced by their connection to Tang Yi and Zheng Manqiu. She had already submitted her resignation, and her leader had agreed. At Wan Feng Securities, a state-owned enterprise, many vie for positions, so they are not in need of employees. Yi Chen instructed her to consult with Liu Zixuan about the company's requirements. She would be more aware of what was needed than Liu Zixuan herself. He also called Lu Zixuan to inform her to connect with them. Upon arriving at the library, Yi Chan found several books on programming and artificial intelligence, settled into a spot, and began reading. He first explored the origins of programming. The inventors of computers and programming played a monumental role in the advancement of the world. They were undoubtedly among the brightest minds of their era. He became engrossed in his reading when Zhang Manchio's cool voice broke through. Turning to see her seated beside him, he asked, "When did you arrive?" Zhang Manchio, exuding a calm demeanor tinged with aloofness, replied, "I've been here for a while. I didn't want to disturb you, as you seemed so engrossed. How is the company coming along? I have already had someone look for office space. Once it's ready, we'll apply for the company registration and the private equity fund sales license. What will the company be called? How about Galaxy Investment? I recall a company by that name already exists." Yi Chen paused. "Do you have any suggestions, Manchio? You can decide on the name for your company." At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lu Zixuan. "Hello, Sister Xian. Xiao Chun, we found a location, approximately 600 square meters. If we need to expand later, we can rent additional space next door. With sufficient funds, everything can be expedited." "All right, Sister Xian." Xiao Yin previously worked at a securities company. She knows what equipment the company requires, so please procure it promptly. "Yes, we have already placed orders, and deliveries will start coming in over the next couple of days. The name you registered is already taken. Please think of another." Yi Chen suggested several names: Starcy Investment, Starry Investment, Silver Star Investment, all of which were already registered. Finally, he proposed, "What about Chun Xing Capital? That works? It hasn't been registered." Yi Chen initially aimed for a more grandiose name, like Chaos Capital or Genesis Capital, but they were already taken. Chun Xing Capital was decent, conventional, and included his name. "Sister Xian, I'll visit the new site tomorrow." "All right, let us go together." After hanging up, Yi Chen turned to Zhang Manchio. "It's settled. We'll call it Chun Xing Capital. What do you think? It's passable," she remarked before returning to her reading. Later that afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Yi Chen asked Zhang Manchio, "Would you like to join me for dinner? Let us go." The two exited the library with their books, attracting numerous gazes along the way. Zhang Manchio was a well-known, aloof campus beauty, familiar to many. It was nearly impossible for them to walk together without drawing attention. Zhang Manchio was accustomed to the stares, her expression calm and unresponsive. To avoid being seen by Zhao Jing and Wang Yusin, they opted for a different cafeteria. During dinner, Zhang Manchio spoke little, leisurely enjoying her meal, her proud and aloof demeanor creating a barrier. However, after several encounters, Yi Chen sensed that she was not as distant and unapproachable as she appeared, but rather reserved around unfamiliar individuals. The yield report he shared 2 nights prior had garnered over 5 million views, with hundreds of thousands of likes and over 50,000 comments. Is this for real? Earning over 500 million? This must be fake. Could it be a fraud? It should be him. This is a screenshot from his back end. No one else has access. Dad, do I look like your long-lost son? Bro, take me along. I've lost over 100,000, and my wife is threatening to leave me. Incredible. My total earnings are just a little over 200. His follower counts surged by over 100,000, increasing by hundreds every second. The traffic on short video platforms was indeed colossal. That evening, he chatted with Li Qingya and Zhou Wanling for a while before retiring for the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Chen took a taxi to the Jianghai Financial Building in Jiangpu District. This towering edifice, boasting over 80 stories, was grand and imposing. He took the elevator to the 68th floor, which housed over 10 companies, primarily in finance, investment, wealth management, or trust and fund sectors. After some searching, he located the office space. Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun were already there. President Yi, Wang Liyun greeted, a title he was still getting used to. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "Sister Xian, this place is quite spacious. Let me show you around." This is the chairman's office. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the entire Jiangpu district. There's also a lounge, and over here are the general manager's office, meeting room, and recreational area. The office doesn't require renovation. We just need to purchase the necessary equipment. When will the equipment arrive? We will receive a batch today and another tomorrow. I have already arranged for company registration, which will take a few days. We also need to wait for the approval of the private equity fund sales license. Chapter 79. The Power of Influence. After surveying the premises, Yi Chen felt quite pleased. "Sister Xian, please keep track of the rent and equipment purchase costs. The company will transfer the total to you later. Lu Zixuan smiled gently. Of course, Chairman. Yi Chen, what Chairman? Xianjia, just call me Xiao Chen. By the way, our company has 4 shareholders. We finalized everything yesterday, and each of them will invest 10 million, each holding 5% of the shares. Lu Zixuan, it's fine to call me privately, but you need to establish an image and authority in the company. Once the company is registered, I will prepare the shareholding contract. It's okay to be casual, but respect must be genuine, not just superficial. Yi Chen did not pay much attention to this matter. Wang Lian spoke up. President Yi, President Liu, tomorrow is Wednesday, the day of the exam. You both need to remember to attend. Having a securities qualification certificate will be beneficial. Yi Chen, reminded by her, recalled this important task. All right, Xianjia, we will take the exam together then. The junior qualification certificate is quite easy. Most stock investors can pass it with ease. Around 10 in the morning, the people delivering desks, chairs, and filing cabinets arrived and busily worked for 2 hours. The initially empty company began to take shape after setting up the desks and equipment. In the afternoon, more items were delivered, including fitness and leisure equipment, coffee machines, water dispensers, sofas, and coffee tables. He and Lu Zixuan left the company together. What do you want to eat? Xianjia. Dinner is on me tonight. Lu Zixuan, with her flawless complexion, smiled. Let us dine at home. She drove Yi Chen to her residence, stopping along the way to buy some seafood and vegetables. Xiao Chen, I will change into something comfortable. You wash the vegetables first. After saying this, she walked into her bedroom, emerging in a loose and alluring nightgown. Lu Zixuan entered the kitchen, bringing with her a subtle fragrance that was refreshing. Xiao Chen, have you confessed to the girl you like? Not yet. We are both busy preparing for the exam and hardly have time to meet. Maybe there will be opportunities later. Lu Zixuan, the girl you like must be very beautiful. How can your sweet words be so charming? Xianjia, I speak the truth. Both of you are very lovely. Lu Zixuan sighed. I can't compare to young girls. I've already aged. Yi Chen turned to look at her. Xianjia, you're only 29, in the prime of your life. Young girls are like flowers just beginning to bloom, still a bit green and tender. It is at 30 that flowers are at their most radiant and enchanting. Lu Zixuan smiled. With such sweet words, you will surely charm many young ladies in the future. During dinner, Lu Zixuan raised her glass. Xiao Chen, let us toast to our company's prosperous future. Xianjia, cheers. After drinking, Yi Chen continued. As the company president, I plan to grant you 5% of the management shares with an annual salary of 5 million. What do you think? As long as Yi Chen holds more than 50% of the shares, he will have absolute authority over the company. Lu Zixuan smiled. Xiao Chen, you need not worry about my salary. I have enough to spend. No worries, Xianjia. According to my plan, you will likely manage the company most of the time, while I will be there less frequently. Yi Chen has his studies and pursuits to attend to, so being a hands-off manager suits him well. After finishing a bottle of red wine, both were satisfied with their meal. Lu Zixuan said, Xiao Chen, why don't you stay here tonight? The exam location is nearby, and I have prepared sleepwear for you. With that, she went into the bedroom to get a brand new set of men's pajamas. Is it convenient for you, Xianjia? What is inconvenient about it? You're like my brother. Living alone in this large house feels rather empty. Come over often to keep your sister company. Go change into your pajamas now. After saying this, she tidied up the dishes and entered the kitchen. Yi Chen took the pajamas into the guest room, changed, and then headed to the kitchen. Lu Zixuan looked at him and said, not bad, just the right fit. I can handle this. You should take a break. Yi Chen settled on the living room sofa, opened Douyin, and checked his follower count, which had risen to over 100,000. These followers are investors in the stock and futures markets, many of whom manage millions or even tens of millions, making them potential high-value clients. These followers are precisely targeted. Of course, there are also some materialistic women who send him private messages. Little brother, what are you up to? Brother, do you think my outfit looks good? Brother, it's so lonely being home alone at night. Yi Chen ignored them. He found no allure in such superficial attention. He scrolled through videos and kept an eye on current affairs. After finishing up in the kitchen, Lu Zixuan joined him in the living room. Xiao Chen, what are you watching? Just as Yi Chen swiped the screen, the next video featured a fashionable beauty dancing and swaying her waist. Do you like watching this? Lu Zixuan smiled at him. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. It's a coincidence. I'm not that superficial. Besides, with a beauty like you beside me, what is the point of watching these superficial girls? I'm currently catching up on the latest news. Lu Zixuan, Xiao Chun, our company can be registered easily, but applying for a private equity fund license is quite troublesome. It's best to use connections to expedite the process. Otherwise, it might take several months. Is the normal procedure really that long? Yichen was somewhat surprised. Lu Zixuan, I researched this online. It typically takes months, and there's no guarantee of success. Yi Chun, I will ask the shareholders. They might have some solutions. This is where Tang Yi, Zheng Manxiu, and the others come into play. If it takes months, we would miss several lucrative opportunities. Lu Zixuan, they will definitely have a way, especially Zhao Xiaoming. He is the youngest son of the founder of Jianghai Securities and has a wide network in the financial world. We need the approval of the financial management department for our application. All right, I will reach out to him. Lu Zixuan, additionally, establishing a private equity fund also requires filing and approval, and we will need them to utilize their connections. Yi Chun, inhaling her fragrance, felt a stir within. All right, Xianjia, I will contact them when the time comes. I'm going to take a shower. Xiao Chun, are you going to shower? The bathroom in your room has everything you need. Yi Chun nodded slightly. After a long day, I will take a shower and rest. Xianjia, you should also get some early rest. Returning to his room, Yi Chun took a shower and then lay on the bed, chatting with Li Qingya. Xiao Chun, what are you doing? Just finished showering. Qingya, did you shower today? No, I just showered yesterday. Remembering the last time he held her slim waist. Yi Chun felt a rush of excitement. Qingya, how old are you? I'm 22, the same age as you, didn't you know? I know. I was asking about your age. Go away. Chapter 80. Real estate crisis the following morning after breakfast. Yi Chun and Lu Zixuan headed to Jianghai Financial Academy to take the securities qualification exam. That morning, a shocking news story spread across the internet, shaking the nation. Evergrande real estate has collapsed, with debts exceeding $2 trillion. Media outlets flooded the internet with reports on this matter. A private real estate company with debts exceeding $2 trillion. What does that even mean? It is an unfathomable figure that shocks everyone's worldview. The rapid development of the real estate industry in recent years, coupled with lax regulation, has led many real estate companies to rely on borrowing to sustain their debts. Eventually, the truth cannot be concealed. If policies are not enforced, the chain reaction from this collapse will be even more terrifying, rivaling Japan's real estate bubble in the 1990s. The collapse of Evergrande real estate is a deliberate act by the authorities to puncture the bubble, seeking a soft landing for the real estate sector. Zhou Jizai, Zhou Wanqing, and Zheng Manxiu, along with Tang Yi, were all stunned by the news online. Firstly, Yi Chun was right, and secondly, the scale of Evergrande's debt is utterly outrageous, beyond imagination. The high-level executives at Evergrande must be aware of their company's situation, but have kept it hidden without revealing the truth. Perhaps they are aware that a storm is inevitably brewing and have already prepared contingency plans abroad. Tang Yi remarked that the state is indeed taking proactive measures to puncture the real estate bubble. Could it be that we are on the brink of a financial crisis in the coming years? Zheng Manxiu expressed her astonishment at the staggering debt scale of Evergrande real estate, exceeding $2 trillion. Zhao Xiaoming acknowledged that Brother Ye's predictions were spot on. His analysis of both domestic and international economies is truly remarkable. Fang Jifeng admired Yi Chen's abilities internally, considering him nothing short of extraordinary. Brother Yi, you are impressive. Please drop the pretense and engage with us. However, Yi Chun was currently occupied with an examination and had surrendered his phone. In the group chat of Zhou Jizai, a multitude of old friends were engrossed in discussions about the collapse of the largest real estate company in the country. The news was so shocking that nearly 90% of the conversations across the internet revolved around this topic. After a lengthy discussion, someone brought up Yi Chun. Are you aware of the rising figure in our circles known as Rinsheng Rumeng? Yes, I heard the news. In just 4 months, he navigated the stock market and futures market, soaring from 350,000 to over 500 million. It's incredible. It would be wonderful to make his acquaintance, especially since I lost several points last month. The recent stock market trends have not been favorable, with 1 day of gains followed by 2 days of losses. It's akin to boiling a frog in warm water. By the time ordinary investors realize what's happening, they are already deeply ensnared. Zhou Jizai recognized that Rinsheng Rumeng referred to Yi Chun. He cautioned the group, "Brothers, I advise you to sell whatever you can. The market conditions ahead will likely be dismal, possibly leading to a prolonged bear market. The current rise is minimal. Previously, the index peaked above 6,000. yet it now languishes at 3,600, and we are merely waiting for it to breach that threshold again. Zhou Jicai understood that they had been blinded by the recent surge. They were entirely disregarding external factors and the international economic landscape. The collapse of the largest domestic real estate company clearly indicated that the economic situation is far from optimistic. Chen's earlier analyses were well-founded and have since materialized. Zhou Jicai now had unwavering faith in this. "Do you truly know Ren Sheng Rumeng? What is your relationship?" someone inquired curiously. Zhou Jicai responded, "He is pursuing my daughter, but I have yet to give my consent. I need to assess his character." "Old Zhou, are you jesting? Do you genuinely know him?" Zhou Jicai replied, "He has visited my home several times with gifts and is fervently courting my daughter. Alas, my daughter is simply too exceptional for me to deceive you. Wan Ning is indeed both beautiful and accomplished, yet I can't shake the feeling that you are embellishing the truth. Bring him into the group, and we shall believe you." "Fine, I shall do so, and then you will see that I am not exaggerating." With that, he added Chen to the chat. "This is Ren Sheng Rumeng. Xiao Chen is my good friend." Chen remained silent. Zhou Jicai added, "Xiao Chen is quite busy. He may not be able to respond now, but he should see it by noon." As the group witnessed Zhou Jicai truly bringing someone in, they were filled with uncertainty. Could this person genuinely be the renowned Ren Sheng Rumeng? "Old Zhou, how old is he?" "About 22 or 23. So young?" The group was astounded, having expected Ren Sheng Rumeng to be an older seasoned investor. Zhou Jicai affirmed, "He is very young, exceptionally talented, and remarkably intelligent. You praise him so highly, yet claim not to be impressed." "Old Zhou, your daughter is 28, right? Mine is only 24. I think they would be quite well matched." Zhou Jicai was left exasperated. "Xiao Chen prefers someone more mature." Another chimed in, "My daughter is 33 and still unmarried. She is certainly more mature than yours. My daughter just divorced at 45. In terms of maturity, you cannot compete." "Enough already. Old Zhou will regret bringing him into this." Meanwhile, around 11 o'clock, Chen exited the examination hall and opened his phone to discover he had been added to a new group chat. After perusing the conversation history, he realized that Zhou Jicai had invited him. Given that these individuals were friends of Zhou Jicai, they likely held significant status, presumably affluent individuals. This could very well be a pool of potential clients for his company. "Hello, uncles. I am Ren Sheng Rumeng, also known as Chen. I had to put my phone away during the exam this morning." He greeted the group. Chen added, "Indeed, uncles, allow me to share a screenshot of my account." He opened his Jianghai Securities account and captured a screenshot of the information. No one doubted the authenticity of his identity after that. "Incredible. Esteemed leader, please impart your wisdom upon us." "Yes, guide us. We incurred significant losses last month. Old Zhou mentioned a bear market is approaching. Is that true?" Chen replied, "This is merely the speculation of Uncle Zhou. Consider it as a reference suggestion." Zhou Jicai inquired, "What has Xiao Chen been occupied with these days?" "Uncle, I plan to establish a private equity investment firm and am currently busy with the preparations." Zhou Jicai exclaimed, "You're starting a company?" Chen repeated, "It is still in the planning stages. I just made the decision these past few days." "Uncles, you are welcome to visit our company once it is established." Someone asked, "Great one, is it truly unwise to invest right now? The market has dipped significantly today." Chen explained, "The current market is indeed challenging. Unless one possesses extraordinary investment acumen, the likelihood of incurring losses is high for most ordinary investors." Chapter 81. Establishing Chinching Capital. Chen briefly shared his insights with them. As for whether they should liquidate their holdings, that was beyond his concern. He had conveyed all that needed to be said. He then opened the group chat with Zheng Manqiu and others, where they were discussing the collapse of Evergrande real estate. They were analyzing the implications of this event on the entire real estate industry and speculating on future trends. From the scale of Evergrande's debacle, one could surmise the conditions of other real estate companies. If such collapses continue, what measures can be taken to salvage the situation? Upon reading their discussions, Chen could not help but reflect. It is not the wealth of a second-generation rich kid that is daunting, but rather the combination of wealth and exceptional talent. Just today, following an examination, he had emerged from the examination hall. Zhao Xiaoming remarked, "Brother Yi has finally emerged. The real estate sector is undergoing a rectification, and it is surprising that the first to be addressed is the largest company, which showcases the government's resolve." Zheng Manqiu queried, if a bear market does ensue. Will your new private equity investment firm perform well? Chen? Chen replied, the overall market conditions are indeed not favorable, making it difficult for most investors to profit. However, this is not a significant concern for me. There are numerous opportunities in the market. It is merely a matter of whether one can seize them. Fang Jifeng expressed his confidence in Yi Chen's capabilities. You all continue your conversation. I shall go for lunch. Yi Chen observed as Lu Zixuan approached him. How did your exam go, Xianjia? Lu Zixuan smiled slightly and replied, not too bad. The questions were quite straightforward. Shall we head to the canteen for a meal? It has been ages since I last dined in the school cafeteria. The two made their way to the cafeteria, drawing many admiring glances along the way. With her delicate features, fair skin, and tall, curvaceous figure, Lu Zixuan exuded an elegant and commanding presence that few university students could rival. They enjoyed lunch together in the cafeteria of the Financial Academy. After their meal, Yi Chen settled into Lu Zixuan's Porsche as they headed to the company. As she drove, Lu Zixuan remarked, Xiao Chen, you are now the owner of a company. It is time you consider acquiring a vehicle of your own. What kind of car do you like? I shall gift you one. Yi Chen responded without hesitation. I think the Porsche Panamera is rather nice. Let us wait until the company is registered before making a purchase. That way, I will not have to spend extra on a license plate. It is nearly impossible for outsiders to acquire a license plate in Jianghai City without spending a fortune. They often end up with plates that do not even allow access to the city center. However, with a company registered in Jianghai, one can buy a car under the company name and avoid the extra cost of a license plate, as there are policies in place to support company vehicles. What color do you prefer? Black will suffice. Don't you fancy sports cars? In the office, Wang Liyun was tidying up alone, having received additional equipment for the company that morning. The computers ordered for the afternoon were also set to arrive soon, and installation would commence thereafter. Yi Zong, Lu Zong. Yi Chen nodded slightly and asked, Xiao Yun, have you had your meal? Wang Liyun. After finishing with Yi Zong, the bed in the lounge has been delivered, and I have inspected it. Everything is in order. Yi Chen and a few others enter the office lounge, which housed a spacious 2-meter bed with high-quality mattresses from renowned brands. The items procured by the company, all ordered by Lu Zixuan, are luxury goods of significant value. Yi Chen sat down to test it and found it exceedingly comfortable, far superior to the bed in his dormitory. This is quite nice. In the future, when work tires me, I can rest here. Xiaoyan, why not take a break for a while? We still have much to attend to in the afternoon. The exam will conclude around 4 o'clock. Upon returning to the company, they found several staff members bustling about, installing computers. A total of 10 computers had been purchased, along with tablets and other electronic products for stock trading. By the time they finished, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Yi Chen shared dinner with Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun. Currently, Wang Liyun is tentatively appointed as the department manager, and she will assist Yi Chen in managing the fund once it is established. Having studied this in university and worked for over a year in a securities company, she possesses relevant experience. After dinner, Yi Chen inquired, I haven't seen you these past few days. What exams are you taking? The securities qualification examination. Since I engage in stock trading, acquiring this certification will be beneficial for my future. After about 10 minutes, he added, just a heads up, dress warmly. The temperature is dropping. Got it, brother. Shortly after, Yi Chen exited the taxi and walked onto the campus. Xiaojing, I've arrived at the school and am heading toward your dormitory. I'll be down shortly. They met at the base of the dormitory building. Zhao Jing, upon seeing him, beamed with a radiant smile and quickly approached, linking her arms with his. I've missed you these past few days. Have you thought about me? Yi Chen compared her physique to that of Li Qingya. In terms of figure, Zhao Jing surpassed Li Qingya. Although Zhao Jing was only a freshman, her development was impressive. Among his acquaintances, only Lu Zixuan could rival her. Zhou Weining ranked slightly below, followed by Li Qingya and Wang Yusen. I've missed you, Yi Chen replied. Zhao Jing giggled. Really? You're not just saying that to make me happy, are you? Honestly, what would I gain from deceiving you? They strolled along the dimly lit campus path, with a gentle evening breeze and a sky full of stars. Tonight's celestial display was exceptionally beautiful. Zhao Jing clung to his arm, appearing as though they were a couple. Brother, your initial exam is approaching. We won't go out this weekend. Let us wait until you finish your exams to make plans. Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised by Zhao Jing's understanding nature. Let us see how things go. If time permits, we can go out. Now that he had a company, his schedule would be tighter. Nonetheless, He resolved to manage his time wisely. Wednesday would be for a walk with Zhao Jing, Thursday with Yusin, Friday evening for a chat with Xian Jie, and Saturday and Sunday for meals with Ning, Jie, and Qingya. Monday and Tuesday would remain open. He planned to rest on Monday and chat with Zheng Manxiu and Tang Yi on Tuesday to nurture friendships. After walking for a while, they arrived in an open grassy area on campus. Brother, the starlit sky is magnificent tonight. Let us sit and admire it for a moment. Chen reclined on the grass, resting his hands behind his head. After a long day, lying down feels so refreshing. Zhao Jing mimicked his pose. I heard there are shooting stars tonight. Really? Where did you hear that? It was mentioned in the news online between 9 and 9:15, and it's almost 9 now, so they should be appearing soon. Gazing at the vast starry sky, Chen's thoughts drifted. Zhao Jing turned to him. What are you thinking about? Chen pondered aloud. The earth is so vast, yet it is but a speck of dust in the universe. And humans are even less significant than that. Why is existence so complex? It seems more intricate than the universe itself. I don't know. You speak as if you're an old soul. I'd think you were in your 40s if I didn't know better. By the way, do you think there are extraterrestrial civilizations in the universe? Zhao Jing was quite intrigued by this topic. Chapter 82. A sense of foreboding Chen contemplated, aware that various legends about extraterrestrial civilizations have circulated throughout history. Some individuals firmly believe in their existence. Perhaps there are. After all, the universe is immense, and statistically speaking, the likelihood of extraterrestrial life is quite high. Zhao Jing smiled. I believe so too. But the distances between us might be too great for either side to be aware of the other. Some civilizations may be highly advanced and have yet to discover us. Having read some science fiction novels in his past life, Chen thought, let us hope they never find us. Who knows what could happen? They might take us captive and sell us into slavery. Zhao Jing acknowledged, that's a possibility. With our current technological level, we can barely explore the cosmos. If extraterrestrial civilizations were to find us, it would imply their technology is extraordinarily advanced. As they indulged in whimsical conversations about unrealistic matters, they found enjoyment in their musings. Suddenly, Zhao Jing pointed at the night sky. Brother, look, a shooting star. In the depths of a night sky, several meteors streaked by in a fleeting moment. Soon after, more shooting stars blazed across the heavens in a magnificent display. Quick, make a wish, Zhao Jing exclaimed, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes. Chen had never believed in such things, but after his rebirth, he found there might be some truth to it. He recalled having seen a shooting star in his past life and wished for a second chance. Though this was a mere 6 months ago, he had not connected the dots until Zhao Jing's reminder. Better to believe than to dismiss. He wished for the safety and health of his family and hoped to have more beautiful friends around him, as he enjoyed the company of lovely women. Zhao Jing quickly opened her eyes, gazing at the stars with a radiant smile. After making his wish, Chen turned to Zhao Jing. Let us walk a bit more. Such a beautiful night is rare. Zhao Jing wrapped her arms around his, appearing intimately close, resembling a couple. Chen remarked, holding my arm like this might lead to misunderstandings. Let them misunderstand. It doesn't bother me, Zhao Jing replied nonchalantly. You're taking advantage of me. Zhao Jing pouted. Of course I am. Chen suddenly withdrew his hand and encircled her slender waist. Then I shall take advantage of you as well. That's perfectly fair, right? Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist. Chen felt a sense of relief. He had feared Zhao Jing might retaliate. Indeed, girls can be transformed by love. Zhao Jing, typically outgoing and straightforward, now appeared gentle and docile, like a little kitten. They walked in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Zhao Jing felt a sense of happiness. Did his actions indicate that he had begun to harbor feelings for her? It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she could win him over. After about 10 minutes of walking, Chen escorted her to the base of her dormitory. Well, good night. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Jing unexpectedly rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chen was momentarily taken aback. What was that for? He felt no excitement, but rather an unsettling sensation. He sensed that he might have advanced too quickly tonight, leading Zhao Jing to believe there was significant potential for their relationship. If Zhao Jing were to suddenly confess her feelings or seek his declaration, it would present a very delicate dilemma. Tonight had been a bit hasty. Chen smiled and said, I have a few matters to attend to. Lao Xing Juke. What could a college student be so busy with? Are you off to find a wealthy woman? I responded with righteous indignation. How could I do such a thing? Even if I sought one, it would have to be an elegant, mature, tall, and attractive young wealthy woman who would pursue me. Xing Chao interjected. Old Yi, is that watch a Richard Mille? Yi Chun was taken aback. You know this brand? Xing Chao responded. My dad is fond of watches and has mentioned a few brands. Is yours real? I heard they can cost millions. It's genuine, a gift from a young wealthy woman. Xing Chao scoffed. Come on. What wealthy woman would gift a watch worth millions? Did you buy a fake to show off? Believe it or not, Yi Chun replied, before heading off to wash up. November 4th, Thursday. Yi Chun had breakfast and then arrived at the library, where he borrowed numerous books on artificial intelligence and programming. As the stock market opened at 9, he glanced to the market trends. The opening was promising, yet it followed the familiar pattern of high opening followed by decline, with large funds driving prices up before unloading their shares, leaving retail investors to pick up the pieces. This month had seen more declines than gains, and the upcoming month was likely to witness an even harsher downturn. If Yi Chun wished to profit, he could easily short the domestic stock market. While ordinary retail investors lacked the capacity to do so, he could access institutional trading, allowing major entities to utilize margin trading to short the domestic market. However, he would never consider such a move, as shorting the domestic market would be akin to betting against his own country. Engaging in such actions would be no different from treason. Even if there were profits to be made, he resolutely refused to partake in such endeavors. After examining the stock market, Yi Chun turned his attention to the futures market. Futures pertain to bulk commodities, and their recent rise was closely linked to the Federal Reserve's monetary easing in recent years. The US dollar, being the world's universal currency, had been printed in abundance, resulting in increased liquidity worldwide and naturally driving up commodity prices. This is an economic principle. The Shanghai 10 futures had surged significantly this year, yet they were likely to plummet next year. The downturn in the U.S. stock market was anticipated to commence in January. Globally, stock markets would be experiencing a decline. Nevertheless, in October of the second half of the year, the U.S. stock market was expected to initiate a vigorous rebound, particularly within its technology sector, which would embark on an exuberant rally lasting nearly 2 days, reaching historical highs once again. After a thorough market review, Yi Chun resumed his reading. He did not go to the company, as both Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun were present. His presence or absence made little difference. At 7 in the evening, Yi Chun sent a message to Wang Yusin. What are you up to? Let us take a walk. I'll meet you downstairs at your dorm. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Wang Yusin's dormitory, where she awaited him. Yi Chun approached her and took her hand. Yusin, I have been exceedingly busy these past few days with the establishment of my company, leaving little time for us to chat. Wang Yusin blushed slightly and softly replied, Take care of yourself. Chapter 83. The bear market arrives. Wang Yusin was quite different from Zhao Jing. Their personalities were entirely dissimilar. Wang Yusin exhibited a sweet navet. Initially, she was quite guarded, but once one penetrated her heart, she would trust unreservedly. Hand in hand, Yi Chun strolled along the familiar paths of the campus. Are you confident about your postgraduate entrance exam? Wang Yusin gently nodded. It should be fine. Yi Chun inquired, What field do you intend to focus on? I plan to concentrate on artificial intelligence and algorithm programming. Recently, I consulted with Sister Ning about esteemed mentors. She mentioned that Professor Chen Minghai is highly regarded in the field of artificial intelligence. Wang Yusin replied, I haven't thought about it. Yi Chun suggested, Perhaps you should consider Professor Chen as well. That way, we could be together. If you don't like it, we can always change. Wang Yusin softly agreed. All right, I will choose Professor Chen as well. Yi Chun added, Professor Chen has high expectations, but given your grades, it should not pose a significant issue. As I walked slowly, they observed several couples along the way. Some were strolling and chatting, while others embraced and kissed passionately. Upon reaching a secluded and dimly lit area, Yi Chun suddenly halted and gazed at Wang Yusin. She seemed to anticipate what was about to unfold. Her cheeks flushed as she slightly lowered her head. Her silence spoke volumes. Yi Chun wrapped his arms around her, inhaling the fragrance of her hair before leaning in for a kiss. 10 minutes later, he continued to hold her hand as they walked. Yusin, what do your parents do for a living? They work in the capital of our Shunan province. Nandushi, what is their occupation? Yi Chun elaborated. My father is in the construction industry, similar to yours. He lays tiles while my mother assists him. What are you up to? I just finished reading and plan to freshen up before heading to bed. Have you missed me? I have. Li Qingya's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Yet her expression waned as she recalled his failure to confess his feelings for her. "Why do you miss me? What am I to you?" Chen replied with a faint smile. "You were the goddess of my high school years. I really want to go out and have fun with you this weekend, but I need to study. Let's plan to go out after the initial exam. Our primary focus now is the postgraduate entrance exam. All right, you two must strive. We both need to succeed in gaining admission to graduate school." The following day, Friday, Chen examined the domestic and international stock market trends before diving into his studies. At 7 in the evening, he sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. "Are your parents resting tomorrow? I'd like to pay them a visit. My parents are off tomorrow." "Xiao Chun, I heard from my father that you've started a company?" Chen responded, "Yes, Sister Ning. It is currently in the preparatory stages and has yet to commence operations." "What type of company?" "Chun Xing Capital Investment Company, initially focusing on private equity funds, with plans to expand into other sectors in the future." Zhou Wanqing queried, "Are you managing your startup while preparing for the entrance exam?" "Yes, studies remain paramount. There are others managing the company, while I oversee its developmental direction without needing to involve myself in every detail." Chen emphasized the necessity of pursuing artificial intelligence, asserting that graduate school was essential. Artificial intelligence represents the future's hope and foundation. To break through the technological monopoly of Western capital, it is imperative to invest in this field. The Chunxing Capital Investment Company is a financial entity with minimal technological input. However, it can initially help accumulate capital. Developing artificial intelligence technology requires substantial financial investment. Chen stated, "Our office is located in the financial building of Jiangpu. Once the company is fully operational, I will take you on a tour." "That sounds great. I will definitely visit when the opportunity arises." Zhou Wanqing had mentored Chen's cohort, and witnessing their achievements filled her with pride as a teacher. Chen conversed with Zhou Wanqing for a while before seamlessly transitioning to Li Qingya. Zhou Wanqing was of a more reserved nature. Interactions with her required patience and a gradual approach, as haste would yield no fruitful results. On Saturday morning, shortly after 9, Chen purchased some fruit and went to Zhou Wanqing's home, where only Zhou Jizai was present. He greeted Chen with a beaming smile. "Xiao Chun, you have arrived. Come, sit down. Your previous predictions have come to fruition. The Evergrande real estate crisis has shaken the nation, prompting higher authorities to actively address the real estate bubble." Chen remarked, "Most of our country's top talents are within the system. What we can conceive, they can too. It is inevitable that the United States will continue to stir up conflicts in Europe, creating turmoil that forces European nations to tighten their ties with them. Subsequently, the U.S. will begin to raise interest rates. Their inflation data is already quite high, and if left unchecked, it could lead to severe hyperinflation." Under Chen's influence, Zhou Jizai had begun to adopt a long-term perspective, contemplating how American data and policies affected the domestic landscape. "Our market will be challenging, likely facing years of decline, with certain stocks experiencing significant losses. Many people's wealth will evaporate in the stock market, and some may face liquidation and financial ruin." Zhou Jizai had endured a bear market and understood its torment all too well. It was a form of agony, a relentless trial. When psychological resilience is pushed beyond its limits, individuals may resort to extreme actions. Instances of stock and future traders facing ruin and suicide were not uncommon in recent years. Zhou Jizai pondered, "If that is the case, does it mean there are few opportunities left in our domestic market?" Chen replied, "Opportunities domestically are indeed scarce, but I believe there may be potential in the U.S. market, provided the Federal Reserve continues to raise interest rates significantly. If that occurs, there will be considerable operational space in the U.S. stock market. Historically, the Federal Reserve has raised rates in March, May, June, July, and September of next year, with a 25 basis point increase in March, followed by a 50 basis point increase in May, and 75 basis points in both June and July. After experiencing a consecutive 9-month decline, the American stock market is poised for a significant rebound beginning in October of next year, which will subsequently lead to a frenzied surge, repeatedly setting new historical highs. Tech giants such as Google, TSMC, Microsoft, and Nvidia have seen their stock prices double, with some even increasing over tenfold within 2 years. These corporations, valued in the trillions of yuan, can easily absorb hundreds of billions in investments without issue. This presents a remarkable opportunity. Chapter 84. The company is officially established. Zhou Jicai expressed his agreement with this sentiment. We will continue to monitor their policies closely and seize any opportunities to engage in operations. Xiao Chen, when will your company be established? Zhou Jicai remarked. It is quite impressive for someone so young to venture into entrepreneurship. With your reputation in the circle, raising funds should not pose much of a challenge. The key is to ensure that your first private equity fund demonstrates success, as this will build market trust and investor confidence. Chen nodded slightly. Uncle Zhou is right. I will strive to make our first private equity fund profitable for all investors. They ventured out to procure some vegetables, meat, and a fish. Hello, Auntie Ning Jia, greeted Zhou Mu, her face adorned with a warm and gentle smile. Xiao Chun, there is no need for formality. You and Lao Zhou continue your conversation while Ning and I prepare dinner. Zhou Jicai said, Xiao Chun, let us retire to the study to discuss further. Once in the study, Yi Chen retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Zhou Jicai, lighting one for himself as well. Although he rarely smoked, he indulged occasionally. Xiao Chun, do you appreciate antiques? What do you think of this porcelain? Zhou Jicai asked, pulling a fine piece from the display. Yi Chen replied, Uncle Zhou, I am not well versed in this area, but it appears exquisite. From which dynasty does it originate? It is from the Qing dynasty, acquired for over 1 million yuan. I have few hobbies aside from stock trading and collecting antiques, he explained while showcasing his collection to Yi Chen. Yi Chen recognized that Zhou Jicai regarded him as a close confidant. He was aware of Zhou Jicai's intentions to facilitate a match between him and Zhou Wanling. He found Zhou Wanling quite appealing, cultured, understanding, gentle, and generous. She embodied the perfect image of a devoted partner. However, thoughts of Li Qingya, Wang Yusin, and Zhao Jing filled him with a sense of guilt and apprehension. He felt overwhelmed by the numerous beautiful women in his life. If a scandal were to arise, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to social disgrace and a tarnished reputation. This was also why he hesitated to deepen his relationships with Zhao Jing and others. As the saying goes, paper cannot contain fire, yet there exists a type of paper that is fireproof. He intended to rely on his astute intellect and the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes of experience to navigate this situation. If he were to fail, the worst outcome would be widespread condemnation, but he had a thick skin. Not attempting to forge ahead would be a disservice to the lessons learned from his past lives. Yi Chen was not one to toy with their emotions. He genuinely cared for each of them and wished to take responsibility. Even if he were to be labeled a scoundrel, he would still be a responsible one. If he were irresponsible, he would not be troubled by such dilemmas. After enjoying lunch at Zhou Wanling's home, he lingered for a while before departing. Upon exiting the building, he called Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, are you at the office? Yes, I am. All right, I will come by to see you. On his way, he contemplated his relationships with Li Qingya, Zhou Wanling, Wang Yusin, and Zhao Jing. If he wished to progress with them, he would need to take a step further. Ambiguous relationships would soon lead to discomfort for them, especially for Zhou Wanling and Zhao Jing, who were not naive and could not be easily misled. At Jianghai Financial Tower, Yi Chen arrived at the office to find Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun engaged in conversation. Xiao Chun has arrived. Lu Zixuan was the first to notice him. Yi Chen smiled. Sister Xian, why isn't Xiao Yin taking the day off? Lu Zixuan explained, the company still requires some equipment, which was delivered for installation this morning. This afternoon, we tested everything and found no issues. The company is nearly ready, awaiting the business license, after which we will recruit employees and apply for the private equity fund license, among other tasks. We also need to establish the company website, public account, and software. These can be developed concurrently with the license application. The website, public account, and software are essential as they serve as primary channels for clients to purchase our fund products. If the private equity fund struggles with fundraising, we can collaborate with brokerage firms, though they tend to charge significant fees. Yi Chen took a seat and discussed the company's future plans with them. Since it was Lu Zixuan's first foray into the financial sector, she was still learning, but she was diligently acquiring knowledge. Wang Liyun provided a detailed overview of the personnel to be recruited and the preparations needed. The client manager's role would involve maintaining relationships and identifying major clients, akin to Wang Liyun's previous responsibilities. However, given Yi Chen's prominence in the industry, fundraising should not be a significant concern. There would be no need for client managers to seek out major clients. It would be more about maintaining relationships. akin to a customer service role. Additionally, technical staff for server setup, finance, human resources, and investment departments were also discussed. Lu Zixuan noted that she did not possess as much expertise in this area as Wang Liyun and intended to heed her advice. What Xiao Yun suggested is sound. If you perform well, I will promote you to vice president of the company, Lu Zixuan remarked with a smile. Yi Chun and Wang Liyun shared a laugh, their aspirations for the company's future brimming with excitement. Wang Liyun, in particular, sought to develop her career, believing in the promising potential of Chen Capital Investment Company. On November 8th, a Monday morning, Yi Chun transferred 1 billion yuan from Wanfeng Securities to his bank account before directing 1.6 billion yuan into the company account. Zheng Manxiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Jifeng each contributed 10 million yuan, bringing the initial investment to 2 billion. So far, less than 1 million have been spent on initial procurement and renovations. The company was bustling with activity. Lu Zixuan applied for the private equity fund license, issued a recruitment announcement online, and coordinated the development of a website with her company, which specialized in such services. Xiao Chun, I have submitted the application for the private equity fund license, and the equity agreement is ready for signatures to take effect. Lu Zixuan informed Yi Chun after completing these tasks. Yi Chun replied, Great, Sister Xian, I will head over to the office shortly to finalize the contract. He subsequently sent a message in their group. The equity contract is ready. Do you all have time for lunch today? Let us meet at the Chinese restaurant in Jia Hotel. Chapter 85. Aiming for a trillion yuan private equity fund. Sure, Brother Yi. See you at noon, came the replies. Tang Yi added, We should reserve a table in advance. Let me handle that. Zheng Manxiu teased. It's not easy to treat us to a meal, Chairman Yi. Let us all enjoy today. Yi Chen smiled at her jest. Have you forgotten our last meal together in the cafeteria? He recalled their previous visit to the cafeteria beside the financial institute after studying in the library together, playfully reminding her of the occasion. Zheng Manxiu felt a pang of discomfort, not due to the meal, but rather because, after knowing each other for some time, Yi Chen had not reached out to her proactively. As the belle of the financial institute, did she not hold any allure for him? I'll stop by the company first. See you at noon, he said, leaving his dormitory and walking towards the school entrance. The campus pathways were relatively empty at this hour, as most students were attending classes. The atmosphere of learning at Jiaodong University is commendable, as most individuals recognize the importance of diligent study to secure a promising job post-graduation. He took the bus to the company, arriving within a mere 10 minutes when traffic was light. Upon entering, Yi Chen noticed Wang Liyun busily engaged at her computer, disseminating recruitment information across various platforms and to friends. Yi Zong, she called out upon seeing him. Yi Chen nodded slightly and proceeded to Lu Zixuan's office. Lu Zixuan was on a call, which she concluded a minute later. Xiao Chun, we are currently coordinating with Yaxing Company regarding our website. It should be completed in about 10 to 15 days. Yi Chen replied, That sounds good, Sister Xian. Please use the company funds for whatever expenses are necessary. Additionally, could you purchase a car, perhaps a Porsche, in the company's name? Lu Zixuan smiled. The car has been ordered, a Porsche Panamera and a Mercedes-Benz. A Bentley Continental would also be splendid. Are you aware of it? Yi Chen responded, Yes, it's quite stunning. We can discuss it later. For now, having these two will suffice. I plan to have lunch with Tang, Yi, and the others. Sister Xian, you should drive your car. Feel free to use it. It's yours as well. Today, I am driving a white Bentley Continental. Since I acquired this, I didn't reserve one for you, but you can drive it any time. After saying this, Lu Zixuan stretched, her elegant silhouette becoming even more alluring. Yi Chen remarked, Sister Xian, how do you maintain such a splendid figure? Do you work out regularly? With a smile, Lu Zixuan replied, I hardly have time for workouts. I occasionally practice yoga at home and pay attention to my diet. After conversing for a while, Yi Chen took the equity contract and headed to the building's underground parking lot. Inside the parking garage, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs, and various luxury cars were omnipresent. Many investment companies resided within this building, typically established by affluent individuals, with registered capital exceeding 100 million. Yi Chen found Lu Zixuan's white Bentley Continental, admiring its graceful lines as he opened the door, a subtle fragrance wafting out, a scent reminiscent of Lu Zixuan's perfume, yet possessing an air of sophistication. He started the car and drove towards Ji Hotel. Around 11:30, he arrived at the hotel, where he spotted Zheng Manxiu waiting by the elevator. From the side, Her figure appeared somewhat youthful and less curvaceous compared to others he knew, although her facial features were striking. Despite her slight shortcomings in physique, her family background was robust. Manxio, have Tang, Yi, and the others arrived? Zheng Manxio turned to him. Not yet. They should be on their way. When the elevator arrived, they stepped inside. Zheng Manxio, in heels, stood nearly 170 centimeters tall, giving her an impressive stature. When do you think the market will recover? She inquired. Chen repeated. I believe it will take several years for the domestic market to improve, though specific sectors might present opportunities. As for the U.S. stock market, it depends on the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes next year. If the hikes are substantial, the domestic market may continue to decline, while the U.S. market might hold significant potential. Zheng Manxio understood the implications of interest rate changes. The greater the Fed's hikes, the more global capital would gravitate toward it. Other countries would face declining liquidity unless they resorted to extensive money printing to bolster their economies, which could lead to severe consequences such as currency devaluation and heightened inflation. This was, in fact, a scenario the U.S. desired, leveraging interest hikes to destabilize other nations' economies. As the Fed raised interest rates, the domestic stock market would likely persist in its downward trajectory, causing many quality enterprises to see their market value plummet. When prices hit rock bottom, it would present an opportunity for them to swoop in and acquire undervalued foreign assets. The intricacies of financial economics are profoundly complex, and even with Yi Chen's extensive experience, he would not claim complete understanding. However, he could glean insights from historical analysis. Zheng Manxio remarked, So, we are keeping an eye on the U.S.'s interest rate policies. Yi Chen nodded slightly. It's essential to observe the market closely. Sometimes opportunities are fleeting, much like the recent surge in thermal coal futures, which I identified through market trends and major capital movements. Zheng Manxio acknowledged, I just opened a futures account last week. If the opportunity arises, I hope you can guide me in earning profits. Yi Chen teased lightly, You are older than I am. Zheng Manxio shot him a cool glare. I'm just joking. Don't take it the wrong way. The elevator soon reached the restaurant, and they settled in a private room, awaiting Tang, Yi, and the others. Yi Chen took a sip of tea and asked, Manxio, do you have any acquaintances in the financial sector? I heard the application for a private equity fund license can take several months. Zheng Manxio shook her head. I don't know anyone, but Zhao Xiaoming definitely does. I heard his uncle is a senior leader in the financial sector. Otherwise, how could Jianghai Securities develop to such a scale? Yi Chen responded, I'll ask brother Zhao about it later. After about 5 minutes, Tang, Yi, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng arrived. Yi Chen presented the equity contracts, distributing one to each of them. This is the equity contract for our company. From now on, you will be shareholders of Chen Capital Investment Company. I hope to meet your expectations, and together we shall prosper. Fang Jifeng smiled. Brother Yi, I have faith in you. I believe you have every chance to become a member of the 100 Billion Private Equity Club. There are many private equity firms in the country, but only a handful reach the 100 billion level. Managing over 100 billion in assets in the stock and futures markets is a formidable force. Are there any private equity firms in China managing close to 1,000 billion? Zhao Xiaoming inquired. Yes, but only 3 or 4, and they barely approach that scale. Let us set a goal for 1,000 billion in private equity. 100 billion seems too modest. Hearing this, Fang Jifeng and the others were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the high aspirations he set. Zhao Xiaoming chuckled. 100 billion private equity is a significant threshold. If Brother Yi can achieve 1,000 billion level, we will all prosper alongside you. A private equity firm managing over 1,000 billion would rake in tens of billions in management fees annually, allowing them to earn substantial profits effortlessly. As they spoke, a waiter entered with their meals, and they began to eat. During the meal, Yi Chen turned to Zhao Xiaoming. Brother Zhao, the company is in the process of applying for a private equity fund license. Can you assist with that? Following the regular procedures could take months, and there is no guarantee of approval. Tang Yi interjected, Yi Chen, if you secure funding, do you plan to focus on the domestic or international market? Yi Chen replied, the domestic stock market presents limited opportunities and high risks, with large funds retreating. My focus will be on international markets and futures, as those hold greater promise. Tang Yi remarked, if our company had been established earlier, given the current scenario, the stock market is likely entering a bear phase, with declines across global markets. Zheng Manxio and the others also felt that their company's timing was unfortunate. If they had launched during a favorable period, Making profits in the market would have been considerably easier, rapidly amassing a large customer base. Chen smiled. There's no need for concern. During challenging market conditions, our company can generate profits for clients, which I believe will showcase our capabilities and strength. After we finish our meal, I will take you to the company. They refrained from drinking alcohol, and after lunch, Chen led them to Jianghai Financial Tower, home of Chen Capital. Upon arriving, Lu Zixuan had just finished interviewing a new employee. Yizong, she greeted upon seeing him enter with 4 others, likely surmising their identities. Chen smiled. Sister Xian, allow me to introduce these individuals. Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng, Zheng Manqiu, and Tang Yi. They are our company's shareholders. This is Lu Zixuan, the president of Chen Capital. I have known Sister Xian for some time, having persuaded her to join us after she previously ran her own company. Lu Zixuan greeted several individuals present. Greetings, Zhao Gongzi. Fang Gongzi, Miss Zheng, Miss Tang. Zhao Xiaoming replied, there is no need for formality, President Lu. Chen continued the introductions. This is Wang Liyun, our department manager, whom I recruited from Wanfeng Securities. Currently, she and Zixuan are the only 2 in the company. We will be interviewing more candidates this afternoon, and by tomorrow, our team will expand. Chen then led the 4 on a brief tour of the office, ultimately arriving at his office. Do you have any suggestions regarding the company's development? Zhao. Any? Zhao Xiaoming smiled. I believe the company is quite well organized, and President Lu's capabilities are impressive. It is evident she is a strong woman. Lu Zixuan poured coffee for the 4 of them. You flatter me, Zhao Gongzi. I am grateful for President Ye's recognition. They were all 4th-year students preparing for their postgraduate entrance examinations. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Since he has spoken up, it should not be a problem. Those like him would refuse if they were unable or unwilling to assist. Chen sighed. In this society, connections are still essential. Mere wealth is insufficient. While I currently possess wealth, without Zhao Xiangming and the others, obtaining a private equity fund license could take months, if not half a year, and approval is not guaranteed. Even attempting to bribe leaders requires connections. Otherwise, such efforts are likely to be rejected. Anyone casually attempting to offer bribes would find themselves reported. Lu Zixuan smiled. Once you reach a certain scale, your network will expand, attracting capable individuals to your side. Chen remarked, then we must be discerning in our associations. We cannot mingle with just anyone. Some second-generation heirs are unreliable, and associating with them might adversely affect us. As it stands, Zheng Manqiu and Tang Yi are quite commendable. They are undoubtedly among the elite of the second-generation heirs. Through recent interactions, Chen learned that they had made several investments, though many were not particularly successful. Lu Zixuan inquired, Xiao Chun, should I send a car to your school or somewhere else tomorrow? Chen replied, please send it to the company. Sending it to the school would be too ostentatious, and I prefer not to attract too much attention. I will come to the office. All right, you may come to the office tomorrow. Sister Xian, how many people did you recruit today? We interviewed 5 candidates today, 3 for client manager positions, 1 for the human resources department, and another for the fund manager assistant position, who has 3 years of experience and has previously held the role of fund manager assistant. Sounds good. After a brief study session in his dormitory, he received a message from Zhao Jing. What are you doing, bro? Studying, what's up? Zhao Jing? What time shall we go for dinner? How about 6 o'clock? I want to study a bit more. All right, bro, just let me know when you're heading out, and we can go together. Since the last incident, Chen had not contacted her for several days to allow her to calm down. It was not yet time to break the ice. At 6 o'clock, Chen exited the cafeteria, and the sky was already dark. Today was November 8th on the Gregorian calendar, the 4th day of the 10th lunar month. The weather in Jianghai City was still bearable, while his hometown in Ludong Province was already experiencing sub-zero temperatures. At the entrance of the cafeteria, he spotted Zhao Jing and Su Hui. Brother. Zhao Jing greeted him with a radiant smile. Chen nodded with a smile. It's cold outside. You should wait for me inside. It's all right, it's not that cold. The 3 entered the cafeteria, where there were many people exiting but few entering at that hour. Most had already had their dinner since the cafeteria opened at 5. After getting their meals, they found a place to sit. Brother, in a couple of days, it's Xiao Hui's birthday. Let us celebrate together. Xiao Hui is my best friend. Chen smiled and nodded. Which day? The day after tomorrow, Wednesday evening. Let us go to that restaurant. Sure, Xiao Jing. Your good friend is my good friend too. After saying this, He felt the remark could be misinterpreted. Su Hui smiled, her heart filled with joy. Thank you, senior. Chen replied, call me brother like Xiao Jing does. You are younger than us. After dinner, the three stepped out of the cafeteria. Su Hui nodded gently at Xiao Jing's words. They strolled on the playground, where there were many people despite the cold. As the warmth of couples could not be hindered by the chill, Xiao Jing asked, has the girl you like agreed to go out with you? Clearly, she was inquiring about the matter again. The previous incident had given her a glimmer of hope. I haven't confessed. We just chat occasionally. Is she keeping you hanging? Be careful. You might end up as a backup. Being a backup could be somewhat advantageous, as it still presents an opportunity. But the fear of not even having that chance looms larger. His remarks left Xiao Jing and Su Hui somewhat speechless. In truth, Chen was subtly addressing Xiao Jing, hinting at her, brother, are you out of your mind? Should I punch you a couple of times? Chen, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, do you wish to send me to the hospital? Why are you acting like a sycophant? Xiao Jing retorted, somewhat annoyed. If one is a sycophant for one, then being devoted to 10 is a sea king. Chen argued, what sycophant? I'm merely being sincere and steadfast. Xiao Jing scoffed, you're just a sycophant. Chen continued, if one truly likes someone, they should pursue them relentlessly. One should not relinquish hope if there is even a glimmer of it. If one attempts to pursue, but turns to another girl at the first sign of failure, then their affection is rather cheap. Isn't that right, Xiao Hui? Xiao Jing felt the validity in his words, but chose to remain silent. Chen elaborated, love is sacred. I believe everyone should approach love with deep sincerity and unwavering loyalty. As long as there is hope, one should not give up but strive to pursue and fight for it. Only when there is truly no other option should one let go. While speaking, he discreetly observed Xiao Jing's changing expressions, noting the contemplative look on her face. Primarily, he was speaking for her benefit, assuring her that he would always provide hope. Xiao Jing mumbled softly, but one cannot be a humble sycophant. Are you upset that I haven't catered to you? Chen discerned her thoughts. What sycophant or not is merely what outsiders say. As long as you believe your pursuit is meaningful, that is sufficient. Around 8 o'clock, the trio returned to their dormitory. As the night had grown quite cold, quack, quack, Li Qingya asked, what are you quacking about, Xiao Chen? I am like a toad longing for swan's meat. Li Qingya chuckled, you're not a toad, you're a golden toad. The common name for a golden toad is indeed a toad. Is that so? I'm not well versed in this. Xiao Chen, it has been quite cold these past few days. Do take care to keep warm. I will, Qingya. You must also keep warm. I shall talk later. My mother is calling on video. She hurriedly answered her mother's video call. Hello, Mom, what is it? Qingya, have you finished your revision? I just wrapped it up and am about to go to bed. Do you feel confident about the postgraduate entrance exam? I think it should be all right, Li Qingya replied, feeling a bit assured. Qingya, work hard. Once you pass the exam, you can take the selection exam. And if you pass that, you could generally become a deputy town head. Strive to enter the county. That won't be too difficult. After saying this, Li's mother continued, is that boy Chen still bothering you? Li Qingya felt a bit awkward. No, Mom. We're just classmates and chat occasionally. Limit your conversations with him. Cultivate some friendships with the second-generation circle. This will aid you in the future. I've heard that your economics and finance department has quite a few wealthy second-generation heirs. Li's mother beamed. Make friends with those second-generation heirs. Has any rich or official second-generation heir shown interest in you? If so, you might consider taking the selection exam in Jianghai City to become a civil servant. No, they wouldn't be interested in me. Li Qingya did not wish to discuss this topic with her mother, feeling that her parents were somewhat superficial and pragmatic. However, out of respect for them as a daughter, she felt compelled to remain silent. My daughter is so beautiful. How could they possibly overlook you? Are you deceiving your mother? Li Qingya replied, a few rich young men have pursued me, but they are all of poor character, treating relationships as mere playthings. Once the novelty wears off, they discard you. Li's mother cautioned, you should avoid such second-generation wealthy individuals. There are indeed some outstanding ones among them. If you encounter such a person, you might consider giving it a try. He sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. Sister Ning, the temperature has dropped significantly these days. Please take care to keep warm. Zhou Wanqing read his message and smiled slightly, replying, got it, Xiao Chen. Are you still awake? Chen responded, no, I just finished reading. Don't tire yourself too much while reviewing. Take care of your health and make sure to rest, Zhou Wanqing replied, her words laced with concern. Chen sensed that Zhou Wanqing was not averse to his care, indicating that she harbored some affection for him. Given time, he believed it would not be difficult to win her heart. All right, Sister Ning, why are you still awake so late? Zhou Wanqing answered. I was just watching a TV drama. How is your company doing? The application for the company has been approved, and we are currently recruiting personnel. We are applying for a private equity fund license and working on the website and other tasks. The initial phase is quite busy. Will it interfere with your postgraduate entrance examination? Chen replied, It is indeed busy, but I've brought on board a highly capable individual. I usually don't go to the office. They handle everything. You delegate power quite liberally. Are you not worried about them draining your company? Chen reassured her. Rest assured, Sister Ning, I will remain vigilant regarding financial matters. He then recalled something. Sister Ning, I heard from Uncle Zhou that you went on a blind date this weekend. How'd it go? Zhou Jicai had spoken to him, testing his reaction to see if he had any interest in his daughter. Average, she replied. What does that person do? Zhou Wanqing explained. He is an entrepreneur with his own company, employing around 50 to 60 people, and he is 2 years older than me. His company is quite substantial, indicating he is likely an elite individual. Is he handsome as well? Chen thought to himself that for a physical company, a company of 50 people is not considered large, merely a small enterprise. However, belittling others while praising oneself would leave a poor impression on Zhou Wanqing, possibly leading her to think he had become arrogant since starting his own company. His appearance is quite ordinary. I felt no spark, Zhou Wanqing remarked. Chen pondered whether Sister Ning might already have feelings for him. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, Chen arrived at the company, which had gained 5 new employees. They did not recognize him and assumed he was there for an interview. Hello, are you here for an interview? The receptionist inquired. Nearby, Wang Lian interjected. This is our company's chairman, Mr. Yi. The receptionist's expression shifted to surprise. They had not expected the chairman to be so young. Chen smiled gently. Has Mr. Liu arrived? Mr. Liu is here, came the reply. He entered the president's office. Sister Xian, has the car been delivered? Chen nodded slightly and checked the stock market trends on his tablet. The domestic stock market opened slightly lower today, though some commodities in the futures market performed well, particularly copper and nickel. The copper futures had the best growth this year, with an annual increase of over 90%. If leveraged tenfold, it would yield a 9-fold increase since the beginning of the year. The overall futures market was looking promising, but he anticipated a downturn following the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike in March next year. Chen opened his Huaxin Securities account, transferring $40 million in funds, spending $37.5 million to purchase bullish contracts for copper futures at maximum leverage, equating to a holding of $375 billion. Although copper futures have been rising steadily, he was aware of the risks involved in trading on multiple accounts, which could lead to severe penalties if scrutinized. Around 10 o'clock, Liu Zixuan's phone rang, indicating the car was ready and waiting at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Chen and Liu Zixuan descended to find 2 vehicles waiting. One was a black Porsche Panamera, and the other a black Mercedes-Benz. The protective coverings and accessories had been prepared the previous day, a matter of additional expense. Chen's face lit up upon seeing them. This was the ultimate dream he had cherished in his previous life, now realized. The Porsche Panamera and the Mercedes-Benz represented 2 distinct styles, both of which Chen admired. After Sister Xian signed the paperwork, the staff, wearing gloves and protective seat covers, carefully drove the car down. Sister Xian has a friend whose birthday is coming up. I'm going to buy a birthday gift. Could you drive the Mercedes to the underground parking? Liu Zixuan smiled. Sure. When is your birthday? She replied, the 15th of the 11th lunar month. Chen remarked, today is the 5th of the 10th lunar month, so next month is your birthday. I will prepare a good gift for you. Liu Zixuan smiled. You don't have to, Xiao Chen. Just your thoughtfulness makes me very happy. Drive safely. Chen drove away in the brand new Porsche Panamera, heading to a nearby large shopping mall. He had already decided the gift he wanted to buy, a down jacket for Su Hui. He entered a brand store and selected 2 long down jackets, one for Su Hui and the other for Xiao Jing. Then he visited another store to find a jacket for Wang Yusin. Continuing on, he chose different styles for Zhou Wanqing, Li Qingya, and Liu Zixuan, ensuring none of them would wear the same outfit, and carefully selecting items that suited their body types and aesthetics. Only Zhao Jing and Su Hui received matching jackets. As they were like sisters, and wearing the same down jacket was perfectly acceptable. Chen spent around 30 to 40,000 on the 6 down jackets, leaving the sales staff bewildered by the sheer number of purchases. In the afternoon, he returned a stack of books at the library, selecting over 10 more to read in a quiet corner. There, he spotted Zheng Manqiu sitting alone, engrossed in a book with no one around her. Typically, a beauty like her would attract many admirers, but perhaps her aloof demeanor deterred them. As Chen approached, intending to sit down, Zheng Manqiu coldly uttered, "Leave." Taken aback, Chen thought to himself, no wonder no one dared to sit beside her. Her temper was quite formidable. "Is it that time of the month for you?" Zheng Manqiu turned to look at him, recognizing his voice. "Oh, it's you. I thought you were another nuisance." Chen took a seat, drawing the attention of several onlookers. A few had previously considered approaching her, but had been driven away by her sharp words. Who is this person who can engage Zheng Manqiu in conversation? Many from the financial institute wondered, their gazes filled with uncertainty. Zheng Manqiu had numerous admirers in the institute, ranging from seniors to freshmen, many of whom were also from wealthy families. "Chen, is this the trouble of beautiful women? Why aren't there any pretty junior sisters pursuing me? Zheng Manqiu, how about I help you reveal your identity at school? Then there will surely be a multitude of junior sisters vying for your attention. On second thought, I prefer to remain low-key." After Chen spoke, he recalled something. "The Hushi Futures have been performing well, and I joined the ride today, catching the last train, hoping to make some profit." Upon hearing this, Zheng Manqiu took out her phone to check the trend of Hushi Futures. It has been on an upward trajectory for nearly a year, doing remarkably well. She inquired, "How much did you buy?" "Full margin, over 37 million with 10 times leverage." Zheng Manqiu, "With such a rise, if it drops by 10%, it could lead to liquidation." Chen, "Look at the trend and the long-short comparison. I believe there is a high probability it can continue to rise. Then I shall follow your lead and invest a bit as well." Zheng Manqiu bought 5 million without hesitation, as she trusted Chen's keen insight and market judgment. Her funds were not as ample as Chen's, totaling only a few tens of millions. She invested 10 million in Chen's company, holding a portion of stocks, with little idle cash left. "Chen, just to clarify, if you incur losses, do not blame me. No one can predict 100% certainty in this matter. I merely find the trend promising and wanted to inform you. I understand that. Rest assured, my mindset is not so narrow. Have you informed Tang, and the others?" Zheng Manqiu gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Chen shook his head. "No. The biggest taboo in trading stocks and futures is involving others in buying this or that. If profits are made, everyone rejoices, but if there is a significant loss, relationships could sour." Upon hearing that he had informed Tang, and the others, Zheng Manqiu felt a sense of comfort. "Why then did you tell me? I wish to be your devoted admirer." Chapter 89. Delivering gifts to girls requires caution. Zheng Manqiu was taken aback for a few seconds, her beautiful eyes gazing at him coldly, before uttering a single word. "Roll." Chen smiled slightly. "All right." With that, he picked up his book and stood to leave. Zheng Manqiu was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head to continue reading. Chen felt that his previous statement had struck a chord within her. Although she appeared unchanged on the surface, she probably felt quite pleased internally. Even someone as capable as Chen wishes to be my admirer. Her aloof and proud heart relished comparing herself with those around her, such as Tang, or other beautiful women. Her earlier inquiry about whether he had informed Tang, was essentially a comparison. If he had disclosed it to Tang, she would likely feel a twinge of displeasure. Deep down, she yearned for Chen or other elite individuals to be her admirers. Having lived 2 lives, Chen, with his rich experiences and profound understanding of human nature, had long seen through Zheng Manqiu's character. The high and mighty goddess was easily managed. On the way, he sent a message to Tang. "Tang, I bought Hushi Futures, and I believe the upward trend is promising. I am fully invested with 10 times leverage." Tang, along with Zheng Manqiu and others, recognized Chen's formidable abilities, thus placing great trust in his judgments and choices. "Okay, I will invest a bit as well." "Chen, Tang, I must remind you not to inform Manqiu and the others." Tang smiled slightly. "Understood, I am very discreet. I will notify you when I plan to sell." "All right." After their conversation, Chen's lips curved into a smile. He did not inform Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng. They were not beautiful women and lacked that privilege. Allowing the 4 of them to invest in the company was already a means of helping them profit. There was no need to guide them further in their everyday decisions. It was a little past 7 in the evening. Chen was walking towards the parking lot when he messaged Wang Yusen. "What are you up to?" "Reading. Come downstairs in a bit. I bought you a down jacket." He arrived at the parking lot, retrieved the down jacket he had purchased for Wang Yusin, and then headed towards the girls' dormitory. The cold wind brushed against his face, carrying a hint of chill. The campus pathways were significantly less crowded than usual, as most students were likely staying in their dorms due to the weather. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he spotted Wang Yusin already waiting there. Chen, Yusin, did I not ask you to wait for my message before coming down? It's so cold out, you shouldn't freeze. Wang Yusin replied in a gentle, melodious voice. I'm dressed warmly enough, I'm not cold. After saying this, he handed the jacket bag to Wang Yusin and gently ruffled her hair. It's too cold. Let me give you a warm hug. With that, he opened his arms and embraced Wang Yusin. Her cheeks flushed, and she raised her hands to softly wrap around him. After about 10 seconds, Chen released her and helped tidy the strands of hair by her cheeks. Wang Yusin lowered her head, her pretty face blushing. Chen had taken precautionary measures in advance to prevent her from feeling downhearted due to his lack of communication over the past few days. You must take care of your health. After bidding farewell to Wang Yusin, Chen took out his phone and messaged Zhou Wanqing. Sister Qing, are you asleep? Not yet. What is up, Xiao Chen? Sister Qing, please wait a moment. I'll come find you. Chen directly arrived outside her dormitory and knocked on the door. Zhou Wanqing, dressed in her pajamas, opened the door. Xiao Chen, what is the matter so late? Chen, Sister Qing, it's cold. I bought you a down jacket. With that, he handed the jacket to Zhou Wanqing. Zhou Wanqing was momentarily taken aback before reaching out to accept it, smiling. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Chen did not enter the room, as it was not appropriate at such a late hour. Delivering gifts to Zhou Wanqing in the evening was preferable, as being seen during the day could pose difficulties for both her and him. Zhou Wanqing likely did not wish for others to know, as it could lead to misunderstandings. If Zhao Jing, Wang Yusin, or some classmates saw them, it would not reflect well on Chen. Daytime posed too much risk. Nighttime was the most suitable, allowing both parties to avoid the worry of being observed. Did Yusin try on the down jacket? Is it a good fit? Sister Qing, did you try on the down jacket? Is it a good fit? Yusin, as long as you like it, it is worth every penny. Chen began to express some cheesy compliments. Zhou Wanqing, it fits well, and the style is quite beautiful. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Sister Qing, I'm glad you like it. I was worried you might not. Zhou Wanqing, I really like it. When did you buy it? Chen, I bought it today. The car was delivered to the company in the morning, and after checking it out, I went to the mall and saw this particular down jacket that suited you perfectly, so I purchased it. Zhou Wanqing lay on her bed, her face adorned with a smile. Xiao Chen, you bought a car? What kind of car? Chen, it's a company order, a Porsche Panamera and a Mercedes-Benz. They initially wanted to buy something even more expensive, but I put a stop to that. This is sufficient. Zhou Wanqing, one day, Sister Qing will take a ride in your new car. Which one do you prefer to ride in? Either is fine. Then on Thursday evening, I'll treat you to dinner, and you can have a ride then. All right. The two agreed on a date, and Chen felt elated. Besides gifting presents, engaging in more conversations daily could also enhance their relationship. The next day, there were no pressing matters at the company. The company website was under construction, and accounts with various securities firms for futures trading were being opened gradually. Currently, they were primarily waiting for the private equity fund license to be approved. Once the license was granted, they could file for the issuance of private equity fund products. The review time for fund product filings was approximately half a month. Once the fund approval was granted, they could enter the fundraising process. Typically, fundraising takes 1 to 6 months. If fundraising proceeds swiftly, it could conclude within a month. Afterward, the fund enters a 6-month closed period, during which the fund manager begins operations and trades in the market. Around 5 in the evening, Chen received a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, we're on our way. All right, I'll head over now. He put away his phone and went downstairs, making his way to the parking lot. The sky had already darkened, and upon arriving at the parking lot, he retrieved the down jackets he had purchased for Zhao Jing and Su Hui. There were still 2 jackets remaining, one for Li Qingya and another for Lu Zixuan. He carried the 2 bags of clothing out of the school, heading toward the hot pot restaurant they had visited last time. Upon entering the private room of the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Jing and Su Hui were already awaiting his arrival. Xiao Hui, this is a birthday gift for you. And Xiao Jing, this is a winter gift from your brother. Thank you, brother, Su Hui replied, her face beaming with joy. The 2 examined the gifts, discovering they were exquisite down jackets from a renowned brand. Chen smiled and suggested, why not try them on to see if they fit? You both have the same style and color. You share a sisterly bond, so I chose these. As they donned the jackets, both found them to fit remarkably well. The quality of the down jackets was exceptional, both in material and craftsmanship, enhancing their appearance and adding an air of elegance. They look wonderful. They already looked beautiful. But now they are even more striking. Zhao Jing giggled, twirling her body. Brother Yi Chun, your taste is impeccable. I adore this style. We wear long coats back in our hometown, otherwise it gets too cold. Good sisters, since you are so happy, how about giving your brother a hug? He proposed, opening his arms wide. Zhao Jing stepped forward to embrace him, and Yi Chun could distinctly feel her mature figure. The softness of the down jacket was quite remarkable. After parting, he turned to Su Hui, who, with a slight blush on her cheeks, also approached for a hug. Yi Chun felt a deeper connection with Zhao Jing. Her curvaceous form was palpable during their embrace. As they lit the candles, Su Hui clasped her hands together and began to make a wish. Yi Chun and Zhao Jing softly sang the birthday song. Although the gathering was small, it radiated warmth. Su Hui, being Zhao Jing's close friend, was a valuable ally to cultivate a good relationship with. In the future, she might remember Yi Chen's kindness and speak well of him. After enjoying the cake, the waiter began to serve the dishes. They engaged in cheerful conversation, savoring the comfort that a winter hot pot meal brings. By the time they finished dining, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Upon seeing the price of nearly $59.99 for the set, Su Hui was taken aback. Zhao Jing, this is rather expensive. 2 jackets amount to 12,000. Su Hui, from a regular family, had never worn such costly down jackets, and even Zhao Jing, despite her better financial circumstances, rarely purchased such high-priced items. Zhao Jing smiled and said, Brother Yi Chun is very kind. Just keep the gift he gave you. Su Hui nodded slightly. What girl doesn't appreciate designer clothing? Thank you, Zhao Jing. You should thank Brother Yi Chun. He thought highly of you, or he wouldn't have given you a gift. Later that evening, she chatted with Zhou Wanqing and Li Qingyao for a while. Frequent communication and gatherings can strengthen relationships. Yi Chen had resolved to boldly pursue his goals and was determined to find a partner. He no longer wished to remain a bachelor. The following morning, after breakfast, Yi Chen took a book to the library, where he found Zheng Manxiu in the same spot as yesterday. She was engrossed in world economic history, with books on financial history and economic management beside her. Yi Chen sat next to her and greeted, Manxiu, you're here early. Zheng Manxiu glanced at him. I just arrived as well. They exchanged a few words and resumed their reading. At 9 o'clock, Yi Chun checked the trends of the Huxi futures on his phone. Today, the market opened with a slight increase of 0.6. According to his memory, the growth rate for this month was 9, which translates to a tenfold increase of 90. For the next month, the growth rate was generally modest at only 4. Over 2 months, a 13 increase with a tenfold leverage would yield a 130 increase. With 37.5 million in capital, he could earn over 40 million in 2 months, which would allow him to purchase many gifts for his sisters. How's it going today? Zheng Manxiu inquired. Not bad, it's up by 1 point. It's unlikely to surge dramatically. 6 or 7 points of growth this month would be commendable. Zheng Manxiu nodded slightly. Based on past experience, a significant surge often occurs just before the market closes, and when that surge happens, it usually signals the peak. You've made an astute observation, Manxiu. The market typically experiences a surge to attract retail investors, only to see major players offload their shares and exit the market. In a bull market, prices may continuously rise, but distinguishing between a genuine rise and a trap requires consideration of external factors. As it stands, with the inflation in the United States, it's highly probable that interest rates will increase. A surge at this point would be a trap, and entering the market would likely lead to losses. Conversely, in a bull market, it's easier to judge. The market is characterized by enthusiasm, absence of negative news, and favorable economic data. Zheng Manxiu softly remarked, many ordinary investors do not pay attention to these aspects, making it difficult for them to differentiate between a continuing bull market and the traps set by major institutions, which is why most retail investors incur losses. Yi Chen added, that's just one aspect. There's also the issue within our domestic stock market. Many companies go public solely to amass wealth, often at the expense of investors. Regulatory bodies receive benefits by allowing these subpar companies to list. If regulatory departments were stricter, the market would at least improve somewhat. Additionally, those large domestic institutions and main funds treat retail investors as mere fodder, repeatedly exploiting them. Zheng Manqiu, understanding the domestic stock market, agreed with his perspective. This is beyond our control. It's a matter for those in higher echelons to consider. Moreover, the state of the stock market reflects the nation's strength. The U.S. stock market continues to rise primarily because they are a global superpower, with the dollar being the world's reserve currency, enabling them to thrive at the expense of other nations. If our country were to one day replace the United States, our stock market would prosper, and ordinary citizens would enjoy a better life. Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, there are numerous factors at play. It cannot be generalized. Zheng Manqiu glanced at his book. Are you delving into artificial intelligence? He nodded. Companies worldwide are researching intelligence. I believe this is the future direction. I aim to study it diligently now and consider starting a company in the future focusing on the artificial intelligence sector. Investment firms do not contribute significantly to the nation or society. No matter how large they grow, they don't create much employment. It's the technology and industrial companies that matter. If we can achieve breakthroughs in technology, we could overtake others. Zheng Manqiu regarded him with renewed interest, surprised by his ambition and aspirations. I thought you were solely focused on stock trading. Chen smiled. Trading stocks is merely a hobby for me. Life is fleeting. One should engage in meaningful endeavors, particularly those that benefit the nation, the people, and society. Zheng Manqiu gazed at him with her clear, beautiful eyes, seemingly deepening her understanding of him. Your ambitions and ideals are commendable. Those around me often ponder only how to earn money and lead a more comfortable life. Chen responded, everyone has their own perspective. Some find happiness in family, others seek pleasure and enjoyment, while some aspire to rejuvenate the nation and its people. Abilities and goals vary. I am different. I pursue completeness in all aspects. After conversing for a while, they returned to their studies. At around noon, Chen glanced at his phone and said, it's 12 o'clock. Manqiu, shall we go for lunch? My treat. Zheng Manqiu checked the time. Let us go. She had never dined with a male companion at school before, and Chen was the first. As they walked through the library, they attracted many envious glances. After taking a few steps, a young and handsome man approached. Manqiu, who is he? Zheng Manqiu's expression turned cold. What does it matter to you who he is? Don't call me Manqiu. We are not that familiar. The man appeared unfazed and adopted a somewhat humble tone. Do not take offense. I mean no harm. If you're a friend of mine, then I am Zhou Wenbin. Greetings, I am a fourth-year student at the Financial Academy. Let's be friends. Truly, this is the epitome of flattery. In Chapter 91, reciting backwards, Zhou Wenbin stunned Zheng Manqiu. Clad in garments from the world's most prestigious luxury brands, each item worth several thousands, it is evident that his familial background is either affluent or aristocratic. Chen smiled and greeted, hello, classmate Zhou Wenbin. I am Chen. Zhou Wenbin, with a beaming smile, replied, from now on, we shall be good friends. If you need anything, just let me know. I am willing to do anything for Manqiu's happiness. Upon hearing his sycophantic remarks, a thought struck Chen's mind. Then why not fetch us some condoms? Use what you bought tonight to give you a sense of participation. Zheng Manqiu, with a cold demeanor, interjected, is there anything else? If not, please do not block our path to dinner. Zhou Wenbin, still smiling, offered, Manqiu, what would you like to eat? I can go to the cafeteria and get it for you. No need, Zheng Manqiu replied before striding out. Chen glanced at him, and Zhou Wenbin flashed a faint smile, demonstrating his utter humility. Once outside the library, Chen inquired, is Zhou Wenbin a second-generation rich kid? Zheng Manqiu nodded gently. Have you heard of a Zhongyan New Materials Technology Company? No, is it impressive? Chen asked. It ranks among the top 100 private enterprises in Jianghai City, a publicly listed company with a market value exceeding 10 billion. His father is the chairman, holding 53% of the shares, worth around 50 to 60 billion. The company's stock value is merely a reference point, often inflated, especially for smaller firms. With the impending downturn in the domestic stock market, few companies will escape unscathed. Many will see their market values halved. A company with a market value over 10 billion is insignificant in the grand scheme. Yet it is undeniably a major player in reality. Chen remarked, indeed, their family is quite formidable, but the coming years may prove challenging. He understood that Zheng Manqiu was indirectly conveying that individuals like Zhou Wenbin were merely her sycophants, providing her a sense of comfort. Zheng Manqiu added, after the company went public, they cashed out 72 billion. Chen responded, to cash out right after going public is truly exhilarating. With such a sycophant around you, I feel a bit pressured. Chen immersed himself in his reading, managing to finish 2 books in the afternoon. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zheng Manqiu asked, "Did you memorize everything so quickly?" Chen replied, "I possess an exceptional memory. I can remember everything I see." Zheng Manqiu was taken aback. "You can remember everything? I've only heard of such a thing on television. I've never encountered it in reality." Skeptical, she picked up one of the books he had read and randomly opened to a page. "What is the content on page 61? Chen recited every word, leaving Zheng Manqiu utterly astonished. She flipped through several more pages, posing questions, and Chen answered them flawlessly. Finally, she picked up another book and opened a page at random. Chen showcased his remarkable ability to recite the material flawlessly. "How is your mind structured?" Zheng Manqiu was genuinely shocked. She had not anticipated encountering such a genius in real life, someone who could recite with such ease. No wonder the phrase reciting backwards exists. Such prodigies likely existed in ancient times as well. Chen, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I have been this way since childhood. It is innate." After checking the time, he realized it was nearly 5 o'clock, and he was to dine with Zhou Wanqing that evening. Zhou Manqiu said, "I should also head for dinner. Has Sister Qing finished her work?" Zhou Wanqing responded, "Not yet. Xiao Chen, please wait a moment." "All right, Sister Qing, no rush." Chen continued reading, and after 20 minutes, Zhou Wanqing sent a message. "All right, Xiao Chen. Sister Qing, let us meet at the parking lot by the Electronic Academy's parking area." "Okay." Chen tidied up and left the dormitory, noting that night had already fallen. Xing Chao and his companions were accustomed to this routine. He and Zhou Wanqing arrived at the parking lot almost simultaneously. "Xiao Chen, Sister Qing, the car is over here." He guided Zhou Wanqing to where the vehicle was parked, illuminated by streetlights, allowing them to see its exterior. "Not bad, quite beautiful." She settled into the passenger seat. "Sister Qing, shall we dine on seafood tonight? I read online about a highly rated seafood restaurant." "All right." Chen started the car and drove away from the school, arriving at a high-end seafood restaurant named Golden Harbor. As Zhou Wanqing stepped out, she paused, exclaiming, "Golden Harbor? This place is rather expensive." Chen replied, "I've never dined at a high-end seafood establishment. Tonight, let's indulge and expand our horizons." "Have you been here before, Sister Qing?" Zhou Wanqing shook her head. "I've never been, just heard of it." Upon entering the restaurant, Chen requested a couple's booth for 2 and began ordering. "Sister Qing, please order whatever you fancy." Zhou Wanqing was taken aback by the prices. They were exorbitantly high. She ordered a couple of dishes and handed the menu back to Chen. He ordered lavishly, including king crab, Australian lobster, caviar, mantis shrimp, red shrimp, and tuna sashimi, anything he had not encountered or tasted before. Zhou Wanqing softly remarked, "Xiao Chen, this is too expensive." Chen reassured her, "It's all right, Sister Qing. We do not come here often. Moreover, when one earns money, they should savor life, trying new dishes and experiencing novel sights." Soon, the restaurant staff brought out fresh king crab and Australian lobster on a cart, prepared right before the customer's eyes, showcasing the freshness of the ingredients. The service was impeccable, especially given the high service fee for the booth. While dining, the staff discreetly stepped outside. "Sister Qing, do try the king crab and Australian lobster." Zhou Wanqing tasted them, remarking, "The texture is indeed delightful. It surpasses what I've had at home by a long shot. If you like it, eat more," Chen urged. And he too enjoyed the meal, finding it exceptionally delicious. Some expensive items have their reasons for being costly. The meal left both quite full, costing nearly 30,000. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhou Wanqing let out a satisfied burp, saying, "I'm stuffed tonight. If I gain weight, I'll hold you responsible." Chen inquired with a smile, "Sister Qing, how much do you weigh?" 100 pounds. Zhou Wanqing stood around 5 feet 5 inches tall, appearing just right. Neither too heavy nor too thin. "No worries, Sister Qing. Indulging in this won't make you gain weight." Chen drove back towards the school. They returned around 8:30 in the evening. Stepping out of the car, a cold breeze swept over them, sending a chill through the air. Chen approached Zhou Wanqing, saying, "Sister Qing, it's quite chilly. Although Jianghai's temperatures are not extremely low, the dampness feels colder than our hometown." Zhou Wanqing walked alongside him, asking, "What is the temperature back home?" "It reaches -4 or 5 degrees there." Chen had initially intended to seize the moment and hold Zhou Wanqing's hand. Yet he hesitated, fearing that being too hasty might ruin his chances. Unlike Li Qingya and Wang Yusen, who both harbored feelings for him, he sensed that he needed to be more patient with Zhou Wanqing. To ensure a successful outcome, he decided to wait a bit longer. Winning a woman's heart requires patience. Haste will not yield rewards. When he finally decided to act, he must ensure success. In Chapter 92, Strike While the Iron is Hot, Chen escorted Zhou Wanqing to the faculty dormitory. Sister Qing, rest early. Zhou Wanqing smiled gently. All right, good night, Xiao Chun. Good night, Sister Qing. Watching her figure disappear into the building, Yi Chun turned and departed. Back in his dormitory, Yi Chun sat in contemplation, pondering how to navigate the realm of romance. Although he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, his practical experience was rather limited. In the context of mutual affection, daily care and communication are indispensable. They serve as catalysts. Seizing the moment, he felt the need to exert additional effort. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before beginning his grooming routine. After freshening up, he lay on his bed and sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, are you asleep? Not yet, just finished washing up. Yi Chun continued. Sister Ning, do you have time to go out on Saturday? Where shall we go? How about the Yuan area? Yi Chun particularly enjoyed the ambience and classical ancient architecture of Yuan, as walking through it instilled a sense of time travel to the past. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Yi Chun felt a surge of joy and relief. Typically, young couples nowadays often go shopping together or visit scenic spots. Zhou Wanning's agreement to visit Yuan seemed to subtly affirm his pursuit of her. Yi Chun remarked it. I've seen videos of Yuan online and have always wanted to visit. Zhou Wanning replied, Xiao Chun, have you never been in a relationship before? Yi Chun paused. No, I've never dated or pursued a girl. I could tell. How did you figure out, Sister Ning? I won't tell you. Yi Chun chatted with Zhou Wanning until around 10 o'clock before continuing his conversation with Li Qingya. What did you do today, Xiao Chun? Besides studying, what else is there to do? It's quite dull. Qingya, I miss you. A smile appeared on Li Qingya's face. I miss you too, Xiao Chun. How about we go out on Saturday? Saturday? He remembered he still had 2 women's down jackets in his trunk that he needed to deliver tomorrow. If he was seen going out with Zhou Wanning on Saturday, it would reveal his secret. Li Qingya curiously inquired, what do you have? Yi Chun explained, it's getting cold, so I bought you a down jacket. I'll deliver it tomorrow. Li Qingya felt delighted. Xiao Chun, you are quite thoughtful. What time will you come over? In the afternoon, and we'll have dinner at your school cafeteria. It's on you. All right, I'll let you try some delicious dishes from our cafeteria. On Friday morning, Yi Chun returned to the library to study, sitting beside Zheng Manxiu. While they were engrossed in their studies, Zhou had been approached with 2 cups of hot coffee. Manxiu, Yi Chun, have some hot coffee to warm up and boost your spirits. Zheng Manxiu silently accepted the coffee, seemingly accustomed to his servile behavior. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude. Zhou and Bin smiled. Don't mention it. If you're Manxiu's friend, you're my friend too. Enjoy it while it's hot. Bro, you're quite handsome and come from a wealthy family. Why be a sycophant? Yi Chun found this puzzling. Indeed, the world is vast, filled with all kinds of individuals. Zhou and Bin, being perceptive, quickly departed after delivering the coffee, not wanting to provoke Zheng Manxiu's ire. It was both pitiable and contemptible. Why choose to be a sycophant? Yi Chun glanced at Zheng Manxiu. Has he always been like this? Zheng Manxiu replied, I've already made my rejection clear. But he continues to cling like a sticky plaster. It's quite bothersome. Instead of improving his abilities, he spends every day fawning. It was evident that Zheng Manxiu favored capable men, like most women drawn to strength. This is a perfectly normal psychology. Who wouldn't prefer an outstanding, capable, and handsome man? Zhou Wenbin, despite his looks, seemed devoid of any real ability, akin to a mere ornament, which made him unappealing to Zheng Manxiu. He likely had many girls pursuing him. Being wealthy and handsome sufficed in school. During lunch, Yi Chun received a friend request from Zhou Wenbin, which he accepted. Hello, Yi Chun, I'm Zhou Wenbin. Is there something you need? Let's be friends. Yi Chun ignored him, finding such individuals unworthy of his attention. As he continued eating, another message arrived. Let's be friends. This might make Manxiu happy. I have money. I could buy you anything you want. I mean no harm. Just want her to be happy. Yi Chun began to understand why Zheng Manxiu disliked him so much. What a nuisance. In the afternoon, he returned to the library to study, having completed 4 books throughout the day. Zheng Manxiu, already familiar with his impressive memory, had no doubts. Around 4:30, Yi Chun tidied up and said, Manxiu, I have plans with my roommate to go out for dinner. I will take my leave. Zheng Manxiu nodded slightly without speaking, returning to her studies. Yi Chun headed to the parking lot, informed Li Qingye, and then drove his Porsche towards Fudan University. Tonight, he must strive for another breakthrough with Qingye, caught in rush hour traffic. What should have been a half-hour journey stretched to an hour. He parked in a paid lot outside Fudan University and walked to the east gate. Li Qingye was already waiting at the entrance, greeting him with a smile. Xiao Chun. Yi Chen grasped her hand. Are you cold? As they entered the campus, night had fallen and the pathways were less populated. Yi Chen followed her lead to the girls' dormitory. Xiao Chun, this down jacket fits well and looks beautiful. To show my gratitude, I will treat you to dinner. She led Yi Chen to the school cafeteria. Cafeterias at prestigious universities like Jiaodong University and Fudan University offer excellent food at reasonable prices, thanks to government subsidies. The better the university, the more generous the national policies. Xiao Chun, this lion's head meatball is delicious. You should try it. And there's also tiger skin chicken feet and braised pork. Li Qingye served him her dishes, detailing the flavors. After their meal, they exited the cafeteria, hand in hand, as Li Qingye showed him around the campus. The playground had people jogging and strolling. Yi Chen and Li Qingye decided against going to the playground, primarily due to the bright lights, as even the dim areas were crowded. They wandered through the campus until they arrived at a grove with a tranquil stone path. Yi Chen curiously asked, Qingye, is this your university's yin yuan? I've heard about it online, but have never seen it. Li Ving, yes, solfiripiet. It's quite dark inside. That's perfect. Yi Chen took her hand and led her inside. The trees were tall and dense, with abundant flowers and grass. Although there were streetlights, they illuminated only small areas, making it a wonderful spot for a date. As they ventured deeper, Yi Chen paused and wrapped his arms around Li Qingye's slender waist. Li Qingye's cheeks flushed as she softly inquired, what are you doing? Yi Chen gazed at her oval face and cherry-like lips, summoning his courage to lean down and kiss her. Li Qingye's eyes widened in surprise. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes. This was Yi Chen's first kiss with a girl in this life, and it was with the one he had secretly loved. His heart raced. A mix of nervousness, thrill, and excitement coursed through him. Minutes later, Yi Chen reluctantly pulled away, licking his lips and gazing at the bashful Li Qingye. Qingye, I like you. Just as she was about to respond, Yi Chen leaned down for another kiss. This continued for 5 cycles, as Yi Chen, like a hungry wolf, greedily sought more. Suddenly, Li Qingye's phone rang. Yi Chen curiously asked, Qingye, why don't you answer the call? Li Qingye's face turned crimson. It's my mom's call. No wonder she was hesitant. She feared her mother's knowledge. Yi Chen chuckled, Qingye, why does your mouth taste so sweet? It might be the lipstick. Li Qingye blushed, feeling both shy and anxious. Yi Chen, unfazed, leaned down for another kiss. He was truly hungry, yearning for more. If you don't answer, your mom will surely worry. Let's go. Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her waist as they walked towards the girls' dormitory. After escorting her downstairs, he turned to leave, a smile gracing his face as he licked his lips and glanced at his hands with a chuckle. Tonight's harvest had been quite substantial. Checking the time, he noted it was around 7:50 in the evening. He called Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, are you asleep? Not yet. I just finished dinner. What is up, Xiao Chun? I bought you a down jacket, and I'm bringing it over now. Come on, my car is parked in the underground parking lot. I've already registered your license plate number with the property management. Spots 55 to 60 are mine. All right, Sister Xian. He hung up the phone and jogged to the parking lot, heading towards Lu Zixuan's residence. What was Qingye doing just now? Why didn't she answer the phone? I was doing laundry, just finished. Weren't you just washing clothes a few days ago? It's getting cold, so I gave my winter clothes a quick wash. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the underground parking lot of Chui Jingming Zhu community. He took the elevator to the 8th floor and rang the doorbell. Lu Zixuan opened the door. Her curiosity piqued. Xiao Chun, why are you delivering this so late? Stepping inside with a smile, Yi Chen replied, I just visited Fudan University. What are you doing there? I want to see a girl I like. A radiant smile illuminated Yi Chen's face. Lu Zixuan paused for a moment. Did you confess? Yi Chen chuckled. Yes. Lu Zixuan smiled. You look so happy. It must have gone well. It did. Although Lu Zixuan felt a tinge of complexity in her heart, her face remained cheerful. Congratulations, Xiao Chun. Yi Chen intentionally shared this news with her to prepare her mentally. Sister Xian, why don't you try on the down jacket and see if it fits? Lu Zixuan donned the jacket and twirled around. Do I look good? Very good. Sister Xian is beautiful. She looks great in anything. Walking to the mirror, Lu Zixuan admired her reflection, feeling satisfied. A black down jacket suited everyone, being a versatile color. She took off the jacket and sat beside him. It's past 8, why not just stay the night and keep me company? All right, Sister Chen. How's everything at the company? Accounts at major securities firms and mainstream exchanges have been opened. We now hold institutional seats, which affords us certain privileges, such as trading channels and the ability to hold positions or leverage. The company website has been set up and is still under development. In about a week, it should be ready. I plan to promote your securities account, Xiao Chun, to let more people know about your achievements in the market, which will be beneficial for our fundraising efforts. Yichen nodded slightly. Sister Xian, you can handle it as you see fit. They chatted for a while about company matters. Then Lu Zixuan changed the subject. Xiao Chun, what is your girlfriend's name? Li Qingya, from a school of economics at Fudan University. Lu Zixuan smiled. That is a lovely name. You seem quite happy tonight. Did you do something mischievous? Yichen chuckled. I just kissed her. Lu Zixuan rolled her eyes. A kiss has you this ecstatic? I thought you did something monumental. Step by step, today was a breakthrough. Have you ever done that kind of thing? Yi Chen's expression froze. Sister Xian, are you talking about intimate matters? No, this is my first relationship. I've never done that. I'm not even proficient at kissing. Do you need me to teach you some techniques? Lu Zixuan's face lit up with a seductive smile, her beauty captivating. She wore a camisole nightgown, her fair shoulders exposed, and her mature, voluptuous figure subtly revealed. How would I learn that? Yi Chen gazed at her curiously. There are specialized tutorials online that detail how to kiss properly, ignite passion, and highlight sensitive areas on a girl. I'll send you a video shortly. Yi Chen felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped Lu Zixuan would provide hands-on guidance, which would have been quite stimulating. Sister Xian, please send it to me so I can learn. I'll go change in my pajamas. Yi Chen headed to the guest room to change, and Lu Zixuan suggested he soak his feet to relieve fatigue. He sent a message to Zhou Wangning. Sister Ning, are you asleep? Not yet, Xiao Chun. Have you finished revising? Zhou Wangning knew that those preparing for postgraduate entrance exams often studied late into the night. I just washed up and got into bed. It's been a monotonous day filled with studying. I'm looking forward to going out with you tomorrow. That thought brings me joy. After sending the message, Yi Chen felt a pang of regret. I should be more considerate. Xiao Chun, don't tire yourself out too much. Remember to balance work and rest. Okay, Sister Ning. Let us meet at 8 tomorrow in the parking lot. Thinking about the possibility of progressing further with Zhou Wangning tomorrow made his heart race. The rewards of the past few days were significant. The seeds he had sown were nearing harvest time. Chapter 94. Sister Ning truly understands. After finishing his chat with Zhou Wangning, Yi Chen urged her to rest early. He then reviewed the video Lu Zixuan had sent. Indeed, there were detailed tutorial videos online about intimate matters, teaching how to kiss correctly, how to arouse interest, and where girls tend to be more sensitive. Yi Chen was already familiar with most of it, having watched his fair share of films in his previous life. After finishing the video, he messaged Li Qingya. Qingya, are you asleep? Not yet. I just finished a video call with my mom. What did Annie talk about? Not much, just checking on my studies. She calls every day. Your auntie is truly caring. Xiao Chun, my lips seem a bit swollen. What happened? You figure out. Yi Chen felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. Qingya, I couldn't help myself. It's not serious, is it? Just a slight swelling. It should be fine by tomorrow. I'll be more careful next time. There won't be a next time. You're so annoying. Qingya, I just like you too much. I got a bit carried away and was a little rough. Hearing Yi Chen express his affection made Li Qingya's heart flutter with joy. Xiao Chun, have you really never been in a relationship before? You seem quite skilled at kissing. I learned all online. Just because I haven't seen a pig run doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig. Focus on your studies. Learning about these things is quite beneficial. Otherwise, if two people know nothing, they won't even know how to begin. Li Qingya's cheeks flushed, and she chose not to pursue the topic further. What time do you plan to wake up to study tomorrow? Usually around 7, starting to review by 8. Once the initial exams are over, we'll have more opportunities to meet. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Perhaps there would be opportunities for deeper connections. They chatted for a while longer, exchanged goodnights, and fell into sweet slumber. The next morning, shortly after 6:30, Yi Chen awoke, feeling the vitality of youth coursing through him, a smile illuminating his face. Being young is truly delightful. In his previous life, at the age of 40, he had lost much of that vigor, his body's capabilities far inferior to those of his youth. Every day was a monotonous cycle, and after work, He was too exhausted to exercise, leading to a gradual decline in his health. After savoring the moment, he began to rise, wash up, and prepare breakfast. During this time, Lu Zixuan also woke up. She approached the kitchen door. "Xiao Chun, why are you up so early?" "I'm used to it, Sister Xian. I would wake up around this time at school. The initial exams are approaching, so I need to seize the time to review and strive for success in the postgraduate entrance exam." "Sister Xian, you're already a company owner. Does taking the exam really impact you?" "Sister Xian, learning is a lifelong endeavor. Chunxing Capital Investment Company is merely my starting point. I plan to establish more companies in the future. Currently, I am researching artificial intelligence, and I aim to eventually create a company that develops AI, striving to surpass the beautiful nation and elevate our country to the pinnacle of the world." "Go for it, Xiao Chun. Sister Xian believes in you and will always support you." LZ Su-in did not say much. Actions speak louder than words. He arrived at the school parking lot at 7:48. YCH waited in the car for a while before he spotted ZHUW approaching with the bag he had bought for her. "Ning, he greeted, opening the car door as he stepped out. ZHUW smiled gently. "She OCHN." After getting in the car, YCH started the engine and drove away from the school, heading towards the CH and Engmi O and YUN. "Ning, have you had breakfast?" "I have. I read online that there are many local delicacies at CH and Engmi O. We should try some." ZHUW replied. "Some snacks are not very good. I went there with friends before. Last night, she had mentioned to them that she was going out with a friend." YCH felt that being able to hold HUW hand today was a significant breakthrough. At 9 o'clock, YCH parked in a paid parking lot and walked with ZHUW towards the streets leading to CH and Engmio. It was the weekend, and the crowd was quite large. This was YCH's third visit to this place recently, and to be honest, he felt somewhat jaded. He stole a glance at ZHUW and suddenly took her small hand in his. She turned to look at him, and YCH felt a flutter of nervousness, tightening his grip slightly. ZHUW smiled softly, not resisting. "The snacks at that specialty store are quite good. Let's go buy some." "All right, Ning. YCH felt relieved and a bit excited. They browsed one shop after another until they finally reached Engmi O, which housed several halls. The SNDN for career blessings, the ULODN for love, the CISH-NDN for wealth, and the CHNDN for children. YCHN and ZHUW offered 3 sticks of incense to pray for blessings. After exiting CH and Engmi O, they held hands. ZHUW suggested, "She OCHN, let's go eat. I know a well-established restaurant with delicious food." After enjoying lunch at the restaurant, they spent the afternoon strolling through YUN, taking their time to chat and occasionally resting for long periods. As night fell, the lights of Sage and Engmi O illuminated the surroundings beautifully, even more stunning than during the day. When they parked back at the school, it was already 8:30 in the evening. YCH gazed at ZHUW with deep affection. "And no, she was looking back at him. Gathering his courage, YCH wrapped his arm around her head and leaned in for a kiss. Inside the car, they shared a long kiss before parting. ZHUW's cheeks flushed slightly as she tenderly said, "She OCHN, let us keep our relationship private. It could negatively affect you, especially regarding your studies and future exams." Their identities were apparent, and ZHUWN was quite popular at the academy due to her beauty, attracting many admirers. If their relationship became known, the repercussions could be significant. Her words resonated with YCHN. He too wished to keep their relationship discreet to avoid affecting his interactions with YXN and Xiaojing. "Ning, I won't tell anyone. If anyone asks, I'll just say we are siblings." ZHUW nodded slightly. "Our relationship should remain private until after your graduation." YCHN felt a surge of happiness, as if fate had aligned perfectly. "You are right, Ning, for our future happiness. I am willing to endure any hardships." With that, he embraced her head once more and kissed her again. 10 minutes later, ZHUW adjusted her clothing, her beautiful eyes gazing at him, shy yet affectionate. "All right, Ning." YCHN felt thoroughly content. Chapter 95, LOX's Betrayal, Part 1. ZHUW at 28, possessed a figure that belied her age. It is not merely age that determines one's physique, Genetics play a crucial role. Her stature was average. Not as mature and voluptuous as Zhoj Ing or Lz Suan, yet perfectly proportioned. YCH and escorted her to the entrance of the dormitory. He softly whispered, "Good night, baby." ZHUWNN Ing's cheeks flushed. Despite being older than YCHN, who wouldn't want to be cherished by the man they admired? Hearing him call her baby filled her with both shyness and joy. After watching her enter the dormitory, YCHN turned to leave. He had made considerable progress over the last couple of days and decided it was best to tread carefully, allowing time for reflection. If he were to pursue ZHOJ Ing and Wing YXN, he feared he might lose control. A misstep could lead to disaster. He needed to proceed step by step. YCHN caught a whiff of his hand, which seemed to carry a lingering fragrance. GOCHN. What are you doing? After finishing his review, he planned to go to bed. Baby, do you miss me? I do. Have you thought of me today? Following the deepening of their relationship, their feelings had crossed a threshold, achieving a new level of intimacy. From the moment he awoke in the morning, his thoughts had been consumed by her, lingering until he fell asleep. LQ Ingi recognized his sweet talk as mere flattery meant to amuse her. It brought her joy. A woman in love often loses her rationality. YCHN sent another message to ZHUWNN Ing. WNN Ing, baby, are you asleep? LQ Ingi replied, SHIOCHN, have you told anyone about our relationship? YCHN responded, no, why would I tell anyone? ZHUW Ing, good night, 11 OCHN. LQ Ingi was primarily concerned that he might inform his high school classmates, leading to his parents finding out, which would be disastrous. Then let us keep it to ourselves. I don't want too many people know. YCHN smiled brightly. All right, I want to say a word. Q Ingi and WNN Ing were truly understanding. CH and Dingxu reported daily. But there had been no significant developments. We had a fight. Xing CHO seemed troubled. It was just a trivial matter. She throwing a tantrum. And even after I tried to appease her, she wouldn't acknowledge me. In a few days, she'll probably be fine. She's just a young girl. YCHN felt an uneasy premonition. If they were a couple in love, they wouldn't let a small issue escalate so severely. However, CUTNGT Ing's situation was different. A handsome junior had appeared in her life, stirring her emotions, making her prone to overreacting to trivial matters. Once she truly understood the merits of X Ing CHO, she might realize his worth. WI Shi Ingi chuckled. LOX Ing, are you struggling? I read online that women can become emotional when their needs aren't met. X Ing CHO retorted, nonsense. I'm perfectly fit. YCHN looked at WI Shi Ingi. LOWI, have you ever had a girlfriend? This old rascal had pursued Ning G. If she and team mentioned it, no one would have guessed. WI Shi Ingi replied, I dated a couple in high school, but I broke up with them, saying it affected my studies. After chatting for a while, the roommates went to bed. The next day, Sunday, he sat down to read. The day passed swiftly. During lunch, he conversed with ZHUWNN Ing and LQ Ingi, as it was the sweet period of their romance, and they should take the time to chat. Around 5 in the afternoon, as he was about to head out for dinner, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from CH and Dingx. CUTNGT Ing just took a taxi. I'm following her. YCH and paused, wondering if CUTNGT Ing would indeed engage in something with the sophomore. Regardless of gender, once someone experiences such moments, it is akin to opening Pandora's box, leading to an addiction to those sensations. Stay close and let me know the location shortly. As CUTNGT Ing and the sophomore might merely be dining together, it didn't necessarily mean anything more. Telling X Ing CHO now would be premature and might raise suspicions. If nothing were to happen, revealing this could exacerbate tensions between X Ing CHO and CUTNGT Ing. Without certainty, he would refrain from disclosing anything to X Ing CHO. CUTNGT Ing and the sophomore entered a hot pot restaurant named LONICH NGQ Ing Hugu. She then sent a detailed location map. YCH and drove to LONICH NGQ Ing Hugu, which was not far away. After a short drive of about 10 minutes, Yichin arrived outside the Laonyo Chongqing hot pot restaurant, parking his car by the roadside. He noticed Chen Dongxue, who was standing not far from the entrance, gazing intently at the restaurant door. Yichin called her over to the car. Upon entering, Chen Dongxue appeared somewhat astonished. Is this a Porsche? Yi Chun, is this your car? Yes, he replied. How long have they been inside? Over 10 minutes now, still no sign of them. I've been keeping an eye on it. She responded. Have you eaten? No, neither have I. There's a burger joint nearby. Why don't you go grab a few burgers for a quick bite? Chen Dongshu nodded and stepped out to buy 3 burgers, along with 2 chicken legs and a cola. Yi-Chun began to eat, urging her to join him. Are you a rich second generation? Chen Dongshu inquired cautiously while eating. Ask what you must. Avoid the unnecessary. I'm merely curious, nothing more. I've noticed the expensive gifts you buy for UXIN, she said, speaking carefully to avoid provoking him. Yi-Chun, noticing her latest model iPhone, smiled and asked, Is that a new phone? Chen Dongshu nodded slightly. Are you seeing anyone? He continued to chat with her while watching the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. No. She shook her head. Someone is pursuing me, but I haven't agreed. Yi-Chun, intrigued, asked why not. I feel he is not suitable. He won't even buy me skincare products or a phone. If he treated me half as well as you treat UXIN, I would have agreed, she explained. Yi-Chun realized he had underestimated Chen Dongshu. She seemed to be someone who valued material possessions. However, such individuals are often easier to manage. If she were principled, it would be harder to sway her with money. Chen Dongshu's appearance was average, a far cry from UXIN or Shaojing. To find a worthy boyfriend, one must first recognize their own worth. After nearly 20 minutes of casual conversation, Chui Tingting and a young handsome man emerged from the hot pot restaurant, hand in hand, smiles adorning their faces as they walked away. Wait for me in the car, Yi-Chun instructed as he stepped out, activating his phone's camera to follow them discreetly. Soon, he observed them entering a hotel, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once they ascended to their room with a key card, he entered the hotel. The front desk attendant, a young girl, greeted him. Hello, Yi-Chun inquired. Which room did those two just check into? Is there something you need? She asked, puzzled. One of the women is my friend's girlfriend. I'm just confirming something, he replied, pulling out 2,000 yuan in cash and handing it to her. Rest assured, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just need to gather evidence to help my friend move on. The girl, seeing the stack of money, quickly accepted it after glancing around. They had booked a room by the hour, room 206. You're really kind. If I weren't taken, I'd definitely pursue you, he remarked before hastening up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted them entering their room. He approached cautiously. The soundproofing in such budget hotels was typically poor, and Yi-Chun's heightened senses allowed him to hear every detail within. A male voice resonated. Sister Tingting, how could he bear to upset you? If it were me, I would cherish and adore you with all my heart. If only he were as considerate as you, Chui Tingting replied. Your figure is truly exquisite, Sister Tingting, Zhao Pengfei commented. 10 minutes later, Yi-Chun descended the stairs. The front desk attendant noticed his smile. She had just counted the 2,000 yuan, nearly matching her monthly salary. How'd it go? She asked. Confirmed. Thank you, he replied. The attendant smiled. You're welcome. Come again. Could you send me a copy of your surveillance footage? Sure, I'll add you as a friend, she responded. The hotel lobby and second floor corridor were under surveillance, providing a clear timeline of the couple's entrance and exit. So what do you think? Are they involved in something inappropriate? Chen Dongshu asked curiously. Yi-Chun nodded slightly. I didn't expect her to be like this. Keep tonight's events to yourself. I'll find a chance to inform Lao Xing. Within 6 to 7 minutes, the front desk attendant promptly sent over the surveillance footage, clearly showing the times the couple entered and exited the hotel room. This was undeniable evidence. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi-Chun found Xing Chao and 2 others engrossed in their studies. Why do you all look so cheerful today? He asked. Tingting is paying attention to me, Xing Chao grinned. Is that all it takes to make you so happy? When did you turn into a sycophant? You're the sycophant. I call it affection and admiration, he retorted. After washing up, Yi-Chun lay on his bed and messaged Zhou Wanqing. What are you up to? Watching TV. Did you go out driving today? I think I saw your car, she replied. Yi-Chun felt a jolt of surprise. If he had been out with a girl and she spotted his car, she might deduce it was him. He needed to take the other car tomorrow to avoid any risks, however slight. Yes, I went out today and discovered something troubling. What is it? Zhou Wanqing asked, intrigued. Xing Chao is dating Chui Tingting. I found out today that she went to a hotel with someone else, and Xing Chao is still oblivious. Zhou Wanqing paused, taken aback by the news. Are you going to tell him? Not yet. Exams are approaching, and I'm concerned that informing him now might affect his performance. He has worked hard for graduate school, Yi-Chun explained. Let us wait until after the preliminary exams to tell him. Such matters can certainly affect one's mindset. You should help him through it later. Some people might react poorly, Which wouldn't tea be good for our class or the school? I'll leave this task to you. Understood. I'll ensure it's handled. Zhou Wanqing smiled slightly. If anything happens to Xing Chao, I'll hold you responsible. Got it, sweetheart. Zhou Wanqing's cheeks flushed at being called sweetheart by someone 6 years her junior. A mix of embarrassment, joy, and a hint of awkwardness filling her. Just call me Wanqing. I'm 6 years older than you. In my heart, you'll always be 18, Chen replied. Zhou Wanqing teased. Flattery will get you nowhere. I seriously suspect this isn't your first relationship. She was a rational and graceful woman, unlike Li Qingya, who was easily swayed by a few sweet words. While she smiled, clearly enjoying the banter, she remained grounded. Chen understood that he couldn't continuously shower Zhou Wanqing with sweet nothings. Occasional compliments were sufficient to bring joy without seeming insincere. Unlike Zhou Wanqing and Li Qingya, she was not naive. Her intellect was intact, likely even sharper than before. Do your parents know about us? She asked. Zhou Wanqing replied, I haven't mentioned it to mine either. Before we started dating, I thought it would be great. But now that we're together, it hasn't been as perfect as I imagined. Chen recognized her nature, rational, gentle, and understanding. You're now the owner of a company. Shouldn't your focus be on that? Zhou Wanqing inquired. Recently, there hasn't been much going on. I might be busier once the fund products launch, needing to oversee operations and guide them in trading. I aim to generate more funds through this investment company, but the real impact comes from high-tech industries. I plan to establish a company focused on artificial intelligence research in the future. Should there be a breakthrough in the realm of artificial intelligence, our nation might achieve a remarkable leap, surpassing the beautiful country and reclaiming its position atop the world. Chapter 97. The despicable lickspittle Zhou Wanqing held a deep admiration for Chen regarding his aspirations and vision for the future. Is this your dream, Xiao Chen? She inquired. Indeed, Chen replied. Most citizens have likely fantasized about becoming national heroes. Leading our nation back to the pinnacle of the world would undoubtedly instill a profound sense of accomplishment. Zhou Wanqing developed feelings for Chen during their animated discussions, which revealed his extensive knowledge. His keen intellect, far-reaching perspective, and humble demeanor were qualities that endeared him to her. Keep pushing forward, Xiao Chen. I will always support you from behind. Soon, Li Qingya sent another message. Chen felt overwhelmed yet relieved that it was just the two of them. Any additional individuals would have proven too taxing. He realized he needed to revise his plans, as his initial intentions to win over Zhao Jing and Wang Yuxin were becoming increasingly complicated. On November 15th, a Monday, Chen took the bus to the company. Upon entering, he noticed the relaxed atmosphere. Some were engrossed in their phones while others were engaged in conversation. As they spotted Chen, they hurriedly resumed a serious facade. With a smile, Chen encouraged, feel free to keep chatting. There's no need to stop playing when there's nothing pressing to attend to. Thank you, Yizong, they responded. There's no need for formalities. Continue your discussions. I am here to find General Manager Liu. He made his way to Liu Zixian's office, where she was sipping coffee. Upon seeing him, she stood and greeted him warmly. Xiao Chen, you're here. I'll come and test that car and see how it feels, Chen stated. The car keys are right here. This week, our company will launch corporate accounts on various online platforms to promote ourselves and attract users, Liu Zixian informed him. Chen checked his Douyin account and noticed his follower count had risen to over 180,000. While this number may not seem substantial in the grand scheme, it represented a precise demographic of investors. He spent over an hour with Liu Zixian discussing the company's future plans before they headed to a nearby restaurant around 11:30 a.m. This steak here is quite good. Do give it a try, she said, lifting her fork to offer him a bite. Chen was momentarily taken aback, but opened his mouth to taste the tender, flavorful meat. Delicious, he exclaimed. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Glancing at it, he saw a message from Zhou Wenbin. Are you there? Manchio is in a bad mood and is ignoring me. Could you perhaps cheer her up since you have the best relationship with her? Chen felt perplexed upon reading the message. What kind of lickspittle was this? How could one expect another man to console his goddess in distress? Such a person must possess a warped psyche. It was no wonder she looked down upon him. He did not deserve her attention. Chen sent a message to Zheng Manchio. What are you up to? In the cafeteria, having lunch. What's up? Zhou Wenbin told me you were feeling down and asked me to cheer you up. Is something bothering you? Zheng Manchio replied. Why didn't you come to the library today? All right, he responded. He gathered a few books at the library and found Zheng Manchio at their usual spot. Sitting beside her, he asked, "What is troubling you, Man Xiao?" Her expression was cold, betraying no emotion. "Yi Chen, do we consider ourselves friends?" "Of course," he replied. "Though you may appear aloof and distant, I believe you are quite a remarkable person. Have you not regarded me as a friend?" "Thank you, Yi Chen, for noticing my unhappiness and coming to comfort me," she said. "This was relayed to me by Zhou and Bin. Otherwise, I would not have known." "Please refrain from mentioning him." Zheng Manxiu's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Yi Chen reflected on the stark differences in human interactions. A mere expression of concern from him had more impact than Zhou when Bin's persistent attentiveness. He felt no sympathy for Zhou and Bin. He had brought this upon himself by being a lickspittle. "Please share what's on your mind. It might help lighten your heart," Yi Chen encouraged. Zheng Manxiu sighed. "It has dawned upon me that I have very few friends. Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Zhifeng could be considered acquaintances, but their relationships lacked depth. Aside from these few, she had hardly any friends at school. Even her roommates were not particularly close. Her personality, which often appeared unapproachable, contributed to the absence of close friendships. I am your friend. You can share your joys with me. And when you're feeling low, I am here to listen." Yi Chen felt the words he spoke were increasingly reminiscent of a cad. "What troubles you?" He suspected her distress might be linked to her family, as someone from her background would likely encounter few hardships. Zheng Manxiu hesitated, her expression revealing inner conflict. "Manxiu, if it's too difficult, you need not share. In reality, there are few matters of great consequence in life. Aside from life and death, everything else is trivial." Zheng Manxiu finally confessed, "This weekend, I discovered my father has a mistress." Yi Chen remained stoic, having grown accustomed to such revelations from his previous life. Zheng Manxiu, likely sheltered by her family, was unprepared for this reality, leading to her feeling as if her world was collapsing. He was aware that her father was a high-ranking official, a member of the Jianghai Municipal Committee and the District Committee Secretary of Dongqing District. The temptations of power, wealth, and beauty in the political arena were numerous. While Zheng Manxiu's mother was a businesswoman and financially secure, she might not be swayed by money, but the allure of beauty and greater power could prove irresistible. Not all men are unfaithful. Perhaps they simply have not encountered someone they desire. Zheng Manxiu continued, "What do you think I should do? Should I tell my mother? I believe it might be wiser to act oblivious. Perhaps your mother is already aware of the situation," Yi Chen suggested. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, taken aback. "Your mother, as a key player in her business, likely possesses insight far beyond yours. If you can discern the situation, surely she has as well. After living together for so many years, she would not overlook any signs. She may choose to remain silent for the sake of family harmony or other reasons. Unless your father oversteps significantly, she may not make a fuss." There was another possibility he refrained from mentioning, fearing it might be too much for Zheng Manxiu to accept. Her mother might also have her own affairs, maintaining appearances while engaging in extramarital relations. Chapter 98. Yi Chen contemplates ending the relationship. Zheng Manxiu was intelligent but lacked extensive experience. Yi Chen continued, "Men understand men best. The allure of beauty is considerable. Few can genuinely embody the virtue of Lu Xiaohui. Some may refuse not out of nobility, but as a calculated decision, weighing the risks. If the stakes were lower, few could resist temptation. For instance, if you were to tempt me, I doubt I would withstand it. You are likely aware of the indulgences of the upper class. They are even more extravagant." Zheng Manxiu shot him a glare. "You think I would tempt you? You have quite the imagination. I have heard of such things, but I never expected to witness them firsthand. Manxiu, when faced with such matters, I am uncertain how to guide you. Try to see things from a broader perspective. Some events are beyond our control. Focusing on being your best self is sufficient." "What would you do if you were in my position?" Zheng Manxiu asked. Zheng Manxiu ceased her conversation, lowering her gaze to the book, yet it was evident that her focus eluded her, as she had not turned a single page for quite some time, still mulling over the matter at hand. Eventually, it appeared she reached a resolution, beginning to read and take notes. Days passed, and before long, it was November 29th. All preparations at Chunqing Capital Investment Company had been meticulously completed, save for the private equity fund license. Yi Chen spent his days in the library with Zheng Manxiu, engaging in discussions, while his evenings were occupied with conversations with Zhou Wanqing and Li Qingya. Occasionally, he would stroll around the campus with Zhao Jing and Wang Yusen. Zhou Wanqing preferred not to walk around the school, fearing the gaze of onlookers. Although he had only been conversing with Zhou Wanqing and Li Qingya for less than a month, the nightly exchanges began to wear on him. While the experience of romance was delightful, the incessant chatter became somewhat tiresome. Chen contemplated ending the relationship, yet with one not yet secured. How could he easily relinquish it? At around 8 in the morning, Chen arrived at the library as usual, taking a seat beside Zhou Manqiu. No sooner had he settled in than Zhou Wenbin approached, carrying 2 cups of hot coffee. Manqiu, Yichun, it's chilly outside. You should warm yourselves with some hot coffee. Yichun had long grown accustomed to Zhou Wenbin's obsequious behavior and remained silent, perceiving Zhou Wenbin to be psychologically skewed. Far from a norm, Zheng Manqiu also chose to ignore him. Understanding the situation, he departed after delivering the drinks. Yichun was cautious, inspecting the seal of the coffee before opening it. One had to be wary of individuals like Zhou Wenbin, who appeared harmless with his sycophantic demeanor. One could never tell when they might suddenly strike, delivering a fatal blow when one was most relaxed. Zheng Manqiu paused momentarily. Did he truly have the audacity to act against me? Better to be safe than sorry. Zheng Manqiu nodded slightly. Then from now on, bring me coffee from the cafeteria in the mornings. I've grown accustomed to drinking it. Yichun replied, is this habit one that Zhou Wenbin has instilled in you? If your sycophant were to suddenly cease his affections, would you not feel a void within? She hesitated. With her proud disposition, it was undeniable she would feel discomfort. It was akin to having a pet that grew close to others. How could a master not feel uneasy? Then you shall bring me coffee from now on. Do you consider me your dog? You were the one who offered to be my sycophant. Then let me have a taste. Get lost. Zheng Manqiu made no move to touch the coffee Zhou Wenbin had brought, focusing intently on her book. Meanwhile, Yichun sipped his coffee while reading. As 9 o'clock approached, he opened Jianghai Securities to check his accounts. As of today, the Huxi futures had surged by 9%, with his futures account yielding 33 million this month. He glanced at his stock account, which boasted total assets of 2.3 billion, with profits exceeding 130%. Have you sold your Jianghan lithium industry shares? You should do so today. With that, Yichun commenced his gradual sell-off. Jianghan lithium industry typically saw daily trading volumes between 5 to 6 billion. By selling in increments with his 2 billion capital, he minimized the impact. Yet even so, the price fell by over 2 points. Originally, Jianghan lithium was up by 5% today. Now, the increase was barely under 3. Subsequently, larger funds began to drive the price back up, enticing retail investors to enter. Tomorrow, they would likely push it up again to attract more speculators, ultimately leading to a prolonged exit phase for the principal institutions. Yichun sent a message to Zhou Jizai. Uncle Zhou, it's time to liquidate your holdings in Jianghan lithium. The bullish trend was merely a tactic to draw in retail investors. It was high time for Uncle Zhou to sell. Although it wasn't the peak, substantial profits had already been made. Greed could lead to ruin. Zhou Jizai replied, Xiao Chun, your reasoning is sound. I'll sell immediately. Yichun then notified Lu Zixuan, Tang Yi, and others. Following their actions, the previously rising market took a downturn of over 4 points, turning red and hinting at a deteriorating trend. In Jianghai City, Xingda Investment Company had already absorbed over 3 billion in funds, leaving their accounts depleted, indicating that institutions were offloading shares. Manager Lu, we need to devise a strategy. If they do not start buying, the market will collapse, and our losses will be catastrophic. Lu Xinzhong dialed a number urgently. Old Wang, are you the one selling off? Wang Fuhai replied, it's not us. Someone has positioned themselves ahead of time, with substantial funds, offloading and harvesting our investments. Lu Xinzhong responded, my funds are exhausted. You must buy some shares quickly. If the market spirals out of control, I will suffer significant losses. Wang Fuhai continued, we lack sufficient funds as well. I've instructed others to purchase, but the market is slipping with many retail investors selling off and possibly institutions that have infiltrated also selling. Jianghan lithium was plummeting rapidly. As everyone sold, the absence of buying pressure led to a swift decline. Such drops would incite panic among retail investors, prompting a wave of follow-on selling. Lu Xinzhong observed the market for Jianghan lithium, his expression grim. 10 minutes later, the stock was locked at its lower limit, with several institutions trapped within. Damn it! Who is orchestrating this against me? Once the leaderboard is released, I will uncover your identity. Lu Xinzhong fumed, shocked by the ambush. He was not alone. Other institutions share desire. They had collaborated to elevate a stock, typically taking turns in the process. One institution would invest, reap profits, and sell, while partner institutions would absorb the shares, continuing the upward momentum. This cycle would often attract retail investors, pushing stock prices higher and sometimes enticing other institutional funds. If the opposing entity's capital was modest, they would disregard it. If substantial, they would offload entirely, harvesting that institution. Once that institution sold off, if they still held significant shares, they would opt to continue pushing the price up, enticing retail investors to take over. Their plan had been to elevate the stock today and tomorrow to draw in speculators. However, Chen and his associates' sell-off disrupted their strategy. Their anticipated profits would now be halved, with the stock likely to hit its lower limit today and face a similar fate tomorrow, due to the lack of buying support. Typically, it was their institutions that drove the price up. Without them, there would be no upward movement. Chapter 99. The private equity fund license is approved. There exists a regulation in the domestic stock market. If a stock's intraday fluctuation exceeds 7%, its leaderboard will be displayed in the afternoon. The leaderboard reveals the top 5 buyers and sellers of that stock, not by individual names, but by the account opening company and location. Upon seeing Jianghai Lithium locked at its lower limit, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could this possibly be due to my selling? Zheng Manqiu remarked. You've driven Jianghai Lithium to its lower limit. Chen replied, that seems unlikely. I only sold over 2 billion, and with your shares, it might total just over 3 billion. Perhaps other institutions are selling as well. Zheng Manqiu nodded slightly. It's possible that other institutions had positioned themselves beforehand and are now offloading. In the domestic market, apart from institutions harvesting retail investors, institutions also target each other. In their group chat of 5, Zhao Xiaoming sent a message. You may have offended certain institutions, causing their shares to hit the lower limit. Fang Jifeng chimed in. They've been working on the Jianghai Lithium pie for several months, and you've taken a portion with some institutions. Those institutions must be furious. However, they've still made considerable profits, albeit less than expected. Tang added, Chen, you will definitely appear on the leaderboard. Those institutions will investigate your information. Be cautious in future trades. They may retaliate. Chen replied nonchalantly, let them target me. I fear not. The domestic stock market is becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. I shall turn my attention to the futures and foreign stock markets. Just then, Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Zixuan calling. Xiao Chen, Lu Zixuan said, our private equity fund license has been approved. We can now begin the fund product registration. Once approved, we can commence fundraising. Chen's heart soared with joy. I shall make my way to the company at once. He hung up the phone. He spoke to Zheng Manqiu, saying, the company's fund license has been approved. I shall visit the office. Zheng Manqiu responded with a brief acknowledgement. 20 minutes later, Chen arrived at Lu Zixuan's office. Sister Xian, have the fund product name, contract, and detailed introduction been finalized? Please bring them to me for review. Lu Zixuan handed him several documents. The fund product name is Xinxing Global Investment No. 1, and the contract is a standard one within the industry. Aside from the management fee, there are some alterations in the profit-sharing ratio. If the fund's yield is between 50 and 100%, Xinxing Capital Company will take 20% of the excess beyond 50%. Should the yield exceed 100%, the company will claim 50% of the surplus. This is a common incentive structure employed by private equity firms, benefiting both parties. Users tend to prefer a higher percentage taken, as it signifies greater profits for them. Chen meticulously reviewed the documents. The fund managers were he and Wang Liyun, with a minimum investment amount of 1 million. Considering this was their inaugural product and fundraising might prove challenging, the third-party bank account for the fund had already been established. Once confirmed that everything was in order, Lu Zixuan instructed her team to apply for registration with the Fund Association Department. The standard process should yield results within approximately 20 days. With Zhao Xiaoming's connections, it may proceed even faster. In the afternoon, shortly after 4, he glanced at the stock of Jianghai Lithium Industry on Jianghai Securities. The leaderboard had been released. The top buyer was Huaxin Securities, with an investment of 3.4 billion. This was the securities trading location for Xingda Investment Company, a significant player today. The second ranked was Fang'an Securities, with an investment of 2.1 billion. The top seller was a dedicated seat for the Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect, with a sell-off of 2.9 billion. The Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect represented foreign capital, yet there was a possibility that domestic funds were entering the market through Jianghai City. It was difficult to ascertain if the leading seat belonged to foreign or domestic institutions aggressively selling off their shares. In second place for selling was Chen, with a sell-off of 2.3 billion from Jianghai Securities. He was not alone. Numerous institutional investors were scrutinizing Jiangnan Lithium Industries' leaderboard due to its recent surge in popularity and substantial gains over the past few months. Liu Zhenzhong, the general manager of Xingda Investment, Wang Zhenhai of Tianhan Capital, and Wei Jie of Haiyuan Capital were all monitoring the selling positions. Although they could not identify the Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect seat, the information about the second-ranked seller prompted them to leverage their networks to uncover the institution or individual behind it. Originally, they had orchestrated the opportunity, only to see it divided by others, naturally leaving them displeased. Soon, Chen's information landed on their desks. Is this life a dream? Chen, just a speculative trader. As dusk fell around 5, Zheng Manqiu looked at him and said, "Shall we go for dinner?" Chen replied, "You're treating tonight." "How much have we made from Jiangnan Lithium?" "Not much, just over 10 million. I intend to treat you lavishly tonight." Upon exiting the library, the biting cold wind greeted them. The temperature in Jianghai City hovered around 2 or 3 degrees, yet the damp chill felt colder than a few degrees below zero. "It's so cold, should I hug you?" Zheng Manqiu shot him a glare. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut." "I'm only concerned about you catching a chill," he remarked. The two proceeded to the cafeteria, where just as they settled down after receiving their meals, Chen's phone rang unexpectedly with an unknown number from Jianghai City. "Hello, who is this? Are you Ren Xinrumeng?" Chen paused momentarily. "Yes, who might you be? How dare you snatch my piece of the cake? Are you tired of living?" Liu Zhenzhong was aware that Chen was merely a 22-year-old university student, hardly worth his concern. How could a mere student dare to encroach upon his territory? A few words might intimidate him. Chen activated the voice recorder on his phone. "The signal was poor. I didn't catch your name." "I said you're tired of living," Liu Zhenzhong reiterated. "Who are you? Do I know you?" "I am Liu Zhenzhong from Xingda Investment. Were you the one who caused the sell-off in Jiangnan Lithium today? Do you have any idea how much I lost because of you?" "At least 200 million. Liu Zhenzhong's anger escalated. Had it been a decade ago, he would have ensured Chen's demise in the streets. Chen replied, "What does your stock loss have to do with me? Have you lost your mind?" Liu Zhenzhong, seeing that Chen was unfazed and had even insulted him, continued, "You are from the Electronic College of Jianghai Transportation University, right? Do you believe I could have you expelled with just a word?" Chapter 100. The warm hand warmer, the sycophant are you, trying to intimidate me, as if I were a child? Chen scoffed, "I don't believe you. Hurry up and leverage your connections. Let us see who can expel me from Jianghai Transportation University for no reason. I have the entire conversation recorded. Let us witness your prowess, Mr. Liu." Liu Zhenzhong, upon hearing this, abruptly hung up. The loss of several hundred million had thrown him into a fit of rage. He never anticipated that a university student could be so cunning, even recording their conversation without his knowledge. Many elite figures in the business world, often appearing polite, are, in reality, duplicitous. Some individuals amass wealth not through character, but through intellect, capability, and opportunity. Being intelligent and capable does not equate to possessing good character, especially among those who became wealthy a decade or two ago, many of whom are societal miscreants who thrived through coercion and intimidation. Zheng Manqiu looked up at him and asked, "Whose call was that?" "He claims he can use his connections to have you expelled from Jianghai Transportation University." Chen nodded, chuckling. He even mentioned that in the past, he would have me lying dead in the streets, thinking I would be frightened by a few words. Zheng Manqiu cautioned him. Some individuals might truly dare to act on such threats. I once heard of a feud in business circles where one boss hired someone to run over a rival, leading to a fatal car accident, which would be classified as a traffic offense, resulting in a lighter sentence than murder. Chen replied, "That hasn't been uncovered. Or perhaps he has connections that led to it being classified as a traffic offense. If investigated fairly, it would undoubtedly be deemed premeditated murder." Zheng Manqiu nodded slightly. "You are correct. One of them did leverage some connections." After dinner, the pair exited the cafeteria. The cold wind held outside, and sharing a warm embrace with a companion seemed an excellent way to stave off the chill. Zheng Manqiu remained silent, seemingly acquiescent. The campus paths were nearly deserted. The frigid weather deterred most from strolling or dating. Upon reaching the entrance of Zheng Manqiu's dormitory, Yi Chun hesitated, for Zhou Wenbin stood at the entrance, seemingly waiting for Zheng Manqiu. Manqiu, I bought you this hand warmer. It's quite useful in this cold weather. I also got one for you, Yi Chun. Zheng Manqiu's expression was frosty as she declined the bag he offered. Don't bring me gifts in the future. Zhou Wenbin hastily explained, Manqiu, I meant no offense. I just wanted to show my concern. Seeing you happy brings me joy. Yi Chun gained a new understanding of Zhou Wenbin's sycophancy. Suddenly, Zhou Wenbin thrust the bag into Yi Chun's hands. Yi Chun, please give this to Manqiu. Thank you. With that, Zhou Wenbin hurriedly departed. Yi Chun posed it, Manju. Do you want it? It's quite nice to have a hand warmer in this cold. I'll take the one you give me. Zheng Manqiu accepted one and then ascended to her dormitory. Yi Chun looked at the hand warmer in his possession and made his way to the faculty dormitory where Zhou Wanqing resided. Despite being a sycophant, Zhou Wenbin displayed a certain attentiveness. He arrived at Zhou Wanqing's dormitory door and gently knocked twice. Zhou Wanqing opened the door, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Yi Chun stepped into the room and said, Ning Jia, it's cold outside, so I bought you a hand warmer. Zhou Wan Ning was touched by his thoughtful nature, her charming face breaking into a smile. Xiao Chun, you are quite considerate, she replied. Yi Chun wrapped his arm around her and asked, Wan Ning, have you missed me? Zhou Wan Ning's cheeks flushed, tinged with a hint of shyness. Yi Chun leaned down and kissed her. Wan Ning, tonight I won't be leaving. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled. As long as no one finds out, can we go to a hotel another day? Zhou Wan Ning playfully pinched his waist, yet did not refuse or agree, suggesting a tacit acceptance. In this era, such openness is commonplace, unlike decades ago. University couples booking a room together is now a normal affair. Even those who are somewhat conservative cannot resist the sweet words of their boyfriends, harboring similar impulses and thoughts within. Yi Chun kissed her passionately once more before reluctantly departing. After exiting the apartment building, he headed to the campus supermarket and purchased 2 additional hand warmers, one for Yuxian and the other for Xiao Jing. He first arrived at Wang Yuxian's dormitory and sent her a message. Yuxian, I'm downstairs at your dorm. Come down and get something. A few minutes later, Wang Yuxian emerged, carrying a small bag. Yi Chun smiled. It's cold, so I bought you a hand warmer. Hold on to it whenever your hands feel cold. Wang Yuxian accepted it gratefully. Thank you, brother. I have something for you too. She pulled out a bag containing a men's scarf. Yi Chun took it, glancing at the brand, and smiled as he embraced her. Wang Yuxian's face turned slightly red, but she reciprocated the embrace. Yi Chun gently stroked her hair and planted a kiss on her fair, delicate cheek. Thank you, Yuxian. Wang Yuxian's ears flushed, her cheeks burning, as she lowered her head shyly. Seeing her flustered demeanor brought a smile to Yi Chun's lips. He then proceeded to Xiao Jing's dormitory and sent a message. Xiao Jing, I'm downstairs, come down for a moment. 2 minutes later, Xiao Jing appeared. Yi Chun, she exclaimed, her radiant smile akin to a blooming flower. Yi Chun greeted her. It's cold, so I bought you a hand warmer. Xiao Jing's face lit up with joy as she said, Thank you, Yi Chun, brother. Spotting the scarf in his hand, she teasingly asked, Isn't that for me? Yi Chun replied, This is one I bought for myself. If you want, I'll get you a women's one another day. Thank you, brother. Yi Chun opened his arms, and she embraced him without hesitation. Thank you, Xiao Jing expressed in her native dialect, which sounded somewhat unfamiliar to Yi Chun. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xing Chao remarked, Old Yi, who bought you that scarf? Yi Chun replied, It's cold, so I bought it myself. Xing Chao proudly showcased his own scarf, claiming, Look at how nice mine is. Ting Ting gave it to me. Yi Chun chuckled, It looks good. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing could hardly contain themselves. Old Xing, you've boasted about it several times already. Xing Chao teased. Are you all envious because no one has gifted you anything? Old Xing, the happier you are now, the more you'll suffer later. Yi Chun soaked his feet in hot water, sitting in a chair while perusing current affairs online. Xing Chao and the others were busy studying. As exams loomed in late December, intensifying the pressure for students preparing for their graduate studies. Around 10 o'clock, Li Qingya sent him a message. Xiao Chun, what's up, Qingya? Still studying? Yi Chun replied, Yes, with the exams approaching, everyone is working hard, but it's so monotonous and tedious. My mind is under constant tension. Yi Chun continued, Qingya, I found a relaxation method online that works wonders. Would you like to try it? Li Qingya expressed curiosity. What method? Yi Chun explained. Couples should visit a hotel once a week. Experts say it's the most effective way to unwind. Upon reading his message, Li Qingya's cheeks flushed, which expert said that? A domestic expert, very authoritative. You're trying to fool me. Just search online and see if couples engaging in such activities is the best way to relax. After looking it up, Li Qingya found corroboration. Engaging in such activities can indeed alleviate stress and reduce anxiety. Chen lamented, I've been studying so intensely this month. My brain feels like it's about to explode. I'm irritable and prone to anger. Qingya, am I developing anxiety? Li Qingya reassured him, it can't be that severe. None of my classmates seem to have issues. Perhaps they're just mentally stronger. Anyway, I'll rest and see how I feel. With that, he turned off his phone and went to sleep. Women shouldn't be spoiled. Sometimes they need a little reality check. Li Qingya, noticing his indifference, huffed in annoyance. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen bought 2 cups of coffee and headed to the library. Zheng Manxiu, seeing the coffee, rarely revealed a smile. Didn't you say you wouldn't bring any? Chen replied, Manxiu, you look lovely when you smile. Her smile vanished, reverting to her usual cool demeanor as she took the coffee and began to drink. Chen thought that conquering such an aloof goddess would bring him immense satisfaction. Around 9 o'clock, Chen's phone buzzed. He opened it to find Zhao Xiaoming tagging him in a group message. Those organizations are starting to slander you online. He shared a link to a post titled, Jiang and Lithium Industry Hits Limit Down, who is manipulating the market to harm retail investors. Chen opened the post to find discussions about the recent drop in Jiang and Lithium Industry. The post's author claimed that the second highest seller the previous day was Life is a Dream, who, within a few months, had profited around $1.5 billion from Jiang and Lithium. The author alleged that this individual initiated the sell-off, prompting other organizations to follow suit, leading to the stock's limit down and causing significant losses for countless retail investors. This was an attempt to tarnish his reputation. It seemed the organizations had discovered his private equity firm and were intent on discrediting him. After reading the post, Chen reflected on the implications. The comment section was rife with accusations against him. Jiang and Lithium had seen a surge in interest recently, with many retail investors purchasing shares in the days prior. The stock's limit down had resulted in considerable losses, and they were blaming Chen for it. His comments incited further reactions, with some criticizing him, others pleading for guidance on making profits, and a few inquiring about the organizations involved. Chen commented on the forum, and the news quickly spread, drawing an increasing number of people to the post. Many flocked to Douyin to follow Chen's account. Chen edited the recording from the previous day, particularly obscuring his personal information, as he did not want more people to know. Once completed, he uploaded it to Douyin. In the recording, he recounted the situation while playing the audio. Chen stated, I couldn't hear clearly due to poor signal. May I know who you are? Lu Xinzhong responded. I am Lu Xinzhong from Xingda Investment Company. Were you the one who manipulated Jiang and Lithium today? Chen clarified, I merely sold normally. There was no manipulation. Lu Xinzhong retorted, do you realize how much I lost because of you? At least $2 billion. Chen shot back. Your losses in stock trading have nothing to do with me. Have you lost your mind? The recording was crystal clear. Many individuals have compared the buying positions on yesterday's Longhu list, with the foremost being Xingda Investment Company. This serves to confirm the authenticity of the recording. The news spread rapidly within the close-knit circle. Initially, other institutions aimed to tarnish Chen's reputation, but they were caught off guard when Lu Xinzhong had made a phone call to the opposing party the previous night, which was subsequently recorded. Those familiar with Lu Xinzhong's voice would easily recognize him. In a group chat of 5, Zhao Xiaoming remarked, Brother Yi, they likely know about your private equity firm. You must be cautious in your trades to avoid being targeted by these institutions. Chen replied, it's not a major issue. Tang Yi, also in the group, inquired, when can we start raising funds for our company's fund products? Chen responded, the application for registration was submitted yesterday. We can commence fundraising as soon as the fund association approves it. After conversing with a few, he resumed his reading. During lunch, he received a message from Li Qingya. Has your mood improved a bit, Xiao Chenzi? Upon seeing her concern, Chen smiled. Perhaps it was the intense stress from stock trading that contributed to his fatigue. He was juggling revisions while keeping an eye on the stock market, which was quite exhausting. If he were solely focused on studying, he wouldn't feel this way. Li Qingya asked, what should we do? Do you need to see a doctor? Chen replied, no need. I consulted a doctor who mentioned that my mental pressure is too high and that I should relax. The doctor also warned that if I remain in this heightened state of mental tension, I might develop severe anxiety. Li Qingyao felt conflicted upon reading his message. Didn't the doctor suggest other ways to relieve stress? Yi Chen replied, there are many relaxation methods, but the one I mentioned is the most effective. Qingyao, if you're unwilling, it's fine. I believe I can endure it. Li Qingyao felt somewhat unable to resist Yi Chen's moral persuasion. In truth, she didn't necessarily have to resort to that. Other solutions could address the problem. Yi Chen secretly delighted in the thought that if he pushed the boundaries a bit more, perhaps Li Qingyao wasn't fully prepared mentally. He could gradually break through her psychological defenses, making small advancements each time. Li Qingyao blushed upon seeing his message and chose not to respond. Zheng Manqiu glanced at him and said, why do you have such a lewd smile? Yi Chen retorted, this is a joyful and radiant smile. Do not misuse words to insult my character. Afterward, he sent a message to Zhou Wanqing, Sister Ning. Shall we go out for dinner tonight? The king crab, Australian lobster, and mantis shrimp from that restaurant were quite delicious. Zhou Wanqing replied, I'm not feeling well these days. Yi Chen paused for a moment, realizing it might be due to a relative's visit. Then we could go another day, he said. Zhou Wanqing responded, Xiao Chen, how is your company doing? Yi Chen explained, the private equity fund license has been approved, and we are currently applying for the fund products registration. Once the registration is approved, we can start fundraising. Once the fund product registration is approved, he would need to become quite busy, but he was not overly concerned. Yi Chen observed the group chat where Zhou Jicai was present, consisting of over 30 members. Today is November 30th, and they were discussing the stock returns for the month. This month's market has been poor. I have lost 12. I fared slightly better with only a 7 loss. My pharmaceutical stocks have suffered a 21 loss. They need to rebound quickly, or I won't be able to withstand it. Did anyone make a profit this month in the group? I heard that Ren Xinru had a windfall in Jianghan Lithium, catching several institutions off guard. How much did the expert make this month? Someone tagged him. Wow, that is impressive. Expert, please guide us. Indeed, we suffered immensely. Great master, lead us. At this point, Zhou Jicai chimed in. I've warned you all. The market has deteriorated. Stay in cash and refrain from trading. If you don't listen, things will only worsen. Sell now while you still can. Otherwise, your losses will mount. Although Yi Chen had advised them, some individuals ignored his warnings, believing in their own capabilities. Yi Chen added, dear uncles and aunts, Zhou uncle is correct. The market is bleak. Many stocks that rose significantly over the past 2 years are now facing sharp declines. It is not too late to sell. My company as private equity fund products are currently undergoing registration review. Once approved, we can start fundraising. If you trust my abilities, you may consider investing in our fund when the time comes. Together, we can achieve profits. He strategically advertised in the group. These individuals, friends of Zhou Jicai, were well off, and investing millions or tens of millions was not a significant issue for them. Once your company's products are available, I will be the first to invest. I have immense faith in your abilities, Zhou Jicai declared first. Regardless of their personal relationship or other reasons, Zhou Jicai was sure to support Yi Chen. Xiao Chen is starting a private equity firm? At only 22, he is so exceptional. If my son could be half as capable as you. Xiao Chen entered the market with 350,000 and has made nearly 600 to 700 million in a little over 4 months. This capability warrants starting his own private equity firm. Will we be calling you President Yi from now on? I'll invest then too. Uncles and aunts. Just call me Xiao Chen. Since you're friends with Uncle Zhou, that makes you my elders. The group was aware of the relationship between Zhou Jicai and Yi Chen, having met several times in reality. After finishing his conversation in the group, he glanced at Zheng Manqiu. Once our company's fund products launch, we may need your help in promoting them to attract some investments. Zheng Manqiu nodded slightly. I can post about it on my social media. Yi Chen said, you should have a fair number of admirers. I expect many would invest due to your influence. The second-generation students from the Finance Academy are plentiful and quite affluent. Hundreds of thousands are likely trivial to them. Then there's Tang Yi, who is also quite beautiful and artistic. She likely has her share of admirers as well. It would be wise to leverage their admirers' financial support. The more money invested, the higher the returns, if the yield exceeds double. His company could take a 50 share of the excess. For instance, if the total raised amounts to 100 million and eventually grows to 300 million, his company could secure 50 million in profit. The more that is earned, the more that can be shared, benefiting the customers as well. This is essentially making money using other people's funds, provided one possesses the ability to generate profits. In the evening, he opened the U.S. Stock market to observe the performance of the stock for Game Lodge. Currently, the stock price stands at 45, with a total market capitalization of 2.6 billion, approximately 18.4 billion yuan. This stock could be classified as a super speculative stock in the U.S. market, having peaked at 120 per share in January, marking an astonishing nearly 30-fold increase from the current price of 45. A monthly increase of nearly 30 times is indeed frightening. 6 months ago, this stock was priced at 0.8 yuan per share. Had one invested at that time, the returns would have surpassed 100 times. Next month is December. On January 15th, this super speculative stock will initiate its surge, peaking around the 28th. The U.S. market operates under a zero-rule policy, allowing same-day buying and selling, enhancing operational flexibility. Chen's target is to achieve returns exceeding 20-fold. Attaining such a figure would suffice. Given his current capital size, buying and selling will inevitably cause considerable fluctuations, similar to what occurred with Jianghai Lithium yesterday. Therefore, achieving a 20-fold return would already be remarkable. Chen recalled this stock due to its past notoriety. The epic battle between bulls and bears, where retail investors clashed with Wall Street, was a title that stirred considerable attention, known to almost every global investor from his previous life. Several Wall Street institutions shorted Game Lodge, provoking discontent among retail investors. Many retail investors united to drive up the stock price of Game Lodge in opposition to the few short-selling institutions on Wall Street. Behind this, other Wall Street institutions were also involved, targeting the short sellers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for retail investors to contend with the institutions alone. The final outcome saw several short-selling institutions suffering losses nearing $200 billion, culminating in a dismal conclusion. Many retail investors reaped returns of 20 to 30 times their investments, while certain Wall Street entities, hidden behind the scenes, also profited handsomely. Some short-selling firms declared bankruptcy, while others announced their permanent exit from short-selling activities. This time, Chen aimed to delve into the institutions operating behind the curtain, intent on making a significant profit from a situation. Chapter 103. Preemptive infiltration. Chen opened the American stock trading software on his computer. He first transferred 100 million yuan of the company's funds into his account, ultimately converting it into $14 million. The current market capitalization of the game platform was $2.5 billion, and entering $14 million in installments would not raise any alarms. He divided the funds into numerous transactions, purchasing several $100,000 at a time. The influx of 100 million yuan did not significantly affect the stock price of the game platform. After completing these purchases, Chen refrained from further buying, opting instead to use another account for continued investment in a couple of days. Overloading the market with too much capital in a single day could attract unwanted attention. So caution was prudent. After finishing his operations, Chen informed Lu Zixuan, "Sister Xian, I have just used 100 million of the company's funds to acquire some American stocks, leaving the remaining funds for company operations. How much idle capital do you have?" Lu Zixuan inquired. "Combined with my bank card and securities account, it's roughly 70 million. I also have some fixed deposits in the bank. If you need, I can withdraw it." "No need, Sister Xian. I will inform you in advance if I require anything." Chen, determined to make a substantial profit from the game platform, knew he needed to prepare ample funds and maintain a reserve. He could not invest all his capital at once. If he could seize this opportunity, his funds would undergo a qualitative leap. The company's fund products should also benefit from this wave, providing him with a significant capital influx. Lu Zixuan sent another message. "Xiao Chun, should we invite the leaders of the fund association for dinner and present them with some gifts? Although we have Zhao Xiaoming's connections, we cannot always rely on others. Establishing a good relationship with them would facilitate future endeavors." Chen acknowledged her reasoning. "Sister Xian, we don't need to. As our company grows larger and our profits increase, they, as shareholders, will naturally safeguard the company's interests. If he lacked connections, Chen might have considered bribery, as societal norms often dictate that certain matters require favors or gifts to accomplish. Even minor tasks sometimes experience deliberate delays without the proper enticements." "All right, as long as you maintain a good relationship with them," Lu Zixuan replied. Just as they concluded their conversation, Li Qingya sent a message. "Xiao Chun, are you done with your work?" Previously, Chen had been the one to initiate contact, but now the roles had reversed. "I just finished. Qingya, let us go out this weekend to unwind." Upon hearing the word unwind, Li Qian's cheeks flushed slightly with shyness. Where shall we go? Anywhere is fine. Yi Chen responded, but we must go to the hotel in the afternoon. During their chat, he also sent a couple of caring messages to Zhou Wanqing, as it was customary to check in on a girl during her menstrual cycle. Yi Chen did not engage in lengthy conversations with them, wrapping up their discussions and retiring for the night. The following day marked the official onset of December. The entrance examinations for graduate studies were scheduled for the 20th and 21st of this month, with his exam location being his own school. Exiting the cafeteria, he carried 2 cups of hot coffee towards the library. En route, Zhou Wenbin caught up with him. Yi Chen, may I buy your coffee in the future? Yi Chen paused, taken aback. Why? I want Manchio to drink the coffee I buy. Go tell her, don't tell me, Yi Chen replied, continuing towards the library, choosing to disregard him. Such behavior was beyond comprehension. He was not merely a typical sycophant, but an extreme one at that. Arriving at the library, Yi Chen settled next to Zheng Manchio. Manchio, don't you think this winter feels particularly cold? I recall it not being this chilly last year. Zheng Manchio took a sip of her coffee. It is a bit cold. Zhou Wenbin approached me earlier. Guess what he said? What did he say? Did he threaten you? Not at all. He merely stated that he would buy coffee in the future and wants you to drink the coffee he buys. Zheng Manchio was already accustomed to his sycophantic behavior. Did you agree? No. I only wish to dote on you alone. Zheng Manchio shot him a glare before returning to her studies. Yi Chen also began reading, enriching his knowledge. December 3rd, Friday. The previous day, Yi Chen transferred 23 billion yuan from his Jianghai Securities account to his bank card, then deposited 100 million yuan into his American stock account. Last night, he purchased an additional 100 million yuan worth of game platform stocks in installments. Currently, he still had 36 billion yuan in his bank account. The game platform was markedly different from domestic stocks. Domestic stocks were typically driven by institutions and speculative capital, with only a handful of retail investors benefiting, while the majority were mere fodder. Eventually, some institutions joined in, exacerbating the situation and collectively harvesting the short-selling firms. In this instance, there were no large institutions involved. His stealthy entry would not attract attention. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen arrived at the parking lot, feeling a surge of excitement. He had arranged to meet Zhou Wanqing for dinner that evening, which was set to be a momentous occasion for him. A few minutes later, Zhou Wanqing approached from a distance, wearing the down jacket Yi Chen had purchased for her, carrying her handbag. As dusk descended and the cold intensified, the parking lot was nearly devoid of people. Zhou Wanqing entered the passenger seat. It's so cold. Yi Chen replied with a double entendre. Once we eat our fill, we'll warm up. With that, he started the car and drove away from the school towards the Golden Harbor restaurant, where he had reserved a private room in advance, anticipating a busy Friday night. During the drive, Zhou Wanqing inquired about his review preparations. Yi Chen had no plans for the next day, intending to visit Zhou Jitsai. The company's fund products were about to launch, and he would need to assist in promoting them. Although not everyone in the group would believe in him, some had good relationships with Zhou Jitsai, and he aimed to secure those clients. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant. Yi Chen ordered a repeat of the dishes he had enjoyed last time, adding several wild Alaska sea cucumbers, known for their health benefits. Although he was young, a little extra nourishment wouldn't hurt. The two spent about an hour dining. After leaving the restaurant, Yi Chen drove Zhou Wanqing directly to a nearby 5-star hotel. He had researched hotels online during dinner, discovering that the closest 5-star establishment was only a few kilometers away. Upon arrival, he booked the finest suite available. One should enjoy wealth. Otherwise, one's sanity could be questioned. Holding Zhou Wanqing's hand, he stepped into the elevator. She appeared slightly bashful, harboring some anticipation for what was to come. Such matters were not solely on the minds of men. Women pondered them as well. At 28, if Zhou Wanqing had never dated, she had suppressed her desires for 28 years, possibly harboring a yearning even stronger than Yi Chen's. Chapter 104. The transformation from boy to man upon entering the hotel room. Yi Chen asked, Wanqing, are you truly prepared for this? Zhou Wanqing nodded gently. Xiao Chen, do you want to take a shower? Shall we shower together? With her gentle encouragement, they walked into the bathroom together. Although they had shared intimate moments before, this was a new experience. Your figure is truly admirable, with no excess weight, Yi Chen remarked as he carefully washed her. His physique was commendable, with well-defined abdominal muscles, a testament to his previous training. After about 10 minutes, they emerged from the bathroom. If Sister Ning and I were to part ways in the future, would you regret today? Zhou Wanqing paused for a moment and replied, regret what? At present, I cherish you and am willing to entrust everything to you. If we do not reach the end together, perhaps it is simply that fate has not yet aligned. Yi Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. That was good. He worried that if they were to break up, Zhou Wanqing might cause a scene, thus affecting his ability to communicate and confide in other girls. That night, Yi Chen sensed a newfound maturity within himself, as if he had grown. The following morning, at 8:30, Yi Chen awoke to find Zhou Wanqing nestled in his arms, a smile gracing his face. After lying there for a while, he got up to freshen up. Once he had completed his morning routine, he ordered breakfast. When the server delivered the meal, Yi Chen entered the bedroom and said, Sister Ning, it's time to eat. It's already 9 o'clock. Zhou Wanqing lazily opened her eyes, sat up, and stretched. She donned her sleepwear and descended from the bed. Her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were feeling unwell. Yi Chen took out his phone and noticed a message from Li Qingya from the previous night. What are you up to, Xiao Chen? Yi Chen replied, as a professional stock trader, I must remain vigilant about domestic and international news daily. Even if I'm not actively trading, I need to stay informed. Opportunities are rare in the market. I don't quite understand. Xiao Chen, please take care of your health. It's nothing serious, just a slight backache. Is it due to sitting for too long? Prolonged sitting is detrimental to your back. Yes, I've been at it for quite a while. When Zhou Wanqing emerged from her shower, Yi Chen had already concluded his conversation with Li Qingya and deftly cleared the chat history. After enjoying breakfast, they left the hotel, and it was already past 9. Yi Chen drove towards Xinghai Huayuan community, stopping along the way to purchase some fruits and seafood. Upon arriving at Zhou Wanqing's home, Zhou Jicai and Zhou Mu were seated on the sofa, watching television. Xiao Chen is here. Zhou Jicai and Zhou Mu rose to greet him, showing respect for their guest. Uncle Zhou, Annie. Zhou Mu smiled warmly. Xiao Chen, please sit. Make yourself at home. There is no need for formality. Zhou Wanqing, holding the seafood, said, Mom, I want to eat the seafood you prepare. Xiao Chen bought some on the way. All right, I'll cook for you at noon. The mother and daughter duo headed into the kitchen with the seafood and fruits. Zhou Wanqing washed a few fruits and brought them to the table for the two men. Zhou Jicai began, Daughter, a new vice dean has been appointed at your college. He's quite young. Do you know him? Zhou Wanqing nodded. Yes, I believe he's around 35. Zhou Jicai continued. He is a student of one of my colleagues, highly capable, and comes from prominent background. He holds the position of vice dean in a key college, which is equivalent to the deputy mayor in other cities. However, one cannot directly compare the two. In terms of power, the deputy mayor holds a higher status. After a moment, he added, Yesterday, that colleague mentioned that you are still single, and he is as well. He suggested arranging a meeting between the two of you. What do you think? Zhou Wanqing replied, He is 35, 7 years older than I am. I am not interested. If you're not interested, then that is fine. Your happiness is what matters most, Zhou Jicai said, doting on her. Zhou Wanqing responded, I will go help my mom with cooking. Once she left, Zhou Jicai sighed with a wry smile at Yi Chen. My daughter is growing up, and as parents, we worry that she may not find a suitable partner and may not be happy in the future. Yi Chen reassured him, Uncle Zhou, Sister Ning is exceptionally beautiful and possesses a wonderful character. She will undoubtedly find a fitting companion. Many at our school are pursuing her. Hearing Yi Chen praise his daughter, Zhou Jicai's face broke into a smile. Xiao Chen, do you prefer someone older or younger? Zhou Jicai slightly nodded and inquired, How are things at your company? When can the fund products begin to raise capital? They're still under review. I'm not sure when it will be finalized, but it should be soon. Yi Chen was also awaiting approval, estimating that it would take about 10 days. The two conversed about the future development of the company, followed by discussions on the stock market and the global economic landscape. After lunch, Yi Chen sat for a while before taking his leave. Zhou Wanqing chose not to inform her parents about their relationship, as she had her own thoughts. She intended to reveal it only if they confirmed their commitment to each other in the future. Sharing it with her parents now, only to not end up together, would only burden them with unnecessary worry. As for the more intimate aspects of their relationship, she believed such experiences were commonplace among couples. Having grown up, she wished to feel the sensations and essence of womanhood. Upon waking, he checked his phone and discovered a message from Zhang Dongxue. Cui Tingting and Zhao Pengfei have gone out again. Yi Chen already possessed evidence and no longer needed to pursue them. I understand. After getting up and freshening up, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner. Returning to his dormitory, he began to read. At 9 in the evening, Chen accessed the U.S. stock market and perused some news on the forums regarding the explosive growth of Game In, which was being organized within the forum, leading to a surge in activity.